Hello fellow Muggles, No-Magers and Mudbloods, and welcome to the video where I finally killed the nostalgia of my childhood. In this totally short and don't look at the timestamp video, we're gonna do it. We are going to finally talk about every single thing that I could find that was wrong or concerning or weird or just got stuck in my brain and rattled around a bunch like a trapped owl screaming for a way out while I try to go and do my daily routines. But I can't do my daily routines because I'm too busy thinking of that one random side character who says something that unravels the entire way that I think about the wizarding world, about the world of Harry Potter. And I do mean the world because this is going to encompass all the books, all the movies, all the little side books that people forget existed, that random ass play that was set in the future that nobody remembers at all, and all the various posts that got thrown up on Pottermore, which is the site where J.K. Rowling is just free to vomit anything that she can think of making up on the spot to flesh out the world. Although in a lot of cases it just makes it more confusing and sometimes more racist. And yes, you might be wondering if I am a little biased here, what with me being a trans person and apparently the author of this franchise is public enemy number one. And yeah, there probably is a little bit of personal issue going into this for me, especially because I was super into Harry Potter as a child. I read all the books multiple times, I played all the games on the PC and the Game Boy Color, and as a sheltered nerd with a lot of hidden stuff about myself that I had to hide and cover up, it sort of did speak to me as a character at that age. So there was a lot of personal stake going on here. But make no mistake, that should not dissuade you from at least considering what I have to say and what I'm going to dive into here, as I will back all of it up with facts, evidence, readings, and more to satiate your desire for definitive proof of my claim that maybe Harry Potter is a universe that kinda sucked. And always did kinda suck, and it's time to remember and criticise that more thoroughly. I also want to make it very clear, this video is long, so long, and each chapter is basically kind of its own little thing with some connecting threads to one another, so please feel free to use the chapter headings I've provided to jump around to wherever you want to listen to, because there is no obligation to watch the entire thing as it goes on. Who knows how many hours this video is going to be at the end. You don't watch it in one sitting from start to finish is what I'm saying here. I mean, I had to do that so I could edit it all, and look at me. I'm not happy. Also, none of what I am saying here is an indication that you can't enjoy Harry Potter, or like the universe. It is more of a commentary on how sometimes when one fleshes out things and adds more stuff, all they really do is make the already questionable positions and statements around that world more concerning about what they say with regards to what we are fine with accepting. And on that note, let's dive in with the first thing that really leapt at me again from my re-immersion with the series, the nature of the child abuse around Harry Potter and his family. I know, some real lighthearted stuff to start us out.
I'm Harry freaking Potter. I'll do what I can if what you say I am is true. I can't be bothered by my awful past.
So, we are all aware that Harry starts in what some might call an appalling situation, being forced to live in a broom closet by his maternal aunt and her shitty family, the Dursleys, who treated him like dirt and barely ever let him have any moments of kindness his entire time growing up. Now, we could talk about the fact that Petunia Dursley is given reasons for hating her nephew so much, it's all sort of jealousy and lifelong bitterness, but I'm not really in the business of excusing any kind of child abuse. Call me weird, but I sort of think that's just a bad thing that you don't ever really get a pass on. They openly berate and force Harry to do things that would absolutely cause some long-term psychological damage, especially considering that they are being done to a literal child since he was a baby. On top of the making a kid live in a tiny broom closet that looks like a prison cell his whole damn life, they also considered leaving Harry in the car when they went to the zoo in the second book, something that they changed their mind on only because he might do something to the car. They destroyed any private correspondence sent to Harry Potter that might have let the kid know about any of that wizard shit, something which is literally a crime, tampering with other people's mail. They dumped Harry in the middle of London with no money at the train station after laughing at him that the 9 3/4 doesn't exist, which is child abandonment, and they gave him deliberately shit presents for his birthday to make sure he knew his place in the family, such as a single coat hanger, a toothpick, and a tissue, which is just not illegal, but like general plain cruelty. And in that same vein, they talked about Harry negatively right in front of him as if he wasn't there, and openly compared him to Dudley as the worst child in the family. Oh, and who could forget when they were just okay with Aunt Marge having her dog chase Harry Potter up a tree and forcing him to stay there for hours? And what about when Vernon tried to strangle him in Order of the Phoenix, like he is Homer Simpson in The Simpsons or some shit? Jesus Christ, that is a long list of terrible shit that would make you question the viability of this family as providing any love, care, or support. And here we could easily just lay all the blame for this at the feet of the Dursley family. They are bad people, written intentionally to be bad people, and ones that we are not meant to feel any real sympathy for throughout the entire books. Mostly. There are like some moments near the end where it's meant to be like kind of them going their own separate ways and we're meant to feel bad for Petunia Dursley, but up until that point, anything that happens to them is just a representation of like the bad Muggles, so we're meant to be okay with it. But blaming all this on the Dursleys is not really the only option, because there is one more person who is to blame for Harry growing up in a haunting environment, and that is the big uber cool wizard Dumbledore. Dumbledore is really one of those characters who seems wise and seems like they secretly have a plan for everything, but when you dig into what exactly ends up happening, you sort of realise that he might just be a big old idiot who knows how to do magic good and should not be trusted with the safety of children whatsoever. The safety of multiple children is its own section that we'll get into later, but for right now, let's just talk about how Dumbledore is the one who intentionally leaves Harry Potter with the Dursleys, specifically hoping that the magical love protection thing that Lily Potter cast on her son would carry through her sibling, Petunia, and keep protecting the child, even though Petunia herself personally hates the kid and hates magic, and did not feel any maternal or familial connection to him. On the notes of whole other conversations to be had, there is another one there about the weird genetic shit that is written into this series, and yet again I am going to have to say, for the sake of trying to keep some sort of order and semblance of chapter reasonability here, we'll talk about it later. All of these chapters have headings, please use those to jump to whatever thing you really want to bum yourself out on from this franchise. But let's say that we accept Dumbledore's theory here, because an important thing to remember is that it is just a theory, and doesn't necessarily have any evidence to back it up, except Dumbledore saying, well, I think this is how this works, because even if we do believe that it's true, and not just some random bullshit that old Dumbly Dum-Dum spouted to get this bloody kid off his hands, Dumbledore knew what Harry Potter was getting into. He is a very powerful wizard, and he keeps tabs on Harry, so he knew the kind of shit family he was lined up for, and over the years he was aware of what kind of terrible things were happening to the poor kid. At no point did he decide, alright, this is going too far. I think this might leave long-term emotional scars that can never truly be healed, even by magic, and maybe there are better places that can protect this kid. Like Hogwarts, the magical school of wizardry that is supposed to be a safe place for kids, except for all the times children who would totally get horrendously maimed or killed there, or actually do get horrendously maimed and killed there in the series, but let's talk about that one later, yet again. Like, seriously, Dumbledore is as much to blame for the abuse as the Dursleys are, because he allows it to continue happening without intervening. McGonagall even warns him they're the worst kind of Muggles, and we're going to address the racism later on as well. Jesus, I am backlogging conversation points like crazy here, but that's sort of the nature of this kind of gigantic critique, and her concerns are dismissed due to the necessity of leaving the child there for the whole, blood protection thing that might not even be true. And even after going to Hogwarts and discovering his heritage, Harry is still sent back to the Dursleys again for 4 years in a row, with at least him gaining some semblance of better treatment from them, although that better treatment does not come from them realising they did him wrong, and that maybe they shouldn't judge and abuse a child, or because of the intervention of any adults in the process and saying to them, hey, don't abuse Harry Potter, can you stop? There's no character growth here for bad people, but just because they are more afraid of him and his magic powers, not knowing that he is forbidden from using magic outside of school due to being a child. I am aware that what this represents is the hero's journey, in effect, as the character has now returned to their humble origins, changed by the experience that they've gone through. Except those humble origins are child abuse and mentally scarring living conditions that repeat year after year. It is a wonder that Harry Potter does not have some serious problems with trusting people, with opening up, or with his self-esteem, because he absolutely should have this completely debilitating mental issues from the long-term effects of over a decade of being forced to live as lesser by the only family he has ever known. I know that the reason that doesn't happen is because A, he is the protagonist and going through that would make it a little harder for him to do his cool kid stuff, and B, it would require an in-world recognition of how fucking terrible this whole thing was, and it would reflect very, very poorly on Dumbledore if the kid was left an emotional wreck from his bloody stupid idea. This was clearly not something Rowling ever thought about or wanted to deal with, but by not doing that, it is kind of leaving this weird impression of child abuse, like that it is not as serious or problematic as it really is. The fact that Harry comes out of it completely okay, that all the ultimately terrible things that are done to him are merely used to emphasise that the Dursleys are bad people, and give him some of that humble pie origins that let him be the child who lived without coming off as a big old spoilt dickhead. But child abuse is not something that is just there for character growth and development. It's a real thing that destroys lives and should not under any circumstances be justified by a good person that we're meant to trust as an audience, especially a figure of authority who takes on a mentor role for that same child. Yet there is going to be a fair bit of fuck Dumbledore in this critique, and being gay is not going to save him from getting roasted by me. And actually, a further thing that I want to say on this before we move on to the next chapter is how J.K. Rowling is not scared to face the idea that Harry Potter can deal with trauma. Like the whole plot of the 5th book/film is that Harry is dealing with the whole seeing Voldemort kill someone in front of him and feeling responsible for it, and dealing with people telling him that he is a liar and it's all his fault that Cedric died, and also the whole Voldemort soul being stuck in him because he's secretly a Horcrux thing, which I know that's trauma as much as it's just like a weird circumvention of trauma, or like I guess an inputting of trauma through some sort of magical conveyance. So she is comfortable at least with the idea of exploring problems with Harry's psyche. It's just that in this particular case that doesn't mean examining the whole child abuse origin story. Anyway, enough with the child abuse. What was the next, hopefully completely unrelated thing that really stood out to me as something to talk about with the Harry Potter series?
True! In the dungeon! Turn around in the dungeon! Thought you ought to know.
Fuck. Okay. So, I know at this point it's really sounding like maybe every single problem in this series is just going to end up coming back to the central theme being of kids getting messed up, but trust me, there is also plenty of racism, horrifying political ramifications, and weird moral messages that have nothing to do with children whatsoever. It just so happens to be that these were the first obvious things that leapt to mind while revisiting the series. Seriously, go and check out Shaun's video on Harry Potter. He has a whole bunch of stuff about fat phobia and also Snape that I won't even be touching or going into because I can just recommend it to you right now and sidestep adding another 10,000 words onto this video. What can I say except you're welcome. Anyway, I have got sidetracked a little bit there, but we do really need to focus up and talk about how screwed up Hogwarts really is, because this school is the central location around which all of the franchise takes place. It's really cemented into the mindset of the Harry Potter world, and there is absolutely no way that this school should be able to stay open in a world that has a government that puts through decent regulations, or some kind of grander schooling board whose job is to make sure that wizarding schools are up to scratch. Oh. There is an organisation whose job that is, the International Confederation of Wizards, who is apparently their version of our UN, who gets their own entire chapter later on when it comes to discussing the horrifying standards of political governance in the wizarding world. Good to know, I guess. But I made the bold claim that child endangerment is a consistent theme of Hogwarts, and one of the main reasons why it 100% needs to have some oversight and investigations, and to back up that claim, I have to tell you that, seriously, have you ever read or watched anything from this franchise? Like, actually, do I even need to explain this? It's not like it's very well hidden how absolutely terrifying it would be to send your child to this school and to expect them to be safe. But in the interest of padding out this chapter and video, I'll humour you and talk through it. So let's start at the very beginning of what will undoubtedly be an expensive court case at some point for the Hogwarts faculty, and that is how every year we see with Hogwarts, children are put into dangerous situations. Now, I recognise that it's a story, so of course it's going to be interesting, like, sorry we can't just see a bunch of kids learning and getting education and having mild antics with no real stakes beyond academic ones, but that's not what I'm referring to here. Well, yes, I could talk about how much it would suck for a place of higher education to have to deal with a supervillain and the persistent desire to really take down a single child so they can establish their questionably thought out evil plan. Like, what is Voldemort's whole deal? Nope, we cannot afford another tangent right now. I'm shelving that away in my mind, but the point I'm making here is that even if we completely remove the endangerment caused by said large-scale terrorist threat, that still leaves an awful lot of questions and situations that no child should find themselves in, and especially not at a school who houses said children so they take on the parental requirements of care for not just the daytime study, but also the hobby time and sleep time of those students. And Hogwarts fails to be reassuring. In the first year alone, we deal with an evil teacher who houses the Dark Lord of Evil on the back of his head, and I know we said that I couldn't count Voldemort because that is definitely exceptional circumstances, and I do readily acknowledge that Professor Quirrell was an already established teacher at Hogwarts, so this was definitely a case of infiltration by Voldemort, and not the fault of the school specifically, more of a failing of society as a whole. And I get that standards of inspection were probably lax because everyone thought the Dark Lord was defeated, so they obviously didn't do body checks or checks to see if you're a temporary Horcrux who houses the discarded soul of one of the most villainous wizards of all time. But actually, Dumbledore was clearly suspicious enough of Quirrell. Like, he had Snape watching him, and he was clearly throughout the entire year doing his best to obtain ways to reach the Philosopher's Stone, including getting Hagrid drunk and giving him an egg so he get the password, which is, Jesus Christ, if that's one of your safeguards for an incredibly powerful item that you know someone is desperately searching for, then you probably are not trying that hard to really safeguard anything. So maybe it isn't fair to give Dumbledore a pass on this one? Like, he could have done a lot more to investigate a teacher he was concerned about.
Even with Snape muttering his little counter-curse.
Snape was trying to save me.
I knew you were a danger to me right from the off. Especially after Halloween.
Then you let the troll in.
Very good, Potter, yes. Snape, unfortunately, wasn't fooled. While everyone else was running about the dungeon, he went to the 3rd floor to head me off.
Although, I guess that maybe it's possible the Hogwarts teachers just have a really good union, so once you're in, and the headmaster can't do shit to you. That would explain a lot about future years as well, actually. I checked Pottermore for any information about a teachers' union, but it seems that J.K. Rowling hasn't decided that unions are important enough to write about, so I can neither confirm nor deny that as a fact. So it's just a theory. Regardless, even removing any contextual aspects of Voldemort from the mix, Quirrell still let a troll into the school, something which absolutely should not be possible. I'm sorry, your magical school doesn't have any protections that can stop a massive lumbering beast that has a taste for human flesh from waltzing its way around the school and putting every child in danger of being eaten. I say beast there, but I also fully recognise that these are people with a language and culture and the ability to be a future security force for Hogwarts and other wizards/witches, so it's kind of offensive for the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures to label them as beasts so they can more actively control and monitor them. Sort of fucked up, but regardless, this troll managed to gain entry and potentially threaten the school kids. Now, if I was a government agency or parent who found out that there was a troll in the dungeon, I would be investigating the shit out of that school to find out how such a thing occurred, what failings in the system allowed it to occur, and how best to address those issues. I would not just move along like nothing happened and let the school year keep rolling on. And there is a long list of times when we see how dangerous Hogwarts is in the first year. Dangerous in a way that everyone seems to recognise but do nothing about. What about the Forbidden Forest, a place that everyone acknowledges as being dangerous and filled with creatures and people who are very capable and either enjoy killing or eating humans or are very protective of their territory and enact violence on outsiders? Think the Acromantulas from the second book/movie, who are also, like the trolls, noted for their love of human flesh. Which, okay, are humans just delicious? Is that the vibe I'm getting here? Or the centaurs from the fifth book/movie, who do presumably unspeakable things to Dolores Umbridge, but it's fine because she is a bad government representative who was strict and tried to shut down all the dangerous shit, and also all the, fascism and stuff. But even with these acknowledgements of the dangers posed by the Forbidden Forest, there were no wards, or fences, or barriers of any kind, magical or physical, to stop students from sneaking their asses into it, something that we see happen on an almost yearly basis in the original Harry Potter series. They just tell the kids it's spooky and full of terrors and then leave it at that.
Oh, for God's sake, pull yourself together, man. You're going into the forest after all. Got to have your wits about you.
The forest? I thought that was a joke. We can't go in there. Students aren't allowed. And there are werewolves.
Oh, there's more than werewolves in those trees, lad. You can be sure of that.
I'm sorry, but that is the best way to entice a bunch of stupid hormonal teens to either go on little adventures or dares into that situation. What are you doing? Put up a goddamn chain link fence to keep them out. It is on your school and your teachers if a child dies in that forest. You didn't even do the bare minimum to try to stop them from entering it. And this theme continues in every single movie or game or spin-off franchise we discover new ways in which Hogwarts fails to meet what would be considered the basic standards of safety for children, and honestly, for anyone. Like, take for another example, because I have so many, the Whomping Willow from the third book/film. A tree that is literally known for its ability to beat the shit out of things, and probably totally kill them, that just sits on the school grounds and was grown there by some students, and that nobody did anything about from management. I know schools where when students were found growing weed, that was a big deal, and that weed wasn't killing anybody. Oh, and also from Harry Potter or Hogwarts Mystery, that's right, I'm pulling out the mobile games on you lot. In that game, you actually tend to Whomping Willows as part of a 6th year herbology lesson under one of the professors hired by the school, Professor Pomona Sprout, who also has this quote from the 6th book where she says,
I am sure Dumbledore would have wanted the school to remain open. I feel that if a single pupil wants to come, then that school ought to remain open for that pupil.
Like, no. I'm sorry, Mrs. Sprout, but sometimes a school should be shut down, especially if there is maybe an event that is putting a bunch of people in danger, like, oh, I don't know, kids keep getting petrified by a basilisk, or that a murderer is targeting the school, so you hire Dementors. Literal monster creatures that suck all the joy and happiness out of people to guard the school. Actually, whose fucking decision was that? That's the stupidest plan I've ever seen. And actually, the usage of Dementors by the Ministry of Magic in Britain is part of a larger commentary I have on how messed up the prison system is in a further chapter, so let's just shelve that juicy conversation bit for now. Because we do need to keep talking about the fact that almost no parent should feel safe sending their child to school in Hogwarts, unless they are so desensitized to death and violence that it doesn't even register on their minds. Which, I mean, hello, US calling, am I right? But I think we all agree that school shootings are a bad thing that need to stop, and they're not just part of a regular school year / part of the natural education rhythm. So there's a slight cultural difference in regards to how we Muggles view these things, I guess. And yes, on that note, what do the Muggle parents of wizards think about this? Seriously, what do they believe when they find out how hazardous such an education is, or do they truly never find out? Are they kept in the dark by the school and their own children because of that whole secrecy thing? Because if so, that's fucked up. I imagine many parents would go, yes, magic is all well and good, but maybe we could get a private tutor for magic and you could just go to a regular Muggle school that doesn't involve your life being in danger about 2 to 3 times every year. Because while I can understand children, stupid, idealistic, imaginative kids, to think that a magic school is awesome, adults should be a lot more wary and thoughtful about the long-term ramifications of people's health being under constant threat while they are trying to learn. And while we are discussing the flaws of Hogwarts and its faculty here, a faculty that constantly allows for children to be put in harm's way, whether in classes, in sports, or in general existence around the campus, all things that are weird that they are just naturally part of the wizarding world as extreme excessive threat to life and bodily health, especially when compared to the Muggle world at the same time in the same areas that don't see a similar constant permeated problem in their education, these problems go further than just Hogwarts. We know there is an international body who is supposed to be making decisive calls with regards to operating in the education field. So they are clearly either not doing their jobs or have no safety standards whatsoever when it comes to schools, an element that absolutely seems to be true the more you consider examples of other schools and how they are allowed to operate. Which, check the chapters, I guarantee there is a future one explicitly talking about the global schooling environment in the wizarding world. And this problem also extends to include the British Ministry of Magic, who have some right to monitor or be concerned about the schooling of children from their area of governance, especially one that they, according to J.K. Rowling, fund as a state and pay for all the students' tuition. And we do see them engaged throughout the books with what is ultimately acting an awful lot like just a private school founded by 4 powerful wizards and witches way back when, one of whom was evil, and started a house for questionable individuals to do questionable things. In the 3rd book/film, obviously, they had a hand in sending their private, literal, soul-sucking fiend prison guards to help look after the school. A stupid plan if I've ever seen one. And in the 5th year, we get a lot more vision into the role of the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts with Dolores Umbridge and the attempt to enact educational degrees to incorporate the school fully into the state. As up until that point, it was clear from people like Dumbledore that the Ministry had zero power to do anything about students at the school or to interfere with the school's operations, which honestly makes very little sense when you consider that it's a state-funded school. Like, how does that work? Surely the Ministry should have a lot of control and ability to interfere with an education facility that they basically pay for to run. However, these educational degrees predominantly seemed to just be focused around either making Umbridge into a fascistic dictator with stuff like her being called a High Inquisitor, banning all students' clubs, corporal punishment in the books, or were built around stuff that normally didn't do anything to make the school safer and seemed to just focus on Umbridge's own personal hang-ups like students eating sweets, playing music, or boys and girls being within 6 inches of one another, although most of those are from the films and are not necessarily full canon because they're not in the books. Although canon is complicated and the debate around it is one of those things where effectively J.K. Rowling just kind of lets anything happen. If it doesn't contradict itself, then it's sort of fine, I guess. It's very hard to really pinpoint exactly what's going on with the canon down in this franchise, and it contradicts itself all the time, all over the place. However, back on Dolores Umbridge, none of that seems to really address any of the concerns that one might have, especially post a student dying at the end of the Triwizard Tournament last year, a deadly event that featured literal dragons that could totally murder someone, and which was brought back specifically after almost 200 years of being discontinued due to the incredibly high death rates that occurred. So that's a little bit dodgy already, but the death was all because of Voldemort, which we already agreed we couldn't blame on anybody because, that's not necessarily on the school or the Ministry of Magic, although the fact that Voldemort succeeded in infiltrating and sabotaging the tournament kind of totally was, because it was another teacher that was secretly not who he said he was, and then ended up ruining everything. How many years in a row are there going to be of a new teacher turning up, them being too terrible or too dodgy to realistically pass any hiring process, and then we find out that they are a liar and a villain? It happens so often, and in most years the blame can fall solely at the feet of Dumbledore, because of that aforementioned statement around how the Ministry has no real power in the running of the school. So then, responsibility for everything does sort of end up coming right back around to a guy who certainly seems to be fucking up an awful lot, the main mentor character. Barty Crouch, Gilderoy Lockhart, Remus Lupin, Slughorn, none of them gave me a sense of a strict or board-approved process of hiring, and almost zero background checks and investigation done for a school who constantly deals with getting attacked every damn year. And that's not even just in Harry Potter. We see from the games that occur outside of that, the school is a nightmare front for being in trouble. Insurance must be hell, now that I think about it. Are there insurance companies in the wizarding world? I just checked Pottermore again, and the answer looks like we have not scraped that bottom of the barrel just yet, but I do think that J.K. Rowling could really benefit from writing about them. Get on it. But we have tangented enough for one chapter. Let's just get to the end of this. My point with Dolores Umbridge is that she didn't seem to do much in the shape of anything to seriously address the safety concerns that one could absolutely bring up about Hogwarts, and the books portray her, much like anyone who tries to interfere with the operation of Hogwarts or arguing that students should maybe get sent home, or that the function of this education facility is maybe questionable, as a villain and an enemy of the heroes of the story. A bunch of brainwashed children who seem to accept their safety as a happy casualty of learning magic, and the teachers that encourage those attitudes and behaviours. In fact, Nearly Headless Nick summarised it best in his side quest for Year 4 of the Hogwarts Mystery, when he said that Hogwarts was always intended to be a safe place, and so the school shoulders the responsibility of protecting dangerous things. That's not the job of the school. It's not the job of a school at all, and the fact that anyone had that thought process about Hogwarts, a place with children in it, that's a bad schooling environment. Generally, most education experts agree that students do better when they are not constantly living with the threat of death and violence towards them from almost every aspect of daily living and operation, something which I am so sorry to American school kids. That's not great, but in all representations of Hogwarts, we are just supposed to accept and brush off these aspects alongside the protagonists and heroes that we watch. Because you don't want to be like one of those namby-pamby government officials who are trying to shut down the cool Mr. Dumbledore and his funky school that also fails its students in a more educational sense. Yeah, that's right. We're on to our next chapter, and this one is about how Hogwarts just generally sucks as a schooling establishment. So, to avoid treading too much ground that we've already gone over, I want to make it very clear that what we're talking about here are the subjects taught at Hogwarts, the model by which students are sorted throughout their time there, and the way in which they are graded. These are all pretty basic essentials when it comes to considering the value of a student's time spent at school, and they are even more important when we consider how Hogwarts is the only wizarding school that services students in the United Kingdom and Ireland, meaning that the only other real alternative is homeschooling or travelling to one of the other schools that we know nothing about, really, but that all seem to have their own strange hang-ups. So what is your child being taught when you send them off to the only wizard school they can possibly go to at 11 years old? Well, there are a bunch of classes, split between core and elective, with core being those that everyone has to learn as they are essential to the daily living of a wizard, presumably, like how we all learn maths and social science and basic science and English if you're in an English-speaking school. I would guess it's not called English in non-English-speaking countries. I think it would just be like their own language, I guess. All things that are considered to be important for anyone, regardless of background or employment, to be able to do, and elective being more based on what you are specifically interested in. Although sometimes there are electives that do seem incredibly useful for everyone to know, like home education, which was all about cooking, and enviroscience, which taught the basics of looking after the goddamn planet, and showed you all the ways that we impact and interact with the ecology around us. Regardless of my personal opinions there, you get the idea, and by that metric we can sort of judge what is seen by the Ministry of Magic and Dumbledore/Hogwarts faculty as being the fundamentals of wizarding society from this list. The core subjects are, listed alphabetically, astronomy, charms, defense against the dark arts, flying, herbology, history of magic, potions, and transfiguration. Now, you might obviously be thinking that there are possibly some huge gaping holes in this curriculum already, stuff that might be sort of necessary for everyone, but remember, this is a magical world that is isolated from the Muggle one, and that apparently doesn't care about making it so that their students have any chance of ever getting a job or really interacting too much with that Muggle world. Something that I will, you guessed it, get into in its own chapter when I can really dedicate the time to exploring that idea. All we really need to acknowledge here before we go into each of these subjects is that assumption that anyone who learns at Hogwarts is never getting a job outside of the wizarding world, and therefore stuff like maths and English and science can all be left at a primary school level, apparently, which I would think is kind of an unhealthy attitude, but then again, I am not an incredibly racially hierarchical society that prides itself on its ability to hide from the larger world and keep them out of its affairs so they can hoard magical capabilities all to themselves. Anyway, moving on. Astronomy is of course the study of the stars and the movement of the planets, and it's one of the few things that is actually something that is taught in our world too that you could arguably get a job doing. It covers an array of serious things that are important and scientifically accurate: dark matter, wormholes, rogue planets, star charts, stuff like that. It's frankly the most grounded of the topics here, but I do have one issue with it predominantly because of that fact. What magical job is associated with being good at astronomy except being an astronomer? And why is this a core class for anyone? People joke about maths not being necessary beyond a certain point for most people, and that is kind of true. In a lot of cases, 12th or 13th year mathematics involving calculus isn't going to be a central theme for most people in the Muggle world, but I think that we can all agree that a grounded understanding of basic mathematics is a tool that everyone should have in their belt. Whereas being able to do star charts doesn't seem to matter a whole lot. Can you star chart your weekly budget? Can you star chart how to write a CV? Can you star chart an omelette? It just doesn't seem useful except for one explicit career path that just cannot have that much demand in the wizarding world. I could not find any jobs that demanded an owl, one of the grading systems, in astronomy at all, so I have no idea what its purpose as a core class is. Also, in Philosopher's Stone Chapter 5, it's made clear to Harry that every student needs to buy their own telescope for the class. As someone who bought a telescope for their mother as a birthday gift, those things aren't cheap, nor are they easy to transport. Now, they might be magical telescopes that can fold up into little boxes or whatever, but based off what we see and are told, that does not seem to be confirmed, so it just seems like a hell of an extra expense to load up on families that might not be doing that well off anyways economically. Although the idea of money and value and economics in the world of magic is confusing already, and probably does yet again deserve its own chapter where I panic and try to use my decades-old education in economics to figure it out. So we all have that to look forward to. All in all, my review of astronomy is that I just don't get this class, or why it's here and not an elective class instead. Let's move on to charms. I get charms. This sort of makes sense. The spells from here kinda cover a huge range of options and possibilities. They're involved with summoning things, creating light, creating fire, unlocking and locking, petrifying people, explosions, confusing people, making a pineapple dance, not that kind of pineapple dance, a different kind of pineapple dance. All of these are incredibly potent stuff. Very, very useful, actually maybe too useful, like this seems almost as if it's the only class that would really matter to be taught, that teaches general spells that can be used in almost every situation in your daily life. Why is any other magic course necessary? It sort of seems like charms covers it all, and would really open up the schedule for people to learn about stuff like science, or how Muggles live as a core class. Oh, and who could forget that this is also the school that has spells like Obliviate that can literally wipe out someone's memories, or the False Memory Charm that allows you to implant fake memories into someone's mind, something that Hermione does to her parents to protect them from Voldemort near the end of the series. Horrifying. Absolutely horrifying that that kind of magic exists. This is like magical gaslighting that lets you do it so much more intensely and really ruin someone's life if you wanted to. If people can't trust their memories or can have them removed/replaced, that is a nightmare world to live in. And this is a spell that kids are being taught. What? What the fuck? I mean, actually, a lot of the spells from this class really do jump between the useful household everyday spell list and the why would someone need to know that spell list? A theme that does carry over into our next subject, Defense Against the Dark Arts. Now, this is a useful class. I can agree on that front. Learning to protect yourselves in a world full of people who literally have magical pocket weapons that could ruin your life and destroy you and everything you love sort of tracks, but is that really a good world to live in? This really feels like the logic behind the old good guy with a gun position, something that is kind of flawed and not really the appropriate way to look at such a situation. Just because there is a threat of violence from people who are all just given state-funded weaponry because there is no other way to really look at wands, if a gun could also clean your dishes, it would still be a gun, and it would be weird for the government to give every child one at the age of 11 and teach them how to use it. That would be strange, right? And I know that the magic is semi-inherent to all the people who can cast it, something we will definitely get into later, and that wands only allow them to refine and control it, but the majority of wizards without wands, or who lose access to their wands, do also lose the ability to cast spells in the sense that we can see them. Take away a dark wizard's wand, and they are just sort of a person, a theme that the ministry and the government do go into when it comes to punishment. So that is, in some way, by the universe, acknowledged. Therefore, isn't the existence of a defense against the dark arts class symptomatic of a problem with society, rather than a good class by itself? If people were not constantly living in fear and danger, it wouldn't make sense. This is also the class where 6th years, and for a brief period 4th years, are taught about curses, the most evil and dark of magics, ones that allow you to torture and totally control someone, and yes, kill them. Although I did earlier mention some charms that can kind of do all of those anyway. Like if you're creative enough, almost any charm really can do those 3 things. These are just like only meant for that person, so I suppose it's the intention behind their creation that really defines them, rather than what you could use them for. Though the dangerous nature of all magic is something that maybe is just sort of messed up, and really does back the wizarding world into the corner that we find it in the series. Also, apparently some evil curses can cause genetic defects that pass down through generations, something that I do want to get into later in discussion about genetics and the blood-based philosophy of the Wizarding Society, which is legitimately one of the worst things that is just sort of omnipresent everywhere, alongside the racism, of course. It is also interesting to note that the unforgivable curses, the ones that automatically earn you a sentence in Azkaban, and also maybe destroy parts of your soul when you use them, guess that's the point with Voldemort and the Horcruxes and the whole, like, dark wizards lose their soul over time through the evilness of their acts, which raises a lot more questions about, like, so souls are real? And heaven is maybe real? So that seems like important information for people to know about, right? And that would really impact people's, like, choices and decision-making process. Anyway, those curses can be blocked with physical objects. Which is odd because clothes don't block them, obviously, so what defines enough material to stop Avada Kedavra, for example? I'd love to know the answer to that. Like, can Captain America's shield stop a magical spell? Can, like, thick enough skin do it? If you have, like, a coarse, like, a boar hide, can those absorb spells? I'd just like to know. Flying lessons. Learning how to ride a broomstick, something that is apparently only a core class for 1st years, I guess because after that you just use teleportation magic, or you learn how to turn into a cloud of smoke, so I sort of don't know why it's even learned at all. Like, its only real purpose seems to be if you are going to have a Quidditch career. Like, I don't see many other job possibilities that are mentioned in anything from the franchise. This could be one of those classes that has a hangover from a bygone era, like it's a heritage class, and we know how much the wizarding world loves its heritage and failing to keep up to date with any of the advances in the modern world that have helped Muggles out quite a bit. So I sort of see how flying has maybe stuck around because of that. And also we do see some cases in the books and the films where broomsticks are used because it's too dangerous to fly in other ways, like you can be tracked flying like that. So it's like a more untraceable mode of transportation, which surely the government would be okay with that, right? The government would be like, you are using broomsticks to attempt to move around in a way that we can't keep track of you? Well, that seems dodgy. Are you moving drugs? Is that what's going on here? On the note of drugs, herbology. Another kind of useful class that definitely reflects how much more important botany and plants really are for the creation of potions in the magical world, and I fully accept that status in the world. There really isn't much to say here that hasn't already been said, specifically around the nature of danger and there being plants like the venomous tentacula from the 6th year that can bite you and kill you, or has spikes that can kill you, or juice that can really hurt and maybe kill you, but I accept we're not in the chapter about child endangerment anymore. Let's keep moving on. And keeping us moving on, let's go to a study topic that has so little to talk about, while at the same time having almost too much related to it that goes into almost every other chapter related to discussing the intricacies of politics, culture, and society in the wizarding world. And we are, of course, talking about the history of magic, a subject that is consistently dissed by every student in every single mention that it receives across the entire franchise as being boring and tedious, part of which might be to blame because of Cuthbert Binns, the boring-ass ghost who is left in charge of what is ultimately some of the most important stuff in a world like Hogwarts, namely the tradition that this universe is so drenched in and refusing to advance out of in the name of progress. Seriously, there is a really good point here about stagnation that we can have later, but legitimately, it's weird that this class is considered so meh, because all the topics seem wildly important and interesting. And I do kind of understand why it's considered a core subject, even though I do have some criticisms of how it's handled, and also how exactly it is applied in regards to job security that I will bring up in a bit. Like, here are just a few of the topics that you can learn about in History of Magic, pulled from content that was included in the Harry Potter Philosopher's Stone Game Boy Color game. That's right, the one that I owned and played a bunch and got consistently stuck on that damn troll, because the troll was really hard in this sort of JRPG style Harry Potter classic. Or the Hogwarts mystery game that has been a wealth of information about background stuff that goes on within Hogwarts. Seriously, Hogwarts Mystery and Pottermore are like the two biggest resources that anyone can turn to for notes or tidbits around the canon. Anyway, we're talking stuff like the Gargoyle Strike of 1911, a wildcat strike, i.e. one not organised by any union higher-ups but by people on the ground floor of the working industry, something that appears as a brief question in both of those games, and I want to know more. Why were gargoyles striking? What unfair labour issues were they complaining about? How were they complaining because gargoyles are supposedly, according to all sources I can find, animated objects created by magic that can occasionally have some elements of sentience gifted to them by that aforementioned magic? Or what about the Goblin Rebellions, a central focus point of my discussion around racism in the wizarding world later on, wherein the goblins multiple times rise up against the humans in wizarding society and demand equal rights and treatment? What is going on with my gargoyle and goblin comrades, and is it kind of weird that a lot of the times these are still treated as either jokes or villainous, when they are, I guess, revolutionaries fighting for their place in a society that mistreats them? Or what about the wars between the Giants and Wizarding Society, a thing that I can't find any serious information on except for the fact that Giants apparently are aggressive and stupid, so therefore they are at fault, I guess, according to Wizarding perspectives on it. Which is kind of a crux of an issue with this class. Isn't it all kinds of fucked up that the wizarding world is teaching the victor's position about these generally maligned and mistreated races and peoples who they hoard magic and power from because they view them as subservient to them due to classifying them as either beasts or terrorists or ham-fisting them into a certain role in society? Isn't that all kinds of fucked up? Isn't it weird that no students are really talking about or thinking about this? That any groups dedicated to trying to right these wrongs are treated as jokes within the universe by the writing itself? The answer is yeah. Yeah, it is kind of fucked up. But right now, we have to move on to talking about another core class, the subject of potions. Whiplash. But potions is very similar in what I can find to charms, in that it definitely deserves to be a core class, as what it teaches seems to be an essential tool in the kit of almost any wizard or person who wishes to do magic, and the things it teaches you seem to be kind of broken. Like, sure, we can mock Professor Snape for his big, elegant, and egotistical speech about how badass and awesome potion making is, but in this one particular case, he is totally right. It's actually crazy how useful this stuff is.
I can teach you how to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. I can tell you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper in death.
Like, here are some of the examples of the kind of potions that we see being learnt over the course of multiple years in various sources. We have the strength potion from LEGO Harry Potter that makes you stronger, something that is easy to dismiss, but who couldn't use a little more strength every now and then? Imagine if first responders to any crisis had those and could lift collapsed buildings with their bare hands. or the essence of insanity taught to 6th years that allowed them to learn how to make people act like they were mentally ill. I didn't like saying or thinking about that potion or the implications of it, so let's move on to the Felix Felicis, or the luck potion, that gives you 12 hours of luck that leads to perfect days. Sure, it's a kind of complex procedure and it does take 6 months to stew, but just make a shit ton and bottle that. Like, I'm sorry, but 12 hours of luck is ridiculous. Honestly, this potion by itself carries the art of potion making, because this should be in high demand for almost every enterprise one could have. Sure, like Hermione says, it can only get you so far, but so what? It can still take you most of the way up the mountain like you were Frodo getting deadlifted by Samwise. Or what about the aging potion that they teach 4th years in Hogwarts Mystery, a potion that seems designed to let those same students get their way into bars, although I guess I don't really know if the Wizarding World has a nightclub scene to even try to break into. Damn, that's depressing. It kind of sucks. Like, do they club? Is there any clubbing? Do they have bars? There's taverns. But no bars. You get the idea though. A lot of these potions cover things that maybe should not be getting taught to children, especially the ones that are poisons or would let them seriously fuck with people or themselves. Like, I don't know, seems strange to teach kids that stuff, and it really does tie back into that general danger I was talking about that seems to permeate everything in the Wizarding World. Yikes. And also on this point, a little conversation about Snape himself, because I didn't really get into Snape in the last chapter when maybe I should have, but when we're talking about how important potions is, it does matter to talk about how Snape does his absolute best to put a bunch of students off ever wanting to do potions. Like, Snape is a terrible teacher, and it's weird that he is so openly bullying students when there's no real point to it. Like, sure, being mean to Harry Potter might help keep appearances up with all the other Death Eaters, although he's meant to be like a secret Death Eater, so wouldn't they be like, why are you openly acting so suspicious and shady? Like, are you trying to get caught? Like, Dumbledore will notice, you know. But that aside, what about Neville Longbottom? Seriously, there was one scene from the 3rd book/film where Neville is facing his Bogart, or Bogart, I think it's Bogart. And the Bogart, which turns into your worst fear, turns into Snape. Neville Longbottom, a kid whose parents were tortured into insanity by Death Eaters, is so scared of this potions teacher that that's the thing that, like, is in the back of his mind is, like, the worst thing he could possibly face or see. That's not healthy. Surely there should be some sort of conversation around that. Like, there should be a teachers' meeting, maybe, about, like, Snape acting that way to students, to literal children. I don't know, Snape's a bad guy, and I don't buy his heroism, you know, arc that J.K. Rowling tried to write into the books. Dude's an ass. Dude's a continual ass. It doesn't matter how much he pined for someone's dead mum 30 years ago. Dude's an asshole. Our final core class is that of Transfigurations, which I am sure you are asking, how is this different to Charms, and what does it even really bring to the table that I couldn't just get elsewhere? The answer to that is that it lets you turn things into other things, some of which does have serious implications on the nature of giving life to something that was previously unliving, or turning a living thing into something non-living. Like, holy shit, what does that mean for the poor creature that's just been created or decreated? Like, in the 2nd year, they turn beetles into buttons, and Hermione still has those buttons at lunchtime? Did she kill those beetles? Are those beetles just permanently buttons now? And it is shown in multiple lessons that if you screw up those spells, you could leave the poor animal with traits and features from the transfigured item it turned from or turned into. Is this animal cruelty and torture? Because it certainly can't be healthy for them. Beyond all this though, I can understand the general usefulness of this spell school for survival, for fixing supply and demand issues, for poverty and starvation, but most of the examples we see them getting taught at Hogwarts are completely useless. What circumstances require 7th year wizards to know how to turn their tortoises into trumpets? Who is this for? What job does this prepare you for? Are all musical instruments in Harry Potter ex-animals? How many of these accidentally spill into our world? Oh god, are our Are our music stores just full of ex-animals who are now musical instruments and at a moment's notice could just like turn back into a turtle, I guess? Like you're playing a trombone and it just turns into like a ferret? But yeah, there are plenty of other examples from across the medias we have access to that honestly showcase a real lack of giving students useful life skills in this school, which makes it a core class that should be very important, but ends up feeling useless compared to what they are taught in, for example, the Charms class. Like the Charms spells they learn seem ridiculously powerful in comparison. It is a real failing of an education system in that regards that perhaps indicates a flaw with the teaching program and how it's crafted by the individual professors. Am I saying that Professor McGonagall is a worse teacher than Professor Flitwick? No. Yes, sort of. Her spells at least seem safer for humans anyway, certainly not for animals at least, even if they are not as useful. Also, one of the charms we see learned is turning vinegar into wine. So if charms can transform things, what is the point of transfiguration? Like, the only thing I can find is a general idea that charms affect what something does, rather than changing what it is, but what the hell does that mean? How is turning vinegar into wine not affecting what it is? Also, in an interview with Stephen Fry at the Royal Albert Hall, J.K. Rowling specified that transfiguration is the most scientific of magics, by which he meant that you needed to be precise and accurate with it, but the same is also still kind of true of charms and potions and every other magic, so I don't know why that's a distinction that needed to be made. Like, I assumed it would be scientific in the sense that you need to know the atomic makeup and the various chemical and physical and biological details, but as we all know, those subjects are far too muggle to have any place at Hogwarts. Get out of here, you filthy, dirty mudblood with your mudblood classes. So those are all the core classes, and as you can see, they really do vary quite heavily in why each one feels weird or oddly written into the world. Some are underutilized and others seem to teach incredibly powerful stuff that should not be in the hands of teenagers, and some don't seem to make it very clear why they are a necessity for life in Wizarding Society. They are visually cool, and aesthetically they feel magical, so they fit a theme there. But when you get into the meat of them, it makes it seem like the world is either a mess, or Hogwarts is a poorly planned school that doesn't actually do its students any real favours. Though it's funded by the Ministry, so the blame kind of lies at the feet of so many adults in this world. Or maybe it's just bad writing. No, I said that we would try and not discuss J.K. Rowling too much and we'd be a little bit kinder to her, at least until we get about halfway through this damn video and you're too emotionally invested to back out on me, like this is the worst kind of toxic relationship. And on that topic of poor planning, we can also learn just as much about this school from the classes the students are given the ability to opt into, the elective courses that become available from the third year onwards. These afford us a vision of specialisation of classes that are not fundamentals, but are useful for certain jobs. Arguably, like I said, I don't see why astronomy isn't on this list, because honestly, who needs that for like anything but being an astronomer? But whatever. And a lot of these are fine, because they actually seem to be relevant to learning a skill that could be useful in a specific career path that has plenty of applications in the wizarding world. I'll also be including extracurricular subjects into this because they seem to fulfill a similar role in the overall infrastructure with these regards, just without explicit owls or newts tied to them, the examination systems that are used to determine job viability that we'll get into later. To give examples of what meets this kind of standard, I'm talking about art, apparitioning, a replacement for flying that just lets you appear in places and seems to be the comparative for cars because you need to get a license for them and you also get it at 17, although that direct comparison doesn't hold up massively well, especially considering that brooms should be more dangerous and probably should require the licensing as well, realistically. Ancient studies, alchemy, although how alchemy is different to transfiguration, I've got no clue, and we have no real canon details clarifying it, so I don't know, study of ancient runes, music, and so on. A lot of things that start with the letter A, now that I think about it, which I don't think means anything, but those are the kinds of subjects that are linked to hobbies or interests that people can learn about and follow through with. Honestly, even the electives that I want to single out and think about still manage to meet this standard. I don't really have an issue with the idea that people want to do them, but more that certain elements of them definitely do require scrutiny. Obviously, a big one that fits this example that will hopefully give you an idea of why I'm talking about these at all, and that we see in the books and the films, is care of magical creatures. as magical creatures really do dominate a large part of the world that these magical people inhabit. However, this really does tie back into that concern of danger that we had earlier. And not to say that Draco Malfoy was right, but having a bunch of 14-year-olds around a dangerous creature that could easily kill or maim them if it feels like it is a questionable teaching method, and maybe Hagrid, a person who is in the nicest of ways, not the most reliable of people to be left in charge of a bunch of children, he seems like a nice dude. But remember how he sent Harry and Ron into the forest with the massive territorial spiders that love to eat people? Especially people they don't know or trust? That is not a guy with the judgment skills for a class built around animal care. I just remembered the illegal dragon in the first film that he won, and that was inevitably going to grow up to be a big dragon and maybe burn the house and the school down and kill a lot of people because dragons are pretty untamable in the Harry Potter universe. Yet again, can we appreciate that someone's appealing nature is not the determining factor when it comes to giving them influential positions or positions with power and access to children's safety? I think a picture of Prince Andrew might have just popped up on the side from editing me, in which case... yikes. Okay, I have a lot more comments about Hagrid as a figure of questionable mental status and adulting, but this isn't a chapter titled "Let's Dog on the half-giant dude who got bullied into being educationally stunted," and I would never do a chapter like that because why blame Hagrid when I could just blame Dumbledore for it instead? And like I said, I understand the importance of care for magical creatures if one wanted to get a job in the department dedicated to monitoring and liaising with them, but maybe they could move this to being a more theoretical environment, especially with the more dangerous animals at early years, and slowly introduce the children to trickier and trickier situations as they grow up, before leaving the actual lethal animals for training on the job when they are legally adults. From dangerous to debatable, we now move to divination and arithmancy, two subjects that are kinda similar but also kinda not, with divination being using various stereotypical tools from all over the world to attempt to read the future, hosted by Sybil Trelawney, a teacher who sucks at teaching, whose students lie to her in an attempt to get good grades, and who has made one or two good prophecies before being given a job to protect her by Dumbledore. Seriously, hiring standards in this school are through the fucking ground, way down in the dungeons and sinking lower every year. Most of her lessons seems like bullshit, and aside from the various accurate prophecies that the ministry collects, and even those are vague and open to interpretation, which makes them less than useful for trying to utilize them, it seems like divination is given a real short stick by the writer of this universe as being just as wishy-washy as it is in our universe. Sure, magic might be real, but reading the future is still kind of played as a joke. Arithmancy is portrayed as divination's more serious and nerdy hot sister, who uses numbers to tell the future, like every econ major when they try to sell you on Bitcoin or NFTs being viable. And while it comes across as much more professional, it honestly seems just as bullshit.
The world is full of numbers, everywhere you look. On buses, speed limit signs, inside shoes, even in the phone book.
I never realized.
There exists very little evidence to it from the universe, with one notable example being Bridget Wenlock, who had a theorem they found that discovered the magical powers of the number 7, a process that we get no real details on, and that does seem to fall into the theme of real-life numerology, wherein people find a number everywhere and assign it magical powers, a real case of confirmation bias by specifically seeking out that information. Tons of things in the Harry Potter universe have links to number 7 because it's a common number that's quite easy to replicate everywhere. But fine, let's accept that doing things 7 times makes them more magical or better magical. Arithmancy is also necessary for a job at Gringotts because you have to work with money, and this career is literally just the magical variant of an econ major, so I guess my joke wasn't such a joke after all. The idea of a wizard economy is actually something that is really interesting, and it's another one of those elements that the instant I put any thought into it, it sort of falls apart very quickly because no real effort has been put into considering it and the currencies, systems, businesses involved in it. Anyway, the final area from the electives that I really want to talk about before I get lost in a tangent is that of the Muggle fields of expertise, specifically Muggle studies, Muggle art, and Muggle music. Muggle studies is of course the main one that people think of there when you remember the appearance of the Muggle world into that of the Wizarding one, and it's sort of weird that it is only an elective. Like, we are talking the only real class that gives a lot of these wizards, especially those who are not Muggle-born, a chance to really view the lives and society that goes on in the larger world that they are still sort of a part of, and that does often exist pretty much adjacent to them for almost their entire lives, and that they do occasionally steal technological marvels from when it suits or benefits them, depending on the story mostly, and without any real consistency as to what they culturally appropriate and adopt from us. For right now though, let's just focus on what exactly Muggle Studies gives to the students who take it, who will presumably be looking for a job working in the Muggle Liaison Office, or maybe with the misuse of Muggle Artifacts Department like Arthur, although that seems unlikely because it's treated as a joke much like the initial subject. Percy Weasley specifically said that people treat it as a soft option, something that people take to just fill up their credentials when they search for a job, and that attitude is part of a larger one that really does infect the way that wizards view their relation to Muggles, and this class does little to dissuade me from agreeing with them. We see that in Hogwarts Mystery they have whole lessons dedicated to rather pointless elements of Muggle life, stuff like rubber ducks or hairspray, with some useful lessons like cars and radio alongside that. But we really don't get a sense that the wizards are given any of the stuff about us that really matters, like our histories, our culture, the intricate way that all of these elements truly interact with our lives. It really does feel like an outsider's view of the Muggle world, marvelling at all these weird and wacky things that we do, without really being interested in gaining more knowledge about us or enough to actually engage with us. And Muggle art and Muggle music both fall into a similar category. We get the sense that wizards study our culture, but we don't get much of a sense of why they do this, as there is no real call for integration or for existence, and they don't learn the essentials required to be able to actually live in our world at all. Also, big rip to Professor Charity Burbage, who seems to maybe be one of the two wizards who would love to combine the worlds of magic and Muggles, and then gets tortured and murdered by Voldemort because of her views around treating Muggles with just the bare minimum of respect and equality. Now, these are the subjects that one can learn about in Hogwarts, or at least the subjects that we are told about and given insight into. But another important element to consider when we discuss the way that children are schooled is not just what they are taught and how they are taught it, but how they are graded for and tested on that knowledge. Now, something that has changed drastically in the past 20 or 30 years in Muggle education has been the way that we approach testing of students, specifically more of an understanding that loading an entire semester's worth of education to a single test is not necessarily the best way of proving someone's intelligence and capability in children, and that kids do have varying methods that will help them really shine, a more personal approach to education being clearly evidenced as the most beneficial when it comes to teaching them this. Harry Potter and Hogwarts really does stick more to an old way of doing things, an old way that we don't really see changing a whole lot at all throughout every single piece of media around the school, with essays and practicals occurring throughout, the only meaningful testing being the Owls and Newts exams that happen at the end of the 5th year and 7th year respectively. Yes, it is very weird that you have a gap of 2 years between exams, but that's because this is based on the stupid British system, with GCSEs and A-levels working pretty much the exact same as Owls and Newts. I don't know, in my school from year 11 onwards we had every year test that sort of wrapped up what we learned from that year rather than 2 years in a big one. That would have been so much more stressful and honestly even worse for any kids who do not perform well when it comes to big exams that wrap up hundreds of days of learning. So Hogwarts is, at the very least, just as stupid as the British education system. Thank God that we have found some real common ground between the Muggle and magical worlds, but there are some specific issues with the grading system and the tests that don't really apply to the Muggle version. Oh, also, can we briefly just cover the fact that it's weird how the magical British education system clearly came up with the names of the exams before they came up with what they stood for? And if some of you are saying, well, that's because it's written by J.K. Rowling as a person who made up everything and it's fiction and designed to be funny, I guess. I don't know, I prefer a world that makes sense when you consider it removed from the author's existence. And if you are thinking that that's sort of like a tedious way of viewing things, you are probably not going to enjoy this video because that dry sensibility kind of carries throughout the entire thing. Owls stands for ordinary wizarding level. Sure, I guess that one checks out. It's the standard level in which you gain education credentials for obtaining a career in most paths, and the point when a lot of students do check out and go get careers. But Newt seems really strange, because it stands for Nastily Exhausting Wizarding Test, which, yes, haha, this is the tough study level of school, but why would you call it that unless you want to demoralise your students? I would love to know who in the world created these standards and testings, because I want to find out what the process was here, but alas, the creators of Harry Potter media are too busy telling me of random pieces of information that create more headaches than really giving the people, i.e. me, what we want. Now, we have talked about how much pressure is created by these exams because of the importance that they have when it comes to determining the future of the students involved in the wizarding world, whether you get the cool badass job or you get the shitty job that no one wants to do. And we even see that certain students in the 5th book have panic attacks because of that pressure. Something that I'm sure we can all agree is not healthy, and let's be real, the last thing the students who have spent the past 5 years dealing with an incredibly dangerous facility need at that point. Like, the mental health services in the wizarding world must be working overtime for PTSD, anxiety and stress, although I don't think there is a single mention given to psychology or therapy throughout the entire franchise, which is ominous and worrying in and of itself. Maybe they just bury that stuff really deep and don't think about it, or drink potions that calm themselves or forget those memories. You know, classic dealing with the symptoms and not the problem behaviour from a society that is all about that attitude. Although I can't criticise them too harshly for that, it's not like our world is much better. And even beyond all this, we have the way that the scoring occurs, a system that I call OEAPDT, because that's what they all add up to. But individually it goes outstanding, exceeds expectations, acceptable, poor, dreadful, and troll. Anything below acceptable meant that you had failed the OWL Newt, and in the case of the OWL meant that you could not study that course at a higher level. You could, however, repeat the year if you failed and try to get it again so it's not fully discouraging, although I would argue that the approach they have to these marks and what they say is a bit cruel. Imagine if in our world, when you failed, you got a mark of idiot or stupid or dunce rather than just an F. Like, there is really no need to hammer home how badly the person performed. That just seems unnecessary at best and hurtful at worst, especially with the troll grade, which we have no record of anyone receiving, but which does have this delightful little remark from the old official J.K. Rowling website around the wombats, a kind of citizen test that we muggles can take to see what we know about the wizarding world. It's a fun little thing that I don't even know to treat as fully canon, but anything that's sort of written by J.K. Rowling is apparently considered to be canon. So the details within the exams are true, even if the overarching exam is not necessarily canon.
This is to certify that you have failed Wombat Grade 2, and have been awarded the classification of Troll. Although this was a difficult examination, it was quite an achievement for you to score 0. We are forced to conclude that you were either making a rebellious statement about the futility of formal education, in which case you are probably a member of a subversive goblin group, or that you were too busy attempting to eat the examination paper to notice the questions, in which case you are a troll.
Now, this is just insulting, and maybe a little racist, or a lot racist when you think about it, but also, where are these subversive goblin groups that protest wizarding society? I know the Daily Prophet is writing stories about them, but please make them real and give them their own franchise. I would watch it, I would love to see their side of things. Regardless though, that mention of it being racist and cruel is something I stand by. Imagine if our world had a group of people that were renowned and mocked constantly for having less intelligence than other groups in society. Would that be okay to maintain that mockery of them in a professional educational level like this? Personally, I don't think so. And yes, I will die on the hill of treat the trolls with a little fucking respect. Jesus Christ. So all of this does really paint a picture. And it's a picture of an education system that isn't that good, that does have a lot of problems with it. And I did run this by one of my flatmates who is a teacher, and she sort of agreed with me that a lot of this was stuff that would just not fly in any sort of real school, and that there would be interventions by either teachers or by the board or by the government. And it is strange that we don't ever really get that sense from the world. And if anything, the universe actually tells us that interference with these classes is a bad thing. It's painted as the Dolores Umbridge of things. It's a change to the status quo, even if the status quo isn't very good. And that is sort of a consistent problem that occurs in the magical world in the way that J.K. Rowling writes it, is that we're meant to really love how things are and treat it as the best of all possible circumstances. When digging into it makes it very clear that's not the case at all, and that maybe we're being told that something is good when it's shown to not be good. And as an audience, we should be more critical, I think, of stuff like that, or we should be more interpretive of what that means about the author and the writing that they've done. With all that discussed and explained, and I think we can agree, tied up with a neat little bow until I have to untie it again and smashed against the rocks of my desire to understand why this world works the way it works, it's time to move to the obvious and most relevant next point of exploration in Wizarding Society, and that is what you are getting all this education for. Careers, jobs, contributing to society, so on, so forth, taxes. Let's talk Wizarding careers.
Who gets a C- in Quidditch? Here's what I see for you, kid. 2 years of online college, and then living at home well into your 30s!
So you finally made it through Hogwarts. You survived the years and years of dangerous classes and various monsters or villains that tried to eat or kill you in the supposedly safest school in the world. And you even managed to pass your owls and newts, navigating your way through the mental gauntlet of rigorous tests that led to who knows how many people suffering from various stress-induced disorders or health issues, but you did it. You conquered it all, and now you get to work in the wizarding world. And I do mean work in the wizarding world because you have no education in maths, English, science, or anything else that would help in engaging with the Muggle world at all. With that door closed and another open, what do you get to pick from in this exciting transitory period? We know that many of our favourites, disclaimer, I don't actually know who your favourite Harry Potter character is, and it's entirely likely that your favourite's career at the end of it was dying to add emotional weight to the proceedings and a realistic sense of threat to the narrative, got a job working with the Ministry of Magic to some degree, which makes a lot of sense because the Ministry of Magic has departments that cover a wide range of possible career moves and controls much of the operations that go on in the universe, so that is a very clear career path. But let's say that you don't want to work in the Ministry of Magic because maybe you have some big old concerns about its policies, or maybe you just don't want to be a government shill, or maybe you don't want to be an office worker till you die, a damn magic cop, or complicit in the horrific actions of whichever dark wizard has taken control that week. And I'm not talking about jobs outside of the Ministry right now because I want to leave the Ministry of Magic unpacked for the explicit chapter about it. I really just want to think about the wizarding life outside of the one existing entity that makes sense for people to have to work at. Government jobs do need to be done. They keep the system running and operational, and even in a perfect society, someone would need to do that. My real interest is in those career paths that exist that are not essential to the functioning of the state, because it is within that field that I think we can discover a little bit more about the world state. Two clear and obvious references for careers is the Pottermore article, i.e. from the hands of the goddess and creator herself, titled Pottermore's Guide to Wizarding Careers, and the Wizarding World article, i.e. written by lesser beings maybe, who got the okay from the aforementioned deity to add some stuff themselves. Which wizarding career would be right for you? Now, as I mentioned, we are going to discount all the Ministry of Magic ones, the government positions, because I really need to talk about how they interact with the departments they are from to do them justice. But the very first career that we get from both articles is that of teacher or Hogwarts professor. Now, I accept that this is totally doable if you can convince the current headmaster of the school to give you the career, because if they don't like you, you are shit out of luck. This truly is one of those jobs that is dependent on one person for deciding your qualifications, and I legitimately think that you don't need any at all. For example, as we mentioned beforehand, Hagrid never finished school, and he still got the position of Professor for Care of Magical Creatures. And while we are on that, isn't it weird that a school would have no requirement for its teachers to be educated on teaching? Like, in our world, teachers have degrees that they do, postgraduates and training programs, that give them the capabilities to instruct children. I will admit that university functions a bit differently, but this isn't a uni. This is a school, where you will have to work with kids and not adults that you can just give more responsibility and weight to. It's bonkers that Hogwarts functions like that, and this isn't really a career path you can prepare for or put in the work for because you can just get turned down for it. Or the profession you want to teach might get filled by the professor dying and just not leaving the job, aka Professor Binns. Now, J.K. Rowling in her article talks about how the school isn't prejudiced because it hires Hagrid and Binns. Let's not go that far to suggest that the school hasn't got prejudice. I do seem to recall that the kitchen is staffed by literal slaves, every student is a human, and the school certainly still has its troubles with all the same racism that infiltrates the entirety of wizard society. I mean, in those regards, we do have something in common between our universe and their universe. But it's not prejudice against Binns or Hagrid when I question their continued hiring. I'm suggesting that Hagrid has no professional training whatsoever, and maybe should get some before being given a class. And it's consistently mentioned how Binns ruins the history of magic class by making it boring, and I assume possibly has some outdated opinions about the topics he teaches, in the same way that if we had the ghost of a 300-year-old white dude teaching history, he might have some perspectives on historical events that reflect a very different attitude that maybe shouldn't get taught anymore. I can't imagine that Binns taught a very immersive and considerate view of the Goblin Rebellion, or Giant Wars in regards to the people on the other side of those conflicts. So teaching doesn't really seem like an option you can rely on or fall back on. So fine, what's next? Healer, like a magical nurse or doctor. Yeah, this one does seem like a job that actually would be incredibly valuable in the hazardous lands of spellbound Britain, and most of the characters that we see doing this are sort of background characters like Poppy Pomfrey, the nurse from Hogwarts. But did you know that she might be one of the most qualified people in Hogwarts? I'm not joking, the Wizarding World article states that a healer requires an E, i.e. just below the highest grade, in potions, herbology, transfiguration, charms, and defense against the dark arts, at a newt level, so the highest one. We don't get to see a lot of Mrs. Pomfrey, but she did beat the shit out of one Death Eater in a duel, and presumably always kicks ass, takes names, and fixes wounds. But this high level of requirement does mean that unless you are a top grade student, you might not get a chance to be a healer. However, this is still another job that totally makes sense for its importance and demand. In the wizarding world, I do not think there can ever truly be enough people willing to work at places like St. Mungo's and heal people of the various horrific afflictions that can affect those targeted by spells or magical artifacts. Also, on the note of St. Mungo's, this was the only hospital that ever gets mentioned in any records, so it's possible that if you can't get a job there or at Hogwarts, you might be shit out of luck. A consistent theme that keeps coming up, and I think confirms a theory I've talked through with people about the tiny size and growth of the wizarding population, especially in Britain. Regardless, next listed career, shop owner. I mean, I guess that's a career, although this paints a picture of entrepreneurship that I don't think can really be that sustainable. Not everybody has an idea for a business, and definitely not for one that is profitable, whatever profitability means in a magical world like this. And how many places are there to establish shops anyway? Seriously, land is one of the biggest considerations when it comes to shop ownership, and with magical shops you are limited to 2 locations for establishment in the UK. Diagon Alley and all its adjacent alleys, or Hogsmeade, the only wizarding communities within the entire islands. So that really does limit your options to if there is a space to establish a shop, and also to establishing a shop that the market has not already been cornered on. I mean, this follows medieval-style rules, where a medieval village generally only had one shop that did one thing, a fact confirmed by what we see throughout the books, films, and games. The next career that's listed is also actually part of this, and that is the career of wandmaker. Something which we know is mostly done by one person in the UK, that of Ollivanders, which has a main location in Diagon Alley, and a Hogsmeade branch. So this market is pretty much cornered by that one guy. Like there is Grigorovich's Wands, which has a branch in Carkit Market, a location that exists solely in the Universal Studios theme park, and in brief mention Hogwarts Mystery, but that is just an offshoot branch that we know nada about, and nobody seems to get wands from there, from what I can find in the series. And Ollivanders has had it passed down through his family as a tradition, and it seems impossible for one to break into that monopoly, especially a monopoly on an essential item like a wand. Also, isn't it weird that wands are sold by a private business and not by the government, even though wands are a requirement for casting magic and being able to function at all in wizard society? Like, that is such a weird way of doing things, especially considering that this is Britain, and not, say, the libertarian hellscape of the USA. But further discussion on that really does need to be left to our future breakdown over the economics of this world. Shop owner is one of those things where not everyone can do it, especially in capitalism where shops have to compete against one another, and especially not in such a lockdown and small functioning society as the one we see in Britain's wizarding community. So this career is truly not something you can just hope to do. At the best you can maybe get in with helping someone else's business. But then we got to ask, could your job as a retail salesperson be better done by honestly anything else? Fuck working retail. Imagine getting out of magic school to go and do retail. You don't even have the creature comforts of the Muggle world to help you through the capitalist hellscape that is being at the bottom rung of the grinding machine that crushes people's souls and spits out depression. Sorry, I had a real flashback to my time working retail, and I promised myself I would never go back to that. Cursebreaker, the coolest sounding job yet, where you get to work for the Bank of Gringotts, a weird apparatus in the wizarding state that is presided over by goblins and is sort of almost the exclusive way in which to seriously interact with the community. Something that if it wasn't a comparison to the history of Jewish people in Europe, then like, what the fuck is that meant to be?
Hagrid, what exactly are these things?
They're goblins, Harry. Clever as they come, goblins, but not the most friendly of beasts. Best stay close.
But let's put that aside. Curse breaking is all about travelling the world, finding treasures, adventuring, and putting them into vaults far away from people. Like an Indiana Jones, except instead of saying, "it belongs in a museum," you say, "it belongs in the private hold of my bosses." So, like, maybe it's actually not a good job. Like, hoarding treasures away for a group of people who just love gold so much that it's like a racial love for gold, stop thinking about the implications, stop it, is not the most beneficial way to interact with society, and certainly doesn't seem to be doing much except for increasing Gringotts' weird economic stranglehold on wizards. Cool sounding job, maybe not actually cool or helpful, and going around and finding treasures that would be considered financially beneficial from around the world and nicking them certainly has quite the colonial vibe to it, a vibe that I think we have all agreed is not that cool anymore, or I hope that everyone watching this can agree that going around and robbing other cultures' treasures and putting them into a locked vault or a museum is not chill. I hope we're on that same page on that front.
I beg your pardon.
It was taken by British soldiers in Benin, but it's from Wakanda, and it's made out of vibranium. Don't trip. I'm gonna take it off your hands for you.
These items aren't for sale.
How do you think your ancestors got these? You think they paid a fair price? Or did they take it like they took everything else?
The next listed job is writers, either writing books or writing for the newspaper. The one newspaper, the tabloid newspaper that is semi-controlled by the government and seems to explicitly do its best to hurt, ruin, or otherwise damage people and wizarding society as a whole. This is either not a job that you can rely on doing for money because writing does not always pan out, although if you don't need money to survive, then I guess writing about your hobbies could be kinda chill. So yeah, that's a decent career path if you're rich, or it's a job that sucks because there's only one kind of journalism we see happening in this world, from the Daily Prophet, and the integrity of it is around rock bottom. It's also kind of messed up that the only kind of newspaper and reporting we see is that kind, the kind done by Rita Skeeter, that's also controlled by the Ministry of Magic and used to push stories that match their take on things. Like, that is a really messed up view of the entire field of journalism if state-controlled tabloid media is the only way you see it existing and present it as. And no, I'm not getting into the irony of J.K. Rowling espousing or doing things that align with the current state of the British tabloids and the media that align with the Tory government. I'm not doing it. I'm just not going to say it. I'm going to leave it there in the open for you to think about, to look at and go, oh, that's concerning. Anyway, the final job listed on the Wizarding World article is a professional Quidditch player, a career path in what I think has to be the only sport, seeing as there is no real mention of any others at all. Don't like flying on a broom and hitting or catching balls? Well, tough luck, guess you can't do sport. Imagine if we only had one sport. How much of a denouncement of culture would that be that you haven't created or invented any more in the thousands of years you've been around playing games with one another? Also, there are 7 people on a Quidditch team. and there are only a set few teams in Britain, so this is another job that cannot have that many people viewing it as a serious career path. 2 more careers are listed by Rowling herself. That of pub landlord, which is just another shop owner, the shop being that you sell food and board, and there are already existing pubs in each of the locations we've discussed as being essential for any functioning business. And yeah, you could get a job as a waitress or a cleaner, but then again, your job could be done by magic, and you can get that career path in the Muggle world too, so it's not worth the education and effort of knowing magic. And the final career is that of Dragon Keeper, like Charlie Weasley. Now this is another important job, looking after dragons in the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary, but it is a job that requires you to really love magical creatures and be willing to work alongside incredibly dangerous animals that seem like a lot of work and effort to look after. So that is it. Or at least that is it with regards to the jobs that we are presented to us by the creator/aides of the universe, and you might be noticing how lackluster this is as a career buffet. Now, I've mentioned previously a few jobs that it seems weird that nobody is doing them, or that they don't exist, and well, a lot of that can be answered away with magic, although sometimes it's questionable magic fixing all the problems. I'm talking comparative careers that exist in the Muggle world that would undeniably see the same amount of demand in the magical world, even taking into account the magic and population sizes. One of the obvious ones that I talked about in brief is that of a psychologist or a therapist, a field of study that has come along very much by the time of the Hogwarts films and seen a lot of study and new information about it. And while we see people using calming potions to reduce their stress or anxiety, that is truly not going to cut it when it comes to deep-seated mental issues that can arise from a world where almost every person is dealing with traumatic possibilities, ranging from the severe to the more mundane. But beyond that psychologist's career, we have stuff like food production and cooking, something that isn't covered by any of the courses at Hogwarts, and it is very clearly laid out in Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration, a fundamental property of magic that will be massively important to our discussions about economic repercussions and systems later on, that food is one of the items that cannot just be created from nothing. It can be replicated, but there must be a base food to replicate it from. Following that process, someone needs to be doing all the food preparation, the food growing, the study of foods to find new ways to advance their qualities in industry, something that isn't mentioned or really covered anywhere. Seriously, there is a single mention of any food farm in the entirety of the Harry Potter writings and universe, the Wizzo Farm, on a label for a magical chocolate bar, and it's not clear if they have any involvement in anything else because we do not see them again, so you have no real idea what part of the chocolate bar they produce, and if it's specifically a magical crop. Because we can make chocolate. We have industries built around cocoa, sugar, milk, lecithin, vegetable fats, vanilla, and the various other food additives and flavorings that make up pretty much every store-bought Muggle chocolate bar. Literally, there are that many different small industries from all over the globe coming together to be part of the creation of that single product, and because food cannot just be made with magic, it would require the exact same or very similar demands for its production. Now, the Wizzo Farm existing, unfortunately, does not answer anything about this process. It tells us nothing in detail, and it seems weird that not a single class or person, especially those involved in herbology, mention this as a career option or as something that happens. Because it's something that we don't really appreciate, and I don't think it is ever really fully understood by universes like this, that there are so many complicated and intricate systems of industry and infrastructure that intersect to form the basis for the creation of almost every single good. And if you copy those goods, then you are implying that the same requirements are necessary in your world, and you make it even more difficult when you limit yourself by removing the potent power of magic to fill the gap in every leap of logic. If food cannot be created from nothing, then every single element of the cooking process needs to be grown, needs to be cared for, and that can be done magically, it can be cared for magically, but someone still needs to grow that stuff, and somebody still needs to be trained to prepare that food into the edible forms that we see it presented in Harry Potter. In the Hogwarts universe, it's mostly the house elves doing the preparation, but they still need to get the food from somewhere, right? That has to come from somewhere. And on that note I just said, there is a case where Professor McGonagall pulls an endless plate of sandwiches out for the students, which in my mind seems like it might break every rule that I just discussed, but if we assume that the sandwiches were pre-prepared, probably by the house elf slaves owned by the school, then a sufficiently powerful transfiguration wizard could cast a spell of endless replication on that plate of sandwiches, not technically breaking any of the laws of elemental transfiguration. Regardless, there does still need to be an originally crafted form of every food type and food ingredient by somebody, and I guess it would also still go off. Like, can the food just stay around forever in a vault if they magically make it, like, perfect and doesn't mold or decay? But the existence of Wizzo farms actually cements the idea that they can't just do this forever, that there does need to be some sort of growing process, that they aren't just keeping these food items in a vault and preparing them with magic, and then everyone is just copying that one original form of food throughout the entirety of Britain. So already that creates the demand for a ton of jobs, who need specialised training and honestly are essential to the continuation of the wizarding world. Jobs that we do not see discussed or considered or thought about or presented in any real shape or form. And the existence of that idea of industry and sectors having to work with one another in an economic sense would also make me think that economics should be a taught subject, especially when one of the few career paths presented to us is that of shop owner in what is ostensibly a capitalist society. An understanding of not just how to measure finances, but also how to create these trades and to have your business actually operational is a big deal. I'm not going to pretend that it isn't important, and I don't think that arithmancy or numerology is going to cut the mustard here. It really does feel like they just leave it up to the most awkward interpretation of natural talent and luck, that nobody learns how to run a business or manage an industrial operation, so they just meander through and either the ones who have monopolised survive, or you just find a market that doesn't have full saturation yet. But I wanted to talk about careers in this chapter, and it feels like we are edging so very close to the topic of wizard economics, or economagics as I've decided to coin it, and no, I will not be accepting any alternative suggestions. It's economagics, and that's all me. No one else has ever used that word before. How I really wanted to round out this discussion about Wizarding World careers was with thinking about the implications of how these jobs are prioritised, and thinking about what that suggests of the world at large and the people who have to live in that world. And we do have to consider as well the aforementioned subjects that are taught in Hogwarts within this discussion. Because there is no university, there is no apprentice programs that you get filtered into from high school, except for the Aura recruitment program, because Auras are like SEAL Team 6 mixed with cops, mixed with spies, mixed with Judge Dredd or the Punisher. Because aside from that one case, almost all other careers seem to require on-the-job training, which actually does make it weirder that they don't do like 6 months internship during their 6th and 7th years to like learn the skills necessary to immediately transition into the workforce. Like, what is the point of all those newts then? But Hogwarts is really the one standard of education that we have in the wizarding world, so it's the only bar by which we can measure any formal professional qualification of study for. And in this case, what we can say is that comparing the career paths that we have knowledge of, and the subjects that are taught to students beyond the age of 11, there is a severe disconnect in what they learn and what careers are going to ask of them. I'm not talking about the jobs that must surely happen in the background that we don't think or hear about. I'm talking about the jobs that we know of and that we know require certain skills that they are not given by Hogwarts. Take, for example, writing. A career in journalism or in crafting pieces of work that will educate and entertain your peers and impressionable students for decades and probably centuries to come. You know what is a pretty useful tool for anyone who wants to do something like that? A comprehensive education in the English language and writing/editing skills. Now, I know that Rita Skeeter in the books and the film has a magical quill called a quick quotes quill that wrote down what was said by people when they were being interviewed, but also changed what they said to stuff that would fabricate interesting and controversial stories about them, which sure makes a lot of sense for Rita Skeeter, who is the epitome of a tabloid journalist who doesn't care how what they say hurts people or damages lives as long as it gets them attention. But just recording down what people say, and potentially not what they say, does not a readable article make. There is more crafting narratives and knowing when to insert the right tonality of words, the correct punctuation, and to utilise all the various elements that are learned over the course of high school English. It's not something that we really think about as essential, but a large part of our daily lives and the daily lives of students at Hogwarts and adults does involve writing and speaking. And learning how to write and speak well is a useful tool that it seems strange doesn't continue being learnt in education. Also, while we are here on this note, I know that there are a few things that people will bring up around this. Stuff like the self-writing quills that can be purchased from a variety of different stores, although I would expect the self-writing quills purchased from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes to be of a very distinct quality difference to those purchased from Vogue's Quills of Distinction. But even then, a quill that can write for itself does not guarantee good writing when it comes to books, because how does this quill record things, and how does it put things down onto paper? I'm sure that it works when it comes to a prank, or when it comes to the recording of details, minutes, and the like, much like an auto-recorder or scribe. Although scribe is one of those jobs that we see in action at the Ministry of Magic, so clearly that job does need to be done by a wizard and not a quill. Also, wouldn't that person require training on being able to write quickly, especially with a quill, which is not the easiest tool to quickly jot things down, even if you do have the self-correcting ink that functions literally the same as an autocorrect? I mean, we Muggles have typing, which is a much faster way of recording details than scritching away with a very outdated tool. It's also made very clear that self-writing quills and self-correcting ink are banned from use in exams and lessons at Hogwarts, so you can't even use that, which means you definitely, really badly need an education in English. Otherwise, those essays and papers have to be fucking unreadable pieces of garbage. Also, discussing quills and inks has reminded me that these things cost money, and the ink is not refillable, or at the very least there is ink sold by the bottle in the Wizarding world, which implies that maybe you can't just magically make more, and that you do need to buy it. And why are they still using quills and inks? Get pens. I mean, Jesus Christ, the Wizarding world can surely afford to keep up with us in that regard, right? But another point with this self-writing quills is that when it comes to the writing of novels, books, and articles, people often come for specific kinds of writing, especially with authors where people are interested in how certain writers do things. Something that I don't know if a mass-produced magic writing quill can replicate. I mean, if it can, then what's the point of having wizards involved in any of these processes? Just give the jobs to the quills and let them do it all, if they are capable of doing it. Either the Wizarding world hasn't automated this because it can't do it, or because they are terrified of the implications of mass automation, and how that would impact their already tiny job market. A job market that is essential because things still cost money. Nope, I said we're not doing Economagics just yet, and by God, I will keep that promise to myself and to you. Beyond writing, other subjects that we learn at high school that give us basic comprehensive tools to be able to function day to day would also still be useful in the magic world, as they share many similar circumstances and social conventions. Maths would still be useful, and presumably has to be taught in some degree for arithmancy, although arithmancy and its subclass numerology is like the most bullshit maths I can think of. Apologies to any numerologists out there who are watching this and offended right now, but count how many words are in this sentence and maybe it reveals something about my true intentions and fate. Ooh, who knows? Doing the day-to-day calculations of your finances, of addition, subtraction, division, multiplication, the basic underlying principles of mathematics that can be applied to a wide field of careers such as engineering and architecture, which you would need to understand at least a little if you were going to work with any machinery or building. Someone is building everything, and even if you use magic to do all that, you still need to direct or create the magic and tell it what to do. It's like how we have calculators and machines that can do a lot of high-level and low-level functions for us, but we still need to get the basics and get the processes going on to be able to not just inform those tools, but to also interpret what comes out of them. The same thing is true for the Wizarding world, and yet we see no mention of maths at all in the curriculum, or any training anywhere, or in fact just anywhere in the world as something they consider. Social science would also be a very useful thing for them to learn about in Hogwarts, as it is a very important piece of education when it comes to teaching and thinking about the ethicality of certain actions, laws and cultures, which if they did teach might help reduce the amount of bloody dark wizards that keep cropping up all the time. And it also teaches about world politics and local politics, which do exist in the Wizarding world, and aside from learning about the history of it, these kids learn nothing. No wonder they don't know what is going on most of the time with the government. They don't learn shit about them, except for when the government marches into the school and starts interfering, doing some fascist shit, or messes with their favourite teacher that makes them go ahead and form an army with his name to resist the government. That is sort of a weird plot point that does feel a little culty. Like, we had a teacher from my school when I was younger who got removed from the school for stealing and selling textbooks, who was kind of cool and weird, and if we had formed an underground cell dedicated to fighting the school in his name, I think there would have been a lot of concerns raised by parents and newspapers around what the hell was going on at our school. Regardless, what I am trying to get across here in this moment is that it is strange how Hogwarts interacts with the career market outside of Hogwarts. It seems like many subjects teach skills that are not really very useful for the majority of jobs, that the majority of jobs don't seem to actually contribute a whole lot, or maybe just don't need to actually exist, and that a lot of the jobs and the general existence in Wizarding Society could benefit a whole lot from subjects that are not taught at Hogwarts at all. Now, the next 2 chapters are going to be 2 quick, short ones before we move on to a little break, and the next arc of this video essay. Or I could call them like phases, like this video's in phases, like with the Marvel Cinematic Universe. That's right, this video is getting so long that I'm considering putting in little "we'll be back soon" moments between the large chapters that cover so much stuff, because it's just a lot of information and I feel like breaks are a good idea for both me and you.
Severus Snape.
Dumbledore!
Snape. Severus Snape.
Dumbledore!
Snape.
Now, a theme you might have noticed so far in this particular part of the video is my consistent insistence that Dumbledore sucks, and that I hate him, and you might be wondering if there is some sort of deeper justification of that particularly strong feeling towards someone who is ostensibly a #queer, and therefore part of my community. Well, unfortunately, a post-story edition of a person's sexuality, in an almost desperate attempt to quiet the various crowds asking, what was the deal with the lack of well-thought-out diversity in Harry Potter? Or at the very least, just diversity. There is a key difference. You can put different cultures and races into your fictional universe without bothering to do the research to actually make them accurate or appropriate. See pretty much everything that J.K. Rowling writes about with regards to indigenous cultures and magic or characters or Cho Chang, whose name causes a lot of confusion and discussion around whether or not it's actually correct within any Chinese languages, with the debate going very deep, but most regarding it as sort of a generic ethnic name, a theme that does sort of seem to repeat itself over and over with characters in the wizarding world who are of a particular culture group. But back to Dumbledore. No, I don't regard his gayness as being either that legitimate. Like, even Fantastic Beasts is trying its absolute best to not let it have any real time in the spotlight, even though it should be a central theme with the whole Grindelwald thing. Also, how many times is Mads Mikkelsen going to star as a villain who the hero discovered was evil after working with and helping them, and they have a very homoerotic relationship? Like, what a typecast, huh? With that noted, what I have to say on my intense dislike for Dumbledore mostly revolves around how he is presented to us and how his actions don't live up to or confirm the way the various stories tell us to think of him, or that J.K. Rowling specifically tells us to think of him. In the Harry Potter series, we're supposed to consider Dumbledore as this wise, albeit secretive, I mean the recent Fantastic Beasts is literally called The Secrets of Dumbledore, mentor figure who is plotting and planning behind the scenes to counteract the dark wizards who threaten society, while sort of trying to make up for all the terrible shit he did a long time ago. Stuff like working alongside a wizard supremacist and helping him to plan his Muggle domination and war until his sister got killed in a scrap, and he decided that maybe he shouldn't run off to go and become Hitler. I think Grindelwald is meant to be Hitler, or maybe Voldemort is meant to be Hitler, or maybe they're both Hitler and dark wizarding is just the general Nazi metaphor. It doesn't matter right now to discuss, that can come up later when we get into the racism and eugenics of magic. But Dumbledore isn't really that wise or that smart when you consider everything that happened. Now, maybe he is still suffering from a long-standing fear of power and holding it, something that does seem to be confirmed by the character as holding him back from taking positions like the Supreme Mugwump or the Prime Minister of the British Wizards, even though while he did refuse the Supreme Mugwump originally in Fantastic Beasts, he ends up becoming it again for a bit before he was removed from the position due to him believing that Voldemort had returned, which, yes, does raise a lot of questions about the governance of wizarding politics, but if we tangent into that, we have no chance of getting back on track, so focus. He still accepts the position of Headmaster of Hogwarts, And as I mentioned, he was apparently Supreme Mugwump, both positions with a lot of prestige to them and a lot of involvement in the lives of wizards and in shaping the wizard world. So I don't think he was really that held back. And another point with Fantastic Beasts while we're here is that the Chillin from the Fantastic Beasts film, a dragon horse that looks kind of like a deer, knelt before him, implying that he was pure of heart as it could see into his soul.
No, please.
Now, I have a lot of things that I'm thinking about when it comes to that fucking chillin' when we get to wizard politics, but all I want to say just now is that if we accept this fact to be true, that Dumbledore is the purest of heart of all the wizards there at the time, why would he not use that great power that he has, being one of the strongest wizards of all time, to change the world for the better? And I do mean for the better, because it's very clear that the wizarding world barely changes at all over the 60 years between that event in Fantastic Beasts and his reappearance in the Harry Potter novels/films. There are still so many problems and so many racist divisions that he should surely want to address and fix because of his purity of heart. And surely a person who was pure of heart would know the great saying by Uncle Ben, or Aunt May depending on Spider-Man universe, that of, with great power comes great responsibility. Okay, it looks like I'm safe. I always get worried when you say that to someone because it's one of those phrases that is really like a last sentence kind of deal, and it would be really ideal for you to cock it in the narrative sense after dropping that bomb on someone. Looks like I'm okay this time though, and I won't be the impetuous for any of you to go out there and become superheroes. But that is a good point about Dumbledore's responsibility to the wizarding world in general for helping to participate in pushing and engaging with its wizard supremacy issue, and for being someone that many powerful wizards and witches would look up to and listen to. I mean, we know that Cornelius Fudge is an incompetent piece of shit who writes to Dumbledore on the daily to ask him for advice on how to run the Ministry, after Dumbledore turned the position down. Do something to help people. You are apparently so wise and intelligent and fantastic. Maybe you could recommend putting through stronger policies with regards to integrating and supporting the various minorities and disadvantaged groups in society. It isn't enough to just sit around and hope that the kids will do it better, especially if you're not even really teaching them to be better or showing them that a better world is possible. But no, Dumbledore just sits around doing basically nothing at all of use to anyone and joining the rest of the wizarding world and leaving the problems up to someone else to fix while they presumably just feel bad about themselves. It's like if you combine the worst stereotypes about boomers and millennials into one group, and those are the people that are apparently in charge of things around here. Jesus, what a disappointing universe to live in, and I'm stuck in one where climate change is slowly killing our planet while governments and politicians do less than the bare minimum needed to address it, out of fear of hurting the big industries that profit from destroying the world. Dumbledore is, for me, the epitome of the failure of the one great man in the wizarding world. Their insistence on leaving problems in the hand of one person who is powerful in magic, and idolising that person, who often refuses or is incapable of really addressing or fixing the inherent issues found in the system, because either they don't see it as a problem, or because they benefit from it. I hate Dumbledore because of that, in the same way that I hate billionaires like Elon Musk or Bill Gates, who get the same treatment from their fans in our world. This worship culture that creates them into these superheroes that they are not, and that glosses over all the terrible things they do to our world, and they refuse to solve. But at least Bill Gates and Elon Musk are not the Secretary General of the UN, which is what I think Supreme Mugwump is meant to emulate, or running the only school that educates children in the country. I am assuming that editing me managed to find some horrifying articles about those aforementioned billionaires in the UN or educational facilities, and I will allow myself a second to look really bummed out about how our reality is not much better than the Harry Potter one. But I wouldn't accept from any of the fanboys for these people that they are super smart and are saviours and pure of heart, so why should I accept the same thing from the narrative of the Harry Potter franchise about Dumbledore? I shouldn't, and if you are anything like me in beliefs or temperament, then you shouldn't either. Fuck Dumbledore, but more importantly, fuck the system that he is part of and that we are told to not think about. And even more importantly, fuck J.K. Rowling for making us think or telling us that Dumbledore is great and that he's awesome and cool and that all the stuff he's okay with, I guess, is just okay. This one is less of a concrete chapter and more of a question that I asked myself about halfway through talking about the importance of maths and English and other essential subjects for forming a baseline comprehensive education in high school towards giving you the tools needed to be able to get by at all in society. And it struck me how obviously that exact same idea applies, and honestly applies even more stringently, to primary school. That is where you are given the bare necessities, the simple bare necessities, I mean the bare necessities, old Mother Nature's recipes, that's why a bear can rest at ease, that brings the bare necessities of life to be able to function in the world that we live in, and surely the same has to be true of the wizarding world to some degree. We know that maths and English and bits of information around the political and historical scene are clearly taught in some way to children. They have to learn some kind of language skills. It's sort of a requirement of casting magic, and of writing essays, and of all the other things that you are going to have to do at Hogwarts and your career. So the obvious point becomes, who teaches that? And the answer that I can get from Pottermore and from J.K. Rowling's own musings is that it's got to be homeschooling, because she makes no mention of primary schools at all, merely stating how the ministry and the education department of the wider international wizarding community only concern themselves with the registered schools like Hogwarts, and that while other non-registered schools do exist, they don't have to follow regulations or rules, so they're often not as reliable or not as consistent or not as trustworthy. Now, there are concepts of racism in that description that might not seem obvious, but do really leap out at you when you look into the state of Ouagadougou and the African wizarding community that J.K. Rowling describes. But that's the information that we have to work off, and so the best assumption has to be that the lady who told us that wizards used to shit themselves and magically transport the shit to presumably a shithole somewhere, and I don't mean that in the Trumpian sense, I mean that in the literal shithole sense, that if she didn't mention primary schools, then they must not exist. That seems like an essential piece of world building to comment on in your chapter about wizarding schools, so its lack of comment surely must mean that homeschooling is the predominant way in which younger wizards are given those tools and that training. Now, this would actually lead to a very interesting issue between the wizard-born and muggle-born students, because the wizard-born students would have a very varied level of quality in the education that they receive at home, because homeschooling the wizarding world is not regulated in the same way that it is in our world. In that it can be done, but there are requirements placed upon the parent to achieve that to ensure that they are giving their child the education that will best help them in the future. Now, annoyingly, Remus Lupin says in Deathly Hallows that,
of course, nearly every witch and wizard in Britain has been educated at Hogwarts, but their parents had the right to teach them at home or send them abroad if they preferred.
And that doesn't help at all with feeling confident in the schooling system that wizards have in place because of that aforementioned lack of serious governmental interference in the Hogwarts schooling system until the 5th book, and only then to take over and institute a fascistic rule. In our Muggle UK, you don't have to follow the national curriculum, but you have to make sure that your child is getting a full-time education from the age of 5, and the council can make informal inquiries to ensure that you are giving them suitable education for their level, and step in if they feel you are failing to do so. Your child is your child. You have rights, but your rights do not supersede the right of that child to be given the ability to enjoy life to its fullest, and schooling is an important step in achieving and being given that opportunity. The wizarding world has got none of that, and that's because there isn't a school for kids until they hit 12 years old, so it really is left in the oftentimes woefully unprepared and questionable hands of the parents to be in charge of preparing them for high school. I'm sorry, but out of all the parents that we see in the books and films, I trust about maybe none of them with that job. The Weasleys do seem like good people, but they are shown to be very bogged down with their own lives and their own jobs and looking after a bunch of children to the point that they could really benefit from a state-funded primary school, and also maybe a fix to the old Economagics that maybe makes poverty no longer exist in the magical world like it should be, because poverty isn't magical and there's nothing noble about a family living in poverty. I don't want to get too much into the Weasleys right now because they deserve their own chapter, but let me say this. Compared to Dumbledore, fuck Dumbledore, the Weasleys are the best people in Harry Potter. They are the kindest and most caring people who are also putting themselves out there to try and make a difference, even though the universe has given them the short stick for decades. They have constantly gone to bat for Muggles and for injustice even when it hurt them and their reputation. Although I will admit they do have the same attitude towards house elves that most wizards do, which is Molly Weasley saying how she wishes she had a house elf to do all the housework, even though she has magic to do the housework, so why do you need a house elf? I'm sorry, why are we wishing for slaves? That's so fucked up, right? And it sucks that they are poor. It sucks that they are constantly worried and anxious about financial troubles and the choices they have to make, but by God, do they not let that stop them? And that makes them the true heroes in my heart and mind. You know what? Fuck Harry Potter too. Give me the Weasleys any day. But primary schools and primary school education, that's what we were talking about. Jeez, I cannot wait for this brief break. The point I was going to make was that all of the Muggle-born people have been to our primary schools. They have received an education that, while potentially lacking in certain areas and far from perfect, was given to them for free by the state and leaves them in a far stronger and more consistent position than their wizard-born peers, for being able to use the skills that are clearly demanded by the examination and teachings of Hogwarts. No wonder Hermione is far and away the best student. Most of the other students have a handicap, and a handicap that would only grow larger as they don't receive those lessons at all in the high school either. It is really one of these cases, and there are a few of them, don't you worry, where the Muggle world seems a hell of a lot better and more likely to give you what you need than the Wizarding one. Once you remove the allure of magic, and it is an allure designed to confuddle and confuse, especially children, then you really do start to see the flaws and failures of the Wizarding world that are not addressed in any of the writings or films or characters. When at least someone should say something, unless saying something would mean you have to then address a mistake that you are woefully unprepared to conceptually deal with and integrate into your wider narrative. Just spitballing. I'm not pointing fingers at anyone here, J.K. Rowling.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Well, we just broke over 20,000 words, and that seems like as good a point as any to have a little second away from digging into websites and articles and interviews online, and just have a chat about what we've seen so far and where this is going, and maybe clarify a few things for people. The most important of those being the one that I really want to hammer home, and that I might end up saying quite a few times. That of how none of what I'm saying here necessarily means you can't like Harry Potter, or that you can't enjoy the stuff in the franchise. Now, the fact that every time you pay for something branded with that Harry Potter symbol, a cut of that goes towards the gigantic pile of money from which J.K. Rowling condemns and harasses trans people, maybe makes it a little bit less than completely morally neutral to support her in the world she has created, and has a white-knuckled grip on. But we live in a world where a lot of things have ties to some less than palatable groups or people, and I'm not going to sit here and judge you for this. That isn't really the point of this video. In fact, I have to make it clear how invested I am in this universe, because of course I am. This video is already who knows how many hours long. You kind of have to care at least a little bit to get to this point. And I just find that the more I dig, the more I have unanswered bits of information and unanswered questions that I think really do reveal some horrifying stuff about the Wizarding world that I wish got noticed and focused on more in the stuff that gets made about Harry Potter. Yes, it is probably a sign that originally there was not a deeply thought out plan on how things work, and that a lot of it is just designed as a reference to things in our world without considering the implications of that or how magic would realistically intersect with all that. J.K. Rowling is not the deepest or most intricate or smartest writer of the universe I've ever seen. She is certainly no J.R. Tolkien or George R.R. Martin or Terry Pratchett or Ursula Le Guin, but that doesn't mean that the narrative cannot be a gripping one that brings people along with it. It totally can. A lot of things that are not functionally the best can still be entertaining. But it also means that you are allowed to criticize and look at that and think about how all of this connects together. If it was just a single 7-book series and that was it actually probably really wouldn't matter all that much. And don't say how technically none of this matters. I'm in obsess mode, so it does matter to me. And if you've watched to this point, you've watched like 2.5 hours so far, so it must matter to you at least a little bit. Or be such a problem because there is so much left open and unexplored. But with all the additional elements added on by mobile games, by prequels and sequels and blog posts and more, a cage is built around what can and cannot be left up to audience interpretation. And that's when we start getting to the cracks really showing up in the world that is crafted, and to a video like this being made. Ultimately, if you like Harry Potter, that's cool. I don't mind that at all, and you truly can watch this video while liking it, and that shouldn't ruin your experience. It should just hopefully make you think a little bit more when you go back to enjoying the films and the games. It should make you interested in seeing exactly how they do the whole Goblin Rebellions in the new Harry Potter RPG game, because there is a lot of very yikes history around goblins, and their presentation that makes it certainly an area of concern. And based on the way that the Ministry of Magic reacts in the 1990s and Daily Prophet talks about them, I certainly do not have high hopes for the goblins being given a decent and introspective interpretation from a wizarding point of view, because the wizarding world really mistreats them pretty consistently. But that's the fun of this too. We have all this information, and thinking about it and talking about it is a fun thing to do. Certainly a lot more fun than always thinking about the state of our real world. It's just nice to have a break sometimes and consider a fantasy world where the stakes are a little bit lower, but not too low that they mean nothing, because the portrayals and characterizations do have some impact on our world and some meaning to the people that read them and think about them. Especially with regards to a super popular series like this. It does impact how people think and see and consider elements that are allegorical, and that is my sociology degree talking, which I'm doing in tandem to this video, and, fuck my life for having to study and also make YouTube videos and also work at the same time. Anyways, that's enough of a break, I think. We can move on now, and we are truly moving on from Hogwarts into the wider wizarding world, beyond that Scottish castle and its lock with a kraken in it. Is that right? Is there a kraken in the lake? That doesn't seem safe at all. Does it attack people that go swimming? Is the lake like the Forbidden Forest where you just should not go near it at all? What the hell? Also, there are like mer people in that lake. Are they cool? Are they happy with having like a whole wizarding society above them that like occasionally does stuff in their water? What the hell? Anyway, let's open the doors and explore in more depth the Ministry of Magic. Now, we've previously mentioned the Ministry in a lot of ways, because they do, by their very existence, influence and affect almost every aspect of life in the wizarding world for British wizards, meaning that discussing them does also have some quite big issue, because it can be quite hard to figure out exactly where to start with it all that will do it justice and bring you, the audience, along with me without confusing you or confusing myself too much. However, at the point we are at, I think that ship might have already sailed, so let's just do this by going from the top down, discussing the Minister himself, and then going through each governmental department that will provide us with, hopefully, an insight into how this monster of wizard employment acts, and what is prioritised by the existence and funding of its various departments. That seems like a good way to do things. So the Minister of Magic, what's their deal? What are they doing, and why do they matter? Well, they matter for a few reasons. The first is that, as far as I could find, they might be the only electable position in the entirety of the British Ministry of Magic, meaning that if you are the average wizard, that is your only point of representation. Although, to be fair, if you are the average wizard, you are probably already working for the Ministry of Magic, so it's basically like voting in your own boss. So I guess that's a unique sort of way of looking at it. We also don't get a sense of how they are voted in, it being merely mentioned briefly in books like Order of the Phoenix, Half-Blood Prince, and Deathly Hallows that wizards do vote for them. So I'm really uncertain as to who gets the right to vote, whether there are runoffs or ranked voting systems or any of that. So for all we know, you may or may not get to vote for the person who will be in charge of appointing people to department positions and deciding the direction of the Wizard government for the next number of years. I say number of years because when you look at the list of various Ministers of Magic, you can see that they all serve a variety of terms, with there being no clear term limit, and it seeming as if you get voted in, and then you just get voted out or leave when people are sick of you. J.K. Rowling mentions in her chapter on the Minister of Magic for Pottermore that there has to be elections at least every 7 years, but no specific time during those 7 years, which is I guess how people like Cornelius Fudge just get yeeted when people stop liking them, although if you do well enough you could just get elected over and over and be minister until you die. And death does seem surprisingly likely if you are the Minister of Magic during a period of aggressive dark magic activity, like Rufus Scrimgeour, the very forgettable guy who was described as looking like a tired lion, and was a steady, reliable ex-cop who was brought in to replace Fudge due to the fears of the wizarding community after the revelation of Voldemort's re-existence. Legit, if you can name one thing this guy said or did, you are lying to me, and to yourself. His whole purpose was literally just to get killed to show how scary Voldemort was and how he had taken over the government in 1996. And that point about how a lot of ministers just got forced out of office by outcries does really make you worried for the whole political stability of a nation, because it does seem to happen quite a bit. Like, I don't really want to get into talking about each of these ministers of magic one by one, especially because a lot of them tie a whole bunch better into other discussions more than into considering their office. But let's just take a random century and see what happened to each minister of magic. What about the 20th century, the most recent one, when you would assume things would have hopefully settled a bit and they would stop dying or just getting booted out all the time? So we have Venusia Crickley, and no, the names do not stop getting any less ridiculous. Another ex-cop who died in a gardening incident involving a mandrake, that plant that they let children mess around with in one of the Hogwarts books/films, because that's totally safe, I guess. Lorcan McLeod, who was forced out of office after 2 years because people were annoyed by his eccentricities, such as communicating with smoke from the end of his wand. Hector Fawley, who was forced out of office because he basically just let Grindelwald do whatever he wanted and just kinda allowed the greater good revolution to happen. A sort of clear reference to Neville Chamberlain's refusal to respond in seriousness to Hitler and the aggressive policies of the Nazi Party, which I've always found to be a very interesting and apt comparison for any of the Dark Wizards, something I will get into in a different chapter, but I can't help feeling slightly gleeful at the opportunity afforded by such a blatant allegory to discuss Harry Potter and Nazism at some point. Wilhelmina Tuft, who died due to eating a magical fudge, Ignatius Tuft, who lasted 3 years and then was kicked out of office due to wanting to put in place a Dementor breeding program. That's right, the guy wanted to breed those soul-sucking spirit monsters that eat happiness, and they used to guard their only prison, a horrifying human rights violation that I want to get into a bit later, around the same time that I also want to actually discuss whether human rights even do exist in the wizarding world. But rest assured that anyone who presents an idea to breed more Dementors is a madman who is legitimately more dangerous than any of the Dark Wizards I can think of, and he got voted into office by somebody at some point, presumably. Nobby Leach, the first Muggle-born minister who ended up leaving his office after getting a mysterious illness that seems pretty clear was part of a plot by a bunch of pure-blood wizards to get mudbloods out of their government, racism, or at least an awkward allegory for it. Eugenia Jenkins, who was ousted from office because nobody believed she could handle Voldemort and his rise to power. Cornelius Fudge, who was ousted because he covered up for years the fact that Voldemort was back until it became literally impossible to deny that it was clearly happening. Rufus Scrimgeour, the man we just talked about, who got killed off super fast. Pius Thickness, who was put in power as a puppet minister for Voldemort and was literally a puppet because he was Imperius cursed, and then he got yeeted when Voldemort definitely just bit the dust during the battle at Hogwarts. There are actually the only 3 ministers that we know for a fact in the 20th century who resigned from their position and passed power peacefully over, with 3 deaths and 7 who left in scandal and disgrace. Not the healthiest political system, although you could argue that just has a lot in common with the Tory party over the past few decades. Haha. That's a timely political joke, Boris Johnson. But it's more concerning for me because of the position that a Minister of Magic holds within the voting system. Because they are the only one that you vote for, every other government job being filled by them or through hiring process, that means that rather than voting for a party and what they represent, and therefore if ousting happens, another member of that same party who presumably still shares similar views and beliefs would take over, you are voting for a single person and whatever the hell they advocate or represent to the wizarding community. Which honestly would explain a lot of the oustings, because you don't really get a sense from the Pottermore description that many of these ministers were voted in for anything more than just a single thing that they did or put forward. So of course, over the course of years or decades of power, you might find out that single person who you thought looked like they could handle dealing with, I don't know, pure blood race riots. A real thing that, no, I won't go into further right now, except for yikes. Only to discover that they also believe that maybe it's really weird that magic is hoarded from Muggles. Grrr, that's too much progress and change. An impossible to imagine amount of change for the wizards in J.K. Rowling's world. I mean, that almost sounds like magical communism. But you get my drift, I hope, that party-based systems in a government where ministers can easily be removed by a vote are generally desirable, or more desirable, for establishing stability in the process, instead of having the entire government possibly get uprooted and changed every 5 to 10 years because some new person comes in with almost absolute power until an election is forced upon them to get rid of them and do the same thing all over again. There is one other thing that the Minister of Magic is famous for, and that is being the face of the wizarding community when dealing with one of the few okay and licensed forms of interaction between the wizarding and Muggle communities in accordance with the stupid statute of secrecy. Honestly, I hate that piece of world building so much because I get that it's designed to be appealing to kids, this discovery that all along they have secretly been magical and they now get to go to a magical place, especially appealing to all those children who maybe don't have a whole lot going on for them in their lives and desperately need to feel special so that it helps their self-worth. Nope, I'm not talking about anyone in particular. Shut up. It just makes the whole premise so much worse and harder to justify then if magic was openly known. Something that has become more and more true with the continuation of the Fantastic Beasts series. What was I saying again? Oh, right. The Minister of Magic is meant to check in and communicate with the Prime Minister of Britain. To just sort of let them know what's going on and if they need to be aware of anything. A relationship that, from what we see and from how it's discussed in Pottermore articles and with games like Hogwarts Legacy, is incredibly one-sided and condescending to the Muggles. Like, it's mostly us just getting told how we have to do things to keep the Wizarding World secret and how shit is going down, but we can't do anything and we just have to rely on our magical protectors to keep the extremists who want to turn us into cattle and beasts at bay. Fun times for Muggles, am I right? The Muggle Liaison Office is actually a better place to get into this further, because we don't really get a sense that the ministers ever take the role very seriously, or treat us Muggles as anything but, at the best, a distant world who occasionally intersects with theirs to horrifying consequences, or as a joke people whose lack of magic makes us of no real interest whatsoever. An attitude that infuriates me, and I hope infuriates you too, and not to sound like a Sith Lord, but good. Let that anger fester and we can hash it out in a few chapters' time. Because right now, that's basically the Minister of Magic. There is not much more provable things that are involved with the job, because it does seem to be left very open to interpretation by whoever fills the role, what they can do or get away with. And we need to move on to discussing the actual ministry itself, a much more definitive beast that has so many horrifying things just hidden away in pretty much every department. This was legitimately one of the worst points of rabbit holing, where I'd keep getting spun off into tangents as I dug deeper and deeper, so bear with me and try to understand that I am condensing down a lot of thoughts in a way that I will inevitably probably miss one or two things, but rest assured that they were most likely excluded due to me just not feeling like they held merit or worth discussing at that time. We have hours of content to go, I think that whatever you want me to talk about will probably get mentioned at some point in this video. That's almost guarantee. I think I can safely say that I'll probably say something about whatever you really want to know about. The order by which we are doing these departments is going to be the order that they are listed in on the Pottermore article about them, which goes by descending place in the building that is underneath London's kind of subliminal space that is presumably bigger on the inside. Actually, when I think about it, because of the whole magic being able to make things larger on the inside than they look on the outside, could they not put the entire Ministry of Magic inside of, like, a cardboard box that just requires, like, a magic thingy to open it? Like, that could really save real estate if you did something like that. In fact, why doesn't every house in the Wizarding World just be a dog kennel that's bigger on the inside? Like, that would really reduce the amount of space being taken up and make it far easier to hide wizarding locations than having to put massive cloaking spells all over them. I guess that it wouldn't look as cool or as fancy when we see them as an audience, and this world is designed for us Muggle audiences to marvel at their awesome castles and wonky magical houses, so I get it, that's a narrative choice, if not a very real estate one. But yeah, we're going to start at level 2 because level 1 is just various offices that are associated with the minister and, like, secretarial duties, which don't ask what the hell a secretary does in the magical world that a magical quill couldn't just do for free. The answer is still, I don't know, I've got no clue. And to follow that up, that is a lie. I do know the answer. The answer is that capitalism needs jobs to ensure that it functions, so certain roles have to be created for no purpose except for to be filled by a workforce, because lazing around and just getting welfare is possibly not an option because there is not a Department of Welfare. To get back on track, level 2 is the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, or Fantasy Cop HQ if you are feeling chill, or ACAB Central if you're feeling spicy. Now, that isn't the fairest comparison for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, because obviously there are plenty of roles that exist within the branch that are not direct parallels to our police force, although the main primary function and funded parts of it are indeed the cop side of governmental legal operations, so it's not the most unfair comparison that I can make in this circumstance. The heads of this department also have a large amount of power, second to the minister, and depending on the pliability of said minister, potentially even more than the elected head of government. And they could certainly use it to institute pretty horrific things if they wanted to, like Barty Crouch Sr. giving license to aurors and hit wizards to use the unforgivable curses against enemies of the state. A concept that I am now just realizing is very fucked up, and I guess a pretty direct allegory for when police are given vastly increased powers to infringe upon the rights of the citizenry during times of supposed peace but potentially heightened security/scrutiny. This whole thing was written after 9/11 if it was in-universe set beforehand, so take from that what you will. Also, you might have noticed that I said hit wizards there alongside auras. A common mistake I see from people is to assume that auras are the only magic cops, but in reality they are more like the magic SWAT team, and hit wizards are what the officers part of the Magical Law Enforcement Patrol are called for some weird reason, probably something propaganda. Like, oh yeah, those are the hit wizards, the top spellcasters, because they go around arresting people and probably abusing their power to attack racial minorities, I guess. Like, it's well known and frequently commented on how much corruption was going on in the department, and while the Cursed Child makes it clear that after Kingsley Shacklebolt took charge, and then Hermione Granger became Minister of Magic, and Harry Potter became head of this department, everything became super great and fun and nice, a fact that I personally believe to be complete bullshit and a real whitewashing of the difficulty of instituting change in a society built on violence, oppression, and wizard supremacy. I mean, look, it's not like racist and fascist people sign up to join the police force because they see it as an easy way to both engage in violent action towards generally minorities, but also as a way to cover up and help their racist fascist friends to stay out of trouble. Oh. Really makes you wonder how many dark wizards are just hanging out in the Aura office or the MLEP too. I mean, it would be the perfect place to be, and you can bet a bunch of those loyal to Voldemort, or at least loyal to the ideals that he espoused, were able to stick around and escape detection by claiming that they were under an Imperius curse or were merely following orders when the Death Eaters had control of the department, because that literally happened after the First Wizarding War. Yikes. Now, there are a lot more things to be said about the world of Harry Potter after the books. A lot of things involving a certain Constance Pickering and the mobile Pokemon Go style game called Harry Potter Wizards Unite. And no, I'm not fucking with you, that is literally a central important theme of any discussion about the Wizarding world post-Wizarding War 2. And yes, it is very fucking funny that a cash grab copycat app is the main source of information, but I want to save that more for a discussion around the interactions between the Muggle and Wizarding worlds, because the Calamity, a central event, is very key to that relationship. However, I will leave us with one brief quote from Constance Pickering about the Ministry of Magic under Hermione and Harry. A quote that is one of those weird times where a villain makes a really damn good point, and the creators have no real response, but need to clarify how right the heroes are, and how right the Wizarding world is to keep existing in its stagnant status quo, so they just call it naive or foolish. Here it is.
I'm not discounting the progress you've made, but didn't your original proposal include providing free wolfsbane potions to any werewolf who wanted them? Politics and protocols prevented you from making the kind of change that would have done the most good. I know you're trying your hardest, Harry, but at its best, the Ministry is ineffective. At its worst, it's dangerous. You can try to change it, but there will always be things the Ministry simply can't do.
Hopefully that will get you excited for this character and the way that she gets treated, because there is so much good stuff to discuss about what she adds to criticizing the Wizarding world in a way that never really gets refuted by the protagonists in those stories. But the first major office to discuss in the Magical Law Enforcement Department is that of the Aura's Office, the special anti-dark arts specialists who also end up becoming the guards of the horrifying prison Azkaban after the Wizarding world finally realized the Dementors sucked, though not because they were living, walking human rights violations, but because they sided with Voldemort. That's kind of progress, I guess, though it really lacks the retrospection of real change, the sort of retrospection that might lead to too many changes in the Wizarding world, so shut that shit right down. Now, the Auras were established quite early on during the history of the Ministry of Magic, with us knowing that they existed during the 1750s as they're involved in putting down multiple goblin rebellions during that time span, when the goblins got pissy because wizards kept mistreating them and withholding magic from them. So yeah, the magical cops also got their start putting down minorities who got too uppity, so fancy that kind of parallel, huh? Yes, I know I am politically biased, and I'm sure that much like the Daily Prophet says, those darn goblins are revolutionaries who threaten the fabric of wizard society, but honestly, maybe the fabric deserves to be stretched and torn a little bit, so power to our goblin comrades. And this sort of role continues throughout their history, with this department being specifically singled out by J.K. Rowling in an interview with regards to the impact that the Second Wizarding War had, with her saying this about the Aura's office. Harry and Ron utterly revolutionized the Aura department at the Ministry of Magic. So they are now the consummate, they are experts. And by the time, 19 years later, I would imagine that Harry is leading up that department, which is not corrupt in any way. Now, this both weirdly confirms that there was totally corruption going on before Harry took over, and also seems like such a cop-out on the revolutionizing aspect, because there is no mention of what exactly they did to fix the department up. Legitimately, I don't know if revolutionary can be used to refer to just making things work pretty much the same, but with slightly less corruption. I refuse to accept that there is no corruption at all. I'm not buying that story. Seriously, I know that this is me going against the very writer and creator and deity of the universe herself here and what she's saying, but come on, it's a government department involving police officers. No corruption? Really? Not even like a little bit? My suspension of disbelief can only go so far, and this seems like such a naive way of addressing this. especially when you take into account that aforementioned quote by Constance Pickering, and her interpretation of the failures that Harry and Hermione have run into with not being able to fix or address every problem. Also, on that note, let's talk about Cerberus Langham. Who the fuck is Cerberus Langham, you might be saying? Well, he's from the Fantastic Beasts Cases from the Wizarding World game, and the Harry Potter Wizards Unite game, because when you go digging for sources, you gotta dig deep sometimes. Cerberus Langham is a celebrated and renowned Auror who served under Harry Potter, and as we find out in Fantastic Beasts, was a proponent of the policy Curse to Kill when it comes to dealing with magical creatures that he considered to be a threat or a danger, a play on the term shoot to kill, which I want to be clear in making this, that's not funny at all, but the idea that an Auror gets to decide when it's okay to kill a living creature who could totally be sentient. Not all beasts are mindless animals. Centaurs are beasts according to the Ministry, and perfectly capable of being dangerous. So I want you to understand here that this cop is totally comfortable with killing creatures, even when they could just totally use their magic to deal with the situation in a non-lethal manner. Also, Cerberus Langham busted down a door into an owlery when it had already been unlocked. So, I don't know, maybe this hotshot police officer shouldn't be on the force and possibly represents how the Aurors were not a case of just one bad apple, and that maybe Harry didn't really fix the inherent issues at play in a system involving people who view themselves as badasses, or hit wizards, or the best wizards because of how capable they are at engaging in violence towards others, and they jump to action when maybe a calm approach could be better suited. And society idolizes them for it too. I mean, we see how many young wizards are caught up in the idea of becoming an Auror and using their magic to do some questionable shit in the name of preserving the status quo, especially a status quo that maybe doesn't deserve preserving, and could do with a serious real shake-up that can't be legal because the legal system is involved in maintaining that very problem. Oh, also another little thing that needs to be said by dipping into that well of Aurors and Harry Potter Wizards Unite is the information we get with regards to them and the London Five. The event that starts the calamity because the Aurors stopped investigating missing people due to being out of their budget. What budget? You are wizards who can magically make stuff appear and transform things? The economy is an illusion designed to represent time and give a sense of familiarity and status quo to us, the audience. Just say that you're lazy and can't be bothered doing the job anymore because you could absolutely budget more money if you wanted to find those people. Literally, the Aurors giving up because of money problems is such an absolute piece of bullshit in a world where money just represents almost nothing. And no, I need to stop myself here. I'm starting to think too much about how this interacts with our own understanding of economics, and I can't get to that yet. Economagics is the next chapter coming up, and I promise you it will be worth it. I got actual economists to talk to me and listen to my complaining so I could figure it out correctly. Anyway, let's get back on track by moving on and having a little fun with the silly little misuse of Muggle Artifacts office, which, as you've guessed, is probably going to involve more Muggle racism. And this office is one that you might actually know of and have heard of, because it is very famous to us as the audience, if not famous to the larger wizarding world in the universe, as this office is the one in which Arthur Weasley, a king and a scholar amongst men, works in until he gets taken seriously and given a different job, which is actually kind of a sad indictment of how a lot of wizards really do see Muggle items, even Muggle items that can totally be dangerous to both worlds, as not a big problem or not something to take seriously. Because the job of this office is to track down and keep Muggle objects that have been enchanted out of the hands of Muggles, it being both illegal to enchant said items in a way that goes against their intended purpose, and it also being a threat to the Statute of Secrecy, as well as a threat to Muggle safety. Now, Arthur worked this department because he is obsessed with the Muggle world, obviously. Something that is legitimately weird that more wizards are not at least slightly fascinated by what we get up to until you remember all the wizard supremacy that makes them think they are better than us just because they can do magic. And Arthur is often viewed in the books and films as a bit of a joke/oddity because of all this. An attitude that absolutely lends itself to the fact that this office has two employees, Arthur and a super old dude named Perkins, who both had to work massive overtime to deal with the various problems that arose from enchanted normal items getting back into circulation in our world. Something that also happened maliciously from dark wizards who wanted to fuck with and hurt us Muggles because they hate Muggles and view us as dirt monkeys. Good stuff. The job itself is presumably poorly paid, as we know that Arthur gets paid a measly salary, confirmed by Percy Weasley in Order of the Phoenix, and also by the general poverty of the Weasley family. And that really does speak to such an attitude issue from the Ministry of Magic. Muggles don't know about the magical world. The only ones that do are our Prime Minister and the parents of Muggle-born wizards, and I guess the partners of wizards. So we have no real way to address these issues or to be prepared for the dangers that can come from the misuse of Muggle artifacts. The only ones who can truly ensure our safety, who we have to rely upon, are the wizards and the very office dedicated to doing so. And that office is a poorly funded mess that is held together by one man's love for Muggles, which is appalling and a true sign of how wizards really do view Muggles as not worth the money or effort to look after. And it's embarrassing that nobody calls this out in the books or films for what it is, that it's sort of just left as an often unspoken and occasionally mentioned acceptance of just how things are. Now, we don't know if things get better after the Second Wizarding War, but we do know that there are 2 new members of this office who joined since the Calamity event of the 2010s. So at least there are still some brave heroes in the wizarding world putting their time and effort in to make sure that we are safe from the magic that we're not allowed to know anything about and protect ourselves from. Fuck the auras from earlier on. These people are the true heroes of this entire magical law enforcement department, and they do not receive anywhere near enough attention and praise within the franchise for that. Now, the next 2 offices in the Justice and Legality Department are somewhat intertwined in purpose, but I have my issues with each of them. The first is that of the Improper Use of Magic office. Now, I fully accept that this is an office that probably does need to exist, and functionally makes sense. Magic is dangerous, and magic can have great effects on the world, and there needs to be some way to ensure that that isn't occurring in a way that could harm others. This ties into the second, which is the Wizengamot, effectively the courts and judges that judge those deemed guilty and brought in by any of the aforementioned departments. Now, there are a lot of little mentions that really bring into focus how screwed up the wizarding legal system is from both of these offices. The problem that I have with both of these does seem to stem from the way in which they define legality and punish it. We know that there are a bunch of laws regarding the use of magic in front of Muggles, or the use of certain magics if you were underage, which is actually kind of weird. Like, why do we even need a trial for a child to use a Patronus charm? Its only purpose is to summon a spirit animal that can scare off Dementors. Even if it wasn't used in a situation to defend one's life, it's not harming anyone or causing any lasting effects. Like, how is that a reasonable restriction of underage sorcery? I don't know, and I accept that J.K. Rowling makes it clear that self-defense is allowed in accordance with Clause 7, but I disagree with certain harmless charms being on there at all as illegal. Now, admittedly, I am a Muggle extremist who wants the 2 worlds to collide like they almost did in the Calamity, but we also know that Hermione casts a few simple spells before Hogwarts and never gets in trouble for it at all, so what's the deal? Is it just certain underage wizards that they take umbrage with? Like, is it just if you look dodgy or you do spells and they don't like your vibe, then they'll arrest you? Because that seems kind of true from the fact that Harry Potter got arrested for doing stuff and Hermione didn't. And how they know that underage wizards cast spells is another thing that is honestly really scary. It's called the Trace, and it's a charm on every wizard under the age of 17 that lets the Ministry of Magic know when they cast magic, what magic, and where they are. It also lets them know when people around them cast magic, as was the case with Dobby and using a hover charm to get Harry in trouble in Chamber of Secrets. Now, I ain't no expert in anything moral, but I think that a spell that collects information on every single child and person casting magic around that child is a pretty extreme surveillance state, and an invasion of privacy on just about so many levels. An invasion of privacy that we know so little about. It isn't clear when the trace becomes active, how it becomes active, and in what way the charm really functions. It is a very threatening and worrying power that is ripe and open for abuse, and it's pretty strange that a big deal is not made about it by anyone at all in the franchise anywhere. And how people are punished for breaking rules is also confusing, because we only ever really get wind of two kinds of punishments from the franchise, that of imprisonment at Azkaban and that of losing your wand. Now, losing your wand apparently restricts your ability to cast precise and definitive magic, if not your ability to cast magic at all, and the law surrounding how magic functions for wizards is poorly defined and hazy at best, even though there is quite a bit of it. Like, we know that wands being destroyed is a punishment, and that they train with wands, yet children can cast magic without using wands often, and so can adults if they train hard enough to do it, as Native American and African wizards have this whole thing about them being non-wand casting wizards. So it's one of those classic cases in Harry Potter of more stuff does not make things more clear, but neither of these punishments feels appropriate for the crimes that they are linked to from the examples we see. To use the case again of Harry from earlier on, he cast a Patronus charm, and that was enough to drag him in front of a court and attempt to strip his wand away from him. Like, isn't that a bit extreme? Though I know that the point was that Fudge is trying to scapegoat and make a target out of Harry at this point, a way of getting at Dumbledore too, something that combined with how Fudge just lets Harry off for, the actual dangerous magic when he blew up Aunt Marge into a balloon.
If there's something wrong with the bitch, then there's something wrong with the pup. Shut up! Shut up! Right. Let me tell you.
Now, was Aunt Marge a terrible, abusive person who advocated for child violence and was cruel to an orphan? Yes. Does that mean she deserved to inflate and fly off into the sky? Probably not, because while things do all get resolved nice and in a way that doesn't leave lasting trauma on anyone except for the Dursleys who didn't get mind-wiped and just have to live with the memory, and the knowledge that Harry can do something like that to them and not face punishment for it, if things had gone a little differently, that bitch could have ended up dead, and that's pretty messed up. The other interesting thing from that incident is that Fudge assures Harry how that wasn't serious enough an offence to get him into Azkaban, which leads me right to our next point about the wizard activist Carlotta Pinkstone, who was a frequent offender of the Statute of Secrecy, a thing that is going to keep coming up and making me more and more progressively annoyed with how much it is a permanent feature in the good narrative of the wizarding world, even though its very existence is a horrifying moral choice that is affirmed by every protag as something for the greater good of society. As Carlotta Pinkstone believed that the wizarding world needed to finally reveal itself to the Muggle one, and that it is finally opportune and convenient to combine these worlds. It is also important to note here that she was doing all this in the 1940s and 1950s, right after a series of events that might make a few wizards believe that our worlds have an impact on one another in such a way that the clinging to this secrecy is not helping anyone, and is actively letting disasters happen in both worlds. I am of course referring to World War II, and the fact that J.K. Rowling makes it clear that wars in the wizarding world and wars in the Muggle world do sort of like blend and merge into one another, like evil crosses over. Yet Carlotta was arrested multiple times and thrown into Azkaban. Now, this is both a nightmarish view of activism. She wasn't hurting anybody, she was merely doing magic in front of Muggles, not to Muggles, to demand her right to express herself freely in both societies. And the punishment for that was getting sent to the magical prisons surrounded by happiness-devouring monsters that slowly drain the will of prisoners and turn their life into a living hell. Isn't it weird that Fudge makes it clear to Harry that deliberately inflicting magic on a Muggle with a spell would not be consideration for Azkaban just because he's Harry, yet doing magic in front of Muggles multiple times can get you sent to Nightmare Island for somebody who they don't like? Maybe that's because while there is a system of laws that define what you can and can't do, the system of punishment is left much more open to the Wizengamot of the time and the Minister of Magic, who is often the person appointing people to that court. Like a magical version of the Supreme Court in our world. And maybe that reveals a massive underlying flaw with the entire system of justice in the wizarding world. Flaws that are worse than our world, and our world has a lot of damn problems. Like, we got it pretty rough with the cops and the courts and the judges and the politicians, But this magic world seems twice as bad and half as well put together, which is really saying something. Oh, and another time that we see Azkaban brought up in the books/films is when Hermione threatens Rita Skeeter with her going to Azkaban because she is an illegal and unregistered animagus. Like, I get it, Rita sucks and is annoying, but I don't think someone deserves to go to an island prison that drains away every piece of joy in your life just because she turns into a bug every now and then to get the scoop on stories. Like, that seems a bit extreme and not something we should be cheering for. Anyway, that was level 2 of the Ministry of Magic. Let's move along to level 3 and see if we can't ram this information down your throat a little bit faster. Our next department is that of magical accidents and catastrophes, sort of the emergency responders of the wizarding world, but its only focus is on making sure that muggles don't find out about those emergencies. So I guess it's more like the PR team of a company who just keeps having environmental disasters on their hand, and they really need people to stop associating their name with climate destruction. Yeah, that's a better metaphor, I think, for it. Also, yes, there is a costume change. This chapter was so long that I had to take a break in between recording it, so this is a different day entirely. Now, there are a few offices of note within this level, the first one being that of the Obliviator Headquarters, a spell that we have already previously covered as being kind of fucked up, like how every D&D channel on YouTube feels the need to remind people about once a year that the truly worst spell in 5e is Modify Memory, as it lets you combine the terror of gaslighting, identity loss, and reality confusion into one simple single cast. Now, the Obliviate spell in this department is almost entirely used to wipe the memories of muggles, who saw magic or magical creatures, or anything else that could alert them to the existence of the wizarding world in accordance with that statute that I'm sick to death of at this point in my research, and as we go through this video, you will hopefully grow sick to death of it too. Now, obviously, there are times when this is used, like wiping the memories of people who saw a flying car in the Chamber of Secrets, or in times when a rampaging monster breaks out and does some good old property damage that doesn't seem that harmful. But what about when a muggle sees something horrible happen? Seriously, follow me in the hypothetical here. What if a muggle has their entire family, say, murdered by some magical creature, or a dementor sucks the soul out of a loved one, and they just get obliviated to not remember what happened? How many times have things in our world been chalked up to trauma or some other mental issue, when in reality they were caused by something from the magical world that we are not even allowed to know about? Even worse, what if the muggle gets into legal trouble in our world for it? Seriously, you wake up not remembering anything from the night before, and your family has just vanished or been left dead in your home, depending on, I guess, what sort of story they decide to go with. And while the next office, the Muggle-worthy Excuse Committee, might, big might there, come up with an excuse that exonerates you from this probable crime, it's also possible that not knowing much about the Muggle world as the wizards do, they could just totally leave it so either you have many unanswered questions about this tragedy, or even worse, the police have a lot of questions about how this happened and how there seems to be no other real suspect for it except for you. Someone who can't even account for their whereabouts at that time. How many innocent people have gone to jail to cover up for the wizarding world? How many muggle lives have been lost and destroyed so the wizards don't have to deal with the consequences of us muggles knowing about them? And on the note of the Muggle-worthy Excuse Committee and their job, we get 3 descriptions of it that feel sort of counterintuitive. As Fantastic Beasts, the book, not the films, tells us that the Office of Misinformation is the one that handles the worst cases of the magical world, interceding with the Muggle one, and the committee only really deals with less important incidents. But at the same time, the original books tell us that the committee was the one responsible for covering up the deaths of multiple Muggles at the hands of Peter Pettigrew, pinned on Sirius Black, obviously. On top of that, Hogwarts Mystery tells us that the committee is involved with covering up a dragon attack in the Muggle world. So I have to make it clear right now that there is only one way that all of these descriptions can work together, and that is if the wizarding world does not take Muggle safety seriously whatsoever, and that our deaths and our lives are not seen as being serious enough to warrant higher levels of security effort. I mean, yes, we know that Muggle lives are consistently considered worth less than wizard secrecy, but it doesn't stop it being more and more depressing every time it comes up. Which actually brings us almost perfectly, almost as if it were planned by some person writing the script who did research beforehand into the universe, right onto the final office worth discussing in this department. That of the Muggle Liaison Office. Now, we mentioned before how a main job of the Minister of Magic is to network with the Prime Minister, though that networking does seem to be very one-sided and relegated to mostly just telling them how shit is going down and that there is nothing the Muggles can do and just leave it to us, which certainly doesn't inspire confidence. And the Muggle Liaison Office is in charge of effectively negotiating those meetings and other possible times that Muggles have to be talked to about the wizarding world, such as discussing with the parents of Muggle-born wizards about how they need to keep hush-hush about the fact that their child is going off to a magical school and will be getting a magical job and a magical life, and that they might slowly lose any grip or connection with the Muggle world as they are enveloped by one that has shrouded itself in such secrecy that becoming magic is basically a death sentence for your identity as a Muggle. Now, the main real reference that we have for the Muggle Liaison Office is in one chapter from the Half-Blood Prince, called The Other Minister, and it is a chapter that really hammers home that idea about how much the relation between our world and their world, our government and their government, is perceived in such a way that clearly positions the Muggles as the lesser or subservient partner. The Prime Minister of the UK is initially forced to effectively see the Minister of Magic, rescheduling his appointment so that Fudge can talk to him when Fudge wants to. And then we find out that the Muggle Liaison Office has basically not filled the Prime Minister in on anything. A bridge attack, murders of people, a hurricane, a junior minister losing his mind, all of which are caused by wizards, and which he's only finding out just now. They kind of have one job, and instead it's been used here to make the highest elected official in the Muggle UK feel like an idiot because he wasn't aware of stuff that he could have had no way of knowing without being given information by the wizards who seem to really enjoy withholding said information. And this continues throughout the chapter, making it very clear that the Prime Minister is basically just used as a tool for bouncing information off by the Minister of Magic, and that the Muggle Liaison Office doesn't really seem to liaise at all. Like, Rufus Scrumgore comes in and tells him that they put a wizard on his security detail without confirming with him at all about that, and I guess that until the Wizarding War is over, the Prime Minister just has to deal with horrendous event after horrendous event, presumably getting worse when Voldemort is in charge of the Ministry, and the Muggle Liaison Office seems to do barely anything at all with regards to keeping them updated on changes or giving the Muggles any tools whatsoever to maybe respond to these consistent threats and dangers to their lives. We are well and truly an afterthought at best, an annoying community that they have to run stuff by, and that they have to interact with occasionally to get things done, and that seems to be the entire relationship. Anyways, on that bummer of a note, it's time to move to level 4, and stop thinking about Muggles and the implications of that whole everything, and instead think about magical creatures. Oh god, it just keeps getting worse and harder to quickly talk about all the world building stuff. Okay, so the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures is sort of the seminal branch dedicated to maintaining wizard supremacy by placing all other groups in society under these labels that let them monitor them out of the desire to maintain that bloody statute of fucking secrecy again. Honestly, give me a game or a book in this franchise and I will fix most of these world-building issues by nuking that fucking thing into the ground where it belongs and finally acknowledging that the status quo around it does need to change, and has always needed to change, as it services only a few individuals in positions of power. This entire mini-chapter is full of essential information that will really build the case for my racism in the Wizarding World discussion later on, so please, if you're going to watch that, pay attention. Also, remember that Constance Pickering quote as we go through this, the idea that the Ministry of Magic is at best ineffective and at worst dangerous, because that just becomes more and more relevant when we dig into departments like this one. There are 3 main divisions and classifications that define magical creatures, that of being, beast, and spirit. Each one has their own worrying stories, sub-departments that we need to get into, and implications by the inclusion of certain creatures, but there is one thing to take note of here in all of this, and that is their connections to the wizards who are above the entire system, it seems. we can see that wizards are not really considered under this department. Wizards are classified as a being, but they don't get labelled under here and don't have to deal with the specific regulations and controls associated with that label, seeming to have their own laws and courts that they go through. No magical creature is given the option of a Wizengamot, and dangerous magical creatures of any category can be killed in circumstances where the official involved, be they Magizoologist or Aura, feels that it is a danger or threat. Newt Scamander seems like a good kid, but he certainly doesn't do sweet jack to change this department in the decades since we see him in Fantastic Beasts. So much like Dumbledore, how good was he really? And what defines a being rather than a beast? Well, a being is one who is deemed by wizards to have the capacity to understand the laws of the magical community, and the ability to bear responsibility for those laws. A classification that was established in 1811 after a troubled few iterations that really showcased how racist wizard society could be. For example, the 14th century definition was that a being was any creature that walked on two legs, which is not just madness, because we know lots of intelligent creatures that are fully capable of engaging with wizard society that have a different number of legs, but we also know that the goblins brought a bunch of two-legged creatures who didn't give a fuck about wizard society along to the first Being Summit, under that definition, to disrupt the entire political event, because goblins are hardcore when it comes to mocking wizard political institutions, and yet again, power to them. The next definition we have was the attempt to quantify it by the capability to speak the human language. Another thing which didn't take into account the fact that many creatures can be taught the human tongue without necessarily wanting to be part of the wizarding society, like the Jarvie, an overgrown ferret that likes to shout rude words and statements at people. Fuck, that is cool. Where were these guys during the Wizarding Wars? And it also still excluded people who could totally be on board with wizard society, but didn't meet the esoteric and human-centric standards required. Merpeople, for example, could not be understood when out of water, so they just got yeeted out of the category, which led to centaurs leaving too because they found the whole thing to be quite offensive. In fact, centaurs and merpeople are two groups we know of that actively refuse to be qualified as beings due to the fact that there are certain other creatures classified as beings that they don't want to be associated with, such as hags or vampires, as mentioned in the Fantastic Beasts books. Now, I do want to get into that more in the topic on racism around the wizarding world, because there is a real discussion to be had on why this positioning is really not good, and does seem to take the blame off the backs of wizards for these archaic and frankly unnecessary definitions. But to get us back into the minutiae of political governizing, what was actually involved in the Being Department? Well, there are three sub-departments that we know of, that are mentioned in various books or games, and that is the Goblin Liaison Office, the Office for House Elf Relocation, and the Werewolf Support Services that was put in place and then shut down by some point, according to J.K. Rowling on Pottermore. So, in reality, we know about two sub-departments because one doesn't exist anymore, and while we could assume that it was reopened under the Kingsley Shacklebolt administration after the Second Wizarding War, due to the more friendly attitude that Harry qualifies that ministry had in conversation with Constance Pickering, although we should, of course, also look at the fact that Constance pointed out in a reply that that government promised to give free wolfsbane potions to every werewolf, and then didn't bother doing that, so clearly reducing hostility towards werewolves had a real limit on how much they could really help them, so I don't want to make any assumptions without definite proof in the writing towards whether this department came back or not. And let's take these two departments one by one, because each one does really reveal a lot about the way that the Ministry of Magic views its relation to the races involved. So, firstly, the Goblin Liaison Office is designed for one of the most important and outspoken groups in Wizarding Society, a fact that we have briefly mentioned before a few times. Like, if you think these guys are just bankers who represent an unfortunate possible comparison to anti-Semitic propaganda, then you are missing out on all the anarchist groups, revolutionary organisations, and activists that are part of Goblin history. Seriously, goblins are pretty cool, and it's also very sad how little that gets portrayed in the books, films, or games. The only real idea that we get of the Goblin Liaison Office in what little we know about them is a bunch of mentions in the last 4 books of the original series. through which we know that the department heads are considered to be of a high quality, with one special mention being that of Dirk Creswell, who is considered by Slughorn to be good enough to belong in his slug club, that creepy establishment that he made for the better students to get favoritism and work together and give him information after they left school as they felt they owed him for it. Ugh. That should have been a much more gross point in the book, right? Like, that should have been like a real, like, low thing of like, oh Jesus Christ, why is this guy even being hired? Like, is he really worth it? Because, like, yeah, Slughorn is one of the worst teachers, and it is really fucked up that Dumbledore brought this guy back. A guy who pretty much epitomizes the casual nature of wizard racism in the way that he is constantly surprised by just how good the Muggle-born wizards are, making specific comments about Dirk Creswell and Lily Potter when talking to Harry. Just an old white dude espousing Muggle racism. What are you gonna do? Call him out? You might get offended and then think you are cancelling him. But yeah, the way that the Goblin Liaison Office is described in relation to these characters is that the office was basically the way for wizards to negotiate with goblins, a group who hold a large amount of power and sway in wizard society, as they not only control the only bank in the entire country, but they are also renowned crafters of objects and magical items that give them a lot of bargaining power when it comes to securing a place of respect from wizards. A respect not born from any sense of intersectional diversity, but born from fear and worry over what the goblins could do if they decided to turn on wizards. We get this idea also through Bill Weasley's description of his interactions with the goblins as a curse breaker, giving us a wizard's view of the goblin side that we just flat out do not really get from the goblins themselves, as he tells us how the goblins are remaining neutral in the Wizarding War because Ludo Bagman, the department head of the magical sports, stole a bunch of money from the goblins, and so they are refusing to side with the Ministry, although this changed when Voldemort burst into their bank and murdered a bunch of goblins after his Horcrux was stolen. So that's the Goblin Liaison Office, an important office who gets a lot of respect not because wizards actually care about goblins, but because goblins have given themselves a position of power within wizard society. A bargaining decision that was very smart of them, because as you will see from the rest of this chapter, the way that races who do not have that going for them get tripped by the Ministry of Magic ranges from pretty damn poor to Jesus Christ, that's appalling. Oh, and also to be clear, that position of power doesn't save the goblins from being the victim of constant racism. In fact, if anything, it seems to exaggerate it as wizards get infuriated at them for having some kind of hold over the people who consider themselves to be the superior ones in the world. Funny that, I guess. Secondly, we have the Office for House Elf Relocation, and here is a group that clearly did not obtain for itself the control over a singular bank in the 1400s when the wizarding economy collapsed. The main job of this office was to ensure that elves were being managed as per elf legislation, a piece of legality designed to ensure that no wizard could use the powerful magic of their elf to do stuff with it, and they also took elves and allocated them to places or reassigned them depending on where they were needed. We do not have the time right now to go into all the ways that house elves are mistreated and abused by their masters, or the way that these sentient living creatures who can feel pain, who can know love and joy and happiness, are turned into little more than servants forced to do whatever the person who owns them makes them do, with no real autonomy or power, something that is literally slavery. And Hermione Granger calls it that only to get mocked by every other person in the books and not taken seriously at all. I know I said we didn't have time because we do need to move on to talking about more ministry stuff, but regardless of if the house elves enjoy being slaves, like everyone seems to accept, including the house elves themselves, who view the actions of Spew, I know, isn't it funny that Hermione's little group she sets up to try and protest for the rights of house elves to choose their own lives is named after vomit? Because why try to be even a little bit subtle with your messaging when you can just be a massive bitch about it in your own books? As a dishonourable one that goes against the very nature of being a house elf. But we know that house elf slavery goes back hundreds of years, with many of the pure-blood wizard houses having been waited on by them for pretty much ever. The Black household even has a whole wall dedicated to the heads of the previous house elves who had them removed when they became too old to serve the tea anymore. So is it unreasonable to suspect that a magical society of wizards who view themselves as the top dogs, and that everything else is made to serve their ends, possibly either created a spell or has just subjugated these people for so long that they don't know any other life? And that idea of a subservient spell is not an unreasonable one, because we know that there is blood magic, or magic that can pass down through someone's offspring. There are family curses, for goodness sake, and look at stuff like the Trace, a spell that affects all underage wizards and tracks them for the Ministry. How can we say that a wizard did not create a race-based spell that forced house elves, a group that we know are incredibly powerful at magic, and possibly, if they were not servants, could be a threat to the wizard-ordered status quo, to become controlled by those who hold them in bondage for eternity? That they can only be free from that when someone gives them clothing, much like how every curse has to have some kind of way to get out of it. In fact, the description I just gave makes it feel like, to me, it's way too likely to have not happened, that does seem like the only real way that this could have gone down in history. And yeah, I know, I said we wouldn't get into the racialized nature of house elves and how they are a literal mockery of the idea of any morality or goodness or ethical nature in wizarding society, and yet, here we are. That's because this idea has always incensed me. The fact is that it's an injustice that is so sad that it's not taken seriously by anyone in the world at all, to the degree that even the author seems to treat this slavery as just how things are, and it's a joke to try and free them from their nature. Yeah, I know, essentialist J.K. Rowling, who could have seen that one coming? Certainly no trans people. But the Office for House Elf Relocation really does represent this place that house elves hold in wizarding society, as little more than tools to work for wizards, that can be moved and given to new masters or departments without any consideration of their feelings about it, or their safety, because they are, much like slaves, treated as property. Nobody asked a slave how they felt about being worked to death or transported in horrifying conditions or used in inhumane experiments, because why would you? That's like asking the chair if it cares whether you sit on it. I need to calm down a little bit. I've got a tiny bit worked up. We still have quite a lot of stuff to go, and I need to save some of this rage for when we discuss wizard racism in depth. Let's move on to the next office, one that I'm sure is in no way going to be an allegory for something in our world that was horrifying and then do such a poor job at being that allegory that it makes me infuriated to think about it. Oh, that's right, it's the Werewolf Support Services. Fuck me, I cannot catch a break in this chapter, I swear. Now, we can at least avoid too much talking about this particular government organisation because it doesn't exist anymore, because people stopped using it due to how much werewolves are mistreated and forced to hide who they are. Something that is part of their allegory as either gay people or disabled people or mentally ill people. Literally, J.K. Rowling clarifies multiple times how she created the werewolf disease as a representation of AIDS and disability and mental illness, and the way that it was treated during the 80s and 90s and 2000s. A lot of people being afraid to come forward with having any of those issues because it was viewed as a bad thing to have, such as AIDS being the gay disease and straight people not wanting others to think that they were gay. But like many allegories in Harry Potter, it seems okay when you don't think about it too much, but the more that you compare how it's represented in the fantasy world with our world, it gets pretty hazy and a whole lot more uncertain. Being a werewolf is treated as if it's a perfect parallel to the AIDS crisis or to any other of those crises, and we are meant to feel sorry for werewolves and like they deserve better. But also, there are plenty of bad werewolves who, because of the stigma, join Voldemort and spread the werewolf curse to others, including Fenrir Greyback, who specifically targets children. So, not really a perfect analogy to the AIDS crisis and gay men, or at least not one that doesn't at least semi-confirm the worst fears of the conservatives from that time period. Like, here is a werewolf doing exactly what the right wing claimed that gay men would do to your kids, and that's why they needed to be removed, so like, why include that if you are also going to make it clear that it is in fact a metaphor for that? But we can talk a little bit more about werewolves in the beast category, because the majority of the government interactions with them is relegated to that division rather than this one, which in and of itself really does paint how the Ministry of Magic and Wizards view werewolves, like they are these monstrous creatures that have to be dealt with and could be hiding among us, waiting to strike when the moon hits and they unleash their bestial form, that society could totally help alleviate if it wasn't so darn expensive to do so. Seriously, the description for Wolfsbane potion from Professor Slughorn, Remus Lupin, and Hogwarts Mystery makes it clear that this potion makes werewolves completely in control of their faculties after transformation, and wizards only have a hard time obtaining it because they often live in poverty due to being werewolves and being ostracized from wizard society. That sort of tells you everything you need to know about how werewolves are presented. And remember, we know that Harry promised to bring in free Wolfsbane potions as a new ministry outreach program, but that it got shut down by politics and never happened, courtesy of our old friend and 100% right girl, Constance Pickering. Wizards, even in the future of the franchise, despise werewolves so much that they wouldn't even let them get access to the very healthcare that would make them not a threat to other people. Isn't that fucked up? Isn't withholding life-saving healthcare a complete nightmare of a system, and very clear that a few good apples being in charge cannot fix a system that is corrupt and broken by the long-standing views that have almost been cemented and preserved into its very foundations from the past? But no, we can't change that too much, because that would be dangerous or chaotic, or would summon the Chaos Dragons. We need to have slow, incremental changes that don't do anything, and allow for the rich and powerful to continue their abuses by hiding behind the law and society. Hooray liberalism! Alright, political moment over, let's get back to our non-biased view of the Ministry of Magic with the Beast Division. So much like with the Being Division, the first big question is what exactly is the definition used by the Ministry of Magic for defining beasts, that they then treat differently because of that definition. And yes, there is a little bit of a question as to why these definitions, need to have such a strict and governmental legal definition. Like in a lot of cases, it feels like we could have personalised departments, and we do clearly already have them for magical creatures, without feeling the need to have what can very easily be offensive and bigoted terms that then get applied to them. That's not one of those classical cases of, that would be a great thing to discuss in-universe. Have a character talk about that, or have someone present that and discuss it through. But instead, it's just not thought about, and we're just, as an audience, meant to just not really consider it. So beasts are categorized, in contrast to beings, as creatures that are not intelligent enough to be able to get the laws or agree to the laws passed by the wizarding world. Now, that is not an exact definition, as plenty of creatures that are totally intelligent and able to get the laws passed by wizards are categorized as beasts for a variety of reasons. The aforementioned centaurs and merpeople, who are beasts because they refuse to be categorized as beings thanks to a variety of factors. Although it is weird how the wizarding world and J.K. Rowling make it clear that the wizards talk a great deal about how they should treat them and their culture with a lot of respect. Because of that fact, because they really do deserve to be beings, but refuse to do so. Which is weird because, firstly, there are plenty of beasts that also probably do deserve respect too, like all of them probably, and there are a lot of cases of the beings that we literally just discussed, the goblins, werewolves, and house elves, not being treated with much respect at all, even though they are supposedly categorized as the right thing. The wizards really suck, is the general takeaway from all this, and their mistreatment of the various races is something that could well fill a whole chapter by itself, and in fact does end up doing so when I get incensed enough to discuss race. There are also creatures that are intelligent enough to get the laws, but are generally hostile towards people, normally either eating them or killing them if things go wrong. And so the category of beasts also seems to apply to creatures that wizards assume are impossible to ever get around to agreeing with laws or respecting other people's boundaries around not being a mealtime for them. So with that clarified, with us understanding the kind of creatures that this division deals with, what are the various offices and sub-departments that make up its operation? Well, our first one is the one that shares a lot in common with the werewolf support services in the Centaur Liaison Office, which is described in Fantastic Beasts as there being a whole joke around how being sent to that office means that you're about to be sacked, as no Centaur has ever used it, and it's basically pointless because of that. Now, while it shares a lot with the werewolf department in the sense that it never gets used, the reasoning is a little different but very important to know about. Werewolves never used their services because of the general stigma around them as people, so they felt afraid to come out and to make themselves known. Centaurs, on the other hand, never used their office because they have disdain for the Ministry of Magic and for Wizarding Society as a whole, a reflection of the less than positive interactions between those two groups and the way that wizards seem to have a history of very little respect for the traditions, cultures and lands of others. Oh my god, the wizards are just like us after all. Sort of weird that they're the good guys though, because that'd be like having the British Empire being the good guy. Although one could see that the Minister of Magic, who was basically designed after Winston Churchill, is viewed in the same rose-tinted, goggle-eyed view that every white English person views Winston Churchill, and then ignores the horrendous treatment of the various non-white people in the British Empire from his hands. So I guess that it makes sense that J.K. Rowling just transferred that same idealistic view of an imperialistic culture into her books. But I procrastinate. So Centaurs not engaging with the Ministry of Magic whatsoever, and doing their best to isolate from that government, to an extreme that we see with regards to Firenze, who is spoken down to and chastised by his fellow Centaurs for his engagement with the very wizards who are slowly encroaching on the Centaurs' lands in the Forbidden Forest. Literally, this is a point brought up by Rubeus Hagrid in the Order of the Phoenix when they see a herd of centaurs, about how centaurs are territorial and only become more so when the land is in effect stolen from them. So it's not like it's completely out of the blue for the centaurs to not want anything to do with the Ministry of Magic, who is mistreating them like that, while pretending that it respects them. Now, the next office is one that we have a lot of information about, but in a very brief way, which just leaves us with so many more possible questions, and that is the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures, a main feature of Prisoner of Azkaban, as they are the group called in to decide what to do with Buckbeak after he bit Draco Malfoy. Now, the problem here with this is that, as I said, we know a lot about them from the view that we get in that book/film, but that doesn't actually give us a lot to go off in a more historical sense, except that we know that they have been active for almost the entire time that the Ministry of Magic has operated, and that Hagrid views them as overly aggressive when it comes to murdering creatures that don't deserve it at all. And while Hagrid is maybe not the greatest judge of safety and standards around creatures that can be a threat, it is important to acknowledge what we see from the Buckbeak case, which is that Draco was mistreating a creature that also legitimately, we get told, is a beast, but seems very capable of understanding a lot of things, and also couldn't the wizards just use magic to talk to creatures like Buckbeak? Like, is there not a spell for communicating with animals that would be like the first spell I would look for or spend time trying to make if I turned out to be a wizard? You cannot convince me that some extreme cat or Kneasel lover hasn't tried to at least make that spell. That's right, I mentioned Kneasels. I bet you can't remember Kneasels at all. But they do come up briefly in the books because Crookshanks, that cat that you probably don't remember, is half Kneasel. And Arabella Figg, the crazy cat lady in Harry Potter's neighbourhood, who you probably also don't remember, turned out to be an agent of Dumbledore who also bred Kneasel cat crosses for a living. That's right, I researched completely pointless stuff that I couldn't figure out a way to fit into this video, so I'm just deciding to drop it now on you in a passive-aggressive side comment. You also look after a few Kneasels in the Harry Potter Hogwarts Mystery for the 4th year Care of Magical Creatures class. I can't make it clear that I have so much information and I don't know what to do with the information, but look at how cute those Kneasels are. All of this continues to speak to that attitude that wizards have towards a lot of the magical creatures in their world, and it's one that I must admit that we share something similar with them, and that is how they view everything else in relation to themselves and as something that has to either get with their program or die. Oh, a magical creature was interfered with and messed with and had its territory invaded and reacted to that in a way that hurt a wizard. Guess that animal has to die now because our comfort is worth more than their lives. is not a comfortable moral ground to take, and it certainly fits more and more into the general theme of wizard supremacy, a theme that I wish wasn't so obvious, and was challenged more or was given more time to be explored in how it's not just represented by Voldemort, but is represented by every little thing that we get shown as being okay or not a problem. Oh, and the executioner for this department that we see is Walden McNair, who we find out later is a Death Eater. So, you know, those who work forces and all that jazz. Like, really makes you wonder how deep the Death Eater infiltration of the government was, and I wonder if there was any greater commentary about fascism and its members secreting themselves into certain jobs involving power abuse and violence in liberal systems that we could take away from this. Or is it just that Voldemort is bad and corruption is bad, but that gets fixed by the liberals just saying that it's fixed, and they beat the Voldemort and that all goes away now, right? Now, before we move to our big final discussion of the Beast Division, werewolves, we need to make a quick pit stop at the Troll Patrol, because while it sounds like it should be a unit made up of trolls, where each troll is called a patrol, it is in fact just another unit staffed exclusively by wizards. A persistent theme you might have noticed that really does keep standing out. Like, almost all the actual jobs that involve any power or control are in the hands of human wizards, and there are barely any jobs that are not servile staffed by any of the other races. Possibly because of racism. Actually, it's definitely because of racism. It just seems to be racism that doesn't go anywhere, even in the future scene in Cursed Child or Wizards Unite. The main thing to talk about with the Troll Patrol is this advertisement that we have from Fantastic Beasts, Cases from the Wizarding World. Another mobile detective game, because literally there are so many of those in the Harry Potter franchise, and they do a lot more work on trying to justify or expand the works of J.K. Rowling than she's done herself these days. I mean, she presumably okays all of it, it's all done in her name and with her affirmation, so almost every single thing that happens does ultimately lead back to J.K. Rowling, with it just being that the closer you get to her, the more definitely canon it becomes, if there are any sort of contradictions between what some random writer wrote and what J.K. Rowling wrote. But this advertisement, to get back to it, is kinda yikes. The troll is very clearly shown as this ominous and creepy creature, violent and unpredictable, as the ad says, and they smell terrible too. Ugh, stinky. But we see that trolls can work in security, and they can communicate and understand, maybe not at a comparable level as wizards, but it certainly seems like bigotry to establish these traits as some sort of universal shared identity. That's an undeniable nature of the troll that cannot be changed, or that they cannot grow out of by being introduced to society, or being given efforts and attempts to sort of grow and maybe not be these violent monsters that kill and eat people and live under bridges. It really does make me think a lot of Terry Pratchett and his trolls, which do share historically a lot of the similar identities shown here. But in his world, there is an effort to show that everyone did terrible things to one another at some point, and that should not stop trolls from being able to be part of an inclusionary community. And ultimately, they do respond to being welcomed by slowly, and with great difficulty, becoming represented in the society through its various functions. But the wizarding world in J.K. Rowling seems to have no interest in the idea of change, something that is a very essential idea that I just want you to take note of right now, because shelve that away in your brain, it will come up so much as we go throughout this, that change is an impossible thing, and that the status quo remains consistent throughout. Finally, we have the werewolves. Now, you might be saying, isn't this weird? I thought werewolves were beings. They have a section in the other division that we discussed, and, well, funny story, werewolves in human form are considered to be beings. In animal form, they are considered beasts. But if we combine that idea with all the other stuff that we have discussed so far, like the wolfsbane potions from earlier that Harry supposedly promised that the Ministry would make free and available to all werewolves, which, when consumed, would allow the werewolf to control themselves in their animal form. And if we also recognise the way that werewolves are very closely linked to identities that can be hidden, such as sexuality or gender or disability, it also becomes a hell of a lot more yikes. We have the Werewolf Capture Unit and the Werewolf Registry, wherein every werewolf in Britain must be recorded and the government has to know their status and where they currently reside, because, well, there are violent werewolves out there like Fenrir Greyback, who murders children and infects them with the werewolfism, and gets away with it because the registry is unable to do its job thanks to all that aforementioned corruption and lapsadaisical attitude of the Ministry of Magic. Because, as we see, there are very few good werewolves, and they still need to be tracked to make sure that they're not being violent monsters. And if they do go too far, then the Werewolf Capture Unit has full license to track them down, and, well, it's hinted at by the mobile games that they have it in their rights to kill any belligerent werewolves, even though many werewolves might just be belligerent because they live in a society where healthcare should be easily accessible for them to deal with their condition, but thanks to politics and poverty, they cannot get it. I wonder if those comparisons to gay or trans people I was talking about earlier are becoming more and more worrisome to anyone, especially considering the person who wrote this world. A group of people who feel like they have to hide who they are, who are violent and dangerous, and are potentially a threat, and are stigmatized because of it, a condition that we should feel pity for the person involved, but also be cautious of them and put them onto a registry like sex offenders because, well, there is anecdotal evidence to show that some of them do bad things, even though we could arguably give them the very healthcare that could help them to exist in society as themselves. Yeah, this is one of those cases where you really wonder how much you can truly separate the author from their piece of work, because this is certainly a worrying interpretation of things. I will admit that this is not a 100% confirmed allegory, as in, this is more me reading into the way that they are represented. The only definitive confirmation we have is that lycanthropy is equivalent to AIDS or disabilities or various other diseases that are sort of persistent like that, which actually, honestly, is still just as bad. Might actually be worse now that I think about it. So yeah, the werewolf subdivisions and the inclusion of werewolves into this beast category does really represent a grand failing on the part of the Ministry of Magic. A failing that epitomizes the inherent system of hate and mistrust for anyone slightly different, and the refusal to truly address the way in which these people have been isolated and hurt by society. Wizards are like the British government, in which they refuse to admit that they were ever wrong, or ever did wrong, and will keep doing wrong while making sure life remains just okay enough for wizards to not really notice the problems or want to do anything drastic to change things. Harry Potter, the person who defeated Voldemort, went into government and failed to do anything to seriously help make a difference for werewolves. The system doesn't work, and it doesn't matter who you are or how big of a celebrity you are, the Ministry of Magic is, well, what was that quote again? Ineffective at best and dangerous at worst. Yeah, that really should be the statue at the center of the Ministry of Magic, a wizard sitting there holding a banner with that line on it doing fucking nothing to help anyone, instead of that disgusting display of wizard idolatry that was the statue of a wizard being looked at adoringly by a merperson, centaur, and house elf from the books and the films. Like, fuck, can you imagine if we had statues like that in our world? Just the most racist cover-up shit you could... right. I always forget that the biggest argument against what I'm doing here is that the wizarding world is just as bad as ours. But at least I don't have to pretend that our one is okay, or it's all fixed now. Well, unless you're a conservative politician trying to pretend that racism just mysteriously vanished when slavery stopped or when Barack Obama got elected. Then I guess you probably really are living in the Harry Potter world. Anyway, that's the Beast Division done, and also a little rant about how terrible the Ministry of Magic is. A teaser, if you will, for how the rest of the chapters are probably going to go. Let's get into the final Department of Magical Creatures division, the Spirit Division. Who you gonna call? Not the Magical Police, that's who, because spirits are another one of those groups that we see around, but every mention of how they are treated leaves an awful lot to be desired. The Spirit Division was created during the whole debacle about trying to figure out how to define beings back in the long time ago past, and the ghosts who turned up at the various summits were disgusted by the way that oftentimes the definitions seemed to leave them out, or ignore the matters or needs of those who had died, but were unable to go to the heaven that supposedly exists in Harry Potter. Because, we know you can talk to the dead with the stone, but it's specifically those who have moved on. And we get that vision of Voldemort's blackened fetus-like soul at the railway to heaven that implies a lot of things, but I don't know how much stock we can put in that, as it could just be a hallucination of Harry as he lies dying. Although he actually dies and then comes back, so... We do know that the spirits coming back from the beyond to help is totally real, though, as that provides a functional benefit during his fight with Voldemort, and spirits coming back for a long time, depending on how they die, is also something that can happen, such as is the case with most of the ghosts of people at Hogwarts. Now, there is a big question that I ask myself, that I've seen unanswered by everything that tries to dive into this, and that is whether those are actually the ghosts of people in the sense that we think of them. That isn't too wacky of a question, because a lot of other spirits in this division are not ex-beings, they're not ex-humans, they are manifestations of incorporeal creatures like the Boggart or the Dementor or the Gytrash, a type of ghost dog that Lockhart lies about meeting in one of his books. But this does make me wonder if these ghosts are not just following the convention of spirits from stuff like the Dragon Age series. You know, I thought it was gonna be impossible for me to insert my love for that specific BioWare franchise into this video essay, but it turns out when you write enough words, almost anything is possible. And within that franchise, spirits are embodiments of emotions, and are often influenced or drawn to people who resonate with that emotion, even mimicking them if they absorb enough of who they are, much like the spirit of faith who takes on the form of the divine in Inquisition. Or is it actually the soul of the divine? We don't know for sure that it isn't or that it can't be, and in much the same way, there is no definitive way of knowing that the ghosts are not just a magical creature who mimics the personality and physical body of someone who died near where it formed, effectively becoming their ghost for all intents and purposes, but not necessarily actually being them. It's a pretty wild philosophical dilemma, and weirdly enough, not one that we see any students asking questions about, or honestly, just any questions about any of the afterlife stuff at all that seems to be confirmed, or suggested by the existence of spirits and heaven and souls. That does seem really important to want to pin down, especially for those who might be Muggle-born and from families with a religious background. Because what the fuck does that mean for them, right? And for Death Eaters, or for evil wizards, knowing about what happens to your immortal soul could be pretty important information for stopping them becoming like that. But regardless of whether spirits are truly ghosts or what they mean about the process of death and the afterlife, what we can take away is that they are still horribly mistreated by the Ministry of Magic, and their concerns very much come second to those of the living. The best, and also kind of only example of what the Spirit Division does, is that their job is to clean up and to monitor the dead, including their handling of Moaning Myrtle. That's right, the poor girl who was bullied by her classmates for being a loner and ugly during a time period when it was also probable that her Muggle-born status definitely led to a lot of bigotry too, and was then killed by Tom Riddle as part of his spree of cleansing the school with the Basilisk of Slytherin, one of the founders of the school. One of her tormentors found her hours later in the toilets dead, with this particularly fucking sad line from the book.
Nobody missed me, even when I was alive. Took them hours to find my body. I know, I was sitting there waiting for them. Olive Hornby came into the bathroom. "Are you in here again sulking, Myrtle?" she said. "Because Professor Dippet asked me to look for you." And then she saw my body.
Jesus, that is dark. And it's weird because Moaning Myrtle is presented as a comedic character, but she is truly a sad and poignant tale of the state of a lot of spirits. She haunted her bully for years until the Spirit Division intervened and forced her back to Hogwarts, where she has spent decades in the bathroom she died in, being constantly mocked by more students. Seriously, she gets bullied by ghosts so much that in 1992, she talks about how she came into the bathroom to kill herself, but remembered that she is a ghost. There is only 3 small bits of happiness for Myrtle, and that is when she thinks Harry might like her and be interested in talking to her, even though he's just pumping her for information, so that's hardly a great relationship, and when your character in Hogwarts Mystery takes her to the Death Day party and dances with her, one of the few times she actually goes to one of those Death Day events, an event designed by ghosts for them to come to terms with and embrace their dying, and finally, when Draco Malfoy was around and they talked about their shared misery of having a pretty shit time at school. Moaning Myrtle is truly a failure of the system, failed when she was alive, and failed when she died, as the Spirit Division did nothing but lock this dead girl away for decades in the place where, it bears mentioning as many times as physically possible, she was brutally killed in a race-based hate crime, and they just left her there in torment because she was bugging the living too much. Seriously, in Harry Potter Magic Awakened, another mobile game that currently has only released in the Chinese region, it has her telling the main character how nobody cared about her since Draco Malfoy left. Like, I feel so bad for this character, and it really does suck how little of a shit the books even seem to give about portraying her life in a sympathetic way, with her often being the butt of jokes or protagonists talking shit about her. But yet again, this should not be a surprise because that reflects the attitude of wizards as a whole, that if a ghost is helpful to them, then they get respect, but if they are difficult or irritating, as maybe someone who went through a traumatic and painful death might be, then they are shit on at best. It is the continuation of that attitude that is so apparent in this entire department. A wizard-focused view that really does see the rest of the magical world as either subservient or beneath wizards in regards to their function, monitoring and control. Everything is centered around wizards and their needs, in a very unhealthy way that is buried so deep into the mentality of the Ministry of Magic that it just cannot be fixed by applying a band-aid to a festering wound that is slowly killing the world and inevitably pushing the wizarding world to calamity. That's probably the best conclusion that one can take from this entire subsection, and anything else I would say would be superfluous, so let's move along. Now, in the interest of maintaining my sanity and at least trying to keep this video to some watchable length, I'm going to skip a few departments, because there's not a whole lot to say about any of them, or at least there is nothing worth saying that is not better exemplified by previous departments or examples. Stuff like the Department of International Magical Cooperation is something that is better covered when we discuss the wider world of Harry Potter beyond the borders of the British Isles. Like, are house elves still also slaves everywhere else, like in America, the land of the free? Yeah, they obviously are still slaves. I mean, it's house elves. They love being slaves, right, remember? And stuff like the Department of Magical Transportation is just sort of dull. I know that 40,000 words in, it might seem a bit redundant at this point for me to start saying that something isn't worth knowing about, but trust me, there is nothing worth knowing about when it comes to broom regulation or flu network authorization. You will be a better person for not knowing what I know in either of those subjects. Now, before we move on to the major last department I want to talk about, there is one pit stop on the way to that we need to briefly acknowledge, and that is the Department of Magical Games and Sports. Let's play a little game in the spirit of the topic, and I want you to think of a single game or sport from Harry Potter that isn't just a muggle one that they have co-opted and sprinkled some magic on like chess. Go on, give me an answer. Okay, now that you've named Quidditch, I want you to name a single other magical sport or game. Just one. I know one more, but that's because I'm a very sad person, and I have the links open on the screen right now. And that is kind of a dire situation to be in for a culture that across what is dozens of different franchise inputs, we have no confirmed other sporting creation except for Quidditch. Heck, I suck at sports, and I could still name about 20 or 30 different Muggle sports right now, and that's not even including games. So it is kind of bonkers that we don't see anything else, that nobody plays anything else or shows any interest in any other sport except Quidditch. It's like if the only sport we had was football, and can you imagine what that would say about us as a people? Some sort of lack of creative output and general creativity that is stifling our culture, isolating it to a point of stagnation brought on by a clinging to status quo that is slowly killing us as we refuse to incorporate new elements and communities into our melting pot. Yeah, that does turn up quite often as a description for the wizarding world in my research, and it is certainly a very apt one. Also, if you're wondering what the other magical game is, it's called Gobstones, and it's actually mentioned in a lot of books and games, so it's clearly popular, even though it's literally just marbles, but the marbles spit a terrible smelling liquid at whoever loses. Like, what's the point of that? Imagine if we had marbles and every time you fucked up someone just pepper sprayed you. That wouldn't be a good internationally played game. It's a sadistic high school student's idea of fun. I don't know what it is with wizards and taking things that we do and making them even worse or shittier or more dangerous, but it's weird. Anyway, our final major department is the Department of Mysteries. Ooh. And this is one that we have a little bit of information from due to the battle that takes place between Dumbledore's army, the Child Freedom Fighter Cell, or Terrorist Cell, I guess depending on your perspective, and the Death Eaters, who are definitely portrayed as a terrorist group, in the Ministry of Magic over the prophecies that are kept in one of its departments. We also have a little bit of information from some of the games, but for the most part the mystery element of this department is pretty accurate, and a lot of this stuff in it leaves you wondering, what the hell? Why does the Ministry have a room for this? What's the point of this? Also, I'm sorry, is there a bit in there about a minister trying to shut down or reduce the Department of Mysteries, and them just flat out refusing to work with him? To which the answer is yes. The Department of Mysteries is sort of like the CIA in the Cold War, in the sense of it kind of does whatever the fuck it wants and just hands the government the bill. Like, the people who work in this place are called unspeakables and are forbidden to talk about what they do or any of the stuff that goes on in their department, so it's actually exactly like the CIA. I have to assume that it is War Crime Central down on the bottom floor of the Ministry of Magic. Like, that's probably where they came up with a bunch of stuff like the House Elf genetic slavery spell I mentioned earlier on. That isn't canon. I want to make it very clear that J.K. Rowling would never do anything to disparage the wizarding community as blatantly as that. Although the existence of this video should be sign enough that there are plenty of problems even without such a spell being confirmed as real. Now, while the Unspeakables might be forbidden to talk about what goes on, we do have a few tidbits from the books to go off, and I'm totally allowed to talk all about them. So let's start with the first room, because they don't really have offices down here, they just have rooms with ominous as shit names, and even more ominous implications, like the Brain Room. Now, is this some kind of think tank, you might say, if you are feeling especially punny today? And actually, yeah, that is sort of accurate because the room is full of brains in aquarium containers that apparently represent forts according to various characters like Madame Pomfrey in the Order of the Phoenix. And these forts tried to strangle Ron Weasley to death and also tried to jump and kill your character in Harry Potter Wizards Unite. Which makes me wonder what the deal with these brains is. Like, do they just hate people? Are they stuck thinking about the world of Harry Potter and have become soaked in hate for all wizard life because of it? I can sort of relate if that's the case, but we don't really get a sense of what this room's purpose is except to assume that it's meant to study the idea of consciousness and other thinky things. I don't know why that takes the form of homicidal brains, but as you will learn very quickly with the Department of Mysteries, very little makes sense down here, and it does just feel like they named the rooms and then sort of made up whatever was going to go in them to match the theme. Like the Space Chamber, our next one. It's just a room filled with a detailed reality of our solar system, and possibly more? Sort of like a fancier version of an astrarium that functions with magic, but yet again, it's not very clear why this room deserved funding that could have instead gone to, like, I don't know, werewolves? Following the Space Chamber, we have the Death Chamber, and if I had not already mentioned how this place is like a US government black site, you would probably be wondering how does the budget allocate stuff to this, and the Ministry of Magic isn't supposed to get concerned about it. "Oh, don't worry, Minister, we're spending another 1,000,000 gallons on the death chamber. They're so close to getting death, or beating death, or dealing with some other Eldritch Horror shit." The Eldritch Horror theme there seems the most likely, as the Death Chamber is the one from the books and the films that everyone remembers. It has the big giant archway called the Veil that instantly murks anyone who falls through it, like Sirius Black for example. You can also hear the voices of those who have died through it, depending on how much you believe in the afterlife, and also how many dead people you know, which is a far easier metric to meet in the frankly hyper-dangerous wizarding world. Now, as for what else we know about this veil, we know that it has been here as long as the Ministry of Magic has been around. Whether that implies that it was created at the start, or that the Ministry constructed itself around the veil, is left open to interpretation. And we know from Harry that the room looks a lot like the courtroom that he was tried in for the Wizengamot. Which does leave us in the wind a little bit for figuring out what this room was, which certainly enhances the horror aspect of it, and makes that horror a perfectly reasonable reaction. This is one of those cases of it adding up to the overall vibe of who is funding this place, but also, due to the lack of information that we have, it's an acceptable mystery for the Department of Mysteries. A vibe that I wanted to include because I wanted to show that certain places, especially in a magical building designed to house and protect magical stuff, are perfectly fine to just be left in that sort of unanswered space, or to fill a niche of protecting things that shouldn't be public, like the Hall of Prophecies or the Time Room. There is a little bit more to say on the whole Time Room and the Time Turners, because there is a lot of wacky stuff about them included in The Cursed Child, but we have a whole chapter for me to go into that stupid fucking play, so let's conserve our energy. However, there is one last room that I wanted to talk about in relation to this place that has something I want to say on it, and that is the Love Room. J.K. Rowling describes the Love Room as,
"What's in the Love Room? It's the place where they study what love means." So that room, I believe, will have at its centre a kind of fountain or well containing a love potion, a very powerful love potion. That's what they would have found in the Love Room. So you'd see wizards and witches taking it, and they'd study the effects.
Which is a thoroughly unhelpful description, and also does raise more questions about the whole love potion, because a love potion is sort of an inept name. Now, you could call it a date rape potion, because it literally forces people to want to be with someone that they would otherwise not have any interest in, something that happens with Ron Weasley and Romilda Vane that makes him infatuated to a ridiculous degree with her, a case of mistaken rape drugging as she had intended it for Harry. And this comes up a lot in the books and the games, where love potions are either sold as common items for people to purchase and use on others, or they are involved in hilarious pranks, or funny comments about people using them on one another to, engage in some of that classic sexual assault. Because all the love potion does is simulate the feeling. It doesn't foster or create it permanently, something we know from Voldemort's backstory, as his mum had to keep drugging her partner over and over until she stopped, and then he ran away. The use of love potions is a horrifying thing to normalise in any world. It literally isn't love, it's forcing somebody to like someone and presumably engage in sexual acts that they otherwise would not want to. It should be a fucking crime, not an item that gets sold at Weasley's Wizard Wheezes as a fun little joke gift, because rape and sexual assault isn't a joke. Although I should point out that the Wonder Witch potions made by the Weasleys only lasted for around 24 hours, which isn't really better. That is still far and away enough time to do some horrible shit to someone who is forcibly obsessed with you, and it is even weirder that they are marketed towards girls, especially considering the connotations there of how we treat women when they engage in sexual manipulation or abuse. What the actual fuck? Like, it is strange that all the cases of the love potion being used in the Harry Potter world are being done by women to men, and it's treated as a joke or not that big of a deal because of that. Like, if men did it, would it then suddenly be a problem? Because if that's true, it might be possible that J.K. Rowling just really hates men. Like, she might have some really deep-seated resentments around men and around what men can and can't do and what women can and can't do and have it considered as being, like, sexual assault or being harassment. That's worrying, right? I'm not crazy. That's like a fair thing to be concerned about, right? Is the way that she presents this. But to bring us back to the love chamber, what I'm getting at here is the fact that love is not something that can be crafted or studied with magic, a theme that apparently doesn't stop the Ministry from having a giant pot of super strong love potions sitting in the basement for clandestine war crimes, I guess? I mean, think of what you could do with someone if you poured that into them and demanded their secrets. And I want to address something here, because we are at the kind of end of the Ministry of Magic bit, and I want to do an epilogue of sorts that neatly ties up this whole thing, and it's something that I want you carrying through the rest of this video. Another one of those important points to drill in the brain, as it really will be relevant to come back to whenever we start wondering about why these are issues within the narrative of the wizarding world, and with the way that everything is written. Because you might be saying, as people often do when I get this deep about it, well, isn't our world full of the same kind of things? Don't we have tons of racism, institutionalized violence, and mistreatment of other groups and cultures, fascist infiltration of the government at all levels, calls for the violation of rights and the tracking of communities that are deemed to be deviant or concerning, a legal system that benefits some while screwing over many others, departments whose whole existence is built on the committing and perpetration of war crimes, and so on? Don't we, in our world, with our normal lives, have exactly the same kind of issues that you describe here in the Ministry of Magic? Is this not just a portrayal of how screwed up the system and the world we live in is? And to that, I have to remind you that your audience perception of things is not the same as how the story was written and how it was created by the author. And this is why the separation of the author is bullshit. Because the author is the one whose intent defines everything in the world that they create. And in J.K. Rowling's own words that I have covered here, we see that she views this wizarding world as being good, as this idea that once the corruption in the Ministry is gone, and people like Harry or Hermione are in charge, that will fix the issues without drastically changing the system because the system works. The status quo is the desirable state, and it might need some edits, but that's all. When the truth is that all of those issues we brought up, all of those issues that are present in our world too, are proof that drastic and immediate change is required to the very foundations of the society that has built itself to be preserved in such a way. And it is strange that no character has those opinions. None of the characters that we are told are wise and good and smart realize that the politics of the wizarding world will never allow the kind of changes that bring true rights and protections to the various people who need it most. But they don't realize that, and none of that happens, and so comment because it isn't seen as a problem by J.K. Rowling, or Warner Bros. And the writers that they hire. Before we move into discussing the economics, the politics, the racism, and the eugenics that are upheld by the system that are created and inherent to it, that keep continuing to exist because the author does not even recognize them as problems in the world, and so her characters who represent her good intentions and best will don't see them as issues either, we need to recognize that all of this exists and is not challenged at all because the author lets it be so. There is no one else that this can come down to, no other power that exists in this narrative that can allow storylines to challenge the status quo, but refuse to because the status quo is the ideal end state, even if its stability is a lie built on continuing violations of the very people who suffer underneath it. In our world, all of these things may also be true, but we would, and should, and do, criticize the hell out of them, and the people who enforce and push them. We see groups and people fighting back, especially young people. Something that is not translated across into the Harry Potter universe, because those groups and people fighting back are the villains, like in Harry Potter Wizards Unite, with Constance Pickering being the essential characterization of, hey there, young people, slow down and don't be too radical, or demand too much change because the system is going to slowly get better for some people in some cases, and you know what? That's good enough. And I guess it is good enough for the people who are already well off, presumably. Just have that in mind as we go into the next chapters. It's kind of the essential takeaway of this entire bit I've done, and one that you hopefully should have already got yourself from all the examples given of it in this chapter. Now, when it comes to the wizarding economy, I want to make it clear that I am not questioning the existence of capitalism in the wizarding world. At least not yet. Not at the start. I don't want to lose you until we at least get the foundational stuff put down. Instead, it's mostly just trying to understand how the economy functions, especially in regards to the existence of all the terms and ideas that we've become adjusted to, and the concepts that we discussed with regards to the available careers in that section from earlier on. Because those ideas about how supply chains in the wizarding world function don't seem to really be that well established, and there don't seem to be many jobs functioning towards the establishment of what we consider to be the base requirements for industry. Stuff like factories and plantations and transit companies who grow products, craft them into consumer goods, and then transport them where they are needed. If it isn't clear, I'm not an economist. The last economic stuff I did was 10 years ago in Year 12 and Year 13 economics class, which was just an easy credit I needed to get through high school, mostly built around putting the right words onto graphs that seem to be an essential part of the process. So, in the interest of recognising my weaknesses in this field, I know all about Harry Potter at this point. I'm basically a walking encyclopedia who might actually know more than J.K. Rowling does about her own universe. But I don't know exactly how to contrast that knowledge with the economic understandings that we have in our real life. Which is why I spent some time digging through a few articles and studies where people had attempted to consider Harry Potter in real-world financial terms, and I also enlisted the help of Alexandria from Twitter, handle @fuckthegeese, who is an economics student with an almost complete degree, which is pretty much good enough for me. So with the help of the internet and its many wonders and running a few ideas past her, I was able to get a much more concrete idea of what we need to talk about here, while also having to learn a bunch of terms that made me more depressed if that was at all possible. Oh, and before we get into it, as I mentioned earlier in this video at some point, instead of saying the wizarding economy, I will be trying to say Economagic, because I think I might have coined that term, and I think it sounds cool as fuck. You can disagree, but I like it. So the first thing I want to establish here is exactly how many wizards there are in, at the very least, the British Isles, where we are talking about at this moment. The reason to get this number, or at least the concept of this number, down, is because that gives us an idea of exactly what kind of market exists for the production and sale of goods and services. A population of a small town has different needs and requirements to that of a city or a nation. It also gives us a better idea of exactly how the wizarding world is spread out, as we know that there exist wizarding villages. At least there is one exclusive wizard village, that of Hogsmeade near Hogwarts, so presumably the rest either live in isolated houses like the Weasleys, or within the already existing landscape of the Muggle world like the Blacks. A community within a community, as Hermione describes it in Deathly Hallows. Now, it's slightly trickier to pin down exactly how many magical people there are in the UK, as J.K. Rowling has given a few possible options, but the generally accepted one, and the one that makes the most sense considering how minute the community is that of around 3,000 wizards in the original period of the novels, so the 1990s. The UK's average population in the 1990s was between 57 to 58 million, so let's go on the low side and say 57 million, which would mean that the percentage of the wizarding population makes up 0.05% of the total population, and that is fucking tiny. I'm speaking as a trans person here. We get told all the time how small a population we are, but we're like 1 to 2-ish% around there. That is a tiny percentage of a population. And it really does make the impact that they have on the Muggle world and the control they exercise over Muggle lives a little bit more fucked up. Like, here is a super elite with magical powers telling us what we can and can't do or see or get the right to be involved with. But zooming back in on the economic side,
In my talks with Alexandria about this, she discussed how, due to the fact that gold seemed to be the main source for currency in the form of galleons, and we literally see the piles of gold throughout Gringotts, that would mean that they don't use fractional reserve banking, and so the population would need to see small growth to ensure that it doesn't outpace the supply of gold for coins. Now, I am aware that there are people watching this who have a good chance of being as stupid as me, so fractional reserve banking is when a bank can lend out money beyond that which it has the base money for, while only keeping an amount in actual cash that is less than the amount that they are giving to borrowers. I think, yet again, if you're a proper economics person who is like, this is all wrong, then please comment, say something about it. I'm doing the best I can here with the resources I've got at hand, alright? So basically, for all the billions of dollars out in economic circulation right now, there is not a gold or hard cash amount equal to that being held in deposits. What this means for Economagic is that they are reliant upon gold being minted for their economy to grow, as growth beyond that gold value would lead to inflation rates skyrocketing up, a bad thing that devalues the currency, and seeing as there is only one group in charge of all this, goblins, then I guess that would be pretty bad stuff. It is sort of weird that the goblins in this allegory to our reality do fulfill the Nazi conspiracy theory of a group that controls the wealth and is using it to somewhat nefarious means. Nefarious in this sense meaning making sure that they have some sort of semblance of power in society and some sort of influence that stops them from being discarded or shoved into a subservient role like house elves. Not exactly something that I as an author would feel comfortable getting close to or even slightly emulating in an uncritical manner, but that is the wizarding world and that's how it works. So we know that the wizarding population is small, and that it being small makes sense with regards to the economic system that they seem to be operating off of, one that would apparently probably not have loans being a common aspect of life due to that reliance upon literal physical gold, also possibly making it difficult to stimulate the flow of currency alongside that, as there is no representative currency to spend around, leading to what Alexandria called an extremely centralized system, see Gringotts, literally the only bank in the UK controlled by a single group, that relies upon inheritance for wealth to grow. A fact that I guess is sort of true, in that a lot of the rich people seem to get it from long-term financial investments by their families or the hoarding of wealth in big old vaults. Most of which are rich and have consistently been rich, like the Malfoys or the members of the Unforgivables and Wizards Unite, a secret group of wealthy citizens who tried to maintain the social order as one that benefited them. Haha, I wonder what that must be like. Certainly not something that we have to deal with in our normal, actual, proper reality whatsoever. And that inheritance thing even applies to not as rich or noble family people like Harry Potter, who we see get most of their wealth from a big old vault that they discovered they're inheriting. Now, we talked previously about the idea of supply chains and industry in this wizarding world as being not something established to the degree that we think of it as in our current world, at least our world since the 1800s, something which is apparently called a cottage-based industry, when the manufacturing of goods is done in a decentralized manner that relies upon out-of-home production rather than a dedicated facility. While that is all well and good, it indicates that the wizards didn't go through an industrial revolution like we did, probably due to the small population size and the fact they didn't feel the demands to go through an industrial revolution due to that. We had growing populations that required a growing demand for goods and a growing demand for other tools or other equipment, and the expanses of empire as well also had a pressure upon that. And I don't think there is a wizarding imperialism, or at least not an open wizarding empire. There is like subtle imperialism that we're going to cover later. However, there is a challenging thing to this idea of an economic system in the way that Transfiguration works, as we semi-discussed earlier. While Transfiguration is limited by its inability to recreate food from nothing, J.K. Rowling makes it clear that anything, and I mean anything, can be replicated with Transfiguration, summoned, or transfigured. So you can turn stuff into stuff, and you can duplicate things, but you can't just make it without some original base material. But that hardly seems like much of a limitation at all. Indeed, even the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration merely mentions how the ability to transfigure is only truly limited by the correct wording and size/quantity being limited by how powerful a caster you are. So while it does have a cap, it doesn't necessarily mean that you can't just replicate super hard to find and obtain ingredients. Which kinda would make sense, while also not making sense at all. Like, it would make sense for ingredients to be easily replicatable, as that would explain how Ollivander's is able to have super cheap wands that sell for only a few galleons, but seem to have materials in them that are incredibly expensive and incredibly difficult to obtain. The other alternative being that there is an army of adventurers risking life and limb for almost no compensation, so that the Ollivander's family can do their hobby and give cheap wands to people, although I guess not that cheap, seeing as a lot of poor families have wands that get passed down, or very busted ones that they don't just replace immediately. Actually, yeah, what is going on there? Well, I mean, we know what's going on there, it's poverty, but that is just strange, right? Like, if ones only cost a few galleons, something which we know is like 15 to 30 pounds, or like $40, then why would you not replace that if it gets broken, or buy a new one? Especially when Ollivander makes such a big deal about these being essential to bringing out the magical powers of those who wield one. Although I guess this could be another one of those cases of it showing us how poor some of these wizard families might really be. But then, shouldn't something as essential as a wand to a child's education be fully subsidised by the government, to ensure that everyone gets the best possible education? And, I mean, they're already funding and subsidising the courses, and funding and subsidising the enrolment. Why wouldn't they do that for, like, all the equipment too? Like, it makes no sense that you're going to do, like, only, like, half the education is subsidised, not the other half, even though the other half is as important, if not more important, to making sure you can cast magic. Okay, it's time to stop this wild train of thought before it gets out of hand. Economagics. We're talking about Economagics. But if we accept that ingredients can be transfigured, given time and magical skill, then why are tons of them still hard to get or obtain? Surely it's just a matter of storing away an original copy of them, and then making everything from that one to ensure a steady and easily accessible supply. Something which we know is not true, because they make it clear that certain potions are very uncommon because of the ingredients involved, such as the Wolfsbane potion that they refused to give to every werewolf, even though it was life-saving and changing healthcare because of a mixture of politics and funding. And werewolves can't get it normally because werewolves suffer from intergenerational poverty that keeps them from buying the ingredients or the potions themselves, and hold up, this whole thing is fucked. Either transfiguration is not that powerful as we are told it is, and as we see it being, or the wizarding world and society is built off of enforced poverty and cruelty for its own sake, replicating our real world poverty for pretty much no reason at all, as magic should give you the edge to bypass capitalism entirely. Or at least you would think so. Maybe it's just a system kept in place by the upper class and the goblins to ensure their dominance over others, who are then screwed out of stuff because money is made up to represent those basic necessities and to maintain their hegemonic control. And if you consider it that way, it makes complete sense that a bunch of jobs seem to fall into one of three categories. Either completely unnecessary, like scribes or janitorial staff, which could be done by magic, but if it was done by magic, then what would those working class people do to earn money to be able to purchase the bare minimum and keep the currency from completely stagnating? There are also those who go into jobs that I would very confidently describe as hobby work, like authors or astrologists or potion masters, careers that don't have a guaranteed safety net, but because the people doing them are probably from wealthy families benefiting from that aforementioned inherited wealth,
They don't need that money to pay for things, and can get away with just doing whatever they want. And the final group in society are the people who fill jobs in the state apparatus of the Ministry of Magic or Gringotts Bank. The two institutions ensuring that this system chugs along like Thomas the Tank Engine, sick and bloated with disease. There is a lot of rot in this system, a lot of rot that becomes so much clearer because it is focused around such a minority of characters and societies, not hidden behind these large, complex functions that we are so accustomed to. Oh, and because it is very relevant what with us discussing currency, gold and transfiguration, the implication of the Philosopher's Stone, an incredibly powerful artifact that is able to turn normal metals into gold, the ultimate form of money duplication and inflation creation, is that normal transfiguration is unable to create gold from nothing. The Philosopher's Stone is a such high demand item because we can't normally do that with magic, and therefore this ability to transform things into gold is a unique aspect. The Philosopher's Stone gets destroyed, so it is gone as well. Which does make sense if it was going to be used as a standard for Economagics to function off of. You don't want a currency that's easily replicatable to be the main currency that you base your entire economy off of. However, if we accept that gold cannot just be created in the same way that other items supposedly can be, then we do have to ask the question of where all that gold is coming from. Because, and here is a surprise for you, gold is not an infinite resource. In fact, one of the major factors in the European push for new territory of the colonial period was to discover new gold mines, as Europe was running into a gold shortage, causing the economy at the time to falter and potentially crash. Actually, wait a minute. The wizards faced, as we know from the bit talking about history of magic and Professor Binns, an economic bubble in the 14th century, whose crash led to the establishment of Gringotts as the main holder of currency and economic circulation in the wizarding world. Or at least the European wizarding world. It's never very clear exactly how that interacts with other wizards from other places like India or China or North America that maybe don't have cultures that use the same financial systems in the Muggle world they interact with or base themselves off. It's all very Eurocentric right now, something that we can get into a little bit later and that does replicate itself in almost every other aspect of this franchise. Back to what I was saying though, Gringotts was established in 1474, at the end of the wizard economic crash, and presumably the introduction of a controlled gold standard economy by the goblins came with them seizing control. The Great Bullion Famine of Europe occurred between the tail end of the 14th century, with its worst years being that of 1457 to 1464. As we know that gold is a non-replicable source, and we have no definitive proof to suggest that goblins or house elves have magic that lets them replicate it either, then is it not at all possible that the Great Bullion Famine of Europe was caused by wizards and goblins establishing their currencies via the extraction of gold in the Muggle world, that was then covered up by magic? I mean, this is the issue that I want to get into in my chapter on the Wizard and Muggle worlds, which is that while Muggles are halted from interacting with the Wizard world, there is nothing stopping wizards from taking stuff from us both physically and culturally, and then covering it up. How many events in Muggle history are in fact caused by the meddling of wizards under the Statute of Secrecy, a law that by this point I hope we all now know I fucking despise as a narrative idea and cop-out? And you know what, saying all of this, I think it's about time we get around to the political side of things. And while you might currently be thinking, well, you have a communist poster directly behind you, so this is probably going to end up being biased towards that sort of thing, right? To which I must assure you that I also have a Ronald Reagan sex doll in my wardrobe. So I think that that sort of balances out to be about centrist, or at least centrist enough to talk about Harry Potter. So on that note, hey, how's it going? Did you know the Weasleys are poor? And I mean, not just poor, but dirt poor. I mean, working class. This family is handing down everything they've got to each other, and barely scraping by most of the time.
Think my name's funny, do you? There's no need to ask you yours. red hair, and a hand-me-down robe, you must be a Weasley. You'll soon find out that some wizarding families are better than others, Potter.
Celebrating a lottery win of 600 galleons by going to Egypt for a weekend, kind of poor. Now, we've obviously previously mentioned how I think that Arthur Weasley is the real hero of the entire show, a hero who doesn't have to do flashy battles or get told how wise he is by a deer to do the right thing, and to make a better world, not just for his family, but for everyone in it, including the Muggles that he and his family have been okay with and on board for decades. And I know that that second note there has something that is really interesting and that we should explore more, but I do want to mention just briefly, because I'll talk about in the future point, how the Weasleys are one of the pure-blood families, the classical purebloods that make up that whole racist upper echelon of wizard society, but they actively pushed back against that characterization, which has led to their current dire straits and them getting called blood traitors by people like Lucius Malfoy. So basically they're one of the few people that said, hey, maybe being pureblood is bad and that doesn't make us better than anyone else. And in return they got pushed out of the club of wealthy racist families that didn't agree with that. Now, as I've mentioned, we're not going to talk about eugenics or racial purity just yet. What we are talking about specifically here, of course, is the economic state of things. That's the chapter heading, and I am obliged kind of somewhat by the script to keep to that. And in that regard, the close connections that we as an audience have with these characters lets us get a real vision of how those who are viewed as poor in the wizarding world are forced to live. And it truly is forced to live because, as we have clearly discussed, the magical capabilities and the ease of access to many resources that are turned into luxury goods for us are not as present in the wizarding world, or at least they shouldn't be as present as they are in ours. Now, we obviously can and should briefly talk about how the idea of artificial scarcity is not an unusual one. The idea that in our world we create systems that ensure those things that are essential to living or to having a good life, two distinctly different but important metrics nonetheless, are difficult to obtain so that they can require money. In this way, we encourage people to get out there and work 40 hours a week, or more accurately in the current modern sense, work 2 jobs and never see their children, who knows how many hours, and all of that just to get by and scrape on rent, bills, food, education and healthcare. Greed begets greed, and this system we have in place is designed to ensure that the status quo of capitalism is maintained by those who benefit the most from this operation, and the wizarding world is clearly and truly no different. Poverty and poorness must exist because otherwise, what's the point of having a bank full of money? But that is clearly not a great way of viewing things, and is definitely an appalling system to advocate for, or to at least put in as the way that things just are, although none of this should be a surprise considering that J.K. Rowling herself is a Blairite neoliberal from the time period when Britain modelled itself very closely off the political leanings of the American Democrat Party. Wealth trickles down through inheritance and through working hard, through coming up with the best ideas, from making the right connections, and a welfare state would only jeopardise such incentives for those in the working class. These wizards need to magic themselves up by their broomsticks, and nowhere is this idea more in action than in the lives and development of the Weasleys and their children. They are shown to us at the start in this poor place, as the representatives of the wizard working class in the Economagics system. I mean, in Chamber of Secrets, we literally get this quote in regards to how much money they have stored away in their Gringotts vault for spending on their children's education.
There was a very small pile of silver sickles inside, and just 1 gold galleon. Miss Weasley felt right into the corners before sweeping the whole lot into her bag.
That is hella poor. That is the kind of poor that actually, honestly, I sort of know way too well, and I'm sure that plenty of people watching this probably do too. It might hit a little bit too close to home, and if for that, I'm sorry, I don't control this world, I just talk about it. And throughout the books/films, what we get shown quite often is the ability of these children to excel in school, with all of them becoming prefects of their house, getting good grades, and going into successful careers. Like Bill as a curse breaker for Gringotts, or Ron as an Auror briefly, Charlie as a Dragon Wrangler, Percy as head of magical transportation at the Ministry of Magic, and Ginny as a chaser for a Quidditch team, and then the sports editor for the Daily Prophet, at least according to Pottermore / the Cursed Child. And of course, George is the super rich and successful entrepreneur owner of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, which he runs with Ron after Fred kicked the bucket in the last book. Also, in all that description, I just realised that my summary in the career chapter absolutely applies here. Seriously, they literally all either work for the Ministry of Magic in a niche specialist market, or as business owners. But while from this we could take away the lesson about how no matter the circumstances of one's birth, you can always rise to the top with access to education, it also does set up an unreasonable standard for success translated to survival. Their parents didn't have the same luck, both working in careers that did not pay well or at all, because ultimately the narrative here was one created to satiate a neoliberal view of class transition, wherein we as an audience should feel happy and joyed to see them move from lower to middle and in some cases upper class living standards. We should feel like that is a deserved development and not question whether such a hierarchy is necessary in the first place. Would the Weasleys not have succeeded just as well with access to a standard of living that allowed them to purchase the same educational tools and quality as their other classmates? Is the struggle they went through really the defining element of their success? I mean, no, obviously not. We have literally everyone else from the same time at Hogwarts who had money to showcase that their working class pain is not something we should feel is correct or is morally okay. It is another one of those cases where it was weird how we got the basis for class conflict, but it never truly got explored. We never really got a rich versus poor attitude, one that fosters the idea in the poor that things should be different for those who start like them in the future. Instead, it seems to ferment and exist in the background, seen through the slight reactions that we get from Ron and Molly Weasley towards Harry Potter's wealth, and from comments by Malfoy in the idea that their poverty is a deserved state due to their generational failures. Yet again, nothing here that challenges anything at all, except for small triggers used to try and get the audience to understand what point is supposed to be made. With no payoff though, it just feels pointless. What was the point of showing the poverty in all those earlier books, of giving us this argument or this narrative about the Weasleys and their state of financial dependency when compared to other characters, if the resolution to that was just nothing, or just, well, at least the children became rich or married rich in the later books. Now, before we wrap up this chapter, and I know there are probably a lot more things that could be said with regards to the specifics of the economic function of wizard society, but I do not think this is the kind of video that would benefit from such dry reading, and trust me, I've dug into 3 actual serious university papers that attempt to do just that, and they hurt my little head a little too much. Hopefully, at this point though, we have what I consider the foundational requirements of at least thinking about economagics and the population densities of the Harry Potter world, and how those two factors intertwine together and will influence future chapters. And with that noted, I thought we could do something a little fun to end this chapter out. Remember earlier on when I briefly mentioned the conversion rates of British pounds and USD to galleons? Well, here is a little reminder directly from J.K. Rowling at the 2001 Comic Relief live event in March that 1 galleon is £5 or 7.30 USD, and a sickle is 30 pennies or 50 cents. Now, with those numbers we also have, thanks to the efforts of some hero on the Harry Potter fandom wiki, a list of items from the books and the costs that get listed alongside them in that writing. So with all of that collected, I was thinking we could convert some of those other things to our real dollars and just see how weird or strange some of the values might be. No real dig at anything here except for an author putting in stuff without really considering what those translate to down the line. Also, just a quick reminder to everyone involved that purchasing power has changed somewhat over the past 21 years since that interview, so everything mentioned here, the currencies and the items involved, will have gone up in price. Or maybe not? As mentioned, we actually have no real understanding of how the goblins exactly manage the financial systems, except they hold onto all the gold in their vaults because they are good with money. Which, JK, please, get an economist friend to write a quick Pottermore article on it. You can even steal my Economagic phrase for it. I won't mind. I would love to have an article to refer to. But without that, let's just accept that they have inflated at the same rate that the UK has in that time period. A not unreasonable assumption, given the tendencies of the author to do stuff like that. In this case, you need to basically increase everything mentioned here by 83%, when considering how that would function in our current time as far as pricing goes. Now, because I'm such a nice person, I will do the maths for you, but just take that into account when I say these numbers that I have already inflated them, and that this, if you look it up later on, you're like, these aren't the same numbers, that's why. So, we have stuff like Acromantula Venom, the liquid gold that Professor Slughorn came down to Aragog's funeral for, which is priced at 100 galleons a pint, which in our modern currencies is around £919 or $1,221. Now, a pint is around 16 ounces or half a litre depending on whatever fucked up system of measurement you are using, and that's pretty decent. I don't know exactly how much Slughorn got, but it felt like it was around 2 litres, which is quite a bit of cash. The price of that venom as well, an ingredient in a variety of high-level potions, that's not the technical term, I just like the idea of them being high-level, does make me think that it really must be a case of either we are lied to by Transfiguration, and it cannot just duplicate expensive materials. The use of duplication for expensive materials is heavily moderated and controlled to ensure the economy maintains relevance, or nobody has thought to use Transfiguration to just copy the expensive ingredients. Maybe just no wizard has gone, well, hang on a second, this stuff costs £1,000 a pint. I can just cast a spell to make 2 of those. This is magic. Which, honestly, seeing as how most of the spells they got taught in the Transfiguration class are turning a variety of animals into kind of useless items, or vice versa, maybe that's true. Maybe wizards are really just fucking stupid. Regardless, Hagrid is sitting on a gold mine here, a whole colony of acromantulas that admittedly don't like him too much anymore and might eat him, but if you could just convince them, you can make a lot of money from those. Set up an acromantula fang farm? Just milk the fang. Next item of interest on the list is the fine that Mr. Weasley receives for the flying car that Harry and Ron used to get to Hogwarts after missing the train, which comes out to about £450 or $600. Which might not seem like too much, but remember the conversation we literally just had about how poor the Weasleys are. That amount of money is not okay, and honestly it is kind of fucked up that Harry doesn't offer to pay for that. Although we see how much the Weasleys don't like being given handouts, so that probably would not have gone down too well. But it does show a distinct lack of understanding or empathy from our hero. A lack that kinda does just never go away, for seeing how their actions can affect those around them in small ways to the hero maybe, but in large ones to the other side characters, who I guess as an audience we're just not to care about. Seriously, Harry and Ron could have just gone and talked to an adult, and asked for them to floo powder them to Hogsmeade or find some other form of transportation. But no, they stole a car and risked Arthur's job, making the Weasleys suffer a hefty fine for a poor family. And Harry not really getting that or being taught that lesson so heavily in the books/films does really showcase what heroes can get away with in a book that doesn't care about emphasising the narrative of how our actions hurt others unintentionally. Instead, we just get them being told off for screwing with the statute of fucking secrecy again. My mortal enemy. Our next item to have a good old chuckle at and then have a small breakdown over is the wage offered by Dumbledore to Dobby when Dobby obtained his freedom and wanted to work at Hogwarts. But actually get compensated for his labour, unlike all those other house elves who just love being unpaid workers. They adore being told what to do by the people who own them, okay? Look, it's maybe it is slavery, but it's not bad slavery, it's good slavery. So, in the interest of being the good guy, Dumbledore gives Dobby the monthly income of 40 galleons and the oh-so-special offer of getting his weekends off. Wow, what a nice dude, giving them less than the bare minimum requirements according to Muggle labour laws, as the weekends off doesn't also come with any real limit on working hours or overpay. So I'm just saying that Dobby really needs to get himself a union. Oh wait, he's the only house elf who ever broke free from the conditioning of the entire race. Who is he gonna unionize with? And also, he dies, so that kind of halts the whole progress anyways. But 40 galleons, according to our exchange rate that we have, is about £360 or $480 USD. So $120 a week, which is not nothing, so it's better than nothing, but it is way, way below the minimum wages, assuming that Dobby only has to work 40 hours, an assumption that, as I've previously said, we can't make. Like in the US, the minimum wage for a week of labour is $290 USD, and in the UK it is £356. Sorry Americans, your minimum wage is fucked. Rip your unions, I guess. And here is the big kicker. Dobby doesn't even take that offer because of the whole mentality that house elves are infused with, that they don't understand money or the idea of fair wages, and instead he only asks for 1 galleon a week and 1 day off a month. Like, Dumbledore gives him way less than he deserves for his labour, but Dobby gets literally next to nothing, a symbolic value of freedom, which would make Karl Marx cry if he were alive and having this video shoved in his face by me, while I told him how wizards have poverty and they have labour slaves still. Now, there are a bunch more small items as well that seem kind of funky on this list, like how the omnioculars that they use to watch the Quidditch cost $120 each, which is a hell of a lot of money for some cool binoculars. Or remember that cool scene in the first book/film where Harry learns that he is super rich now and buys all the sweets on the train? Also, quick note, what a dick move, dude. Like, damn, what about the other characters? What if they want some sweets? You gotta buy all of them for only 11 sickles. That is about $7 US for a gigantic pile of sweets. Why are these sweets so cheap? Is there a sweet factory that we are missing? Are they transfiguring these sweets, but not other essential materials? Actually, here's the thing. We do find out in The Cursed Child how these sweets are getting made. It's because the person who pushes the sweet toy around is enslaved and has to make those, but just put that away up there. We'll talk about that when we get to the play. Also, another thing is the price that Voldemort puts on a mudblood, a very racist term for Muggle-born wizards, when he takes over the Ministry of Magic. It's 5 galleons, or 60 USD/£45. Now, that feels like not a lot, right? Like, especially considering the size of the wizarding population and how big of a deal Voldemort and the Death Eaters make about Muggle-born people and the threat they pose to their supposedly pure society. You would think they would offer a little bit more of a substantial reward, especially in a system when a lot of basic needs can presumably be met with magic. Like, who's desperate enough to sell out wizards they know for $60 US? I mean, the only people who we get the sense that they are so poor they cannot even afford housing or food are werewolves, and most of them are already working for Voldemort in this time period. Partly because of that whole being mistreated by the system that never gets resolved, as the Ministry only puts through symbolic changes to destigmatize werewolves without addressing the greater demands of werewolf healthcare. That's a weird statement that hasn't gotten less weird the more I've said it, and ultimately this is a video of weird statements, but the point here is that money and currency does seem to be applied in somewhat unusual ways. that doesn't seem to really reflect an understanding of how value is derived whatsoever from economics. And I know, wow, am I saying that J.K. Rowling isn't an economist who figured out a working or believable or function or even just consistent system in her franchise? What a revelation! And yeah, sure, but it is still annoying, and it is still the foundation of a good narrative. A world that operates without making the reader go, wait, how the fuck does that work every other paragraph? Because once the suspension of disbelief is broken, it becomes easier and easier to keep getting caught up on little things that don't make sense. And before you know it, you've written tens of thousands of words and started filming a 10-hour video on the topic, even though you still have other stuff you need to do with your life.
Just things to eat. The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy.
And so this brings us to another little break, another chance for me to discuss stuff related to the video that is not necessarily so heavily diving into the lore-specific stuff or digging up old quotes or articles, and serve as a nice little moment between chapters that hold significant differences. The next set of chapters is going to be quite heavy, taking that foundation we've built so far with the wider British system of magic, and considering the ideas of crime and punishment, racism and eugenics, wizard and muggles. So some content warnings for those kind of things if that is something you are worried about. Lots of really terrible stuff. To ease us into that, I thought it would be worth having a little chat about the wizarding world, J.K. Rowling, and queerness/gender, because honestly, not talking about Rowling and her views is a bullshit idea, and we do have to think of these things as being both influenced by the writer who created them and a reflection of her beliefs and ideology. So let's talk about gay characters and trans representation and gender systems in the Harry Potter world. Or, more accurately, let's talk about the lack of queerness that is in the franchise. Because we really do get a vision of how J.K. Rowling views allyship and views the LGBT community through what she creatively engages with. With that in mind, let's play another little game, just like the magical sports one, with a very similar outcome. I want you, right now, to name all the gay characters you can think of from Harry Potter. And I mean anything. I'm talking video games, side books written for charity, plays, Pottermore articles. Go on. I can wait. Alright, well done. You got two, Dumbledore and Grindelwald, both announced in an interview at the Carnegie Hall in 2007 to much surprise and mixed reactions. Admittedly, this was after the final book had been released and there was zero confirmation of it within the writings themselves. I mean, it was basically about as legit as me right now telling you that Hermione Granger is trans. She could be. We don't know. And even worse than that, it barely had an impact on the franchise until this year, 15 years after that interview, with The Secrets of Dumbledore finally giving us a few scenes that make it very clear that these guys are at least kind of gay, in a sort of editable down for China and Saudi Arabia kind of gay. Like, you can cut it and it doesn't change a lot in the narrative. That is some really shit queer representation, and I don't care about strategic navigation by a straight cis woman, because queer people have been doing that with our own lives for decades, and someone with that much pull and power at the time she did later on in the franchise's establishment could have easily put some actual gay people in the last few books. I mean, it's not like they weren't already getting people pissed for the whole "it's teaching kids witchcraft" bullshit. But ultimately, it's more tactically bipartisan and financially beneficial to announce a character's gayness in a way that can be avoided by people who don't want it to be true. People can still read Harry Potter and watch Harry Potter without actually believing that Dumbledore is gay, because it's very ignorable. But back to the question I started us off with here, you actually missed one character, the queer character of Matilda Grimblehawk. Now, I'm sure that all of us here know all about Matilda Grimblehawk. Like, come on, she's the most famous lesbian witch ever in the Harry Potter franchise. No? You've never heard of this person whatsoever. Weird. I could have sworn that everybody here played Harry Potter Wizards Unite, Brilliant Event, Unforgivable Truth, or Fantastic Beasts Cases from the Wizarding World. This is my sarcastic bitch face, and you might notice that it is the exact same as my normal face, an unfortunate side effect of cynical bitch resting face. But yeah, that's it. That's all we get in the entire Harry Potter franchise, and it is embarrassingly small. There are thousands of characters out there, admittedly, who could be gay, and probably are gay, just statistically, but considering how much it is emphasised that the Wizarding World is an open and welcoming society for queer human wizards, it seems far more odd that there are not more around being all out and about with their sexuality and gender. And all of this does actually raise another interesting point about the greatest villain in the series. No, not Voldemort, the Statute of Secrecy. And that is, how do Muggle-born queer wizards deal with this during time periods when being gay or trans was not accepted, or, considering the time period we're in right now, just not more stigmatized, I guess. Seriously, they have Muggle families and Muggle friends who might not know that they have come out in the magic world, and they might even have gay friends in the Muggle world who are dealing with the hideous consequences of stuff like the AIDS crisis, and yet they can do nothing about it because of the restrictions on using magic to aid non-wizards. Now, I know gay people. They are not the best followers of stupid government legislations that restrict their actions to ones that don't help their own community, so I can only assume that there was a spree of LGBTQ characters who broke that statute on the regular so they could help Muggle gay rights and trans rights. But yet again, who knows? It's another thing that the franchise doesn't want to address, because addressing it would mean either having to admit that the system is bad in Harry Potter, or admitting that J.K. Rowling has some real heinous shit going on in the background of her writing. And finally, to quickly wrap up our little break before we get back into an actually planned chapter, the question of gender treatment, and how this ties into J.K. Rowling's interpretations of trans women that many have called, holy shit, that's really transphobic and it just keeps getting worse. Jeez, does it stop? No, there's more. And there's a blog now, and retweets of people who call for violence against trans women. And support for trans segregation, and the very language that has led to a spike in hate crimes against not just trans people, but also queer people who might not fit a particular binary view of the world. You know, some people have said that. Not me, of course. I'm a card-carrying, fence-sitting centrist with no political opinions whatsoever, and I haven't picked a single side so that I can keep having every possible person watching this video. Now, I'm not going to claim that we can directly tie the idea of being an exclusionary transphobe into Harry Potter. There isn't a specific example one can give of direct transphobia, but there are elements of what we would consider to be biological essentialism, and that essentialism being tied to a perspective around womanhood that has become a defining trait of gender-critical feminism, or TERFs, or whatever term you might use for that group of people. I am, of course, thinking about the Gryffindor Girls' Staircase from the 5th novel/film, and it's actually weird how many of the complaints that I have about narrative choices explicitly get their sources from the 5th book. I don't know what was going on in that book alone, but it has been a goldmine for digging up questionable things. What we learn about the Girls' Staircase is that it has an enchantment on it from the 10th century put in place by Godric Gryffindor himself, another kind of piece of shit who we will talk about more in the racism section. That's right, you thought that another person whose role is literally being a heroic figure and defender of Muggleborns wasn't going to be a racist towards other species? Oh, you sweet summer child, you haven't realised yet that every wizard is kind of racist because of the system they're in. That effectively this staircase, when a boy crosses a certain threshold, it sounds a loud klaxon and turns the staircase into a slide, yeeting them right to the bottom. This occurs in the 5th book as Harry and Ron attempt to get some vital information to Hermione in her dorm, assuming that they can just get in there because the girls come into their dorm all the damn time. But alas, alack, this school trusts boys less than girls to be whatever the implication is here. Creepy, I guess? Sexually abusive? something. There is something that they're suggesting that guys would be more likely to do than girls would be, and I don't think I like it being tied to, like, 14-year-olds. Now, this of course drags us right into this big conversation about women-exclusive spaces, a mainstay conversation at this point of the modern trans debate, which argues that trans women, or really men, am I right, fellow transphobes, cannot be trusted in women's spaces because men are inherently more violent and inherently more rapey. Now, we could dig into the statistics to fill the day on this, because yes, while the facts are that men are generally charged more often than women with sexual assault or abuse, that also does need to be taken into account alongside the fact that men are far more likely to not report sexual assault or abuse done to them, because we've built this culture that says only men can commit rape or assault. Or we can take into the fact that Britain doesn't have it so women can be charged with rape. It's not possible for them. It requires a penis to be inserted into something for it to be considered that crime. An attitude that is not healthy and is not helpful, because it basically makes it a case that guys feel like it's their fault if sex occurs to them and they don't want it. And it's not helpful to better understanding the way that these kind of issues are capable of affecting anyone, and that there is no inherent essentialism behind violence or terrible actions. It's the same kind of fucked up logic that led to a rash of conservative opinions about black people and guns or drugs. They were showing up more on gun or drug stats, and therefore this must be something that is just part of who black people are. Which isn't true, that's just racist essentialism. And this essentialism is clearly alive and well in Harry Potter. It's alive and well in the way that the girls' staircase blocks boys from getting up it, but the boys' dorms have no protections at all. But also, how does the magic of this staircase register what is and isn't a boy? We all know J.K. Rowling at this point. I think we might all know why there are no trans people at Hogwarts. It's possible the school doesn't let them in. I mean, it's just part of a greater, weirder idea of how a major narrative of the series is that people are capable of doing things that go beyond what they are assigned to be. That just because you are called a Slytherin doesn't mean you are going to be a bad wizard. Just because you have a piece of Voldemort inside you does not mean you have to be like Voldemort. Just because you're a werewolf doesn't mean you have to infect children. Okay, maybe in some cases the werewolves do infect children, but there are some good werewolves, there's some good werewolves too. But then the world itself has tons of times when this point is refuted and maintained in the system, rather than being overhauled, like it should if we accept its premise. Sure, Slytherin doesn't mean you have to be a dark wizard, but there were a lot of dark wizards in that house, and it is specifically built around the idea of cunning, the evil word for smart, to obtain what you want. That's literally the Slytherin part of the Sorting Hat song. Sure, werewolves have a hard life and a lot of trouble, but we only ever see one good werewolf. We see a lot of bad werewolves siding with Voldemort. Sure, but is the name of the game here when it comes to representation and essentialism, and it just leads to a fractured idea of what children are meant to get as the morals of this story. And it does tie into the transphobia that we see crop up later in J.K. Rowling's career. A mentality built around, sure, I support trans people, but... We also mentioned the love potions earlier on, but I do think it deserves re-mentioning here how much the love potions go towards this idea of males being monsters and women just being obsessive or silly or weird. Love potions are exclusively catered towards women and used by women in the Harry Potter series. From Romilda Vane, where the lesson was not, hey, drugging someone to love you is a fucking monstrous thing to do, you should at the very least be suspended from the school, but instead, obsession is a dangerous thing and you should be careful what you wish for, to Merope Riddle, who drugged her husband for years and years, having a child with him, only to finally let him out of the mind cage, and he immediately ran away because of course he fucking did. He'd been mind drugged the entire time. And we're supposed to feel pity for Merope because she's an unattractive girl who had a rough life. There is an amount of pity there, but that should at least be an equal amount, or if not more, of fuck that noise, don't drug your partners. But women are portrayed in a more sympathetic light in these regards than the men are. An attitude that we have in our modern days as well. An attitude that sucks, and I think we should all recognise as sucking. Just think of whenever it turns out that a female teacher has been sleeping with an underage male student compared to the reverse scenario. Both should be viewed as horrific acts of grooming and pedophilia, not, oh, that male student is so lucky. And I know that this concept could quite easily be tied to some of the things that have happened in J.K. Rowling's past that maybe have influenced quite heavily her views on men and her mistrust of them, but I don't really want to dive too heavily into that. If you see that connection there, then I agree that it's possible that it could be the case, but I just want to go back to talking about Harry Potter right now. And thankfully, that's the break over. And it truly has been one of the shittier breaks that I could have fought up, not really getting away from rough topics at all, but that's because I'm buttering you up for our next chapter, Wizard Prisons. So, it's all downhill from here. So, talking about wizard prisons is something that we need to do from the understanding that there are elements about wizard prisons that suck, but are accounted for in the world as being something terrible. A great example of that being the Dementors. While the Dementors do work for the Ministry of Magic, and they do represent possibly the largest and greatest human rights violation in the entirety of Harry Potter, we're literally talking about creatures who suck the life out of prisoners that they are watching over, and are effectively a tool for mental and emotional torture, something that we normally just have to build in a systemic way, rather than an explicit one. The Dementors are not considered within the universe to be a good thing. They are a sign of the corruption and foolishness of the Ministry of Magic, as they immediately jump ship and join Voldemort's side, something that Dumbledore apparently totally saw coming, although if he saw that coming, you know what would be a great way to do something about that? Accepting the fucking job as Minister of Magic, or giving Fudge some advice so you could implement reformations. But even that idea is one that is kind of flawed in how J.K. Rowling presents it. The Dementors are evil and will side with evil people, and that's why they are bad. Not necessarily because they are a form of punishment that drains away the souls of those they attack, and causes people to sink into a deep depression. Souls are an interesting thing there, and something that I would like to get into later in this chapter when we discuss the ideas of inherent evil and how that ties into views on rehabilitation. But the takeaway I want at this point is that as much as they are a fantastic source of pointing to Azkaban and saying, look how bad it is, I will accept that Dementors are never presented in a positive light, and therefore are not something that we can use to consider wizard prisons as being a shitty thing deserving of criticism for the way the audience is meant to interpret them. We are meant to think the Dementors are bad. J.K. Rowling writes it that way, and therefore I'm not going to say that they're there's a bad thing in the universe, because bad things do need to exist for a story to exist, so I'm not doing cinema sins, is what I'm saying here. Which actually brings us quite nicely to the main meat of this topic, the main discussion point when it comes to the idea of punishment, and how J.K. Rowling views it in the form of Azkaban itself. Azkaban is our immutable point of reference for what is okay and acceptable, as it is one of the elements that is maintained after the dissolution of Voldemort's government and the takeover of people like Kingsley Shacklebolt, the One Good Aura, and Harry Potter. The only change that they institute in the Azkaban place is to merely remove the Dementors, who had already kind of removed themselves by bouncing and joining Voldemort, and move in auras instead to be in charge of guarding the isolated castle fortress with some of the most illegal CIA black site cells vibes I think I've seen in any sort of fantasy franchise. Seriously, that's the only change that the good guys put in place to fix the prison system, which is, sure, it's a big change. The Dementors were definitely the worst thing about Azkaban. I mean, there was literally a graveyard built in the prison because people would die of despair after spending too long there. But this is by no means the only flaw with Azkaban. For example, Daniel Page, a character from Harry Potter Magic Awakened, which you probably haven't heard of because it is exclusively only released in the Chinese region right now and hasn't come to a global region in maybe next year, maybe the year after that. It's hard to say. They've said next year. But Daniel Page had to visit the post-Second Wizarding War Azkaban to see his mother, and described the place as cold, silent, and lonely. It seems very clear from what little we see of the place and the people who are sent there that punishment is the word of the day, and is not rehabilitation that takes centre place in wizarding society. Which is a sort of weird opinion for a supposedly progressive writer to take about the prison system, especially because Azkaban was not built to just service the darkest of the dark wizards. No, Azkaban, as we have previously slightly discussed, is specifically built to look after pretty much anyone who gets sentenced for anything. Daniel Page's mother, Kalina Page, was locked up there after her husband and son were caught up by the Muggle police after getting involved in Muggle crimes, and she tried to use magic to help distract the cops from catching her family, and that act broke the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. This saw her dragged away, found guilty of being a group called Not Me, or Nocturnal Order of Tricks and Magical Exhibitions, a fundamental part of the Harry Potter Magic Awakened plot who believe in performing magic in front of Muggles to finally get rid of that stupid damn law because they think that we can benefit greatly from working together. Hint, they are totally right, and there is no necessary proof that she actually was part of this group, a group that I do really want to discuss in the chapter on Muggle and Wizarding worlds interacting, but regardless, she is thrown in Azkaban by the British Ministry. You know, the ministry that is free from corruption and being bad now, guys. They're all cool, they're Kingsley Shacklebolt and Harry Potter are in charge and Hermione Granger. It's good now. The ministry is good now. And she isn't the only person who is placed into Azkaban for very minor charges, or in some cases, no charges at all. Mundungus Fletcher went here for impersonating a zombie during a robbery. Jane Court served a year in Azkaban for an unspecified crime after leaving Hogwarts during Hogwarts Mystery, where she was a Hufflepuff prefect, so how bad could she have been? She also only served a year, which means it must be a pretty minor crime. Eustace Burke was placed in Azkaban for trying to steal some Chinese fireball claws. Heck, even Hagrid spent 2 months in Azkaban before he was even put on trial, just as in case he was the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets during the second book. And all of these people were serving time in a prison that had a single setting, horrifying, degrading isolation for anyone who spent time there, regardless of the crime or the criminal's willingness to change. Before the Second Wizarding War, when the place was staffed with monsters that drain your will to live and cause mental trauma just by being around, that is a fucking nightmarish scenario. And afterwards, it is still a pretty big shit show. Regardless of your personal opinion on the prison system, mine is obviously that it is stupid and designed to punish people in a way that seeks no real constructive methods to reintroduce them into society again afterwards, often serving as a racially structured punitive measure that has high levels of recidivism due to giving criminals no other choice but to continue committing crime and making criminal connections to be able to survive outside of it. I think we can understand that having a singular dire location for the holding of criminals regardless of crime, and heck, even for people who haven't even been convicted of committing a damn crime yet, just the suspicion of it, is not a good system. Is a system built around fear and a harsh treatment of illegal activity that will inevitably hurt the poorest members of society or those who are struggling to try and enact change by lumping them in with torturers and murderers. The fact that J.K. Rowling's ideal world puts in place no serious adjustments to that legal system to incorporate elements that would actually introduce any sort of human rights or ethical considerations is just another brick on the tower that we are building about Rowling's view of progress as being one of very small adjustments to a system that requires a sledgehammer at best to seriously fix what is wrong. I mean, it's the neoliberal status quo all over again. Prisons aren't the problem. Hyperfixation on punishment and being hard on crime is not the problem. The problem is just that we had soul-sucking monsters who backstabbed us at the first chance to side with an evil wizard who could offer them more souls to eat than we could. Now that we've improved that, The government is just working as intended. A fact that is consistently emphasized by nobody trying to change those issues or bringing them up. Nobody is trying to fix Azkaban. Nobody is trying to make the prison system not this stupid singular system. The future games and series have these moments of acknowledging that it happens still, but then never take it anywhere. So it clearly isn't that big of a deal in the narrative focus. Now, all of this gives us an idea of what happens to wizard criminals in the system, but what happens to goblins or house elves? Or vampires, or hags, or trolls, or any other creature in the wizarding world that commits a crime that isn't a human? The answer to that is, I've got no fucking clue. I've searched and searched for anything, scraps of information about it in anywhere. All we know is that Azkaban is the only prison that services the British Isles, and it deals exclusively with wizard criminals. I looked at those who had committed crimes of other species or had been suspected of committing crimes, like Winky, who was caught casting the Dark Mark with an illegal wand, even though literally she didn't do it, but that's the kind of racism that is best left till the section on racism. But her only punishment is getting freed by Barty Crouch out of concern of what she will do to his image, and then she goes to work at Hogwarts. I say work at Hogwarts. She's mostly just depressed and drinking because of the whole being freed doing a number on her self-worth as a slave, because she tied everything that she is to her ability to follow her master's orders and to be a good little servant, and without that her ability to be, or to exist at all, is down the toilet. Yeah, it's not great. But apart from that punishment by her master, she faces no legal ramifications, and I can't find any examples of house elves facing legal ramifications, most of them being dealt with by their masters in whatever way they see fit to punish. Goblins are just left untouched by any sort of mention of what happens to them after they do stuff to disrupt wizard society, however justified they might be. Seriously, aside, all power to the Goblin Revolution and death to the wizard supremacists who withhold society from them. I am unflinching on that opinion, but this does leave me uncertain as to what response was taken, as we only have historical examples of goblins being killed by wizards in a non-legal sense. Vampires and hags, on the other hand, are covered by the guidelines for the treatment of non-wizard part humans, mentioned in Goblet of Fire and the Prisoner of Azkaban PC game, which effectively just halts the arbitrary killing of these creatures, making it kind of clear that if they do bad stuff, then they probably do still get killed. They can't be killed for no reason, but they can be killed if they're evil, or if they commit crimes. Werewolves had a code of conduct from the 1600s that they were supposed to sign that made it clear that they would agree to not deliberately bite people and would lock themselves up, although much like the Werewolf Ministry of Magic office, it was never signed by a single werewolf because none of them wanted anyone to know that they were a werewolf. So I would guess that if they were in beast form, they'd probably get dealt with harshly, as in, and then thrown into Azkaban in wizard form. Or maybe they just get killed in any form. Seriously, we have no good reason to believe that wizards will treat any species that is not always a wizard in a friendly and nice manner, and the fact that there is no prison mentioned being established for them leaves us with very little in the way of assumption for how these sentient creatures who can be dangerous or can be threatening to the established way of doing things are treated. Kinda makes Azkaban look a lot better in contrast, and that is not a compliment to either situation. The only ones who I would believe are probably not getting executed by wizards or murdered, let's say what it is, murdered, because that's it, are goblins, because of the power that goblins have in wizard society, with the whole complete control over the banks and economic system, which really affords them respect by fear, and the understanding that the execution of goblins would absolutely be met with severe consequences. Now, there is one more note about crime and punishment, which I am sure that some of you at the very least are probably thinking, which is how does wizard law treat wizards who do terrible things to other species that are not necessarily protected by statutes like muggles or hags or vampires or goblins? And there's a question mark on the goblin one, because I don't actually know if goblins are legally protected by any sort of statutes. I think they might just be protected by proxy of being powerful. And the answer to that is also going to have to take place in the section on racism, because it is better suited there. For now, I will give you the shorthand response of, not fucking good, what do you expect from this wizard-centric culture that doesn't really give a shit about the constant abuse of house elves or other magical creatures? Basically, they don't get punished most of the time at all, really. You can get away with doing horrible things to non-protected magical creatures and nobody cares. So that's the prison system, or in some cases the lack of a prison system at all in place of just good old Judge Dredd style judge, jury and executioner. And yes, thematically there is so much wrong here that totally deserves some kind of mention in a Pottermore article or exploration in a game, or just anything to really consider the horrors of the status quo that are left in place after the reforms of the Ministry of Magic and the defeat of the Dark Wizard Voldemort. Like, this can't be blamed on evil wizard supremacist individuals. It does need to be placed on the actual problem at the root, that of a society that is comfortable with the status quo being how it is. A society that might seem eerily reminiscent to the way that some left-leaning liberals interpret our own systems and their treatment of crime and punishment. Something to really think about, at least, especially as we move into the greatest chapter in this video essay since the one on the Ministry of Magic, the question of what the fuck is the deal with the Muggle world and Wizarding world existing like they do, and why is this a terrible secrecy to maintain that cannot be just hand-waved away as too dangerous or potentially chaotic? That's a long-ass title. I'm sure editing me in the future has a much shorter and snappier one. So these next 3 chapters have a lot of crossover, which means I just want to quickly make it clear at the start of each one what that particular chapter is explicitly focusing on and what it is not talking about. Here, in this chapter, we are thinking about the interactions between the Muggle and the Wizarding, in terms of culture, legal and ramification, with, if at all possible, just a slight drizzling of discussion about wizard supremacy and anti-Muggle views, with the majority of that conversation, however, being left to the discussion about eugenics and genetics in Harry Potter. With all that noted, there is an obvious place for us to start off here in the Muggle world, and that is the thing that I've spent most of this video essay cursing with every bone in my body, the International Statute of Secrecy. Before I rant myself so hard that I collapse into a mini black hole of hate, there is a question of why is this such a sticking point for me in this franchise, and it's because it is the linchpin of the entirety of the narrative of the later entries after the main series. Legitimately, the argument of should wizards actually be revealed to Muggles is the central debate raging at the heart of Fantastic Beasts, of Wizards Unite, of Magic Awakened. And in each one, the resolution has mostly been that the dangers and potential problems outweigh the benefits, and that the charade must be kept up, even if that doesn't actually seem to be true whatsoever, and it's just a narrative crutch designed to ensure that the status quo, that bastard, doesn't get changed too much so they can keep the entire franchise in a limbo. It is sort of fascinating how the series is both stagnant in the fictional world sense and in our non-fictional capitalist view of it. Nothing can change too much because then that would make it difficult to maintain the nice, easy normal that exists right now. Even if that nice, easy normal is stupid and teaches the audience all the wrong lessons about what we should do when things go completely fucking wrong in society. An idea that has certainly reached its peak for today's youth, what with all the climate change and collapse of job and housing security that no politicians seem to be able to readily fix in a way that allows everyone to go back to burying their heads in the sand. So, with that little political moment out of the way, there are 2 fundamental justifications behind the Statute of Secrecy that have to be considered at every stage of thinking about Muggle/Wizard interactions. These are, firstly, that wizards need to be kept secret from Muggles for their own protections, as Muggles have become violent towards magic users and treat them with great suspicion or aggression thanks to Christianity, I guess. And secondly, that wizards need to be kept secret from Muggles for the protection of those Muggles, because magic is dangerous and could threaten all of society and destroy the world in the wrong Muggle hands, because it does certainly seem to keep ending up in the wrong wizard hands all the time, but thank God that we have some good guys with magic to deal with all those bad guys with magic. But those are the two sides to the defending the Statute of Secrecy coin, one of which you see a lot more in a historical sense, and the other you see a lot more in the stuff set in recent Wizarding World events. Mostly due to the fact that the argument that Muggles would witch hunt wizards again does not hold as much water as it did during the 1600s. Both of these justifications also have to meet one more logical standard, that of the harm that they are stopping or reducing by justifying the secrecy of wizards and magic, outweighing the harm caused by keeping the Muggle and Wizard worlds separate. To turn into a content creator for a brief second, in this video essay I will prove that this statute sucks ass and is wrong, and that it's stupid for the status quo to be maintained through it in the narrative of the Harry Potter universe, its only real justification being the maintenance of a franchise that makes big dollars as long as stuff doesn't change at all. And to really start us off, I want to continue the video essay cliche I just did there, and say we need to go all the way back to when the Statute of Secrecy was first founded, because there is a lot of information around that which is very funny, and that I can probably use to make my point. But mostly the funny part. Did I say funny? Because what I meant was confusing and infuriating, because the first thing that really leaps out at me from the founding of this fundamental law that has defined the way in which the Harry Potter universe is shaped is that it was put in place due to the aforementioned witch hunts brought on by the increasing grip of Christianity over cultural identity from the 800s onwards, only getting worse and worse as the centuries went on until we had the puritanical movement of the 1600s, which had the whole Witchfinder General and the Salem witch trials in 1692, which happened at the exact same time as the statute being officially instituted by the International Confederation. But here is why this is stupid. We know that these trials and panics caused by fear of magic were pretty exclusive to places that had Christianity, and explicitly the radical puritanical sort, which was predominantly the British Isles and the colonial American nations. So why would wizards from other countries that don't have those same issues yet, obviously with imperialism they got them eventually, agree to such a proposition? In a lot of the cases, when we dig into Native American or African blog posts by J.K. Rowling, it seems to indicate that a lot of wizards in those areas were accepted and part of the cultural heritage of their people. So it would be sort of bonkers for them to just go, yeah, the British wizards who we keep in a little bit of contact with and who also, now we mention it, could probably have given us a quick call and told us about that's colonialism. Well, they're getting screwed over by their muggles, so I guess we should all just agree to cut off ties with the Muggle community and just abandon them to whatever the hell happens to them, even though we, grew up with them and our family and our friends are a part of that community and they're suffering right now and us leaving would hurt them far more than us staying would, and they're not actually against us, it's just that the British wizards and the American wizards are dealing with the Muggles hating them, so. But, we gotta respect them, we gotta just do what the Westerners are doing. A point that I really do want you to lodge in your brain so we can dredge it up again sometime, because this is a good question. Why is this statute such a Eurocentric occurrence in the 1600s, when supposedly the Wizarding World has not dealt with the same imperialism that the Muggles had or would face very soon? It doesn't add up unless this was enforced upon the other nations by the Americans and Europeans in a way that inevitably screwed them over in the long term. Because this secrecy, designed as we mentioned to protect Muggles and wizards from one another, didn't do anything to help wizards from those indigenous communities protect those who they presumably used to have a very close connection with when they were wiped out by one of the most hideous forms of genocide we have ever seen. A centuries-long effort to annihilate hundreds of different cultures, beliefs, religions, and replace them all with the European Christian model. And native wizards have to just sit back and do nothing while that happens, because interfering would break the statute, and then they either get thrown into a prison like Azkaban, or lowered into a death pit like what we see in the Macusa scene in Fantastic Beasts. The only group that benefits from the statute of secrecy in the Wizarding World are those wizards who happen to be part of the race and culture that ended up nabbing that hegemony through conquest and blood, and the spreading of disease and manifesting destiny, which just happened to be the British and American Wizarding Societies who introduced the statute in the first place. What a weird coincidence, huh? And isn't it strange that not a single fucking wizard in any of the franchise that I can find discusses this odd occurrence historically? Oh, we have stuff about native wizards from J.K. Rowling, stuff that garnered a heaping of criticism from indigenous people for how it presented real traditions and a real people who have seen their lives and lands taken and abused by various writers before them, but none of it gives us a clue to any of the colonialism and the attitudes, almost just acting like it never happened in this history at all. Classic whitewashing from another white person. As a British white person myself, I'm very familiar with this one. Why discuss something that is undeniably going to make every white wizard look terrible because of what happened, and because they are still benefiting from it, and continue to keep in place a system that caused all of it, when you can instead just pretend it never happened at all? But beyond just this concern about how the statute was established initially, and the way in which it seems to be really centered around a specific Western concern rather than a global one, well, at least before the Western one became the global one via all that imperialism, we also need to consider that point about the potential harm that is caused by the statute continuing to be in place. This is one of those times when the variety of areas to explore are so broad as to be incredibly difficult and overwhelming. So let's just start with medicine, with health, a thing that I am sure we are all appreciative of as an issue following the pandemic that has not gone away and is still very much a problem and still very much killing people. So what we know about wizard healthcare from J.K. Rowling herself, in a few interviews and Pottermore blogs, is that there are specifically wizard diseases such as the dragonpox that are deadly towards wizards, but for the most part what Rowling makes patently clear is that wizards can easily fix and are not really affected by normal muggle diseases, and also muggle disabilities? Unless there is a magical component to it that might require a magical solution to resolve, they can just wave their wands and wish away anything that is affecting us poor regular-ass people. Now, this is a very problematic thing to put into the narrative of your world, especially a world where even though the statute of secrecy does exist and wizards are meant to keep themselves somewhat isolated, that does not actually mean that the two different universes of Muggle and Wizard are completely separate. We see interactions occur between Muggles and Wizards all the time, most notably in familial circumstances or when wizards have to pass through the Muggle world to do stuff, because they still live in our world. So if a Muggle-born wizard discovers that a family member is dying from cancer or any other variety of potential things that can kill Muggles but not wizards, they're supposed to just not do anything to help them in accordance with the statute, because it might bring undue attention to magic. So people have to just sit there and watch their non-magical friends and family die and suffer from things that they know they can fix like that. What if they are also magical doctors who have sworn to help and save people, the old Hippocratic oath? Actually, do magical practitioners have an oath like that? I could find no reference to it at all, but presumably if they do, they have to put a piece in there that says, I will do my best to cure people, unless those people are Muggles, in which case, fuck them. And alongside this, it brings the obvious point that this had to happen through every horrifying epidemic that we saw and that the wizard world didn't have to deal with. The Spanish flu, the AIDS crisis, COVID, all of them destroyed millions of lives, if not hundreds of millions, and changed Muggle society drastically. That death count is on the heads of every wizard who'd let it happen, just because the alternative was letting Muggles know magic existed and having to deal with the consequences of us Muggles asking them for all that help all the damn time, grrr, grumble, grumble, welfare. Like, you know, how Hagrid says it.
Harry Potter. But what does a Ministry of Magic do? Rubius Hagrid. Well, their main job is to keep it from the Muggles that there's still witches and wizards up and down the country. Harry Potter. Why? Rubius Hagrid. Why? Blimey, Harry. Everyone would be wanting magic solutions to their problems. Nah, we're best left alone.
Now, obviously, this fucking sucks, and it does sort of cast a lot of questions onto the established defense of the statute that we see in the games that try to bring up debates about it, rather than just treating it like a foregone conclusion in a narrative that everyone is chill with. Another wacky thing, like, it is so strange for J.K. Rowling to do nothing with the statute of secrecy in any of the original stuff, and then we just have it become the target of the big Nazi allegory in the prequel films series. Games like Magic Awakened or Wizards Unite are far better written in that they do at least attempt to give the villains, or in some cases just secondary antagonists / side groups, sympathetic views and space to appropriately criticize this dominant theme, even if they do unfortunately conclude that it is a necessary element to maintaining the stability, and that most precious of all things that I have repeated far too often in this essay so far, the status quo. Because J.K. Rowling does mention briefly some elements that seem to try and fit this mold, that the worlds being separate is the only way to protect people's lives, rather than them merely hoarding power and technology that could save so many, in the sense of how it keeps wizard-based diseases and creatures that could be seriously damaging, like the Dragonpox or Spattergroit, out of Muggle society. Now, here is the thing with that though. Both Dragonpox and Spattergroit are listed as highly contagious and aggressively spreading infections / flus. Spattergroit is a fungal-based virus, and Dragonpox is sort of like the flu in that it seems to be far more lethal for old wizards, having killed a bunch of named characters like Draco's grandfather and Harry's grandfather and grandmother. Based on the descriptions of both of them, it was certainly an airborne contagion that could be spread to surfaces and others quite easily. And we have seen wizards pass through the Muggle world, interact with elements in it, and also certain wizards and Muggle-born wizards interact with Muggles quite frequently. There are enough points of contact between the two societies, even if they are contacts that we as the Muggles are not aware of, that anything that spreads rapidly in one could, and over the course of hundreds of years absolutely would, have also spread in the other. It's easy enough to say that they are separate, and put a law in that memory wipes people and punishes magic users for using magic, but that doesn't actually segregate the societies in a way that is the same as like a full-on quarantine. Asymptomatic wizards would undeniably exist, and would cause epidemics in the Muggle world unless we had already become adjusted to wizard diseases, and they had merely hit us differently, or alternatively, Muggles might just be immune to them. An obvious and terrible example of what happens when asymptomatic carriers interact with cultures that have not developed antibodies for contagious diseases is that of the colonists and Native Americans, who saw vast numbers of people wiped out by wave after wave of epidemics. Considering that, there is no real benefit from wizards keeping themselves hidden from Muggles out of some sort of weird quarantine justification because they don't want us to catch their specific diseases, because they're not following any kind of restrictions that would actually halt that sort of spread. And while the way that this secrecy is causing all kinds of issues by withholding essential information and resources from Muggles by wizards, it also does go the other way, something that is very apparent and better discussed in relation to the one thing that we know Muggles are far advanced on and leaps and bounds ahead of wizard society: technology. This is one of those areas where we see that wizards are either hilariously inept at keeping up to date with what the hell is going on with us, expressing surprise at all this new technology or wondering about its functionality, or they just crib it from us and use it for their own ends, either by hijacking our existing facilities or ripping off the idea and making it their own, a tradition that extends back throughout all of wizard society's history and really does make all those wizard supremacists look like fucking idiots. Well, more so like idiots than they already were. And we can start here by referring to something that crosses over between the worlds of health and the worlds of technology, that of vaccinations and preventative measures compared to reactive measures. A common theme of magic in the Harry Potter world, and the way that wizards utilise it, is one of reaction. A thing occurs, and they utilise spells or potions to respond to that. For example, the Dragonpox led to the creation of a Dragonpox cure in the 16th century by Gunhilda de Gorsmore, which could be used to treat Dragonpox once it was already evident in someone. Now, a slightly more recent advancement in Muggle medical science has been that of vaccinations and other preventative measures that seek to address issues like viruses or contagious diseases by giving the body the capability to fight them before they have caught it. Now, this is obviously still something that ultimately relies on the disease having been found and the synthesis of a viable vaccination agent to replicate it, and it doesn't guarantee that you won't get sick, merely just that you won't get as sick as your body already has the antibodies to deal with it. But vaccines are still very useful and very important. Now, we have to assume that because Harry never gets vaccinated for anything, and we never see a single character get vaccinated in any other media too, that this is another one of our things that doesn't carry over into the magical world, and that is strange. I mean, it's not strange that the isolationist society that views its magic as superior to technology would be unaware of such developments in the Muggle world. That's a consistent theme, but it is strange that not a single wizard involved with medicine has studied advances in the Muggle world too. I'm not saying that this would be a direct one-to-one relation, but we know that wizard physiology is the same as human for all intents and purposes, they just happen to have a magic gene. So vaccines should arguably still be able to function for them just as well. It would only require the know-how to do so, and we have plenty of know-how and experience in the Muggle world. And this is something that cannot be directly blamed on the Statute of Secrecy. There is no law that says wizards must be oblivious of our stuff, but it is certainly linked to that development in wizard society, a development that segregated systems in such a way that only a few things seep through that established mental barrier. Muggle studies can only do so much, especially when it is the only source of information that most students have. But this is an example of when our worlds working together would be beneficial for wizards too, as we can bring vaccines and the knowledge about them to those wizards. But the technological concerns about wizarding society are not always so high and mighty and big and as important like vaccines. They also extend to stuff that we generally take for granted, but which seem to be completely lacking in wizard culture. Things that are not necessarily world-changing, but actually... Wait, I take that back. They definitely are world-changing, it's just that we have become so accustomed to them that we think of them as part of how life is. I am, of course, talking about TV. Internet, cell phones, the modern marvel of the electrical age. And no, don't think about the horrifying industrial costs or social ramifications just yet, all of which are, as I said, just part of our culture at this point. But in the wizarding world, they barely exist at all, something that J.K. Rowling covered explicitly in a 2015 blog on technology on Pottermore. In this, J.K. Rowling makes the first claim that when you have all this awesome magic, why would you care about stuff like the internet? It doesn't even seem that exciting, really. They then follow up with this quote here.
This is not to say you'll never find a witch or wizard surfing the net, merely that they will be generally doing so out of slightly condescending curiosity, or else doing research in the field of Muggle studies.
Which does perfectly capture that atmosphere, I think, of how wizards really do treat Muggle aspects or Muggle elements with this superior facade that belies the fact that they have nicked a bunch of our shit already and are using it, and you are not better because you don't know what the hell an internet is, and magic does not automatically trump the internet. From our culture, sure, magic would be this amazing thing that would become very popular and integrate itself into how we live quite quickly if we found out it was real, because we don't have magic. But it's strange to think that wizards wouldn't react the same way as we would, because surely they would all be amazed and rapidly adopting the things that are not native to their society. Like, I know that there is definitely some sort of representative view of J.K. Rowling through the way that she makes TV and the books and films the realm of Dudley Dursley, that icon of Muggle excess, idiocy and violence.
Hey, Big D. Beat up another 10-year-old?
This one deserved it.
Yeah. 5 against 1. Very brave.
Well, you're one to talk. Moaning in your sleep every night. At least I'm not afraid of my pillow. Don't kill Cedric. Who's Cedric? Your boyfriend?
He loves TV so much that it is sort of an addiction, and in contrast the wizard world is shown to be free of those distractions and trappings, almost like some sort of primitivist's wet dream. TV being linked to laziness and bad behaviour, and yes, indeed, fatness, that comes into it as well. Shaun has, like we've already said, done everything that anyone could want to read on the fat phobia that J.K. Rowling engages with, so go and watch his video if you want more on that. But regardless of that, the internet and TV are the social bonds that we have formed, the pinnacles of modern art and culture that we can connect with, a vast resource of information and history and entertainment on a scale which wizards do not have an equivalent. The internet is, quite honestly, more magical than anything in Harry Potter, and I find it bonkers that in none of the franchise do we see it become part of the standard operation of the wizarding world. Sure, the reason for that might be the same reason why the BWBC, your British Wizard Broadcasting Company, was shut down in the 80s because the Ministry of Magic deemed it a threat to the Statute of Secrecy. I accept that wizarding involvement with the internet might also face the same kind of restrictions, because of course a magical wizard child is going to post some magic TikToks. That's just inevitable. But remember, we're already here questioning the nature of that statute in the first place. If we don't accept that it is a foregone conclusion that the statute is correct and protects muggles and wizards to the best of any capability, then we're left here with merely it existing as a way to create a segregationist wet dream, enforcing itself out of no more interest than maintaining itself. A self-fulfilling law and system, if you will, because it disincentivizes wizard engagement with the muggle world while literally denying muggles knowledge of the wizarding world, allowing no possible development or evolution, and stifling both in the fields of melting pot cross-culture advancements. With that noted, I want to make it clear that this isn't even speculation on my part about the attitudes that wizards hold towards technology and muggle advancements. We have the obvious examples that we've previously discussed around Arthur Weasley being regarded as eccentric or a race traitor because of his love of muggle objects and minutiae. We have the way that muggle studies and the offices built around interacting with muggle objects is considered a dead-end place or a dead-end job. And we also literally have the further words of J.K. Rowling herself in that Pottermore article, where she literally says this in regards to why wizards don't have technology like ours.
There is another reason for most wizards' avoidance of muggle devices, and that is cultural. The magical community prides itself on the fact that it does not need the many, admittedly ingenious, devices that muggles have created to enable them to do what can be so easily done by magic. To fill one's house with tumble dryers and telephones would be seen as an admission of magical inadequacy.
But this is madness! The internet is an amazing tool, regardless of your opinions around the rise of white supremacy or incels or misogyny on it, the abuse of data collection and the manipulation of our social interactions for the benefit of corporations and individuals. The advantages afforded by the internet and other technology that we have are advantages that cannot be matched with the magic that we see in Harry Potter. Sure, you can get your owl to deliver a message or stick your face into a fire in hope that it connects to a flu network, but it's far more simple to just text somebody or DM them a message on Twitter or Facebook or Discord. And access to not just news, but also real-time videos or pictures has become a fundamental aspect of modern progressive activism and active citizenship that facilitates global engagement because it lets people visually see issues and get updates at a minute's notice, something that doesn't happen in the wizarding world. In fact, the lack of anything but print news and word of mouth from flying or apparating, a cool form of semi-teleportation that is semi-limited, is probably one of the reasons that we don't see an international involvement in the Voldemort fascist takeover crisis, something that I want to discuss further in a global magic chapter down the line. As I said, if we don't accept the Statute of Secrecy as good automatically, it becomes clear the attitudes it fosters around technology and the limitations that it is creating in both wizard and muggle society are harmful, more harmful than the potential danger of the two cultures discovering one another. And yet, it is still maintained as true and good, even in the face of the more recent games being critical, or at least more critical than J.K. Rowling's original writings ever were about it. And that's what I want to talk about next. That's right, we're finally going to discuss in depth the currently unreleased anywhere but China Harry Potter Magic Awakened trading card MMORPG, and the Pokemon Go rip-off mobile app Harry Potter Wizards Unite, which you can't play anymore because they took the servers down. Pieces of media that we have mentioned in passing, but now in this chapter it is finally their time to shine. Within both of these games, set after the events of the Second Wizarding War and after decades of reformation by Kingsley Shacklebolt, Hermione Granger and Harry Potter, during what we are supposed to think of as a golden age, we find that the problems of wizarding society have not gone anywhere at all. In fact, all that has happened is that the lack of dark wizard violence threats has allowed other issues to finally get noticed, the most glaring being the Statute of Secrecy, and the divide between two worlds built on one side having all the power and choosing the interactions that suit them. Magic Awakened is set in 2008, and revolves around the classic adventure of a wizard or witch going through magical high school and getting into all sorts of dangerous, violent, and traumatic experiences like any sort of good schooling should be. And Wizards Unite is set in the late 2010s, early 2020s, around the time that it was actually happening in the real world, the game being released in 2019 and being removed from all stores in December 2021, servers being shut down in 2022. That's right, it is currently physically impossible to play that game, but it was basically about dealing with the Calamity, an event caused by a rogue wizard who was desperately trying to find their lost love by pulling objects from across the time stream into the now, leading to all sorts of breaches of the Statute of Secrecy, and you play a member of the recently established SOS Task Force, who seek to maintain the status quo and capture these objects and people who are getting yoinked out of time and place and shoved in front of Muggles who might be slightly confused by them appearing. Or it's possible that the Muggles would just treat this as a marketing strategy. Remember those mysterious pillars that kept cropping up all over the place in 2020, and which, as far as I can find, nobody answered why they were getting placed or what the point was, but we all just sort of forgot about it because it was boring, and there was a lot of shit going on that year anyway. Like, it's actually sort of semi-reasonable to assume that Muggles will write a lot of things off as just corporations trying to sell shit, a line that the Wizards could probably do a lot more often instead of forcibly and non-consensually removing somebody's memories with dangerous and potentially damaging magic. Like, just call it a marketing campaign. Oh, that's not magic, we're just trying to sell a new item. Like, it actually would make more sense for them to have, like, shell companies that exist that, like, are designed to mimic magical stuff and, like, would just cover it up for them so that people wouldn't even know it's magic in the first place. And also, that way you could actually slowly, like, filter magical things into Muggle society in a way that we wouldn't even notice, and it would just, like, become naturally part of our society. And I'm doing it. I'm writing a book in my head or a game about Harry Potter, and I promised myself I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that until they gave me the franchise. So we're going to stop there. Let's just shelve it for a second, because I have a whole bit planned for talking about memory wiping as well, and we do need to buckle down and discuss these video games. Now, the information I can get on Magic Awakened is a little trickier, because it literally isn't out yet for most countries, so I'm mostly relying on watching other people's playthroughs. But the main villain seems to be the classic mix of a dark wizard who wants some rare magical object to do evil stuff with, and a criminal asshole who abuses the naive and foolish youngsters who form the group we actually want to talk about here. That of not me and Daniel Page. That's right, I said that we would get around to talking about Daniel Page again, and here we are. See, Daniel Page's mum was thrown into Azkaban for a life sentence, I think? It's not confirmed, but that seems like the implication, because she used magic in front of Muggles to try and stop her eldest son and husband from going to Muggle prison, because half the family was Muggle and half the family was magic, and this led to her getting locked up. We covered how stupid this was already in the Wizard Prison, Wizen section, but what we didn't discuss was the way that this had an impact on Daniel Page, and affects the character as we see him within the game. He appears to have this strong desire to become powerful, to ensure that he doesn't end up getting locked away like his mother, something that makes sense as he visits her in the prison, and I can imagine that having a traumatic effect on any child, especially a child who basically just lost their entire family to two different, shitty criminal systems. But beyond that desire is also one of the few characters who consistently and constantly talks about how stupid the Statute of Secrecy is, and how it's selfish to withhold magic from Muggles, even arguing that of course Muggles would be scared of magic. Magic is a scary thing if you don't know about it and don't have it explained to you. You know what? We stan a smart king in this house, and Daniel Page represents every attitude that makes sense as a response to the statute for young people, especially from someone whose story is all about how his life got flipped turned upside down, and I would like to take a minute, sit right there. I'll tell you why him being treated as short-sighted is unfair. Because him joining Not Me the side antagonist group, who is mostly just utilised by Victor Gridley, the evil criminal dude, as a facade to pull off his criminal enterprise while passing off suspicious onto them instead. A group of people who are actually radical students from the later years in Hogwarts who believe that exposing muggles to magic via tricks and exhibitions will force the Ministry to change their stance, is something entirely reasonable for Daniel to do, and I don't know why they would be presented as not the protagonists or heroes of the story. Well, you know, unless the status quo was one of those things that was ironclad and unchangeable in the face of all the harm that it causes, but there is no way that J.K. Rowling goes around from studio to studio and writer to writer and beats them over the head with her restricted view for Harry Potter and Hogwarts, right? Right? But Not Me is at least the first real time that we get a sense that someone in this world is actively opposed to the system, and it's not just making a little comment and leaving it at that, or being screwed over by it and doing nothing. They're actually being students. Remember that whole climate march with school kids, and school kids being involved in like every progressive movement right now? Yeah, the kids do surprisingly do politics and aren't completely apathetic. In fact, they seem to be, weirdly enough, less cynically jaded to just accepting things the way that they are. And it is weird that nobody in Hogwarts, up until this point, experimented with this kind of rebellion. Yes, the Weasleys did throw magical tricks at Dolores Umbridge, but that was rebelling against Dolores Umbridge, who was trying to do change, so it was rebelling for the status quo. So, you know, don't bring up the Weasley brothers as some sort of counterpoint, because you're not right. The two guys who radically left school to go and start a magical prank shop because Dolores was a shitty person is not the real rebellion against the system. They just left school and became another cog in the machine. Like, let's get real, Not Me and Daniel Page and Elliot Evers, another member of Not Me, have them completely fucking beat, and JK didn't even really write those people. But we don't get a lot of sense of what Not Me is trying to achieve beyond just sort of chucking magic out there to have Muggles see it, to overload the statute of secrecy and have it so that they can't mind wipe enough people. And that lack of understanding about Not Me probably has something to do with the whole them not being the primary focus of the game. Which leads us to the better game, Wizards Unite, because Constance Pickering and the Unforgivables are a central primary antagonist, the main characters who are manipulating everything to achieve their goal of smashing the two worlds together. And while they are the antagonists, they sort of get the whole Killmonger treatment here of a sympathetic villain with a tragic backstory who has a sort of totally reasonable justification for why they want to do what they want to do. But the game also does the same mistake that Marvel does quite often, where they take it too far, and you end up rooting for them and kind of vibing with their plan because they don't even make it have a big bad thing at the end. Like, normally they're all, oh, here's this person who has the right idea, but they're going about it in all the wrong ways, like they're advocating for genocide or something. But Constance and the Unforgivables under her don't actually do anything violent or push for anything but the collapsing of the barrier between the Muggle and Wizard worlds. So if anything, it's actually a worse antagonist than Marvel, because they're like even less antagonistic. Like they just want to institute change to a system that is killing people. And as I promised a long time ago, if you can still remember, this is going to be our breakdown of Constance Pickering as a character, so you can understand where I'm coming from here in this discussion. So, to truly understand Constance, we need to understand where she comes from, and what she comes from is a violent and cruel family, featuring a grandfather, Matthias Pickering, who abused her physically and got away with it because he was wealthy and her family sided with him so that they could maintain the money and contacts that he brought to the table. She was also locked in the attic for the entirety of a Christmas one time when she stole a badger brooch from her grandmother. So yeah, she didn't have a great time growing up at all, a theme that sort of continued into her time at Hogwarts, but less extreme, where she just generally didn't have a lot of fun with all the magical stuff that came with being a wizard. And she finally went into a career in the government as a member of the Department of Law Enforcement, specifically so she could work with Hermione Granger, as she saw her as a progressive role model who fought to get rid of archaic laws in the wizarding world, although not fighting too hard as we've discussed a bit already. Now, during this time period, she also found out another dark secret about her family, that her grandfather was a leader of a group called the Unforgivables, made up of rich and powerful wizard families who sought to ensure that nothing drastically changed and that they would keep being rich even if it meant using dark and sinister magics. Kinda like the Epstein flight logs of the wizarding world. This group had been around long before Voldemort, and while some members had joined him, they were able to avoid arrest and investigation due to the wealth and power thing we literally just covered, so very much like the Epstein flight logs. And Constance was horrified to discover this, rather understandably, and proceeded to drug her grandfather, lock him in a trunk, and then take his place in the organisation, redirecting their efforts towards enabling the Calamity, an event caused by the group where they used a foundable spell to drag magical objects into the Muggle world, as part of her desire to end the secrecy that she believed was causing more harm than good. Now, this is a hell of a backstory, and it brings us to the big reveal in Wizards Unite when she is found to have been in charge of the Unforgivables this whole time, i.e. when she tells the player characters and Hermione/Harry that she is the villain, and then tries to convince them to help her break this international law because it's fucking stupid and hasn't been updated or changed in 400 years. And so the message the Statute of Secrecy reflects is woefully outdated. Yeah, I wonder if there are any sort of real-life comparisons that maybe leap to mind about archaic laws screwing people over to this day. The whole brilliant event, Battle for Secrecy, is worth reading or playing if you get the chance, although you probably can't play anymore because of the whole server's been shut down, but you can read it online. It's all been archived online, which is fantastic for someone like me, because it has a lot of really key moments. But here are just a few choice quotes that will give you the general gist of what we are looking at here.
Hermione, your proposal? Constance, you aren't pitching some office secret Santa. You're talking about violating the International Statute of Secrecy and revealing the existence of magic to Muggles. In case you've forgotten, that's the very thing we've been working to avoid. Constance, that law was created hundreds of years ago, back when witch hunts were still a thing. Muggles have evolved past that. Don't you think they deserve a second chance? Harry, it's too risky. Even if Muggles welcomed witches and wizards with open arms, there's no guarantee Wizarding Society would do the same. What if another Grindelwald or Voldemort rose to popularity and power? Constance, I hadn't thought of that. But there's no guarantee that would happen. And think of all the good we could do. With the help of our magic and potions, Muggles could live healthier, happier lives. That's not so wrong, is it?
Hermione Granger. Harry's right. The belief that wizards should rule over Muggles didn't die with Voldemort. What if mixing the two worlds emboldened wizarding supremacists to oppress Muggles? Wizards would face dangers too. What if a Muggle government forced wizards into service or conscripted them to fight their wars? Constance Pickering. So we should just let Muggles suffer when one spell could possibly change their life for the better? Hermione Granger. One spell could just as easily change their life for the worse. People might benefit in the short term, but you have to think about the potential long-term consequences, Constance. The best thing we can do for Muggles is to preserve the Statute of Secrecy, combat intolerance, and keep the peace.
You see, the continuation of the theme is still here. This idea that the Statute of Secrecy is relevant because it protects both wizards and Muggles from each other, that they cannot be trusted to interact as both sides are too violent, too domineering, and too racist to be able to coexist in a way that would ultimately, as the protagonists Hermione and Harry concede, be beneficial. And isn't that just a bummer of a message? Seriously, the argument is, no, we can't change things because change can be scary, and we don't know what's going to happen. At least with the status quo, things are safely shit, and then the rest of the argument is also just a bunch of hypocritical bullshit. Like when Hermione says that,
You claim to genuinely want to help people, Constance, but if you hurt or endanger innocent people in the process, are you really helping? Or are you just making things worse?
How are we meant to take her seriously here when the Statute of Secrecy and the way the wizarding world interacts with the Muggle world is also putting innocent people's lives at risk all the time, and is doing so in a way where they don't even have the ability to know it's going on or the capacity to engage with it themselves? And this theme continues from Hermione when she argues that Constance is just like her grandfather and the wizard racists because she is prioritizing some lives over others in her quest to have the Calamity bring the two worlds together. But, like, you are prioritizing lives too, Hermione. It's just that your priority happens to align with the current system in place, so it doesn't seem as radical or extreme to have it continue to go on. Even though it is hurting people, and it is causing crisis after crisis that will not stop until the underlying cause is addressed. And this whole thing just ends with Constance being gaslit into accepting that she has to stop, even though we are given no real justification for why that is the case, and she's never really given any sort of villain arc in a way that would make the audience not sympathise with her and her views. This is the problem with a world that is static, unchanging. The people who want to change it have to be stopped, and so they have to be antagonists, even if there is nothing in what they say or do that is really that wrong. But they have to be wrong, because the future of all Harry Potter developments and franchising rely upon the statute of secrecy being maintained, and so in the world itself, the statute becomes an ironclad rule that cannot be broken, even if it is bent an awful lot and corroded by centuries of it not really working, and honestly, never really working in the first place. Ultimately, it is just an element of lazy writing and lazy world building, a crutch upon which the idea of secret magic school is placed, and that functionally exists to give writers the opportunity to never consider the long-term impacts of magic upon a wider world, and the impact of that wider world upon magic, even when there are issues that would absolutely cross over and would demand this illusion be shattered. As I titled this chapter, rather smartly might I add, they might be two separate worlds, but they do still share the same Earth. Wizards are going to be affected by Muggle wars, Muggle problems, and Muggle climate change, whether they like to admit it or not. And Muggles are definitely going to be affected by wizard wars, wizard problems, and wizard racism, whether they get to know about it or not. Just because one side is oblivious and one side is condescendingly ignorant does not change the fact that those things are happening. And any Harry Potter story that doesn't address or even consider that is failing to deal with the greatest weakness in the narrative. And there's no real way to look at it without thinking about how it reflects the political beliefs of the person who created it. A belief system that advocates for small-scale, in-system progress without really upheaving anything, or burning out the rot in the foundations of the society that they have created, the neoliberal status quo that seeks to make things a little better for some people, while making life as good as possible for those with power and wealth, and the ability to do okay in how things are currently. It is a worldview characterized by privilege, and advocating for the maintaining of that privilege as chaos and uncertainty is all that exists beyond it, and in that chaos and uncertainty, those with privilege currently might have to lose that privilege so that others can gain. An example that I was going to use here, and I don't know if it still holds up, but it's just annoying me, is that on my ceiling right now, I have a serious mold issue, and the mold issue is behind the ceiling. Now, the landlord that I currently have is not doing anything about that mold, and just keeps telling me to wipe it down. I am wiping it down with bleach, but as we can see, there is only so much that I can really do to solve this problem, because the problem is behind the facade. It's in the foundations. There is rot there. And I'm just dealing with the visible side of that, when really someone needs to deal with the main thing. But I can't get to that because I don't own this thing, and I'm subservient to the person who does own this house. Like I said, this analogy had some good ideas in it, but I didn't really know where it was going to go. I just really wanted people to know about the mold on my ceiling. It's annoying me, and it's been like 2 years and not doing anything about it, so, you know. That's my pain. Well, that got sort of heavy and then weirdly personal at the end there. So let's lighten things up a little bit before we end this chapter with a brief discussion about the last fucked up thing that I took away from the Statute of Secrecy, and that I have hinted at, or / openly almost spiraled into, but managed to delay at the last second: the consistent and constant use of Obliviate and memory modification to ensure wizard secrecy continues. I mean, heck, we talked about how there's a whole department whose job is to go around blasting people's brains whenever shit happens in a way that cannot be just hand-waved off as a freak event. But what we didn't consider was both how dangerous this magic can be and how fucking unethical it is. See, memory modification is sort of just constantly presented as the normal way that most wizards interact with muggles, especially in an official governmental status. Oh, a muggle saw something they were not meant to? Blast them with some disorienting mind-wiping that takes out the past day of their life. We need to use an area for some magical business? Better make sure we keep continually rewriting the memories of the people who live here so that they don't know about us, and screw the long-term impacts of such a decision-making process. Because we know how potentially damaging that Obliviate can be. We get shown examples multiple times in the books and films about it, normally when it's done by unprofessional people, but even when it's done by people whose whole job is supposed to be about that. For an example of these examples to help exemplify the exemplary way that we should think of memory charms, just for example's sake, is the case of Mr. Roberts, Bertha Jorkins, and Gilderoy Lockhart. There are of course plenty more people who have had their minds wiped or memories replaced all willy-nilly, because isn't that dystopic as fuck? But if I discussed all of them, I think I might further lose my will to live, and we have way too many chapters to go for that to happen just yet. Mr. Roberts is a character that we meet in the novel version of The Goblet of Fire, a man who lives on and manages a campground that is used by the Ministry to host that big Quidditch World Cup that ends up turning into a Nazi Death Eater rally. You know, as things do. No stranger to that happening in our world too, I guess. And we are told through a wizard that they are frequently having to doze the shit out of this man. In fact, because of all the magic happening, they are having to obliviate him 10 times a day, which leaves an awful lot of opportunity to screw up and erase some other vital memories or cause permanent brain damage. Something that we are told and shown can happen through our later examples in this piece. But beyond that, we also see the effects of a strong memory being erased, especially when Harry and Mr. Weasley are leaving the campground after the whole Nazi march, and he wishes them a Merry Christmas in the middle of the summer holidays, which we are told is just him being disoriented by the obliviation in this case. That, though, does kinda sound like he has a concussion, which is never a good thing. Concussions are always bad, even if they seem minor, and I don't know how much wizards actually know about neuroscience, because I know that muggles don't know even close to anything much about the way that people's brains work, so I have a worrying suspicion that the wizards don't know sweet jack about brains either, and that maybe they just think that muggles are okay, but like, they don't know enough about muggles to really understand that what they've done is they've left someone with like a serious brain injury. But let's get to the more severe cases of people being messed up by memory charms, with Bertha Jorkins. Now, Bertha, if you can't remember, is a character that we don't get to meet except for in ghost form at the end of the 4th book, but we do hear a bit about her, specifically the way that she discovered Barty Crouch Jr. being hidden by his dad, and got blasted with an obliviate for her troubles when she confronted Barty Crouch Sr. about it. The effects of this memory charm were that she became an extremely forgetful person who was easily misled and taken advantage of, something that was ultimately used to kill her when Peter Pettigrew led her into the woods and she got tortured and murdered by Voldemort. So I mean, a big yikes on all of that, but this is just part and parcel of what I am saying. That yes, even if there are safe ways to use these spells, they are ultimately a very dangerous form of magic that can seriously alter the way that someone's brain works and change who they are as a person, in a way that others don't even seem to really notice is obviously because of some magical charm or be able to fix it. Like, why don't any of her co-workers or friends notice that she suddenly became super forgetful for no reason, and then proceeds to think, we live in a magical world, surely someone did some magic and that made this happen. In our world, if this randomly happens out of the blue, you can bet that somebody would raise the alarm about a possible health scare around it. Yet in a world with magic, nobody seems to leap to the assumption that maybe magic did this. Although Sirius Black does give us a look at Bertha as someone who was overtly nosy and annoyed a lot of people, something that in the Harry Potter world does seem to lead to you getting really fucked over without anyone giving a shit about you. So maybe it's just another unfortunate casualty of the casual cruelty employed by J.K. Rowling in these books. Regardless, our other example of the harms of the memory charm is that of Gilderoy Lockhart, who was actually involved in abusing the charm himself an awful lot, going around and mind-wiping various wizards and witches so he could steal their exploits for himself, something that, as we covered in the school chapter, maybe Dumbledore or anybody should have investigated even the slightest bit before hiring him, Like, maybe make sure the dude is actually good at the job you want him to do and not just take his word for it. But Lockhart finally got his comeuppance in the second book, when he was going to mind blast Harry Potter and Ron Weasley to keep up his facade, and used Ron's shitty broken wand. Aha, you see, the poverty actually ended up saving them. If they'd fixed the wand, like Harry could have paid to do, then the Weasleys' inability to pay for a new wand would have not been able to enact the greatest Deus Ex Machina we have ever seen. Oh wait, no, that's actually more sad and depressing that it becomes this Deus Ex Paupertus. That's right, I can use Google Translate to make up Deus Ex Paupertus, which is just God out of poverty. 5 years of university has not been wasted here. But anyway, Lockhart blasts himself on accident with Obliviate and wipes out all of his memory of most things. Presumably not like the memory of how to breathe or to speak English, because he still does those things, but like all the other stuff that made him who he was. And we see him in Mungo's later on not having regained any of his memory and confirming his permanent loss of self. Which tells us another important thing that I want to ensure we remember here, which is that magic can fix Muggle issues like we discussed in the health section, but it cannot fix magical things without difficulty. And it seems like this is one of those areas where you can't just wave a wand and regain those memories. In fact, the Bertha Jorkins case confirms that only serious torture can do that, as Voldemort tortures her till she remembers what she got mind-wiped for, which does mean this is a dangerous procedure that can have long-lasting impacts if things go even slightly wrong or too much power is used on someone, and it cannot be fixed. But this little mini piece is not just about the dangers of memory alteration from a health perspective, it's also about the problems with it from an ethical point of view, which is really where the true problem is. Even if we could prove that Obliviate and Memory Charms have a 100% rate of functioning as intended, that would still not make them okay, as you are in effect both choosing what someone else gets to keep as part of their identity, and also removing memories that make up somebody's sense of self on a personal level, and on a grander level, it is the wizarding community exploiting and abusing the Muggle community, and then giving them no capability to comprehend that such a thing ever happened. It's like the worst kind of gaslighting, because there isn't even an attempt to make people doubt themselves, you just erase the ability to even have doubt from their minds. Now, this is one of those concepts that I'm not opposed to having appear in stories and being used to drive narrative, because it's a very effective tool for showcasing how fucked up or horrific or traumatic something like this is. For a great example of this, think Caleb Widogast from Campaign 2 of Critical Role. Trust me, this is not going to be the last time I will be bringing up a D&D online series during this Harry Potter video, so prepare yourself for that, because the memory wiping was such an essential part of that character and was also done in a way that really showed us how messed up it is and how it really does ruin someone's life. But if this memory erasure or memory modification is just thrown in as a natural way for the system to work, and a way that is not questioned in its horrifying implication, then that leaves far more questions and worries about the world and the characters who live in it that go along with that, presumably. If there is no ethical debate or ethical consideration of this fact, then how can any of what the Ministry of Magic does, or wizards engage in that involves maintaining a system that keeps infringing upon the rights of various Muggles, be considered to be good? The Statute of Secrecy is a flawed system, upheld by flawed, horrific abuses of people's rights on both sides of the wizard-muggle divide, and nowhere in the books, games or films does there seem to be given the opportunity for characters or protagonists to seriously consider this. I mean, Hermione literally mind wipes her parents so they don't remember her, so people can't use them to get to her or vice versa, something which clearly weighs on her quite a bit, although the book could have afforded to give her a bit more characterization around that in the very least. But aside from the fact that we've already mentioned that Voldemort can just torture people through an Obliviate, just think of how messed up that really is. If Hermione had died, or they had lost against Voldemort, her parents would never have known they had a child. They never would have remembered her. That is so sad. I get the idea that it maybe spares them from the loss of a child, but that is not the decision that anybody gets to make. It's not your choice to remove memories from somebody without at least giving them a say in it. And it is strange that only Hermione's the one doing this to her family. Ron and Harry aren't doing shit to help protect their family from Voldemort by wiping their memories of them existing. But memory charms and memory modifications are just so normalized in the wizarding world that doing something like this is not an unexpected occurrence. Like, it just happens a fair bit. Magic Awakened has another case where the parents of some kid at the school wipe that kid's memories of her sister so that she completely forgot she ever existed because her sister used this vanishing magic that caused her to literally disappear. It's the most wild thing I ever read about, and it's annoying that it's unplayable if you're not in China because, I mean, what's going on there? But this goes beyond just the person-to-person interactions around memory and the impacts that has at a personal level. We also need to remember the ethicality of this as an international, global point of view. Like I mentioned before, how many events or problems in the Muggle world have been caused by wizards and we're just not allowed to know that they did it? How many disasters or nightmarish crises are occurring because wizards are doing it and magic is making it happen, but all the Muggles involved just get mind-wiped and have no real comprehension of it? For Muggles, there truly does become this question of what can you trust to be real when you know that a group of people is going around ensuring that reality is whatever their wands say it is. Well, actually, you wouldn't know there's a group of people doing that to you and your family and your friends because that's sort of the problem, they're wiping your mind. And all of this does sort of add to that point that Hermione brings up in Wizards Unite, around how dangerous Muggles could be with magic, and how they might treat wizards. Because yeah, there might be an awful lot of anger from Muggles. Not just because of what wizards have kept from them and not allowed them to access, like healthcare or basic necessities that can be reproduced at no cost or difficulty, but also because of what wizards have done to them without their consent or knowledge or understanding. The ethical treatment of the Muggle world by the Wizarding One is one of the greatest abuses going on in the Harry Potter universe, and it's messed up that every time they do a narrative about the Statute of Secrecy, it just ends up being, oh, here's a Muggle supremacist who wants to get rid of it so they can control the Muggles because look, they have scary bombs and wars, or this is a naive child who doesn't understand the complicated importance of this secrecy, as it allows us to owe nothing to Muggles and give them no chance whatsoever to actually deal with us. At best, this is ignoring the problem, and at worst, it's saying that the in-universe problem is not actually a problem. And I know, oh wow, look, there is the J.K. Rowling is a neo-lib who thinks the status quo is fine even if it's busted sign again. That sign sure turns up an awful lot in this discussion, huh? And with that, it's time to move to our next mandated chapter according to my script, mostly because this one has been quite long enough already, and I think we have already really nailed down a lot of what I want to talk about here around the interactions of the Muggle and Wizarding world. The next entirety of this video is going to be sort of discussing this as an idea anyways, so it's not like this chapter is really over. It's more like I have things that I want to say that I think are better relegated to discussions around cultural stagnation, or racism in the wizarding world, or wizard isolationism, and its effects on the grander scale. Actually, before we move on, there is one thing I want to talk about that is more of an anecdotal story about the Statute of Secrecy and the way that the wizarding world conducts itself around Muggles and how that hurts both sides, and that is the story of Dougal McGregor. Don't recognise who that is? Well, you must not have read Professor McGonagall's posted backstory in the Pottermore blog, because it's a central theme of everything about her early life. See, Dougal McGregor is a Muggle dude who Minerva McGonagall was set to marry in a long time ago during the Who Cares period of Harry Potter. That brief bit after the Fantastic Beasts films, but before the first book. As she fell in love with him and they got along really well, but then the whole wedding had to be called off for two reasons. The first being that McGonagall was worried about how being married to a Muggle, at a time when it was frowned upon / possibly illegal entirely, would affect her career in the Ministry of Magic, especially because she would have to move to London to do it, and secondly, that she had not actually told Dougal that she was a witch, and after seeing the impact that such a thing had on her parents, as her mother and father had almost the exact same paradigm in their relationship, and it strained that relationship very much so, she was worried that marrying Dougal would lead her down the exact same path as her parents. Through her backstory on Pottermore, we see the horror and pain that the statute causes, forcing families to hide who they are from those they love, and teaching children to cover up their true selves in the interest of ensuring secrecy. It destroyed McGonagall's parents' marriage, and it destroyed her own first love. And for a book and film series that prides itself on this idea that love conquers all, and that it's an unstoppable force that no laws nor evil can contain, the Statute of Secrecy seems to be a pretty normalised evil law that stops the shit out of a love between magical people and non-magical people, because everyone is afraid of revealing that world to others. McGonagall never ends up getting married, and possibly never ends up dating or loving anyone else. And Dougal's story also has a sad end, as he ends up getting murdered alongside his Muggle family during the First Wizarding War, which leads to McGonagall further torturing herself over whether she could have saved him if she had been with him. So that's a wonderful dose of trauma about that character that I bet is making you feel all heartwarmed and goodly about the system that allowed such a series of events to occur, and then proceeds to tell you that it was truly for the greater good. Oh, no, wait, that's the slogan that the Nazi allegory uses in this world. What I mean is that it's the course of action that is ultimately the most beneficial when you consider the ultimate end point of it, rather than the cost that it reaps during the time that it is active. Yeah, I think that saves it. It's just protecting the status quo through considering the end goals rather than the what's happening during it. You know, no Nazi sort of metaphors here whatsoever. That is sort of all I have to say on the Muggle and Wizarding world interacting. Except, yet again, that's a lie, it's not really all I have to say. I have a lot more things to say, but those just have to wait for future chapters that are actually related to them. Ultimately, the main focus here was how these two worlds are forced to not be linked together, no matter how many lives or people are hurt by that decision in the narratives, and that we are told repeatedly by the franchise is a course of action that is the correct one, and is one that is justified by the fear of what could happen if such a drastic and radical change as not keeping it secret was enacted. It allows the world to remain in a stale status quo that keeps it easily replicated for any future products, without worrying too much about introducing world-shattering narratives that would keep things fresh, but at the cost of requiring some actual goddamn writing and creative spirit to pull it off well. The Statute of Secrecy sucks, from both an in-universe perspective as something that people have to become adjusted to accepting and not questioning, even if they are supposedly the good guys who are fixing everything and removing all the things wrong with the previous group who ran things, and from an out-of-universe audience perspective, where we just get to watch nothing change in a series that is still very popular and consistently still gets people engaged into its stories, and takes up slots in production companies' time and effort, much like Warner Bros. Discovery and their insistence on doubling down over Harry Potter while murking billions in value from other shows and movies. That might be a common thing in the industry, but that doesn't mean that we can't criticize or be annoyed by it happening. We shouldn't just accept the shit sandwiches shoveled our way because it's the only kind of sandwich that seems to get served around here. That just encourages them to keep on making it and keep it on the menu. And that's maybe not the best metaphor for this whole thing, but the chapter is over, so it's the one we're left with. Let's move on and talk about racism in Harry Potter already.
Malfoy, you okay? Let's go. Quick, let's go. Run. Not a word to anyone, understood?
Now, before we dive into pulling random factoids from God knows where, and discussing the various races in the world and how they exist beyond just the interactions we've mentioned earlier on in the Ministry of Magic chapter, I just want to address how this is a chapter that really does start to make it tricky to do the whole separating real-world interpretations of racism from in-universe interpretations of racism. There are things that we might suggest or discuss as being racist from the outside perspective of an audience on the series, which is effectively a commentary more about how the author has crafted the elements that are unquestionable from the perspective of the characters, because they are just true. I mean, they don't think of that stuff as racism or that it could be racism because that is just how things literally are. And then there is the racism that exists within the story that characters are either okay with or that are normalised by the system they live in without any criticism from the heroes or protagonists or good guy characters who are good because magical animals or items say that they are. Both of those reflect on the author and on J.K. Rowling's own beliefs and efforts in the storytelling enterprise, but only one of them reflects upon the world itself as a narrative tool, so we're going to address them in their own sort of separate sub-chapters, as I don't want people getting them mixed up. A great example of this to start us off with is the discussion of naming conventions for specific characters. While we might see this and go, well, that's not good, and is certainly representative of a writer just pulling the first names they could find about that certain group of people, or with these stereotypical names, or representative names that seem kind of yikes. From a ground level view of the characters in the Wizarding world we are critiquing, those are just people's names and are what they are, even if they might be odd or seem strange for a parent to have called their child that. So what sort of names am I talking about here? And well, we actually have a few examples that plenty of smarter and more involved people than me have talked about, and honestly that's fantastic, because it saves me having to worry about making an ass of myself by talking about them in a not so great way. We're talking stuff like Cho Chang, Seamus Finnegan.
Hey, so this is Editing Lily, and apparently I'm an idiot who can't pronounce Seamus Finnegan correctly, so just, please forgive me.
Anthony Goldstein, Kingsley Shacklebolt, each of which sort of covers its own category of not the best naming standards. Cho Chang has, of course, been covered excessively by this point, with a lot of people discussing the way that it is the combination of two last names from cultures that don't necessarily line up with the Chinese heritage that she supposedly has, that this gets more blurry when we talk about the Romanization of specific regional dialects and first/last names, and I'm no expert in linguistics for that region, but this is a point that is covered by Rachel Rostad in To J.K. Rowling from Cho Chang in 2013, which is a spoken word poem written from the perspective of Cho Chang mixed with the perspective of the author as an Asian woman, and details various feelings amongst Asian fans, especially women, towards their one chance of representation within the series, and how it does unfortunately line up with the standards of stereotyping for Asian characters in a way that goes beyond just the name and into the area of more subtle, classic racist pigeonholing of characters, which, yet again, would not be much of a problem if this wasn't the consistent case of there being a single character for each ethnic minority in the books or films, compared to the vast wealth of white people that we get to pick from. It is a more wide-scale complaint about the way that diversity in writing oftentimes ends up just being these singular insertions of characters that seem to be in there more to meet a quota than to actually give the people who they are representing something to really see themselves in. And it is a fair complaint to levy at J.K. Rowling and at the Wizarding world. Oftentimes it does feel as if the many various writers or publishers are very happy to put one of any minority in and call it a day at that. Which is especially worse because it doesn't give much leeway to have diversity within that group. This exaggerates problems and exemplifies stereotypes because there is nothing else to focus on or consider when thinking about that particular ethnic, sexual or gendered group. And the only way to really fix it is to have writers who are more engaged in thinking about these characters, as role models, or something that people can and will identify with, rather than just check marks to run down on a list. With Seamus Finnegan and Anthony Goldstein and Kingsley Shacklebolt, the same kind of comments apply, if in a slightly less direct and overt way, as these characters are what little we have to represent the groups they are from. Some are more explicitly stereotypical than others, and some are not characters at all and are just a name that J.K. Rowling threw out when someone asked them if there was a Jewish wizard because their wife was making a big deal about how she was the only magical one in the family, and what the fuck is going on there? That cannot be a healthy marriage at all. But also, in that case, it is truly just a name that you would expect from some kind of comedy about Jewish stereotyping names, but we have no real sense of the character. Seamus Finnegan is a little different, in that people have already made jokes about it being an Irish kid who has a penchant for blowing things up, and could possibly be from either of the two islands, because in the magical world they are both united and under the British Ministry of Magic. That's right, I guess the Wizards avoided the whole Troubles and everything by having already integrated Ireland into the British system. I can't imagine how any Irish nationalists might feel about that, but I suspect it's probably not a good feeling. But don't worry, that is far from the worst thing that happens in regards to various cultures and nationalities just being shoved under one larger governing branch. That does not make any sense considering the wider historical context that these wizards still lived through, like they still do interact with Muggle communities, and some of them do have Muggle families and Muggle backgrounds. So Muggle issues, politically and historically, would still affect them, presumably. Regardless, the point we are getting at here is that for a lot of minorities, especially racial or ethnic ones, these kinds of very on-the-nose representations do matter, especially from a white author, as it does showcase a real lack of effort or care to dive deeply into the cultures that they are trying to present in their work as an attempt to bring diversity. It's laziness, and it's easily avoided, and not by just making everyone in your franchise more white, a la Fantastic Beasts, which added more coded Jewish people in the characters of Porpentina and Queenie Goldstein, which, yes, you are correct, is the exact same name as the previously mentioned Jewish character from that Twitter reply, which J.K. Rowling has confirmed has been intentional as they are related. But what I mean by coded Jewish here is that it's not shown or presented to us that the entire family is Jewish. We just know that Anthony is. So it's at best assumed representation, but assumed because of ethnic stereotyping. So that's not great. But also, there are hardly any black characters or Asian characters in main speaking roles throughout the Fantastic Beasts film franchise, which is what I'm talking about specifically when I'm saying that they just kind of stripped back all the diversity. Yes, there are people of colour. The president of the Magical Congress is a woman of colour, and the Room of Magical Global Representatives, of course, has a bunch of people of colour, because that would be insane for them to not. But it's still lackluster when it comes to that main character department. Harry Potter does keep feeling like a franchise for white people, written by a white person who never bothered to make it more accessible, and that is a fair comment to bring up when considering how that ties into the racist allegories present in the series. Yeah, we're gonna talk about the goblins, and not talking about them in the fun way, i.e. the in-universe way, but more in the depressing, it's very unfortunate that these guys seem to be written to be anti-Semitic stereotypes, even if it's unintentional. This is not great because at some point it does need to be mentioned way. Don't worry, we just have this little bit and then we can get right into the fantasy racism that is also massively fucked up, but it's not as fucked up, so it's a little less serious and painful to consider. Oh, and I just want to make this clear here because it will come up. There are a lot of things to be said around the presentation of Indigenous, Asian and African wizards and wizarding communities, none of it good, but all of those are being put in the chapter on the global wizarding community. So if you want to hear about that, skip right there when you finish this one, or just whenever you want to. I'm not your boss, and you can do whatever you want with this video. So it's pretty well discussed at this point about how a lot of the ways that goblins are presented to us as an audience, as greedy, money-obsessed, hand-wringing bankers with hooked noses and beady eyes, does happen to line up with a description that one could also apply to the characterization of Jewish people in far-right propaganda and posters talking about global conspiracies and shadow organizations who run everything and ruin the lives of the average person. A la, well, Hitler is an obvious standout example, but he was just adopting the rhetoric that had been around for a long time already. I don't need to explain the history of anti-Semitism here, and it wouldn't help to make the goblins any less not great. Because the simplest way to respond to this issue is that if it was intentional, that is terrible and damning, but if it's unintentional, then that showcases a real lack of consideration on the part of the author and the editors who allowed it to go through, without raising any concerns about how it might be interpreted, especially alongside the less than favourable portrayal of goblins within the books and film series. Seriously, or seriously, if you will let me pun, there are no goblins given a positive presentation to us as an audience. They are either in the background or shown to be vindictive towards the wizarding community, and that leading to their deaths at the hands of Voldemort. Ultimately, only siding with the good guys when they were specifically hurt by the villains. Heck, Griphook betrays them out of his own greed for the sword of Gryffindor, something that we are absolutely going to tear into in a second, even after he helps them out, leading to his death in a way that does not paint them as a hero or someone you could sympathise with. Goblins get really fucked over in the franchise, and their resemblance of anti-Semitic stereotypes does nothing to help that problem. Which is a good point to bring us to the other side of this racism coin, the racism that exists within the wizarding world, as a reflection of their attitudes and their teachings, and only tangentially linked to the author who wrote this kind of shit into their story about good versus evil. And why don't we start off where we ended, with that most awesome of people who didn't get the characterization they deserved in pretty much anything, and based off what I've seen about Hogwarts Legacy, still won't be, the goblins. Oh yeah, trust me, they go goblin mode. With that mention of Hogwarts Legacy, it's a good time to go into the most important goblin thing that gets a little reference in what we know about the game so far, as we talk about the Goblin Rebellions, the multiple times that goblins have expressed their dissatisfaction with the wizarding world and its elitist model of rule that views human wizards as the peak of the hierarchy, and everyone else as subservient. These rebellions go back a long time, all the way to the 1600s, and are mostly relegated to single entries in the games or brief mentions in passing within the books, so we have limited ability to discuss deeply each one, because, why would anyone care about the goblins, am I right? This is a wizard series, we don't give a shit about the side races, doesn't matter to us, does it? But what we are told is that these occurred quite regularly, about once every few decades, and were capable of being very disruptive, and even forcing ministers to step down, such as when Basil Flack resigned after only 2 months in office during the 1752 Goblin Rebellion, when the goblins allied with another disenfranchised group, the werewolves. God, could you imagine if all the groups of people who got fucked over by wizarding society started just working together to try to better their lives and to fight against this oppressive system? Oh wait, that actually did sort of happen. They were all working for Voldemort though, and explicitly written as evil or naive because they worked with the literal Dark Lord white supremacist, who absolutely would, and did, backstab them in a heartbeat like a real fascist, so I guess never mind on that idea. They should just be grateful for the liberal wizards at least being slightly kinder to them than Voldemort is, so I guess that's the message there. Now, a good question here is what exactly was wrong with the system that made the goblins so damn aggressively responsive? Because we experienced a lot of rebellions and revolutions in our time period, and I can assure you that they didn't happen for nothing. In fact, a lot of them were responses to abusive status quos that unfairly created hierarchies around race or class that led to the suffering of groups who were not part of the ruling group. Well, we don't have a lot of exact facts on each rebellion, but we do know the general facts of what the goblins have been dealing with in the long term, so I guess that's probably good enough. The first is the Sword of Gryffindor, and also just general goblin-made artifacts and items that the wizarding families possess. See, through characters like Griphook in the books/films, and King Ragnuk I, the guy who made the sword, and that you meet as a spirit in the Hogwarts mystery game, we learn that the Sword of Gryffindor is a big sticking point for goblin kind, as goblins consider culturally all goblin-made items to still be theirs, even when it is given to another. People can loan them for a period of time, generally until their deaths, but ultimately the item needs to return to the goblin who made it, or their people. It is a cultural tradition of the goblins, and one that the wizards have never respected. Griphook's whole character arc in the films/books is that he wants that damn sword back for goblin kind, cause it's long overdue that it should return to his people, and also it is kind of fucked up that the wizards had enchanted it so that it was stuck in a hat forever, and only true Gryffindors, i.e. only humans, could pull it out. Honestly, not an unfair thing to be pissed about, and something that definitely could lead to a lot of aggressive attitudes from a people who keep seeing their own cultural traditions ignored in favour of the dominant group's version of how things should be done. I know the allegory to Western interactions with various indigenous cultures is looming overhead right now like an avenging angel ready to smite down this franchise for sort of making it look like there is really no resolution here and that maybe the goblins should just nut up and deal with it. Trust me, I'm aware that such a thing is there. And J.K. Rowling herself inputted some thoughts alongside this in her Pottermore blog on the Sword of Gryffindor, saying specifically that
in the Harry Potter books, the most militant of the goblin race considered all goblin-made objects to be theirs by right, although a specific object might be made over to a wizard for his lifespan upon a payment of gold. Witches and wizards, like Muggles, believe that once payment has been made, the object belongs to them and their descendants are legatees in perpetuity. This is a clash of values without a solution, because each side has a different concept of what is right. It therefore presents Harry with a difficult moral dilemma when Griphook demands the sword as payment for his services in Deathly Hallows.
But here's the deal. That isn't true. This isn't a clash of values with no solution, and that both sides are sort of right in their own way. Much in the same way that when the British settlers signed a Treaty of Waitangi that abused Maori customs to make it seem like they were not signing over their sovereignty, when in fact they totally were, guess what? The British were in the wrong, and the New Zealand government has been acknowledging and attempting to find ways to pay reparations for that for fucking decades at this point. Goblins made those items and sold them to wizards with the intentions that they would be returned upon the wizard's death. Just because wizards believe that once you pay for something you own that thing in perpetuity has no bearing here because they didn't make the item. They didn't craft it and then make the original deal. Maybe they should give them their fucking stuff back. Maybe with some reparations too to make up for the centuries of ignoring goblin requests and anger around this. That could go a long way to fixing this broken society that sees such mistrust amongst ostensibly the most powerful of the races that participate in it, and could help to paint the wizards in a far better light. Now, that is just one cherry on this shit pie of goblin mistreatment, and our next one really gets to the heart of why goblins think they are below wizards and seen as inferior. This isn't just an assumption. Griphook literally says to Hermione and Harry that
as a Dark Lord becomes ever more powerful, your race is set still more firmly above mine. Gringotts falls under wizarding rule. House elves are slaughtered. And who amongst wand carriers protests?
And Hermione's response is a lackluster one about how she also gets mistreated by wizard supremacists too, and that she is trying her best to free the house elves. Like, yeah, Hermione, you are. Or were one of the good ones, but that isn't enough to make the big changes, and even Hermione ends up just going along with a lot of the status quo by the end when she is minister, as exampled by the fact that the house elves are still fucking slaves. And I know, let's save that anger for the house elf section of this chapter. Well, one of the main reasons the Griphook seems to be stuck on this, and that does from other references such as the Wombat test, a random test put on the J.K. Rowling site that holds a lot of weird, somewhat canon stuff, seem to be quite a big deal, is that wizards refuse to share the knowledge and methods to using wands to cast magic with anyone else but other humans. They are withholding a method of magical power that keeps them in a position of superiority over others, something that we know from Magic Awakened and Wizards Unite as not changed as a position. It is part of a law that was put in place in the 1600s in response to the Goblin Rebellion of 1612, a rebellion that happened due to the goblins being annoyed that they had no representation within the Wizengamot, the High Court that we discussed in a previous chapter that sort of manages all the laws that govern wizarding society. And so this wand ban forbade any non-human creature from carrying or using a wand. This, unsurprisingly, led to more rebellions and more anger and mistrust from goblins, as they basically just lost more rights in response to their protests about not having rights and representation. Do you already see what we're talking about here when we consider that the goblins are totally justified to consider themselves an oppressed class who is mistreated by wizarding society, and why maybe a lot of goblins hate wizards quite a bit, enough that they would either ignore the Dark Wizard uprisings, or, in the case of Hogwarts Legacy information that we know about so far, actively work with Dark Wizards to get what they want. They certainly are not getting any help from the good wizards. In fact, the good wizards seem to keep making it very clear that they don't take the goblin concerns seriously at all. Like if we take the Daily Prophet newsletters from 1999, a series of 4 newsletters published by J.K. Rowling to the Harry Potter fan club and written by her, the Brotherhood of Goblins marched through the streets in 1999 in the Harry Potter universe, using ones they had taken to transform objects and demanding that they be given better rights. A quote of theirs in the fake newspaper is, "We are not just ugly fairies." A statement that makes more sense when you consider how fairies are basically like insects in the Harry Potter universe that are capable of some sentience, I guess, because they are described as vain, which I think only things that are sentient could be vain, and wizards can appeal to that vanity to use them as ornaments, which does raise a lot more questions now that I'm thinking about it. But regardless of that, wizards view them in the same way that we view butterflies, and so goblins are expressing their annoyance that they seem to just be considered another magical creature to be used by wizards in society for their particular talents, their crafting ability and management of gold. That is a very important idea that we will come to discuss at the end of this chapter, that notion of how all these magical races and groups do seem to exist in wizarding society in only the way that is beneficial to wizards for them to exist. But there are plenty of other little examples that we have of goblins being given poor treatment by wizards throughout the ages that led to other goblin rebellions. Stuff like Nagnok. You don't know Nagnok? Oh, poor Nagnok. Nagnok was a goblin who worked at Gringotts and was killed by an untrained security troll that was sent there by the Ministry of Magic. This is another fact from the Wombat test we mentioned, so don't worry, there is absolutely no way that you would know about Nagnok unless you were mad like me and had dug into all this random crap online. And yeah, that is another fair reason for goblins to be mad. The Ministry is culpable for that death, and for the training of the security trolls under its governance. That's on them. We have no mentions of if they paid reparations for it, if there was large changes in the way the Ministry of Magic did its business, of if there were any people brought to court for the death of this innocent goblin. But come on, do you think they would? It's described as accidental by the Wombat test, and J.K. Rowling herself, so I'd imagine that the wizards would just let themselves off the hook for that one, because the only people who hold them to account is themselves, or the goblins, when they rebellion. All of this is to say that the goblins within the universe that we see are shown to be hateful of wizards, and to be using that hatred to further the cause of dark wizards like Voldemort. A choice that ultimately leads to them suffering too, and so meant to feel kind of vindicated that the goblins screwed themselves over. But there's no real consideration given to maybe they have a good reason to be mistrusting and hateful of the very groups that have presided over them for centuries and done their best to keep them in a segregated position within society. The context, a context that we as an audience do not really get hammered home for us too heavily, is a very important one that does frame the goblins in a far more sympathetic light, especially when we consider it in relation to our own world, with the various groups that have existed in white-dominant societies and are still fighting to be on a truly equal footing. J.K. Rowling does this a lot, puts in things that have allegories to our world, but then does not seem to truly think about the way that such an allegory does not look good for the wizards we're meant to be supporting and cheering on, and potentially represents a very privileged and unresearched view of our own world and the struggles that people have gone through in it. With that noted, let's talk about house elf slavery and racism. Now, we already mentioned a lot of the ways that house elves are fucked over when we discussed the Office for House Elf Relocation. That house elves are seen as property, are mistreated by their owners, and it's fine because they are a subservient group that only Hermione and Spew, that's right, the organisation dedicated to getting them any kind of equality, is named after vomit because... haha, funny? Seem to be the only ones that care about changing it, and that is all messed up. But the far more important point I want to think about here in this racism chapter is the way that they are represented as liking slavery. It's not just enjoying being used as tools for work, but it also being ingrained into their cultural traditions to the degree that breaking out of that is almost impossible, and a creature like Dobby is considered as a disgraceful anomaly to their proud heritage of being free labour for wizards. Yes, this is one of those areas where every single piece of information is going to make you cringe a little bit harder, so just take it easy, and keep something on the side that you can de-cringe with if it gets too much. A nice YouTube video that can soothe your cringe nature. So let's make this very clear from the offset. the treatment of house elves is terrible, and the idea of them being a race that enjoys being slaves, who loves to work for free and be given orders by people and punished and abused, is fucked up. The house elves are a group that represents a true ethical nightmare in a series, and there is no real way to say that we should just let them be slaves because they like being slaves, as that doesn't really hold water as a form of cultural respect in the same way that respecting the traditions of the goblins around goods does. We don't have an idea of house elf culture independent of wizard enslavement and wizard supremacy, so that makes it almost impossible to consider their culture in any form except for the way that it has been used to serve wizards, and then to consider what that implies about those wizards who allow it to continue, and even encourage it. A great example of this is the discussion of the Black family house elves from the Order of the Phoenix, that we mentioned in an earlier chapter, with them getting beheaded when they become too old to hold a tea platter, and their heads mounted on the walls, and the way this is assumed to be a high honour for the house elves involved. Really? Execution and display like some kind of slain beast is the end goal, is it? The top ambition of any house elf? Because if that is true, then you need to really question whether wizards are in the right to be encouraging these kinds of behaviours and placing themselves into this position of control over house elves, or if there could be a way to ethically combine a house elf's natural desire to work, and God, yes, do I hate the idea of races having persistent and consistent natures that seems to spread its way into every single fantasy setting. It's tacky and terrible and really encourages this idea of considering someone not as an individual first and foremost, but as a member of the stereotyped ideals of whatever group they might belong to. It's a narrative and social shortcut that has led to no end of bigotry and gatekeeping and a cyclical pattern of expectation into confirmation that helps nobody, and we could be better than this, right? Like, we could write better than this. We could be more like Terry Pratchett, who writes their various races to be stereotypes in the minds of others, and then counters that with the realization that they totally are not those stereotypes, and that they are in fact people with their own thoughts and feelings and ways of being beyond just what we or the protagonist we are shadowing think of them. I'm talking stuff like Monstrous Regiment, I'm talking stuff like Sam Vimes. Look, at the end of the day, I guess I'm just saying to go and read Terry Pratchett, because he is a really, really good writer, and I would love to discuss the Discworld more, but we're stuck with Harry Potter and J.K. Rowling right now, we're too deep to give up, so let's just get back to that, I guess. The house elves are something that we can't talk about in regards to cultural traditions or historical points of view, because we only have them as the silent and unseen, for the most part, servants of the greater wizarding institutions, which means that instead we have to discuss house elf racism through the lens of the few characters that we get a visual bead on throughout the films, books and games. Each one gives us a different vision into seeing how house elves are treated, what we are told as an audience about house elves, and why the very notion of house elf independence and treating house elves like anything more than pets or tools is considered a laughable notion by most characters that we deal with in the books. And that isn't a hyperbole. Even the good characters only give a shit about house elves because one person, Hermione, badgers them into giving a shit about them as people, as sentient living creatures that can speak and think and dream. Which, I admit, does also mean that we need to discuss Spew, and why Spew being showcased the way it is a fucking appalling representation of ideas of activism by J.K. Rowling. So, let's get into talking about Dobby, Winky, Creature, Hokey, and Spew. To start us off, I want to get into talking about Hokey and Creature. Hokey and Creature are actually two representations of the same coin in the house elf discussion. One of how the treatment of house elves is presented as the true concern, not the idea of house elves being slaves or unpaid servants, which is basically one other word. It's a nicer word for slaves. If you can't remember who either of those characters are, then don't worry, that's literally what I'm here for. That's my job in this whole video essay, so let me take it away. Hokey is someone who has a very small part in the story of Tom Riddle, being the house elf of the kind old lady that Tom brutally murdered with poison so he could get his hands on those magical artifacts that he then used to create Horcruxes, blaming the poison on the house elf by modifying her memory. Hoki is well trapped by her mistress from what little we are told of her in Pottermore and the Wizarding World, and she exists more to serve as a reference for how Tom Riddle got his hands on various items in the 6th book, and to showcase his cunning and murderous intentions. Hoki does ultimately get convicted of manslaughter by the Ministry as well, and ends up somewhere, presumably. We actually have no idea where she ends up from this conviction, or where Dumbledore obtained the memory from her about this event. But because the wizard trio concluded that she was super loyal and loved her mistress, that she probably didn't intentionally harm them, which does also tell us and make it clear that wizards can't break through or tell if someone has false memories implanted in them, which is, yet again, fucking concerning from a legal perspective. Like, how many people only think they've done terrible things? Is it possible there is one amazing dark wizard out there who has done so much bad stuff and has just survived by not getting caught through memory modification, casting the blame on others? And it also tells us how house elves are not seen as being a problem as domestic slaves when they are in good households that treat them well, and where they are loyal to their masters/mistresses. In the same way that Hogwarts is considered a good employer by virtue of it being a good institution, although employer is a strong word when it comes to talking about slaves, and by strong word I mean an outright lie. They're not employed, they are owned. It seems to suggest, though, that house elves should be grateful for good owners. Kreacher, on the other hand, is the black family house elf that we get a lot of time with in the 6th book, and a little bit of time seeing in the 7th book, who hated Sirius Black because he didn't act like a wizard supremacist like the rest of his family, and Kreacher was super into the black family being that whole evil uptight bunch that him and the other house elves had become accustomed to. None of Kreacher's story up until that one is a happy development. We know that he was used by Voldemort on the orders of his most favourite master Regulus Black to drink the hallucination poison in the basin that Voldemort hid Salazar's locket in, and was then left to die with all the zombies, only escaping because of how bloody magically powerful house elves really are, and because he had orders by his master to come back to the house. Seriously, if he had not been ordered to effectively save himself because he needed to get back and report to Regulus, I don't think Kreacher would have even helped himself out of self-preservation. That's how fucking messed up the house elf ownership thing is. If you tell them to do something as their master, they have to do it. Sure, they can find wiggle room if they don't like you, like Kreacher does with Sirius Black and Dobby does with Lucius Malfoy, but there's only so far that can go. Carrying on with Kreacher's story, he used his capabilities to circumvent orders to betray Sirius and get him killed, doing so because he hated Sirius for that aforementioned not representing all the anti-Muggle racism and pure blood shit that Kreacher has adopted from the other members of the Black family, his owners having passed on the racism to him. And while with Harry he eventually ends up becoming helpful and then super protective of Harry because Harry gives him Regulus's locket, which, you know, he loves Regulus, so it's like giving him an item makes him love his new owner now. Other than that, all we know is that he dies at the age of 666 sometime after the Battle of Hogwarts, and presumably was still owned by either the Potter family or Hogwarts up until that point. Now, Kreacher gives us quite an insight into the way that house elves are forced to follow orders, as we see him consistently stuck doing things that he is told even by people he doesn't like. And it is rather strange that our heroic heroes don't free him at any point, even after he proves that he is loyal to them now. Like, even Hermione, the person who gives him presents and hugs regardless of how much he calls her racial slurs, doesn't make a point of them letting him go after he proves that he is on their side. Because the house elves, am I right, just natural servants and slaves? But Kreacher also gives us an insight on an old house elf's mentality when stuck in forced servitude for a long time to a shitty family that mistreats them, adopting this almost worship-like attitude towards those that they are owned by, and even affecting their attitudes possibly as a way of protecting themselves, or because of extensive conditioning to seeing things that way. much in the same way that there were African American slaves in America who adopted the attitudes of their white masters and the beliefs of slavery being the right thing to do or the appropriate way to handle black people in society in our own world. Like I said, from these two house elves we do see the common ways of living for the members of the house elf race, as fawning loyal servants to either bad or good masters, who are viewed only really in relation to those that they serve rather than as independent creatures themselves, and that the badness of their enslavement is defined more by who owns them than by the slavery itself. Bad master, bad slavery. Good master, good slavery. However, there is another house elf who gives us a real view on what happens to a house elf when the family they are loyal to casts them out, in the form of Winky, the house elf who inspired Hermione to start Spew, and her pretty kind of totally right crusade to fight for house elf rights. Winky was the house elf for the Crouch family, who helped Barty Crouch Sr. to keep his Death Eater son hidden, and to cover up for all the shit going on with that family, until she was framed by Barty Crouch Jr. for the dark mark over the Quidditch match in the 4th book, and was removed from their service. This sent the poor house elf spiralling, as her only sense of identity was her servitude to the family, no matter how poorly said family might have treated her. As we mentioned, that mistreatment was fundamental to setting up Hermione to consider wanting something better for these poor creatures, as we see Winky forced to hold Barty's seat for the Quidditch in spite of her intense fear of heights that led to her covering her eyes for the entire experience out of terror. And we also see the way that Barty Crouch dismisses her as cold and calculating, while she wails and screams for him to take her back into slavery. Winky does not have a good time being free either, turning into a drunk who takes no care of herself, as she feels she has nothing to live for and no purpose, even when Dobby tries to get her to also work in the Hogwarts kitchens. Now this is all stuff that one could learn from reading the books, but did you know that there is a little factoid about Winky that one can find in the Magic Awakened mobile game, when you meet her in the kitchens of Hogwarts in 2011 and find her with her Spew badge still on? She has a little interaction where she discusses the shamefulness of Spew and how Dobby was a bad house elf because he was free and, sought compensation for his labour and no utter servitude to a single house or family. So this makes it clear that Winky never truly broke out of the conditioning of elven kind towards their relation with wizards, not like the anomalous weirdo Dobby did. But what this also tells us is the important note of how much of a house elf is mixed up in the way they view themselves in correlation to their masters and to slavery, that it is part of who they are in a way that we are given examples can be damaging to extricate them from. Or at least that is the message of Winky in how her story turned out. Slavery is good for them, is good for pretty much all of them, excepting that one odd example that keeps coming up, and it just happens to also be very beneficial for wizards too, as it stops them having to figure out spells or other ways to get those menial labour jobs done. What a happy coincidence that this is just how things happen to be, and that we have no frame of reference for the history of house elves that gives us any kind of indication of when this relationship started or how it came to exist. Just another element of the status quo that no writer or creator seems willing to build a narrative on in the universe, because talking about it would inevitably cause trouble in the system that has already been established. Which brings us to our anomaly, who did cause trouble, but was thankfully, if you're a wizard, relegated to being just a bad house elf, or a fringe weirdo who is in no way reflective of the fact that maybe house elves don't need to be slaves, and also got killed anyway, ending any sort of long-term ramifications from their existence. That's right, it's Dobby time. The problem with Dobby time is that a lot of what Dobby did or got up to is kind of completely irrelevant or not that interesting outside of the respect of it being part of the greater narrative of the Harry Potter books. The only interesting parts are really the implications of their introduction and the rarity of who they are and how wizards and others react to their existence. Because Dobby is our first real vision of house elves as a group, as an audience, and we see them as these incredibly powerful creatures who owe an allegiance to the person that holds their chain, with the capability of going around that chain to some degree by interpreting their orders in a unique fashion. Seriously, Harry would have been totally fucked if Dobby was not the same house elf. Like, the entirety of the series is dependent upon Dobby chafing against the demands of his master, Lucius Malfoy. And Lucius only doesn't just kill Harry upon Dobby being free, because Dobby fucks him up. And throughout the series, we see that wizards and other house elves treat him differently because of his free status, and the fact that he takes stride in it, with ostracization being the main response used against him. The other house elves calling him mad and crazy for his desire to have a life outside of being a slave. He tells us a lot about how the world thinks of these creatures and considers them by the virtue of going against that stereotyping, but upon his death, that seems to be where it ends. There is no great awakening of freedom for the house elves. There is no great change in their lives or the way they are. They are still just servants in the future introductions to the series, and nothing has drastically changed. Which clearly just reaffirms this idea that the series kept telling us, that Dobby was a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence of a house elf breaking out of that racial stereotyping and bond that they have that not only binds their bodies to their wizard masters, but also their minds to the very idea of being a slave. And I think that brings us quite nicely to the topic of what exactly wizards think about this, and what they are trying to do to make a difference. Because much like Dobby was the only house elf to really give a shit about changing this, there was only ever one wizard who gave a shit herself, and actually fought for the notion of universal rights for all, regardless of species or race, and that was Hermione and her Spew organisation. And, yet again, much like Dobby, it doesn't seem like it did a whole lot to actually achieve its goals and to seriously change the system, even when Hermione ends up becoming Minister of Magic, instead merely settling for just, making house elf lives a little bit better by making their masters treat them nicer. That is an assumption, by the way. We don't really get much mention of what happens in explicit detail, merely that Hermione made some changes during her time at the Department of Magical Creatures, and that there were some improvements to house elf lives, but we also still know that house elves are not free, so, those two canon ideas have to live together, which does lead us to the conclusion that I gave. It's an assumption, but I think it's a good assumption, is what I'm saying there. And how Spew was received by people, and how it was treated by the books and the writer themselves, I think is a very important and telling aspect of considering the ideological implications of house elf slavery. Because even if J.K. Rowling doesn't think about what kind of message or moral she might be sending, a message still gets sent regardless, because that's sort of what happens with stories and narratives and characters and any kind of writing, especially when you put in racism and slavery that can sort of be tied to our real world racism and slavery. Because what we see of Spew and Hermione's involvement in it is one of badgering and bemoaning and annoying other people into joining it, without them really wanting to be a part of the campaign or engaging with the ideas. Seriously, every sign-up Hermione gets is because the person just wants her to stop talking about it, like she is some kind of annoying SJW. We are meant to kind of laugh at her when she gets upset at the Hogwarts dinner being prepared by unpaid labourers. Ron, Fred, George and Hagrid all tell her that house elves love to work, that they enjoy being labourers, and trying to improve their conditions by giving them an equal footing in society would, I guess, stop them being able to work and therefore hurt them? The more I think about that, the more I kind of don't get why the books were written in such a way that made Hermione seem bad or naive or stupid. Like, if house elves do love to work, they still can work. They would just get paid for it, and get the same labour rights that anyone deserves, and the opportunity to seek identity elsewhere except for being a slave. And also, maybe unionisation so they can better demand for fair treatment in labour. But no, that very idea is itself considered stupid by the writing in the books. Oh, and who can forget when Ron mocks Hermione for creating the organisation by making up his own group, SPUG, or the Society for the Protection of Ugly Goblins. I know. Ha! What a great way to make fun of Hermione. More racism. Like, Jesus, no wonder that goblins hate wizards. They don't have the same Stockholm Syndrome-esque captivity that house elves have developed, and this is the way that people talk about them? Ugly goblins? Protection? What a joke, am I right? And that's kind of it for Spew. It doesn't really get much mention outside of the books, and even in the books we don't get really much indication of where it went or what happened with it beyond the one book it was introduced in. Supposedly it lives and dies with Hermione Granger, the only person who seemed to be committed to the correct idea that house elves are totally actually slaves, and that slavery isn't a good thing to have in the wizarding world, making it just another anomaly fighting against the status quo until it either dies or gives up on making any sort of changes at all. You know, I love my hopeful fantasies to be dosed in neoliberal dream quashing. Also, it is weird that Spew is mocked. It is weird that the idea of fighting for better rights for a group of people who are consistently mistreated is given such a treatment in the narrative of being linked to a name that indicates disgust, something that J.K. Rowling does quite a bit with her naming conventions. And this isn't just a singular translation thing either. They actually went through and made sure that each country had its own version of the organisation that carried a similar convention in that language of being bad, such as Majom in Hungarian, which means monkey. The organisation fighting against slavery meaning monkey is probably just a coincidence, right? What about Sale in French, that means dirty? Don't worry, there are plenty of specific translations that mean just vomit or shit or fart. The ones I mentioned are just the worst few that leaves you wondering who the fuck okayed that translation, and why on earth has that not become something that somebody has made a big deal out of already on social media or something? Well, I mean, I guess I just did, but, you know, why did no one make a big deal about it before me in 2022? This shit has been out for 2 decades. I mean, call me crazy, but I would avoid those kind of editing implications in just every possible conceivable way, because even if it's not intentional, it still looks pretty yikes. Calling your organisation that fights against racism and slavery dirty or monkey, considering the connotations around those words and their linkage to African American slavery, not good. Maybe don't do that. Regardless, the point with Spew and Hermione is that house elf slavery is something defended by the system that J.K. Rowling writes, and is clearly something that she has written to be okay within the narrative. Okay enough that we as an audience should be siding against the only person who tries to change it. We should agree that house elves deserve better treatment. I'm not suggesting here that J.K. Rowling is telling us that we should think the Malfoys are good people, or that the Blacks beheading house elves is a good thing. But we also shouldn't think it needs to go further than that. Good treatment, still slaves. With all that talked about, something I want to answer here is the big question of what exactly do the house elves represent? Like, what are they an allegory for? And this is not an easy question to answer. There's been discussion about them being a metaphor for the transatlantic slave trade, the African American slaves that made up the majority of the labour force of the USA, as a metaphor for women in the domestic sense of the pre-feminist period, and all of these are certainly things you can draw some comparisons to, but they're not perfect allegories. The house elves kind of incorporate a variety of different ideas from all of these backgrounds, all these areas of domestic and labour-based servitude, with the only really consistent shared notion across all of it being that in each of these cases, and in the house elf case, the greatest justifications were that this state of being was natural, that this was how things were meant to be, and that the group involved not only liked being in the position they were, but were also ordained by some higher evolutionary or deific power to be like that. That without being servants or slaves, they would lose their way and be unable to function properly. The good people are those who treat their unpaid servants or slaves with kindness and love, while the bad people are those who treat their unpaid servants or slaves with cruelty and abuse. But the idea of slavery and permanent group-based servitude is never questioned from an ethical perspective. Hermione realises this in later life, when she worked to get the house elves better treatment, but did not work to get them true freedom. in much the same way that we see Constance Pickering with the Statute of Secrecy. The naivety of believing that the system and the status quo is unethical at its core and needs to be replaced is swapped out for just trying to make the current system as nice as possible. I don't know if they are an explicit allegory for anything. I think that house elves are maybe just a combination of things, but that combination is still worrisome in what it says about the person who wrote it, and how they view progress and change, something that I hope is obvious from all the examples that we've discussed so far. The best I can pull from J.K. Rowling herself is this quote in a 2005 series of interviews at an Edinburgh conference, when asked about racism and slavery in her world.
The house elves is really for slavery, isn't it? The house elves are slaves, so that is an issue that I think we probably all feel strongly about enough in this room already.
Now, this is kind of lackluster. It doesn't tell us a lot, and it does leave more questions than answers about her own perspective on things, but it does bring me to the big question here. Is slavery bad? Seriously, in consideration of how house elves are presented and how J.K. Rowling writes them, and the slavery they live under, is it bad? Or is it sometimes justifiable and okay in this universe and in the way that she's written it? Because like I said earlier, even if you don't choose to deliberately consider the moral implications of your universe, the very inclusion of stuff like slavery and racism does mean that those will come up, and they will influence the way that people think about things you've created. And I would much rather make it clear that all slavery is bad, regardless of whether the people involved like working or like being slaves, because it takes away any choice in the matter. If house elves want to choose to work, they can, but the choice should be given and not just taken away at birth because of who they are. And the franchise does not do enough work to make such a position clear. Instead, we are left thinking that, yeah, maybe house elves are better off being a slave race that works for wizards. And that does not sit right with me as a narrative where I'm meant to be rooting for those wizards. Also, now that I'm here and we're thinking about things from a racial-based perspective, I do want to wonder about the characters that we see that are supposedly half something else and half human, like Hagrid or Apolline Delacour or Irma de Garde, because each one does raise questions that haunt me, much like ghosts haunt the various children of the Hogwarts castles in ways that maybe isn't safe or conducive to education at all. For Hagrid and Irma, the main questions become ones of how? Because the how is a good question when it comes to discussing the way that a wizard who is apparently of a normal human height might engage in romantic liaisons with a giant who is between 20 and 25 feet. That is quite a discrepancy, and one that I wish I wasn't trying to figure out. On the other end of the scale is Irma de Garde, with the mental image inserted being one of a creature that is like 1 foot tall and a regular human having romantic liaisons. It's a house elf and a human. But in all of these regards, there is so much worse than just the consideration of the conjugal stuff, like how do those bodies fit together and is that comfortable? Because a common theme across Harry Potter around races, and from characters who you'd expect to be better about it, is the idea that all races do have things that are inherent to their nature, that they all just do or are. House elves are naturally obedient and love being slaves. Giants are naturally violent and aggressive. Velar are naturally quick to anger and transform into fireball-throwing harpies when insulted. Also, all Velar are maybe women, or at least we're told that they appear as beautiful women. There's no definitive mention of gender around them, I guess, so one could interpret this as some sort of commentary on women in a misogynistic and distinctly anti-feminist manner, which I wouldn't even bring up or consider if this wasn't J.K. Rowling writing this. Like, here's a group of all-women monsters who are quick to anger and will turn into fireball-throwing harpies like my wife, you know, the old ball and chain. In all these cases, though, what we're talking about is whether those elements have some kind of feature in also determining the attitudes of the half-human. Do the racial stereotypes preside, or does being even a little human give them the ability to overcome such predestined natures as defined by the writings of the universe? The answer to that is, I don't really know. This is another question that I can bring up, but I don't think I can answer. Because based off what we know about the three half-humans, half-other, I would say that the human side maybe seems to negate that, which, I mean, also has its own kind of racist interpretations in it as well, but maybe it doesn't negate that, in which case it's also still got horrifying racist implications. And this is important to think about because Irma's mother/father, who we don't know which one it is a house elf who has to obey the orders of their master and has no real control over their own life to a very strong degree, which raises some very concerns about that whole parentage. Does Irma also have to obey the orders of whoever she has as her master, or because of her humanity, is she able to choose her own destiny? Also, another thing about her heritage is thinking about, did one of her parents is a house elf who has no control, who was possibly made to have sex with a human to give birth to her? There's no way that the people writing this would make that a possibility, right? They would make it clear that that's not what this is, right? I mean, which family did she work for again? You know, it's the Lestranges, one of the really bad pureblood families. And she worked for Corvus Lestrange, the guy who kidnapped and used the Imperious Curse to seduce Lorena Karma and have a child with her against her will. Okay, they maybe did write it that way. I sort of feel a little sick right now. Anyway, we need to move on, and we are actually going to be moving into a whole new chapter here, because the next bit, talking about the racism of the wizarding world towards Muggles, does kind of need to be combined with the other thing to talk about in the books with regards to Muggles, which is eugenics. Now, I know that sinking feeling might make it hard to want to keep going, especially after the chapter we just got through, and so I'm going to make this a bit easier by introducing one of our patented shit is getting real long or real heavy here. So here's a break to talk about something random and kind of not related at all, but maybe fun segments. I need a better name for them. They're just breaks. Here's a break. There's a break coming up, is what I'm saying.
The chocolate bars and the candy, so let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
That's right. I felt like we all deserved a real and actual break this time, because between racism and eugenics, things have been a little rough. So instead I want to just pull up all the cards that we get told about existing in the Chocolate Frog collectibles, most of which are pulled from the PC games, and just have a laugh at some of the characters that are put in, because while a lot of them are famous wizards or characters who did cool stuff, some of them are just people who suffered like terrible accidents or were like pointless, so it's kind of weird that canonically they get put into cards. Like, imagine if a real-world collectible card game had it so you could potentially get Martin Luther King Jr., or maybe you just get Sam, the guy who first got bit by a possum. And no discussion of magical cards in any sort of franchise would be complete without talking to an expert in the field. That's right. I have managed to get for us my good friend, the one and only Spice 8-Rack, to help me and you get through this. Hello, Spice, and thank you for coming on.
No, thank you, Lily. Honestly, it's always a pleasure to see you. I'm looking forward to whatever it is we're going to be talking about today.
Now, you are a master of discussing and thinking about magic cards, so this felt like your sort of wheelhouse, and so I'm just going to run through each of the characters that we get to see from these Chocolate Frog collectibles.
Oh, I'm really, really sorry. I get that this is a card game, and I am ostensibly a card game YouTuber, but I don't know Harry Potter, like, at all.
No, I thought this was, like, close enough to Magic the Gathering to sort of count as magic cards.
Well, I mean, that's just not a fair comparison now, is it? Like, the mechanics of Magic the Gathering, for example, exist, whereas these fucking frog things are just pictures with a blurb on the back of them. The lore of Magic the Gathering is, to my understanding, not full of weird racism, homophobia, fatphobia, and transphobia. And, I mean, even the cards are different. One of these motherfuckers is a rectangle, and the other one is a pentagon. Like, there's no similarity here. Why have I been asked to come on your bloody show? Why did you ask me to wake up at 4 a.m. to do this? You know the time difference is crazy. Fuck this. I'm going to bed. Enjoy the rest of the video, Lily. I hope you can work out whatever fucking you need to with these wizard triangles.
Hello? Hello? Okay, I think that they've gone. I sort of did not expect this to happen, really. I thought that Magic cards and Magic the Gathering cards were, like, the same. I don't play them, I don't know. Well, I mean, it looks like you, the audience, are just stuck with me for this bit, and I'll do my best in the future to not assume that all Magic cards are the same, and that Magic people who do Magic card videos will know about all Magic cards. That's on me. Anyway, there are of course tons of Magic cards that are like famous badasses, like Dumbledore or Beaumont Marjoriebanks or Carlotta Pinkstone. But alongside these titans of wizarding history, we also have a bunch of characters who did just questionable things. I don't mean questionable in the evil sense, I mean questionable in the Archibald Alderton sense. A guy who blew up a hamlet in the 16th century while making a birthday cake with magic. Or Chauncey Aldridge, a guy forever immortalised by his famous deed of being the first wizard to die of dragonpox. What a legacy. Imagine going down in history because you died to a virulent disease that still haunts the wizarding world and kills old people pretty frequently. Or what about Dymphna Firmage, that is a real name, who was kidnapped by pixies and then tried to get the ministry to wipe them all out? Okay, that one is a little less funny and a little more genocide-y wizard racism than I promised we were going to get away from. I can get us back on track. I will not let the Harry Potter franchise ruin this chapter of fun with depressing moments of terrifying wizard attitudes towards other creatures. Okay. Ethelred, the Ever-Ready. He took offence at nothing at all and died in jail after cursing random people who didn't do anything. Taking offence at nothing and cursing innocent people? What is he, Jordan Peterson? Am I right? Sorry, I'm trying way too hard now to get this break chapter back on track. Let me dig up another one. Fulbert the Fearful, who was so scared that he never left the house and died when the roof collapsed on him. See, what a wacky world, huh? What a weird, magical place where people were keeping track of guys like Fulbert the Fearful enough to put him into a collectible card game 900 years in the future. Like, geez, how bummed out would you feel if you, like, opened up your chocolate frog and it's like, oh, who have I got? Oh, no, it's nobody cool, it's just Fulbert again, the guy who never touched grass. Or you could pull Mirabella Plunkett, who fell in love with a merman, that group of magical creatures who got really shat on by the Ministry of Magic through the process of deciding who gets to be considered a person or a beast, and then turned herself into a haddock because her parents forbade her from marrying him. Okay, that's sort of a classic one of equal parts weird comedy and sad racism. It is sort of interesting how pervading the racism is in the Society of Wizards, and how little countenance to it is considered by any of the writers, but I promised a break, and by God we're going to get one, so let's just power through. Oswald Beamish, pioneer of Goblin Rights. Wait, what? What did he do? No, seriously, this guy has got no mention in anything else, so I literally have no idea what goblin stuff he helped to improve. I demand more information on Oswald in the Hogwarts Legacy game. Bring me lore on Oswald. I need to know what the only wizard I think that gave a shit about goblins, did for them. Who is this man? Put him in the game. Stop being cowards. Anyway, Thaddeus Thurkel, a guy who produced 7 Squib sons. Squibs are magical born children with no magic, in case you forgot that or you just didn't know that, and then turned them all into hedgehogs because he was disgusted by them. Yeah, this was stupid. We can't get away from the racism and the eugenics-based wizard supremacy, no matter how hard I try. I thought that some stupid magic cards made by writers for silly little kids games on the PCs would be a great time, but it's just more stuff that hammers home how fucked this world really is. This guy doesn't need a card. He doesn't deserve a card. He's a monster. He's a terrible, terrible father whose pure-blooded racist hatred of non-magic led to him cruelly transforming his children into animals. That isn't that funny, it's just sad or angering. And this break is truly ruined. I apologise to all of you, but we might as well just move on and do the Eugenics Now and Muggle Racism chapter, because I mean, how much longer can we put off something so ingrained into the world and into the writing, that does not receive anywhere near as much condemnation from the ostensibly good characters as it should, and also integrates a really bad metaphor for our real-world racism into it? No, take it away. I said we had enough of these stupid cards. Okay, actually, this one is kind of funny. This is Uruk the Oddball, who gets a card because he wore a jellyfish as a hat. You know what? Thanks for the good times, Uruk. Maybe this break is saved after all. Yardley Platt? A serial goblin killer? Come on. Why does he get a fucking card? He just killed goblins. No. You know what? We're not moving on just yet. For the purpose of exposition, I understand why we as the audience are seeing these cards about evil or terrible people. But when you consider it from the perspective that these are children's collectibles designed for kids to get alongside their sweets when they buy them, it makes no sense whatsoever. I understand putting in the heroes of Wizard Society, and honestly maybe some of the silly ones too, but in what universe does it make sense to the creators of these cards to put in dark wizards and literal villains onto them? If your kid came home with their Cadbury cream egg and there was a little shiny card in it with a picture of Hitler and a single sentence description of the evil shit he did, that would raise a ton of consumer questions. I understand the importance of teaching dark wizards, learn history lest you are doomed to repeat it and all that jazz, but it really does feel like there is a time and a place for learning history and about genocidal maniacs, and this is not one of them. It shouldn't be in a children's sweets. Rant over. Let's get on with the serious topic. Eugenics.
Boys, I think it's time we teach Weaselby how to respect his superiors.
Hope you don't mean yourself.
How dare you talk to me? You filthy little mudblood.
So it might seem kind of strange that there is such a focus on the idea of eugenics, but as I hope to prove in this particular chapter, the inclusion of specific facts around muggles and around magical bloodlines does sort of make it a pretty big deal in the wizarding world, and it's actually the core of a lot of conflicts covered in the narrative. And let me make it very clear right now that the Harry Potter world does not explicitly make it seem good that eugenics happens. It doesn't argue that there is a distinct difference in capability between those who are pure blood, half blood, or muggle blood, and in fact it does make it very clear that those who believe in eugenics are either the bad guys or are considered to be at best outdated in their worldviews. So far, all well and good, but we hit the same problem here in the writing that we seem to keep hitting over and over again. And that is that the very inclusion of eugenics as something that is not just commonly spread, but also something that has provable evidence supporting it, does in fact make it a very bad allegory for our world and the eugenics movement over here. I also wanted to put Muggle bigotry into this category because the root of all racism towards Muggles is built around the racial superiority that wizards feel. Even the good wizards who feel that they get to make the choice about how the groups interact for Muggles, a form of benevolent racial domination within the narratives where we see that presented, but still one with wizards holding the power by virtue of being wizards. Firstly though, and not to sound too much like a video essayist right now, we need to answer the question of what is eugenics in our world, and how does that relate to this fantasy series about wizards in high school? So, eugenics is a pseudoscience that was very popular in the period of time post-Darwin, and then got very heavily discounted and pushed to the side after the Nazi regime, though many of the ideas tied up in it continue to stick around in our societies, and influence the way that we think about things to this day. One of its key components was the idea that with the correct breeding stock of humans, we could phase out undesirable traits and create the perfect group of people. Although, as you might already be suspecting, what exact standards were used to define undesirable and perfect is something that was more often than not tied up in ableism, racism, homophobia, and classism. Many of eugenics' earlier proponents, such as Francis Galton or Carl Pearson, viewed it as a way of eradicating those of bad blood, specifically attacking the birth rates of the lower classes and races as being a threat to the Western society, and the need to establish purity for the white upper-class people to ensure that they maintained their superiority. It became a very popular form of scientific procedure, influencing many decisions around population control and encouraging segregation and purging/isolating castes or groups that were considered to be flawed, especially in countries like the United States of America, which kept the detailed track of all American families with regard to inherited traits and diseases, and advised on marriages to meet this nature-centric version of social evolution that they were hyper-fixated on. These concepts were then adopted by the Nazi regime into their own form of racial superiority program, and led to the purges known as the Holocaust, and the forced removal of those designated as lesser to ghettos, labour camps, and other positions that were in effect meant to work them to death. Did you think that this little video essay on Harry Potter was going to get this dark and fucked up? Because I did, and here we are. Eugenics fell to the wayside due to its association with regimes like the aforementioned Nazi Party, and because of the rise of medicine that allowed for those with genetic disabilities to live full and healthy lives, putting forward the idea that nurture is just as important as nature in the formation of a human. And there are very few cases when eugenics in the modern sense is encouraged openly in the pursuit of creating more intelligent or stronger people via restricted breeding. However, that is not to suggest that the legacy of eugenics has left us entirely, in much the same way that many other shitty things that made it the status quo have gone nowhere. We are still dealing with many people who believe that groups should not be allowed to be around children for fear that they may infect them with what is viewed as a social disease, something that is a hangover of the eugenics movement, as well as the clinging to racial statistics as a way of justifying bigotry by assuming that certain races are naturally more inclined to be involved in crime, or to be less intelligent, without considering the wider context or social circumstances of those groups. Eugenics may not be bandied around as much as it used to, but it absolutely still influences many policy decisions and interpretations of people, especially those of racial minorities or disability. Now, I'm sure that you are currently asking the question of what the hell does all this have to do with Harry Potter? And the simple answer is that blood and purity are a very important aspect of wizard society, making up the central platform of most dark wizards, and still having as much of an impact on their society as it does on our real one. And while J.K. Rowling does not say that eugenics is right or good, although I would look at the fact that she says it's possible with magic to fix any muggle disease or disability with the most concerned face possible, because that really does open the gates for wizards to fix people who are seen as being undesirable with magic, eradicating specific traits in such a way that maybe explains why we don't see any of certain kinds of people in their world. Maybe there just isn't any disabled representation or neurodivergent representation because they magically have them removed from children to maintain their perfect society. And maybe the same thing happens with trans people too? Maybe there's magical conversion therapy. Especially if wizard society considers being trans to be a disability or mental illness. I mean, could be the case. It would explain why we never see any of them. But as I was saying, J.K. Rowling, while not making a commitment on eugenics, does make one of the greatest mistakes that an author can do when inserting eugenics as a theme into a narrative. A flaw that we have seen already occur with the various magical races, who all have stereotypes that they literally fulfill, and that is confirming that eugenics is kind of, while not morally right, but scientifically right. Pitchforks down. Pitchforks down. Give me just the chance to explain myself here. I'm not calling J.K. Rowling a eugenicist. I'm saying that she accepts the arguments of eugenics. Because one of the big conclusions from J.K. Rowling, in discussion around magical descendancy in squibs and muggle-born wizards, is that magic is a genetic component. That only certain people are able to cast magic because of their relation to certain bloodlines, and people who have that dominant and resilient gene. None of this is paraphrasing, this is well-established notions within the universe, and it explains Muggle-born wizards by detailing how they are generally linked to squibs, i.e. those who are born to magical parentage but do not have the active gene and are generally very rare and are often shunned from magical society, considered to be sad individuals by literally J.K. Rowling herself. Play the quote.
Squibs would not be able to attend Hogwarts as students. They are often doomed to a rather sad kind of half-life. Yes, you should be feeling sorry for Filch, as their parentage often means that they will be exposed to, if not immersed in, the wizarding community, but can never truly join it.
So every single Muggle-born wizard is not actually a full Muggle. They have descendancy from squibs who have that magical gene, and just passes down through the family till someone gets it in an active form. And nothing can change that. It is an immutable part of biology within the universe that magic is tied to this gene. Some people get lucky, like Lily Potter, and some people get screwed over, like Petunia Dursley. But ultimately, while there is an acceptance within the universe and a fight by the protagonists for the progressive nature of proving that all wizards are equally capable of being good at magic, whether they are pureblood, half-blood, or mudblood, as the racists call them, it is factually true within the wizarding world that you can breed magic. Because the magical gene is a dominant one, that means that you can control and track it through a program of eugenics, because you can breed with Muggle-borns and that will still propagate magical children. Seriously, one of the consistent themes that keep cropping up around discussions of pureblood families from J.K. Rowling is this focus on how being centered around purity is causing them to die out, as there are not that many purebloods anymore, and that more often than not they are half-bloods, as some kind of comment on the way that this whole purity thing is bullshit, tying it to her attempt to incorporate the Nazi rhetoric against Jewish people into her work, as the Nazis also had a hyper-focus on blood and blood purity that led to the stuff like the Holocaust. But here is the important distinction that you need to take away from this chapter and understand. Eugenics, racial superiority, the Nazi interpretation of Jewish heredity as a genetic flaw was all bullshit. All of it. It is a pseudoscience built around genetic components that make no sense and have no impact on any form of capability or performance. There is no scientific evidence to support any of our real-world attempts to push such a concept of genetic forced breeding. There truly is no natural or inherent differences between the races, between the classes, and that is an important step in showcasing eugenics as both flawed from an ethical and scientific perspective, because otherwise it starts encouraging a world where superiority is genetically defined, like Harry Potter. It's not just bullshit from the sense of, well, that's a bad thing, it's bullshit from the sense of the, that's a literally not true thing. But because being magical is a provable and scientifically evidenced fact that Muggles cannot do, and wizards utilise that to establish themselves in a position of power over them, even incorporating people who are born into Muggle families into the society and system at a young age so that they become wizards in the long term, in the wizarding world, eugenics is correct, or at least it is just how things are. Some people, based on their heritage, are naturally better at something, are capable of doing magic that others physically cannot and can never learn to do, and that you can somewhat breed that with the gene by giving it to people who then have it as an active gene. And that is a fucked up situation, and one that absolutely explains how the wizarding world ended up where it did with regards to Muggles and Muggle nomad racism. This is how we get to the point where the good side in the wizarding debate around how to interact with Muggles is advocating for segregation, while the bad side is advocating for open domination and the integration of Muggles into a lower caste in the wizarding society. The very notion of any sort of melting pot is never seriously considered or treated as anything but naive. And based on the writings of the books, I think that J.K. Rowling just has this notion that magic is cool and elite, and it just sucks for people to not have magic. Squibs have a shit life because they have the magic gene, but it doesn't activate for them, so they either live as second-class citizens or vanish into Muggle society. And all the Muggles who don't get magic just lost the genetic lottery that they never had a chance to win unless they had some rare magical blood in their family's history. Eugenics is only bad because the Nazis were bad and did bad things with it, not because it is both unethical and scientifically false. And yet, there are actually some ties between eugenics as it currently is, and the notions of biological sex and sexual reality that J.K. Rowling is very happy to promote as part of her crusade against trans people. So I mean, it's not like these attitudes are entirely surprising, as they merely belay a worldview that writes evil things to be an evil metaphor for evil stuff in our world, without considering the full context of why those things were evil in the first place. A fascinating look into this in a way that was very well done is the Dimension 20 show that kind of parodies and reinvents the Harry Potter brand, Magic and Misfits, which has a big reveal early on being the discovery by wizards that anyone can cast magic, that there is no blood or genetic component to it, and it just requires training and knowledge to do so, leading to vast changes within the system as wizards adjust to the idea that Muggles are able to access this stuff too, especially Muggles who have not been indoctrinated into the status quo from a very young age. It is a really good series, and if you have the ability, I advise watching it, as it really does critique a lot of these elements that I've also criticised in Harry Potter, while presenting ways that an author can think about or interpret them better, while still maintaining a strong narrative cohesion about this magical, funky world. So what does this talk of eugenics and the existence of genetic isolation amongst magic users have to do with Muggle racism, I hear you ask? And if you are not asking that, then just, pretend that you did for me so that this sentence makes sense, okay? Because the truth is that it has everything to do with it. Everything that we've previously discussed about the Statute of Secrecy, about the way that wizards compose themselves around Muggles, about the way that Muggles are received, and everything that I am going to say about wizards and Muggles in the future is reliant upon us understanding that this is a society built on racism. Built on the notion that there is a racial component to magic that they can track and they can use to distinguish between the haves and have-nots, and that is used to justify pretty much everything. If everyone had magic, or the ability to cast magic, then none of the story would make sense, or it would make sense in the way that it would paint wizards as the greatest villains of all time, not just hiding magical abilities and results from those who could benefit from their aid, but also hiding the ability to utilize it from the masses out of the desire to maintain a strict sense of order and control over their currently functioning systems. But magic is limited. That's what drives the essence of wonder in the initial books. You, young child, have the rare ability to cast powerful spells and change reality, unlike all these basic and common bitches around you who live boring lives in comparison to the wacky and fantastical world that you'll be whisked off to and then remain in, never really rejoining Muggle society because you have none of the skills on hand to do so, and because we convince you that Muggles and wizards are better off removed from one another. I get it. That's made to appeal to children who want to desperately feel like they are special, and this lets them daydream that they get to be magical too. But more likely than not, in the magical world, you would be Petunia, the character who watched her sister go off to magic school and amaze her parents, all the while praying and hoping that she would get to be magical too, before discovering that such a thing could never happen, and that nobody could make her magical. You wouldn't be in Gryffindor or Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw. You wouldn't be an Auror or Magizoologist. Statistically, you would get your dreams crushed and be left in the Muggle world with the rest of us. And when we consider the world from that perspective, not from the rosy-eyed, childlike state that it was written for, but the 25-year-old franchise now with many older fans and films/games that are written for adults and with adult themes in them. Also, the later books were also quite adult too. The whole "it was for children" argument sort of falls apart by the third or fourth book. And honestly, the racism in the second book was pretty adult themes anyway. That's when the racism inherent to such a system becomes very apparent. Because the attitude from wizards towards Muggles, an attitude encouraged both by good and bad people in the narrative, one expressed in positive and negative ways, one that even the author herself has admitted by the virtue of the name she has given to Muggles, is one of at best benevolent pity or disdain, and at worst hostility and bigotry-centred condescension, because the word Muggle itself is derived from the word mug, a reference to a gullible person that J.K. Rowling attempted to soften up by adding additional elements to make it, in her own words...
I was looking for a word that suggested both foolishness and lovability. The word mug came to mind for somebody gullible, and then I softened it.
This contrasts with wizards, who are seen as in the know, wise, smart, and understanding. Something which, as I said, is built into this narrative that does not seem to actually align with the world that we are presented with. Wizards see what Muggles are doing as either threatening, and so they need to step in and control them if they're bad, or as of no concern to them, which seems ridiculous when it comes to talking about stuff like climate change or mass destruction, or events that would impact the wizarding world as much as the Muggle one. It is only through that benevolent sense of superiority that any wizard could delude themselves into thinking that Muggles are of no relevance to them, and that our technology is something to be considered from a distance without ever really incorporating it. Even Arthur Weasley, who loves Muggles apparently, although it is a love more akin to that of a bug enthusiast and the insects they collect information on, considers our achievements in correlation to the lack of magic that inspires them, rather than seeing them as an independent success that the wizards have been unable to replicate or achieve. That statue, the super racist one that gets put up by Voldemort when he sees his control, the magic is might, showing the Muggles crushed under the weight of the wizard oppressors and masters, is not far from the truth before the Dark Wizards took control of how Muggles are viewed, and is not far from the truth of what is established after the Dark Wizards are cast down. Muggles are subservient to magical users. Wizards take from Muggles and then bewitch them into being unable to remember or interpret what they saw, all in the interest of hiding their perfect society from the beings that they are both equal parts afraid of and fearful for. Muggles could hurt wizards, and could also be hurt by wizards, and that is why they need to be segregated for their own safety, with no input from them on that. This is how you treat a child, not an equal, and that is the defining way that wizards see Muggles. And that buys into the eugenics that we've established here, that they think of themselves as genetically superior, as a genetic adult to a genetic child because of the magic they have access to. And on another note, before we move this Muggle racism chapter into the logical next chapter, that of wizard isolationism and what it means in all of this, it is strange that nobody in the Harry Potter universe questions heavily or intently the fact that renowned Muggle haters and murderers and supremacists are openly celebrated in wizard society with no real pushback. Salazar Slytherin is the prime example of this. A dude who has an entire house named after him, statues everywhere, people who look up to him as an example of cunning and deviousness that wizards could learn from, who also has a murder dungeon in the school that held a creature designed to murder those he deemed to be of unpure blood. Why does he still have a house? How can any Muggle-born student feel safe in a school where the face and image of someone who advocated for the purging of mudbloods like them is openly on display and waved around by people? Seriously, why is this not a bigger deal, especially in the games or the fucking Cursed Child play that is set later on in the canon? And before you say, well, our world has racist statues all over the place and celebrated figures who did terrible things, you're right, we do have those things, and they've been more often getting a lot of attention and pushback, even getting pushed over in some cases, especially in Britain, and none of them had a currently active murder dungeon at a school. I feel like I cannot hammer that piece of information home often enough. And also, it's not even like there is this cult of trying to make Salazar seem okay, or cover up what he was about. The people who support him openly celebrate the racism and bigoted parts of it. I mean, it's so normal that we can't just skip over the fact that our beloved good guy wizard Dumbledore helped to plan wizard domination when he was younger, with the guy who ended up becoming the first big face of wizard fascism that inspired tons of others, Gellert Grindelwald. Seriously, Dumbledore was actively involved in trying to set up the master plan of a global wizarding war that would lead to Muggles being subservient to wizards for their own good, until he got into a fight with his brother and they accidentally murdered his sister. And Dumbledore's only takeaway from this in the books we see is that he was tempted by power, and that it was his weakness. Like, nah dude, you were working with a fascist to set up a global genocide and takeover by wizards in the worst possible way. There has got to be a lot more accountability from yourself for stuff like that. It always felt sort of weird to me how that was just kind of lumped into his backstory, as like something that he felt bad about, a tragic little event that shaped him, but like, it's a pretty big deal. And my final note in this section is a comment that J.K. Rowling makes with regards to what wizards represent to Muggles, stating that
The wizards represent all that the true Muggle most fears. They are plainly outcasts and comfortable with being so. Nothing is more unnerving to the truly conventional than the unshamed misfit.
And this is, as I hope you would agree, not the interpretation that we have of wizards. They're not outcasts at all, they are the ones with all the power in the relationship between the races. Of course Muggles would be afraid of magic users, but that's not because they are some allegory for the other, like Jewish people or gays, but because they are an actively hostile or controlling society that exists alongside Muggles while hurting them through either direct assault or inaction. The real outcasts here would be like the Squibs, I guess. Those people seem to get a really rough deal in the whole magical world setup, and the franchise doesn't ever really give them much attention, and just mocks them more often than not. Anyway, I think I've set us up quite well to talk about wizard isolationism, a key final point in this Muggle-wizard racism and attitudes overarching chapter. Now this is the first real chapter that involves a lot of theory crafting, a lot of building an idea or a suggestion in some cases based on what has been established so far, which does mean that there are a few previous chapters that will have been useful to have seen to understand a lot of what I'm going to be saying right now. The chapters on Hogwarts schooling standards, the Ministry of Magic, and the Statute of Secrecy all have pretty important elements that are foundational to what we're going to consider in this discussion, though I want to make it clear that you can obviously still just watch this part by itself and probably get by pretty reasonably. It's also potentially going to feel a little bit like a university sociology course, as might be suggested by the subject matter being such heavy and dry stuff like isolationism from a cultural and technological standpoint, and how that leads to stagnation in both progress, identities, and repeating crises. But it became very clear from my early readings into Harry Potter that this is where the lore is leading us to, where all the little facts and pieces build up towards this sort of realization, a realization about the world that even the narrative itself hasn't caught up on just yet, or might never if they want to keep floundering in that dreaded status quo that seems to want to keep this story chained in place, unmoving and unrewarding to any reader or viewer. So, to start us off, we do kinda need to clarify what the hell I mean by isolationism and stagnation, because as fun as it would be to let you just run wild with whatever you think they mean, knowing my version will make the most sense for the points I'm trying to make right now. Obviously, because this is my video essay. Knowing what I'm thinking when I'm saying it is useful. Isolationism is probably the more evocative of those statements, with it drawing to mind historical examples of the national isolationism that the United States went through in the early 20th century, attempting to remove itself and its geographical neighbours from the world stage and centre inwards, effectively refusing to engage in Europe-centred wars or Asian conflicts. The US set itself to focus on local and national perspectives of engagement, establishing soft power across Latin America and solidifying control over the territories it had already obtained by various interventions over the past century. Another example that might be less well known, or not so readily leaping to the mind of my probably American viewers based off the YouTube statistics, is that of the Ming dynasty in China, who retook control of the region from the Mongolian Yuan dynasty, and then established a practice of defending the already established borders and the building of grand monuments such as the Forbidden City, while tightening their grip over the populace. Now those are both great examples of isolationism as a practice, and how it often doesn't align with political realities, as they still continued to engage in trade and exchange of ideas/diplomacy outside of their spheres of influence, but they actually have not a lot to really do with the wizard isolationism that I'm considering here. That's right, I tricked and deceived you into a very tiny and shitty history lesson for no other purpose except to pull the rug out from underneath you and then move along. I'm a bad person, what can I say? But when we consider the wizard isolationism, we need to see it in a light that is similar, but not the same as how it has occurred in the real world. As this isolationism is built far more on maintaining an explicit and aggressive policy of not just non-intervention, but complete secrecy and cultural technological detachment. It is in effect a far more intense isolationism, with far greater detriments to the society that is held within its grasp. It's also an isolationism built on racism, on the segregation of the races of Muggle and Wizard, but that's a whole other story. See, cultural isolation is a broad societal concept that builds itself around when a group of people are no longer part of the global cultural flows that have come to define the modern landscape of political and national interrelations. Inventions in one country, from every conceivable perspective, such as medical, technological, social, entertainment, are able to spread to other societies via this web of information and communication, which would make you think of the internet, but it effectively involves any medium by which stuff moves over boundaries, as part of globalization. Any countries which are exempt from this globalization, from these global trends and the networking involved in them, is at risk of falling behind, and suffering from a variety of issues that compound on one another in escalating disasters. The establishment of extreme conservative traditional forms of government that exploit natural resources and indigenous populations or minorities within the isolated society to further advance a specific few within the culture or to maintain control, the social isolation of individual members as they become decentered from communities and cultural touchstones that give them a sense of identity, a job market that becomes inaccessible or restricted by both the lack of opportunities and the limited availability of careers in specific fields, with the establishing of a precariat who has no reliable permanent employment or place of work, the segregation of linguistic minorities and the limitation of their ability to engage with the economic, political or social life of the society, inequality in education practices that either remove certain groups from education or encourage attitudes, environments that are unsafe for specific students to be taught in, a lack of welfare options for disenfranchised groups in society, and a system that fosters dependency on the state for those groups, and finally, the deterioration of quality of life in all manners, across the entirety of society as systems fail, groups are further isolated, and aggression towards the status quo sets in. You might recognise all of those as being things that do happen in our non-isolated systems, but in isolated systems they are effectively aggravated by the choice of removing yourself from the connections to other countries that are around you, or other nationalities, or other communities. Cultural and technological isolation are effectively a spiral that causes further and further inward focus that pushes towards an inevitable collapse. With each collapse revitalising the system briefly with fresh ideas and new methods of combating the previous issues, before the continued policies at the root of the status quo cause the spiral to renew once more. Yet again, I know for a fact what some of you are going to be saying right now, something along the lines of, well that sounds a lot like the current capitalism that we're going through, caused by all those neoliberal policies from the 70s and 80s that pushed us to this point, and see us bouncing from financial collapse to collapse, while people become further and further nihilistic towards the political system, that doesn't seem to be willing to address the various grand problems that are causing our world to fall apart. And that sounds a little bit political to me. I mean, you all know that I'm forbidden from expressing any political opinion in this video for fear that it might brand me as being biased. But to answer that raised point, yes, there are clearly some allegories here, yet the thing with the Harry Potter world is that we are either told that everything is fine and okay, that there is no greater societal problem that has never been properly addressed, or they literally just have not even considered that this is what is happening. That this is what all the authors and writers of the franchise are basically alluding to without acknowledging it or pointing it out. Which is what I'm going to do right here, right now, because everything I just mentioned about cultural isolation has pretty clear and obvious links in the wizarding world. And when you consider it through that lens, suddenly everything makes a lot more sense, while also making you really question who the fuck is writing this stuff, and how did they not think to make this a big central theme at the end of whatever piece of media you might be reading, watching, or playing. Seriously, I'm not saying the wizarding world needs a revolution, but I'm not saying that. So let's play a fun little game and connect these threads, go through all the elements I listed and see their wizarding world equivalent. We will of course be mostly focusing on the British magic system here, because it's the one we have the most information and knowledge about, but we also know that almost all other ministries of magic copy that system to a degree, and so it can be assumed that all of them are going through the same disasters, just with their own unique and fun national/cultural spin on it. Also, I have a whole chapter dedicated towards global magic and what it's like around the world, and I don't want to ruin this dividing of concepts that I've been doing so far, so let's just keep those separated for now. Anyway, the first issue that I brought up in regards to what we see in a culturally isolated society is that of an extreme conservative traditional government that seeks to establish control via the exploitation of resources and minorities to maintain the status quo and support the elite few. In my Ministry of Magic and Statute of Secrecy chapters, this was a key theme of how the British Ministry of Magic functioned during the original time period of the Harry Potter novels. And while we see that things get better after the defeat of the big crisis at that time, Voldemort, nothing drastically changes aside from that. The method of keeping the wizarding world separated and dependent upon the stability and jobs offered by the Ministry still maintains itself, and these are still used to give privilege to human wizards over other groups. Hermione and Harry make things better, but we know for a fact that werewolves, goblins, house elves, centaurs, merpeople and muggles are still in basically the same place as they were before the crisis. Muggleborns see an element of social mobility to come more in line with groups like the Half or Pureblood Wizards, but aside from that, the system doesn't change much at all in the Wizards Unite or Magic Awakened games. Minor improvements are made to the kindness of treatment of these groups, but they are still exploited within the position and caste that they operate, a position and caste that benefits the Ministry of Magic by giving them final control over interactions with the goblins and house elves that fulfill essential functions to wizarding society, as it has operated for hundreds of years. Progress is minor at best, and it occurs within established conservative frameworks of existence that don't allow for any serious challenge to that system, and will ultimately strangle revolutionary adjustments into a mere pittance of concession. That was a very fancy sentence, and one that I would like to have plastered onto a variety of pictures of famous people without it falsely attributing the quote to them. That's the dream of any YouTube person. But one similarity is not enough to convince you, I can only assume, and the rat controlling me through the process of yanking on my hair follicles as I type out exactly what he wants me to type will need to do a lot more work to make you drop your haughty and reserved attitude. Sorry, I always end up assuming that my audience is Anton Ego from Ratatouille, and I promise you, I will find the word salad that snaps you back to your memory of your mother's cooking. Or, in this case, mother's writing, I suppose. The second issue that I brought up around cultural isolation and stagnation was one of the social isolation of members within the society from culture and various keystones that can bring together people of diverse backgrounds. Basically, groups become further and further entrenched into themselves, and individuals develop attitudes that encourage selfishness and self-centered focus rather than a wider, community-based perspective on how they engage with the world. This is a far trickier one to prove as being in the Harry Potter franchise, because not many writers are doing this kind of stuff, because why the hell would they? And it is sort of one of those things that would be more assumed to happen based on other issues being apparent in the narrative we are shown. Social isolation would occur for those who are unable to engage the system due to stuff like poverty, or a sense of helplessness separation caused by the failure to present options for them to connect with others. Like, I don't know, shoving a kid into Slytherin house where they get isolated into just being Slytherins because every other house thinks that they're evil and doesn't want to talk to them, or shoving them into Hufflepuff where they're all idiots. In the wizarding world, poverty is one of those complicated elements that we discussed in the wizard economy section, as still being relevant and causing difficulties for certain groups like werewolves and the Weasleys, both of whom suffer from not just personal poverty, but intergenerational poverty. While this doesn't make it so they can't have friends or form bonds, it does mean that they are isolated by their place in society compared to others. And in the case of the werewolves, this pushed a lot of them into working with the only group that offered them any kind of community or future, the Dark Wizards. I'm certain that Editing Me is currently throwing up a bunch of articles talking about how fascism uses the loneliness of people online to encourage them into the pipeline that gives them a sense of belonging for the first time, and then twists them into hating certain groups who are deemed to be their enemies, and the cause of their distress. Stuff that happens when social isolation is running rampant and is a sign of an epidemic of identity loss. But as I said when I started this one, I don't really have a lot of clear examples that lets me make a clear case for this argument, so I'm willing to concede that this problem is one that we just have to theorise that there may be. Although I would say the existence of continual groups of fascists and wizard supremacists is definitely a sign that people are looking for some sort of community in all the wrong places, and that normally indicates that they are struggling to find it in a healthy way. Oh, and before you mention it, I know that The Cursed Child is in some way a piece of media that could provide something of interest in this point. Specifically, as I mentioned just beforehand, around the Slytherin house and how we see that the housing system of Harry Potter sort of strips away a person's sense of self and then tries to force them into a group that they might not actually connect with as an identity, but that play occupies a very weird place in the canon of the universe, and I have a whole chapter dedicated to just talking about it by itself, so let's move on to the third issue instead. That of an inaccessible or restricted job market that functionally removes people from the safety of permanent employment and offers little in the way of long-term opportunity. This is actually an issue that does tie into that aforementioned social isolation, via the introduction of a concept called the precariat, which is effectively a term used to denote people who do not have secure, stable careers that allow them to build connections to their job and the people they work with, instead relying on unpredictable and unsecure employment that ultimately leaves them psychologically and materially bereft of a work identity, and the benefits that come with that. But you didn't come here for me to regurgitate the stuff that I learned in my sociology degree at you. You came so that I could load you up with Harry Potter facts, god damn it, and I promised to deliver on that. So does the wizarding world have this problem? Yeah. Yeah, it does. We get no real sense that there exist stable careers outside of those in the Ministry of Magic, and even those are dependent upon certain factors that might be out of your control. Like if you are really into something that is not considered to be that important by the current government, like the Muggle officers during the original run of the books/films, or the Werewolf Liaison Office, then you will find yourself stuck in a dead-end job with very little support, massive amounts of overtime, and the likelihood that you might just get cut if any budget issues occur. Do budget issues occur, you may be asking, and to that I have this image from the first film showing that a wizardry budget was leaked and it made the Daily Prophet headlines. So, yeah, I guess they do have budgets, and all associated things that go along with that. Or you might just lose your job because a dark wizard seizes control of the government again, and you are working in one of the departments that does stuff they don't like. Outside of that work, like we discussed in the chapter on wizard jobs and wizard careers, there is not a lot of consistency between available jobs and the education that one receives in high school, leaving a lot of possibility that plenty of people are stuck having to get careers in the ministry or just not be able to work at all. And you need to work in the wizarding world because there is no department of welfare. You need money to be able to be involved in things and to purchase certain goods that one cannot just replicate with magic, especially if you are, let's say, part of a group that maybe needs a potion to be able to ensure that they don't turn into a wild beast a few times every month. Yes, the werewolves are back again, okay? These poor people cannot catch a break in the status quo. And that point about there not being much security outside of the Ministry of Magic is also true to the idea of unionisation, as the only union that we know about is the Ministry of Magic Wizarding Union. What? You never heard about that, you say? Well, how would you if you didn't own one of the 3,000 Harry Potter page-to-screen, the complete filmmaking journey collector's edition and the guide to the graphic arts department that came with it, which features this picture of the Wizarding Union logo that appears on certain Ministry ID cards. All we know is that it exists, and that no union is ever mentioned ever again in the entire franchise. So it might be gone for all I know. Like, it isn't mentioned again in Wizards Unite when you are working for the Ministry of Magic, so maybe Voldemort got rid of the Union and just never came back. All I can say for certain is that the wizarding world has a lack of jobs that would allow for unions to exist, and unions are a key foundation of resisting the rise of the precariat, as they offer power to workers to find security and stability in jobs. So yes, the inscrutable and inexplicable careers of Harry Potter and the way they don't seem to work into the economy that exists for some damn reason definitely creates problems for some people and seems to really screw you over if you don't want to work in one of the careers that exists in the Ministry of Magic. Our fourth issue of cultural isolation is the segregation of linguistic minorities from the various functions of society such as education, economic, social and political. Now, we just had a chapter talking about racism that gives us a lot of information about this one, and did you know that goblins have their own unique language? You might have missed it, but, well, they do, and it's called gobbledygook. Sweet Jesus Christ. What the fuck, J.K. Rowling? I can't find confirmation anywhere that the goblins themselves refer to their language in such a way. It only ever seems to be wizards calling it gobbledygook. And this screenshot from the teaser for Hogwarts Legacy has me really convinced that it might just be a racist thing, because it seems like they're connotating the goblin language with lying in this. So gobbledygook is, as it means in our world, bullshit, a bunch of random words that makes no sense, and wizards seem to be, maybe using it in that way to imply that goblins and their native natural language that they've developed over time as part of their intricate culture is a pile of random bullshit. It's like if we called any indigenous people's language jargon. Wouldn't be good. But we also know that mer people have mermish and trolls have troll from Percy and the Goblet of Fire, when he talks about how Barty Crouch is able to talk over 200 languages. But wait, what is that I hear you say? Do wizards ever get taught languages in school? And the answer to that is not as far as we are aware. And using Hogwarts Mystery, which has you go through the school year in extensive detail, it seems like this is one of those classes that got left the fuck out of the curriculum, because why would you need to know the languages of groups who are either shoved to the fringe of society or isolated their own little pockets of work? Forget them. You don't need to know their languages. Screw them. But that isn't what we're here to talk about right now. Right now, we are discussing how these groups are removed from participating within wizard society, and, well, there are obvious ones, such as the fact that they do not get a vote in the political system that governs them. They also don't get representation in the judicial system of the Wizengamot, and they don't seem to work in the Ministry of Magic or within the job system that human wizards do. Goblins have their bank, house elves have their slavery, and trolls have their security guards. And that is kind of it. And none of them go to Hogwarts, or at least none of them go to Hogwarts in an educational capacity, am I right? Because the house elves are domestic slaves in the kitchens of Hogwarts. And the main reason behind that is because of the wand ban. The ban that forbids any non-human from using wands or holding a wand, thereby locking them out of learning this kind of magic for reasons, I guess. And this is another one of those rules, like the Statute of Secrecy, that sticks around, that doesn't seem to change or be edited by the good guys taking over. So I guess this is just the status quo that works, baby. Wizard society is an apartheid, isn't it? It's just full of segregation. All the wizard stuff is just for wizards and wizards only. None of the other races get a look in on it at all, which is bonkers considering that the wizards are the ones running things, and that what happens in the wizarding world, such as, a fascist genocidal maniac taking power, will absolutely affect all the magical races, and opening up the wizard society would be a great way to introduce new ideas and new takes on things from an outside perspective. Really get the whole melting pot of cultures going, rather than various isolated communities that stick to their own because the wizards fucking suck at bringing them together. So, I guess this is a big tick on meeting this issue of cultural isolationism. Issue 5 that I listed is that of inequality in education, which we've already covered to some degree, literally just before with regard to the racial inequality that occurs within the wizarding world, as non-human races are not allowed to attend the education systems that have been established by the wizarding community using their vast resources. And we have no real information on if house elves, goblins, or whatever are given any form of government-funded schooling like the humans are. But inequality goes beyond just racial in the Harry Potter universe, and we need to consider the ways in which the humans are also affected by it through things like poverty, government outreaches, and safe environments for all students. Now, as I mentioned, we know that Hogwarts is government funded to a degree, in that the education itself is paid for by the Ministry, which is why they were able to send in Dolores Umbridge in the 5th book/film. However, we also know that not everything is funded, as we see through the shopping trips that Harry and the various other students present across the franchise engage in before they head off to school. We see that access to wealth enables that process to be easier, and that not having wealth does cause differences in the quality of education that someone is able to obtain. The most obvious few examples of this having a large impact being in the 2nd book/film, with Ron's wand that does not get replaced and is clearly setting him back through his inability to cast magic out of it in any functional way, and in the way that broomsticks have a large impact on the performance of the Quidditch teams, like when the entire Slytherin team gets kitted out with top-of-the-line broomsticks thanks to Malfoy's super-rich family. While we do get told how the Hogwarts school does give out a small bursary amount to support poor wizards and witches in purchasing necessary school equipment, ultimately they still lack the access to the variety of goods and equipment that other families have, and that can cause their education opportunities to suffer. There is actually a UNICEF post by Lucia Ferrone that compares the Weasley family's interpretation of poverty with the situations of children in a variety of countries where the poverty does not necessarily equate to direct deprivation, but is instead a multifaceted function that serves to limit their access to things that are considered invaluable for growing up. I know, pretty swanky stuff, am I right? But as I said, this inequality goes beyond just material inequality, and also moves into exactly what kind of education we are giving to the students, and how the location they are studying in offers them the ability to feel secure and able to ingest information from teachers who are equipped to actually educate. Now, we had a whole chapter about why Hogwarts sucks as a school, and some of the main reasons for why it sucked was because it is not a school that has an environment conducive to learning, and because a significant amount of teachers are either woefully ill-equipped to educate children, or turn out to be secretly evil, incompetent, or downright just literally not who they say they are. Muggle-born students also have a more difficult time, because there are literally conventions in place that restrict their access to the school that we see throughout the various franchises, from dark wizards to murder rooms to racist ghosts, to the system itself automatically being one that is more favourable if you are familiar with magic. Magical students from birth start out already being familiarised with this world in a way that Muggle-born students cannot compete with. And there are no real advantages to being Muggle-born, as if anything, you have to downgrade your technological knowledge from what you have become accustomed to in the Muggle world. No internet, no TV, no gaming platforms, no modern science or mathematics, no Muggle sports. Any interests that you had before you transferred into the magical system are probably completely void now, unless you were really into archaic Muggle stuff. What this translates into is a schooling system that doesn't offer an equal level platform for all students, and does mean that some get more favourable treatment. I mean, in some cases, some students actually get clear special treatment that seems maddening, like Hermione having access to literal time travel in the 3rd book so that she can do more studying, something that she got from Professor McGonagall with the secret OK of the Ministry of Magic, which is, it's clear favouritism, right? To support a student who's already performing very well. Surely effort could be given to try and uplift those students who are instead failing, like Ron Weasley or Crabbe and Goyle, the two people whose whole character traits appear to be big lumbering idiots that get laughed at for being stupid and end up either dying or working for the evil guys, but don't feel bad about it because they were stupid bullies. Like, oh, Draco Malfoy gets to have his redemption arc and grow up to be respected in the Harry Potter universe, but fuck those two, I guess. They got what they deserved as children. Inequality means a lot of things, and it affects a lot of different aspects. Sometimes it's obvious inequality that we can see and measure, like wealth, and sometimes it's inequality that stems from a whole system that screws over kids in subtle ways that are very hard to pinpoint. The education system does really need to consider all the children who suffer, die, and turn into dark wizards at Hogwarts as being caused by both flaws in wizarding society and flaws in the way that schooling is handled. Parents, teachers, and fellow students are the most fundamental pillars in a young person's life, especially in a school that lumps kids together into houses with adult supervision. And the failure of those children to succeed, or to make it, cannot be placed on just those kids alone. Sorry, I was not expecting the idea of Crabbe and Goyle to bum me out so badly, but it is kinda sad how they get placed in the story, and that we don't as an audience get given any real hint to think of them in terms as anything but evil Slytherins, a theme that does crop up a lot with students from that house. Don't consider the wider ramifications of what being in that house means and what that child might be going through. They get whatever they deserve. Also, I can think of truly no greater place to speak to one of the most insane Pottermore articles I've ever read than here when we discuss inequalities in education, that of the Quill of Acceptance and the Book of Admittance. This is one of those rare facts of the wizarding world that nobody needed to know about, and that does just add more concerns than it answers. Because in a tower in Hogwarts, there sits these magical objects that have been there since the original 4 founders placed them there, and their job is to write down every single person who gets admittance to the school. If your name is not on there, then you don't get to go to the only magical school in the entirety of the UK. In fact, the story of Neville Longbottom is used to showcase how much of a hard-ass these magical items are, as the book refused to let the Quill add his name to the register, as it didn't believe he was magical enough, I guess, until one of his uncles almost killed him at age 8 by throwing him out of a window, and he used his magic to naturally bounce. J.K. Rowling has this to say about why these magical artifacts are a necessity in the world.
In fact, the book's sternness has a purpose. Its track record in keeping squibs out of Hogwarts is perfect. Non-magic children born to witches and wizards occasionally have some small residual aura of magic about them due to their parents. But once their parents' magic has worn off them, it becomes clear that they will never have the ability to perform spells. The Quill's sensitivity coupled with the book's implacability have never yet made a mistake.
Now, squibs get it rough, but I can't think of anything more rough than being refused access to the only educational system in the magical human world. Because we know they can be thrown into the Muggle system by their parents, although they would do so without having gone through primary school, so they would probably face being behind the Muggle students that they get lumped with, or they can just, I guess, do nothing, or learn how to do menial tasks like Filch, a janitor. How much does this world hate squibs? Geez, they can still do stuff. They can still learn history and astronomy and all the things that don't require magic explicitly to pull off. Why is this society so built on cruelty towards a variety of minorities? Anyway, getting sidetracked a little bit here, let's move on to issue number 6 and the sort of final point that I brought up in regards to cultural isolation and stagnation, with the actual final one being more of an overarching collecting of all these pieces together sort of deal. The way in which the state fails to provide welfare for certain constituents or members, and/or fosters a sense of dependency upon the state within certain groups. Now, welfare is one of those words that I think might even be more forbidden than Voldemort in the wizarding world, as it appears pretty much nowhere. I say pretty much nowhere because we do have 2 elements that do somewhat counter that point, that, trust me, when I explain them, you'll see what I mean. The first is the offer of free wolfsbane potions to all werewolves that is brought up in Wizards Unite, a welfare function that we are told in the games failed. The government tried to put that in place under Hermione and Harry, but politics ultimately killed it from going through. And the other brief mention of welfare is that of the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare, which uses the word, at least, if it's not actually representing any sort of government welfare programs at all. Instead, the house elves and their treatment actually represent the other side of the coin, the dependency of minority groups upon the state apparatus, as house elves are controlled and managed by a governmental department. House elves, by virtue of their attitudes towards wizards and towards work, are pretty much fully dependent on wizard society, and those that function outside of it do not do very well, either being suckered back in or developing alcohol dependency. So there is no Ministry of Magic welfare for, well, anyone, which is not great because it isn't like wizards have it so good that none of them need support or aid. And we also see how, because the Ministry is the largest employer in the Harry Potter world, and all business from the other races and groups has to go through the Ministry, that it does lead to a society with an intense dependency on the government for managing everything. Other races cannot exist in wizard society without having to interact with the Ministry, and the Ministry has many outdated rules and systems that seem to be designed to exclude those specific groups. So how does this all tie back into the idea of cultural isolation and stagnation? How does this relate to the world that we are dealing with here in Harry Potter? And why does this feel like I am building to some sort of big reveal that will finally make everything make sense? Well, those are all great questions that I've written down for myself, and I'm just pretending that you're going to ask them. And all of those are tied together in one single point. A point that will unfortunately require me to renege on my promise of political fence-sitting and reveal my bias once and for all. See, what we are seeing here in the wizarding world is all the problems that exist in our world and in our systems, and I am not referring to the blatant racism and Nazi allegory stuff that is obviously treated as bad. I am talking about the economic system, the conservative attitudes towards change, and to the integration of outside groups. The establishment of benevolent segregation that sees the maintained division of society as a necessity supporting the status quo. It's just neoliberal capitalism with magical characteristics that exists in the wizarding world to give us an easy frame of reference, and because the author involved just kinda wholesale gutted elements of our society and plopped it in there without considering the ramifications of doing so, and it is killing itself. Finally, I can stop pretending I'm not a socialist or a communist. Jeez, that was killing me. But the narrative, the stories, have to maintain themselves without addressing this root issue, instead focusing on the problems that arise from that circumstance. In much the same way that people will target specific billionaires or individual politicians who they deem to be representative of everything wrong, rather than recognizing that those people only have power and exist because of the way that the world is currently, and that failures to address the looming disasters that threaten to wipe us out or seriously damage everything we know are being caused by a status quo that is defending itself from the kind of progress that would affect it. The Harry Potter stories only talk about dark wizards, about racist groups like the Death Eaters, about corrupt government officials and wizard supremacist rich kids. Revolutionary, hate-filled goblins and naive fools who think that drastic change is the way forward. Putting forward all these elements without really digging into or considering the ramifications of what them existing and continually cropping up over and over again means to the world. Our heroes defend the system, defend the laws and practices in place that have no right to be maintained, because the writers involved don't see the system as the problem, even though there is nothing else to blame for the endless crises that keep popping up in the wizard world. A fact that should be patently clear at this point, 80,000 words deep. My experience with playing, reading, or watching everything I could find in the Harry Potter universe was that it follows a format very similar to almost a sitcom, where by the end of the day, everything returns to a nice, regular normal until next week when another wacky situation crops up again that needs some heroic figure to step forward and to stop, while the society continues its crawl towards oblivion at either its own hand or the hand of the many enemies/victims that it has created. So what is the fix here? What is the fix to this both fictional stagnation that affects the wizarding world, and the real stagnation that affects the world building and the writing that seems more and more out of touch? The older that its fans get, and the more that, capitalism and the neoliberal model that is involved get further and further from looking like a good thing. When we start to question the existence of poverty and hardship and pain as being character building. Well, the fix is the scariest thing of all, taking a hammer to the established structures and knocking them down to see what radical change can reveal. Give us a story of goblin perseverance in the system that leads to the dismantling of the racist laws and departments. Show us the history of the house elves being revealed to great shock, because they must have some history before wizards, and whatever it is guaranteed to be damning. Collide the Muggle and wizard worlds into one another so that you can introduce new ideas and characters and problems that provide more than just, here is a bad guy or organisation doing bad thing, and when they are beaten, that's it, it's all solved now. Stop pretending that everything is alright, and stop having our good characters and protagonists try to justify to us that everything is alright by making it clear how nice and cool they are, while they maintain and support a world that is written to be flawed and collapsing and evident in that fact. Now, that does all sound like a conclusion, like the end of the video, but I want to assure you that we are nowhere near finished yet. We still have quite a bit to go. Although that was the finishing of the British bit of this video, the wrapping up of all the elements that we've discussed in the most focused upon part of this world, that around the magical society in the UK. But thanks to blogs written on Pottermore and the Fantastic Beasts film series, we actually have a bit of info to trawl through with regards to how J.K. Rowling has written the rest of the wizarding world. Spoilers, not good. And so it is time to move away from the British Isles, to get away from the English people and to skip around the various continents and regions to see what terrible way Joanne has incorporated their traditions and histories into her fantasy world. We also need to discuss that most scary of things to an English person, global history, and what the hell were wizards up to during all of that shit. So, like the shitty direct-to-TV sequel to a film that nobody asked for, it's time to take this video essay international. Also, if I sound a little bit different in this section, it's because I've been horrendously ill with the flu for the past few weeks, which has made it quite hard to do recordings, and my voice hasn't quite fully bounced back yet. This is just what reading a bunch of Harry Potter lore does to you, so, you know, warnings, I guess. Anyway, back to this actual chapter. Sorry, did you think that the global wizarding community tag meant that we were going to talk about Africa or Asia or South America? Because the sad truth is that there is basically nothing very much about pretty much any of those regions. We know that they have various magical creatures and species, but as far as they operate and the way they function, I have dug and dug but could find very little. They have mentions and appearances in the various games and films and books, but we don't really get any sense of the political landscape amongst those wizards, about the cultural differences that they might experience. This world tour that I promised is turning out to be pretty shit because J.K. Rowling and the other writers have not written very much about those places outside of the UK. Well, that's not completely true. We do have some things, like the fact that they don't use broomsticks in large parts of Asia, and they don't participate in the only magical sport we are told about, Quidditch, because they are predominantly using magical carpets instead. It's actually stated in the Quidditch Through the Ages book published for charity that countries such as India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Iran and Mongolia view Quidditch with suspicion because it threatens their traditions, I guess? Although Japan is apparently an exception to that rule, with it adopting the Western Quidditch tradition in, I guess, metaphor for the Western influence of Japan by first Iberian missionaries and then American cultural spread during the post-World War II period, which, yes, does raise more questions than it answers, like, did the nukes dropped on Japan affect the magical population too? To which the only answer I have is... But we're also told in the book that...
The Japanese practice of ceremonially setting fire to their brooms in the case of defeat is, however, frowned upon by the International Confederation of Wizards Quidditch Committee as being a waste of good wood.
Which is news to me because I actually owned and played Harry Potter Quidditch World Cup when I was a child. Yes, I was that sad, I had depression. And the Japanese team never set their broomsticks on fire in some kind of insensitive appropriation of actual Japanese culture. And while we're here, another interesting and far more local factor for me specifically is during the paragraph on Australia and New Zealand. It mentions that the New Zealand Ministry of Magic spends a lot of money and time to stop Muggles getting their hands on Maori art that depicts white wizards playing Quidditch. I don't really know what to make of that, because we have so little information on both the ministry and the relationship between it and Maori wizards, if they exist. Although after the backlash that J.K. Rowling got over Native American wizards, I think that it might actually be a good thing she didn't write anything more here about it. Another fact that we do have that is pretty weird when you consider it, is the way that wands are featured in Harry Potter lore by regional basis. See, wands are actually listed in the Harry Potter universe as being a European creation, with Ollivanders being one of the most well-known going back to the 300s BC, and that wizards in Africa and North America, the indigenous wizards of those regions, not the European colonial ones that turned up later, didn't use wands in their spellcasting. This is, frankly, ahistorical as fuck. I don't know why this distinction has been written. The first recorded wands in human history are those in the Egyptian Middle Kingdom around the 2000 BC period, and while they are not the straight wooden wands that we are used to thinking of when we think of Harry Potter, there are in fact wands that are more similar, as well as staffs that fulfill a similar role, that exist within the histories of various African and Native American tribes. They still function in a similar way to that of the Celtic and Germanic ones that J.K. Rowling is referencing specifically, as objects of power and cultural significance that play a part in influencing the world in a spiritual and semi-magical sense, and it seems strange to just throw all that history out the window, especially when you consider that J.K. Rowling still incorporated a lot of other elements of cultures into her world, oftentimes in infuriating ways that kind of completely ignores the cultural history and relevance of whatever it is she is smearing with her fantasy brush, so maybe this is one of those cases of a blessing in disguise, but it does also indicate that Eurocentric view of the world that dominates any consideration of the Harry Potter magical world. Many events and historical moments are seen through the lens of European wizards, and that European model is the only interpretation that we really get. And it does belay this image of a world that fails to really be a world, rather it being the central focus, the UK and the USA, and then all the other stuff that just acts as set dressing with no real effort put in to even make them relevant. And nowhere is that more apparent than when we look at the inclusion of Native American wizards into the lore, expanding upon the introduction of all those MACUSA, the Magical Congress of the United States of America, and 1900s American Magical History chapters to support the release of Fantastic Beasts. A theme that cropped up very quickly in these articles that J.K. Rowling released on Pottermore and still has not adjusted or taken down or done, well, anything to, was the incorporation of indigenous cultures into her fantasy world and the collapsing of various religious traditions and important icons to native peoples into ham-fisted metaphors that fit the established theme of her world, such as skinwalkers being a myth created to demonize wizards and that they don't really exist, or the collapsing of the various Native American tribes and cultures into a singular identity and perspective, which tried to incorporate her version of a world where magic users have more in common with one another than with the various local and regional groups that they belonged to. An idea that doesn't really hold up that well when you consider how these cultures didn't have witch hunts, didn't have the impact of the extremist puritanical Christian dogma until they got colonized. There are far better people to read when considering this inclusion of Native American culture and how J.K. Rowling got it so wrong, people like Dr. Adrienne Keene, Johnny J, and Brian Young, all of whom expressed a similar view in the sense that there is nothing wrong with bringing native people into your franchise, but to do so does require the effort to collaborate with them, to discuss and understand what is and what isn't okay by conversing with the people that you are culturally appropriating at the end of the day. Failing to do so is hurtful and damaging because these are groups who have been suffering a non-stop barrage of cultural genocide, the erasure of their history and mythology and religions in the face of Western whitewashing, like what J.K. Rowling was engaging in. When I talk about how J.K. Rowling is an author who it feels like does the bare minimum of effort before she dives into covering something, this is the example that really demonstrates how that kind of cheap and lazy attitude can cause harm, and not just of the literary this sucks to read kind, or makes no sense contextually kind, but real, actual difficulty for oppressed groups. As I said, go and check out the people I mentioned, links will be in the bio for that if you want to go and read and support them and get more information from the people who are actually affected by these issues. And this is where I want to actually get into the rest of the USA magical history that J.K. Rowling wrote up, because this is one of the few global areas that does have lore for it, and there is a lot, and the biggest problem with it is that it doesn't really understand colonialism. It doesn't really get the idea of settlers or American history, or all the terrible things that happened in American history. I will admit those are some pretty big claims for me to make about J.K. Rowling, so let's see if I can actually back those up. So the best way to really understand where I'm coming from here is by just going through the history of magical America as it is established by J.K. Rowling in the 5 Pottermore essays that she wrote to support the release of the Fantastic Beasts films. The first of these is the 14th century to the 17th century, because nothing existed in the area before the Western people turned up, am I right? Actually, that does line up with another thing that I noticed from the British period of time, which is that they talk a lot in Hogwarts Mystery about the history of magic between the founding of Hogwarts in the late 10th century and the 19th century, but there isn't really much conversation about stuff before then. Like, we don't really get an exploration of classical period magic, which we could attribute to the Dark Ages in the Muggle time period. But I don't know why we should assume that the same span of continental lack of records would also apply to the magical community as well. Like, they still have magic, surely they could magically record stuff. Anyways, we start our story in the lands between the Atlantic and Pacific with the establishment that from the Middle Ages onwards, the European wizards had been in contact with wizards from all over the world, including those in the New World. And the rest of the article is just all of that Native American cultural appropriation that we had just talked about, trying to force the European standard for magical, non-magical interactions into the Native American society without any real appreciation for the fact that things might be different over there with different people and different cultures. That is sort of used in a way to justify this idea that the magical users have something in common, a shared history and identity that overrides these national concepts, a fact that is further supported by some information that we get in the Magical Congress article that details magical relations with regards to the American War of Independence, which happened after the MCUSA, the Magical Congress of America, was established. No, I don't understand how the Wizards set up a Congress to match that of the Muggle Congress rather than a ministry like every other magical country. It just doesn't make any sense. That's it, plain and simple. But the American Wizards had a debate called Country or Kind, where they considered if they should fight with the Americans for liberty from the English, although it is fascinating or depressing, I suppose, to think about how they have this whole big moral question about this, and there isn't any mention of them considering whether they should intervene with regards to the genocide of the Native Americans, or to halt the slave trade of African people to the continent. Ultimately, it was decided that they would not engage with the War of Independence, due to this interaction between the British and American governments.
Messengers were sent to the Ministry of Magic in London to ask whether they intended to fight. A 4-word message returned. Sitting this one out. McGillyguddy's famous response was even shorter. Mind you do.
As we see, this separation from the Muggle world is a consistent theme, and a weird one. It's weird because while it makes some sense from a Western perspective, it happening to coincide with another article that Joan released, that of the 17th century and beyond, which details the way that the Salem witch trials and the increased witchfinder presence in the UK, spurned on by puritanical Christian sects, divided Muggles and magic users further than they already were, and pushed them into the secrecy that became the norm that we know as being the established setting for the world. But as we covered a long time ago, while it might make sense for the Western wizards to engage with that, I don't know why any Native American or African wizards would be so comfortable with accepting it, especially if they had close ties to the Muggle communities, the same Muggle communities that they were now forced to watch suffer and be wiped out by the people who shared a heritage with those wizards who told them they couldn't legally help the Muggles anymore. The Harry Potter universe handles this strange and difficult fact by not considering it at all, and just sort of brushes colonialism and imperialism under the rug, or hand waves it away as part of comments that don't go anywhere. Seriously, the only reference I can find is this single line from the Pottermore article, which just says,
"Not only had conflict developed between the immigrants and the Native American population, which struck a blow at the unity of the magical community, but their religious beliefs made them deeply intolerant of any trace of magic."
Before it moves on to discussing the made-up group the Scourers, who were an anti-magic witch-hunting organisation that makes us remember that the wizards are the real persecuted people here, and that they have to face oppression that forced them to go back to Europe. What this weirdly created, as J.K. Rowling puts it, is a society where the pure-blood families that dominated wizard society elsewhere did not really get traction in America, as they just flat out did not emigrate there, it instead being mostly Muggle-born wizards and, I guess, the Native American wizards who were already there, but forget about them, because you can bet your sweet ass that J.K. Rowling doesn't think about them again in the context of American history. From this point onwards, it's just all wizards, and don't think about the slavery or the indigenous peoples being wiped out whatsoever. It's just American wizards, all in it together, and all the same, and it's better, because they're all okay with Muggle-born wizards this time. And what other stuff is there of note from these articles that really distinguishes the American system from the British one? Well, there are 3 distinctive elements that J.K. Rowling uses to separate American magic from British magic, all of which are rooted in some weird interpretation of American culture. The first is the Rappaport Law, set up in 1790 because of a massive breach of the Statute of Secrecy, thanks to in the words of J.K. Rowling herself, stupid but attractive woman called Dorcas Twelvetrees. I also just realised that she's meant to be this real big idiot, and her first name is Dorcas, which, there's not much subtlety here. This witch fell in love with Bartholomew Barebone, a member of a Scourer family. Now, if you think this is going to turn into some sort of Romeo and Juliet story, remember that a key theme of Muggles is that J.K. Rowling barely tolerates them most of the time, if not outright writes them to be hateable. So of course Bartholomew was actually tricking Dorcas into loving him so that he could steal her wand and showcase that magic was real and reignite the hatred felt by Americans towards wizards. Ultimately, this went nowhere as Bartholomew ended up in a regular prison after shooting the wand at a random group of people. Dorcas ended her days in seclusion with only her parrot and a mirror, for some reason, and the Americans enacted a law that made it illegal for any wizards to befriend or marry a Muggle, or nomage as they call them. Rappaport's law was eventually repealed in 1965, around the same time that the Civil Rights Movement managed to get the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act passed, making it pretty clear that this whole thing is supposed to be a metaphor for the racial segregation that happened in America. The second distinction is that in America, it was common for those who committed a serious crime, crimes that would lead to British wizards being sent to Azkaban, to be executed instead, in that magical, goopy liquid that we saw from the Fantastic Beasts films. Now, I'm not going to make any claims about whether it is better to be sent to an abandoned island surrounded by evil ghosts who suck the literal joy out of you, or to be lowered into an acidic death potion that replays your happiest memories as you slowly sink into a burning death. But, I mean, both of those options just really suck. And in the same way that we know Azkaban is still around and kicking in the future, there is no indication that capital punishment like this ever got worked on or removed. The final difference between the two cultures is that of wand safety or wand control. Unlike the UK, which is pretty lax with regards to monitoring how people use magic, only really interfering when minors are involved in casting spells, as we see throughout the books and films, the Americans require you to carry a permit for your wand that would keep track of all magical activity. This feels kind of strange because it's sort of interesting that Britain is the one who's more lax about the potential comparison to guns, wands, whereas America is a lot more strict about them. It's a reverse of the real life situation. But, I mean, it's not really talked about or discussed in the articles or in anything else, so this is just another one of those kind of things that's brought up, but don't think about it. But anyway, these are all sorts of metaphors for things, and analogies for American-British distinctions, but it is important to remind you right now, before we discuss how stupid each of these is, the distinctions that occur according to differences in Muggle politics and Muggle history don't apply to the wizards. That might not seem massively relevant, but it is. For example of that relevancy, let's talk about that whole Macusa execution thing. Why do they execute people? See, in the Muggle world, it makes sense because the American government was established using a lot of British concepts, and Britain engaged in capital punishment up until the end of the 19th century. America maintains the tradition due to there being a far more conservative-leaning attitude around it, but the same is not true for the wizard world, where the British wizards never had a legal system built around execution, so why would the Americans not also just use the same prison system? Seriously, where did the tradition of execution come from? Did they adopt it from the American Muggles? Because that doesn't make a lot of sense either for a community that is supposedly even more isolated from the non-magical culture adjacent to it. But then that raises more questions, I know. Like, why do American wizards copy a lot of Americanisms? Why do they seem to have a lot more in common with the Americans with regards to accents, dress, building design, and all these other cultural affects, if they are far more reserved and far more removed from those Muggles in the first place? Surely they would be more like the British wizards that they originally come from, or they share a lot more of a bond with. It is strange that the narrative doesn't really give us a sense that they are super isolationist, except for just literally telling us that they are, and all of them in the stories proclaiming it really hard. Remember, this is a world where the people are pulled out of Muggle society as young children, and then basically enveloped by wizard culture, to the degree that they lose connections with that Muggleness, something that is actually sort of what Western countries did to groups that they were trying to save from their backwardness and savagery, such as in Australia or Canada. Native children were taken from their homes and forced into Western schools and families, and it did work, not in like a hooray it works sense, but in a Jesus Christ they really did wipe out all of that heritage kind of work. This is one of those cases where it felt like a real missed opportunity to just not give us any real distinction between American wizards and British wizards. That the narrative didn't give us the sense that they have more in common with the British wizards than they do with the American populace, because that is what the story suggests should be the case. It should be a case that the American wizards are almost the same as the British wizards because they are removed so intensely from the American Muggle population. Anyway, I think we've talked enough about America, and that's because J.K. Rowling hasn't really written that much about America either. And surely, though, when we move on to global wizarding, there's going to be tons of information. Like, there should be a lot more stuff being written. It's a central theme of the Fantastic Beasts film series, this idea of what things are like around the world, and how they are dealing with the build-up to World War II that is going on in the Muggle world, and is the main reason why Grindelwald is trying so desperately to get wizards on board with a global war against Muggles. But as I've already answered, there isn't much of anything at all here. I was sort of digging through all this stuff, and the most interesting things I could find to talk about the International Confederacy of Wizards was where the hell were the International Wizards during the whole Voldemort thing? Like, they had previously dealt with a Dark Lord who viewed wizard supremacy as his end goal and would stop at nothing to achieve that, including murdering Muggles and openly breaking the Statute of Secrecy, alongside all the fascism and racism stuff, but the Statute of Secrecy is the one that I know for a fact the international wizarding community cares about. I mean, they even censured Macusa after the whole Dorcas event we discussed earlier, which was apparently humiliating for the country, even though all it means was they sent a formal complaint. So, I mean, Jesus, this International Confederacy is less effective than our UN, I suppose. So why would they not step in and aid the British Ministry of Magic in stopping these dark wizards from, you know, cooing all over the place? I've got nothing for you here. I have trawled, and this appears to be one of those forbidden topics because nobody has written anything about it. Not even the Magic Awakened and Wizard Unite's mobile games from the future. We see some connection in Wizards Unite as you are part of a global task force that works to stop the calamity, implying that in times of duress the magical governments do work together. So was Voldemort just, like, not a big enough deal? Even though he threatened to break down the walls between the magical and non-magical worlds in, like, the worst possible way, apparently nobody gives a shit. And remember, this is happening twice in the span of, like, 20 years. So it's not like they have the excuse of they didn't know. The only reference we get to any kind of foreign intervention in the Second Wizarding War is in the Order of the Phoenix, when George tells Harry that Charlie Weasley is helping to recruit foreign wizards for the aforementioned order in Romania. But then we don't see any evidence of this foreign aid in the 7th book, as the Battle of Hogwarts seems to happen without any mention of them. And this concern about what is going on globally also extends to another point that I keep getting dragged back to no matter how much I want to get away from it, which is how are certain wizards dealing with certain Muggle world events? Because no matter how much the franchise likes to pretend that the two worlds are separate, We often see characters cross over into the Muggle world all the time in the books, films, and games. So how do major world-shaping events affect the wizard community as well? We see that the Muggle World War II triggers a global rise of fascism pushed by Grindelwald, but what are the opinions and feelings of Jewish wizards around that time period who have to see their family members or friends deal with the impacts of Nazism? How do black wizards in the USA feel or deal with slavery and segregation? When they leave the weird bubble of racial tolerance for humans that the wizards seem to have, how do they react to finding themselves on the receiving end of Muggle bigotry about not their magic, but their race? And for those wizards who are born into Muggle families, what are their feelings about their parents or grandparents definitely being slaves? Does that leave no impact on them at all? No desire to change the world that is hurting people that look like them, but just can't cast magic? That same issue arises for pretty much every disadvantaged or oppressed group who is doing okay in the wizarding world, but is very much suffering in the Muggle one. It is impossible for them to be completely blind to those things happening, and it is a massive failure on the franchise to not do something with that as a concept. Shoving racism, slavery, homophobia and sexism under the same rug that they hid colonialism is not doing it any favours in the department of trying to present a realistic and mature universe that wants to address those issues. Just not through those actual issues, instead through awkward metaphors that don't really seem to get it right. Now, all of this does make it seem like J.K. Rowling has written very little, or at least very poorly, about the state of global magic, and the history and politics of it. And that is sort of true. She does have a tendency to drop single-line references to things or brief paragraphs, rather than actually dedicating any time to expanding this universe. There is, however, one exception to that rule. The various articles that she wrote about the magical wizard schools that exist, and that are absolutely insane, and make it clear that maybe the reason she hasn't written about any of that complicated real-world stuff is because if she did, it would be the end of her career. Aside from Hogwarts, J.K. Rowling has clarified that there are 10 other prestigious and licensed magical schools, i.e. ones that are registered with the International Confederacy and so are considered to be well regulated, although I would and have argued that Hogwarts is not regulated, at all, so I don't know what that means. And we know the names of 7 of them, with the other 3 being not important enough to talk about, I guess. J.K. Rowling tweeted that she would reveal in due course where Australian wizards go, and that if people kept watching Pottermore, we would find out where Canadian students go, but that has not gone anywhere since 2016, so I suspect that maybe we are just never going to find out the names of the other schools. She has clearly moved on to better and brighter things. Get that book out of here. This is a Harry Potter lore analysis video, not a space for whatever the hell that monstrosity was. For starters, we have all the schools like Koldovsterets, the Russian school, that is literally just named after taking the Russian word for witchcraft, spelling it wrong, and then shoving it together with some other Russian syllables that could maybe mean creator or palace. Either way, the school's name is basically just Wizard Palace or Creator of Magic. A theme that is also true of Mahotakoro, which is a combination of the Japanese words for magic and palace. Oh, where do you study? Oh, I go to the magic place. No, the magic place is the school's name. I'm not fucking with you, it's just called the magic place. Or what about Castelo Bruxu, which you might have guessed it, is a combination of the Portuguese for wizard and castle. This is, at best, lazy writing that takes into account nothing about the heritage of these schools, doesn't consider at all any sort of interesting tidbits that could be laid by the naming system used for them, instead just being as if a writer went onto Google Translate and just typed in magic and location together until they got something they liked the look of. At worst, it's, culturally insensitive,
a showcase of a real lack of concern for actually giving them names that would make sense for them to have. And the Castelobruchu one is in fact even worse than it appears, because in her article about it she talks about how Hogwarts and Castelobruchu share a similar means of protection from Muggles by appearing as a ruin, and that there is a dispute over who did it first and stole the idea from the other. But because that defensive charm was placed on the school by its original founders, who we know established it in the 10th century, that would mean that Castelobruchu must have existed in some form around that same period for this to even be a disputed case. So why is the name Portuguese then? Wouldn't it have a name in one of the native tongues of the magical members of the original tribes that occupied the region? And on a similar note about this place, why does it look like this? If it's built in the Amazonian forests of Brazil. This pyramid design is evocative of the Mesoamerican Mayan culture, and there is no evidence to suggest that any ethnic groups within tens of thousands of miles of where this place is built anything remotely like this. This little castle on top is Portuguese in design, sort of, so at least J.K. Rowling got that much right, but doesn't really make this look better at all. But there is a final point here about Castelobruchu, and one that also applies to Ouagadougou, which is that both of them make it clear that they service students from all across the continent they are located on. What? Now, this doesn't mean that there are not other schools that are more regional, just not as accredited as these major ones, or at least not registered with their ministries of magic, but it is very strange that each country would not have their own registered school that they can run, especially when we are talking about countries who have a variety of different spoken languages. People in Africa and South America, funnily enough to know, don't all speak the same language. They do speak some Western languages, thanks to a history of colonialism, that terrifying word that J.K. Rowling refuses to say because it would cause ripples in her world building that it might just never recover from. But even then, they do often speak different Western languages, especially in Africa. Let's say that a student from Morocco and a student from Zimbabwe go to Ouagadougou. The Moroccan student definitely speaks Moroccan Arabic, and maybe also speaks French, while the Zimbabwean student definitely speaks Shona, and maybe also speaks English. So how the hell does the school set a curriculum and teach these students? How do these students interact with one another? Is there a universal translation spell? Not as far as we have been told. And in fact, the way that wizards such as Barty Crouch tout their ability to learn 200 languages make it seem entirely possible that such a spell does not exist at all. In that case, these schools only make sense if all African and South American wizards share a language that they've decided on, separated from whatever national or cultural heritage they might have. This is the insane thing I was getting at, because try as I might to not make this the point, it does feel a little bit like casual racism from J.K. Rowling here. Casual in the sense that I don't think she is actively considering the implications of what she is writing. Racist because it keeps lumping together these diverse groups and societies into whatever just works for her lazy writing. And now that we've mentioned it, I have got one more thing I want to say about Ouagadougou that raised a few questions when I read about it. It's this line about a bunch of Ouagadougou students, who are notoriously adept at becoming animagus and turning into animals, who scared older and more experienced wizards by turning into cheetahs and elephants at an Animagi symposium, to the degree that formal complaints were lodged, all of which is a weird clarification on J.K. Rowling's part, because it seems like she's trying to convince us that the magic users who complained about the African students had a right to react the way they did because of their age and knowledge, but why would we trust these wizards from other countries to know better on something that we are also told that the African students are generally more competent at doing? Our next school I want to go over is the Japanese Mahutakaro school, which I have two comments on beside the obvious one I already said about the stupid-ass name. The first of these is the initial opening line, which tells us that this school is the smallest of the 11 great wizarding schools. Now, This is confusing because we know from an earlier comment in the 14th to 17th century article that one of the things discovered by the global travels of wizards was that the magical to non-magical population shared a similar ratio across geographical borders. And so Japan, a country with a population around twice the size of the British Isles, should have more students than them. And even worse, we are told that the Mahuta school accepts students from the age of 7 rather than 12. Meaning that there is an extra 5 years worth of students that should be added to those numbers. So why is this the case? Are there more small schools that are actually regulated by the Japanese Ministry of Magic? Do they engage more often in homeschooling? The answer is I don't know, because this is apparently just a little fact thrown in for no reason except for adding context to something that didn't need it, and becomes more confusing when you add it. Also, if you think I'm pronouncing the Mahuta thing wrong, this is what description we're given of how to pronounce it by the actual article itself. So, if I'm wrong, then the original source is wrong. Which, from what I've heard, it actually is. So, the second comment that I have about this school is the way that robes change colours to match a person's education in the system. Now this is clearly based off the Japanese 12-level cap and rank system, that effectively was used to determine both the class of the person involved or their status within the government official system. So far, so good. It's a cultural affect that translates over into the magical world. That makes sense to me. The confusing aspect is the way that a person's robes will turn white if they do bad magic and go evil, which is confusing because I can find no tie between white as a colour in Japanese culture and darkness or evil. In fact, under the 12-level system it meant justice, while in the more classical cultural sense white was linked to purity and divinity, which is why it holds a central theme in Shinto shrines, with the white stones or sand being used to represent this. So why would it be the case that turning white is a terrible disgrace? Don't make the obvious joke. Where did that particular division between the magical and non-magical communities in Japan come from, especially when other cultures, like the English or American ones, do seem to just copy quite heavily the affects of their related Muggles? Much like the population issue, the answer is, we have no idea. J.K. Rowling doesn't seem to treat this world building like a chance to expand upon ideas and build stuff up, more like a chance to just write some paragraphs with a bunch of information that makes no sense by itself, and then leave it at that. It just keeps reaffirming this theme, that all of this is the result of lazy writing, and a lack of editorial process to keep it on track, and to bring up these concerns before it gets published. Now, moving on, our next school is Durmstrang, the one that had that ex-Death Eater headmaster, and that a lot of people see as being kind of an evil school. J.K. Rowling counteracts this assertion though, by telling us how, while they have had periods of rule by bad people, this idea of being a dark school is not entirely merited, that it has produced tons of great wizards, and is even experiencing a period of renaissance since the defeat of Voldemort and Karkaroth carking it off. While this is all great and good, I guess, this Pottermore article fails to mention the most important element that I would want to see discussed about this school, and I think it doesn't talk about it because it would undercut this whole attitude of, well, the school has a few rotten apples, but it's not all that bad. What is this important element, you might be asking? Well, the important element is that Durmstrang does not accept Muggle-born students at all. Seriously, this is the line from Draco Malfoy in The Goblet of Fire about it.
Father actually considered sending me to Durmstrang rather than Hogwarts, you know. He knows the headmaster, you see. Well, you know his opinion of Dumbledore. The man's such a mudblood lover, and Durmstrang doesn't admit that sort of riffraff.
Now, if I was J.K. Rowling and trying to make it clear that Durmstrang wasn't all that bad, I would have made it very clear that they got rid of this, or I would mention how it was only put in place by the evil wizards and everyone in the system hated it. But no, it just seems to be how Durmstrang operates, which, I don't know, a school that has racist segregation as the norm feels like it's maybe not just a few bad apples. Like, sure, Victor Crumb does try to hook up with Hermione Granger, a Muggle-born wizard, so clearly he doesn't care about race when he wants to get it on, but also saying that has now reminded me that Victor was 18 when he tried to do this, and Hermione was 15, which isn't the best age difference in the world. Anyway, our final school to discuss is one that has a lot of information on it, and it's truly amazing that it doesn't really discuss colonialism at all. And that's right, it's Ilvermorny, the North American one. See, this school was set up not by Native Americans, but by an Irish witch who fled her evil aunt, Gormleth Gaunt, who you might recognise as being a descendant of Slytherin, called Iseult, and her Muggle husband that she befriended from the Plymouth settlement called James. In fact, there was even an early process of information sharing between the local Narragansett and Wampanoag tribes, who sent children to this school to learn about wand making while sharing their own magic. And then there is no further mention of anything Native American related at all. They were involved in the starting of Ilvermorny, I guess, to some degree, and that makes it all chill and cool. Don't look at the history page of the tribes that were involved in helping this magical school get established. No, stop. Don't look at King Philip's War, or the forced detribalization by the US government that led to a vast loss of land, or the way that the US tried to force Jim Crow laws onto them because they had bedded black people, and they used that to try and revoke their status as a Native American tribe, or the near complete extermination of the Wampanoag and Narragansett people. Get it away. We don't. Harry Potter doesn't talk about the horrifying racist and colonial history, okay? You don't think about that because we need to talk about the snakewood tree that grew near Ilvermorny that was caused by the founders burying Salazar Slytherin's wand. Remember the Mr. Racist man who left Hogwarts because he was too racist? And this is what J.K. Rowling has to say about the wand and the man and the tree that was buried.
His tree seemed testament to the fact that Slytherin's wand, like his scattered descendants, encompassed both noble and ignoble. The very best of him seemed to have migrated to America.
It might be fair to say that you do not, under any circumstances, have to hand it to Salazar Slytherin. Like, he can just be a shitty person who existed in a period of time when being shitty wasn't such a big deal, but that maybe now with progress we can recognise how flawed his ideas were, and, move past him. Maybe stop trying to make him out to be some tortured noble soul who just had some wrong ideas. What else do we know about the Ilvermorny School? Well, we know that Iseult and James's eldest daughter was a squib, and even though her dad was a muggle who worked at the school, she apparently still suffered from being a non-magical person, and ended up marrying into the local Pocumtuck tribe and becoming a nomad to sort of find her own life away from the magical school, even though she could have just totally been a squib and just exist in the school because her dad's not magical either and he was fine. But what happened to the Pocumtuck tribe again? Do we know? Oh, they were wiped out by smallpox epidemics and the King Philip's War and ultimately integrated into the settlers or Abenaki tribes. So not really a happy ending there then, huh? Now, we are told in this same article that Ilvermorny is the most democratic and least elite of all the schools, because it was founded by a Muggle, which doesn't really align with all the stuff we talked about with regards to the Rappaport law and the extreme anti-Muggle sentiment in the American magical system, but I mean, hey, America pretending to be all great and cool while it actively has a history of horrendous oppression and violent genocide, that's just a depressingly realistic America. But we have to remember that these articles are not written from a point of view in the universe. They are written from a factual, godlike stance and interpretation of how things happen. And that's actually a comment that applies to all of these schools and these articles. We don't get to look at them and think about it as being a case of records being complicated and that history is often written by the victors, but we get some alternative viewpoints that contradict or work against those interpretations. These are just hard truths from the author. This is how the universe is, and any contradictions or hard to believe elements or outright maddening insanities in the logic are just how things are. We can't really criticize them from an in-universe perspective, because in-universe, this is just what it is. But we certainly can criticize it from an audience who knows that one person is responsible for things being that way, a person called J.K. Rowling. So, that's all my comments that I had about the various magical schools. Obviously Hogwarts gets a lot more talked about because we just flat out know so much more about it. It is the central theme of almost all the games and books and novels, while these global schools get a hastily written and I hope unedited article thrown onto a website, because if there was an editor then they didn't do their job. And with that, we're actually getting closer and closer to the ending. There are only really 2 more chapters to go from this point, and if you've watched this whole thing all the way through, please, for the love of God, stop and take a break. I wrote and recorded and edited this over 5 months. You can do the same with watching it. You don't need to watch it in one go. And to emphasize this taking a break, we're actually going to also take another little break. A break that is inspired by the fact that the end is truly in sight. As this one is dedicated to discussing all the comments and statements from J.K. Rowling in various interviews about Harry Potter over the past few years that I really wanted to talk about but could not figure out how to put them into any of the previous chapters. So this is like a catch-all break. Just a good break to sort of give us a bunch of information that is useful, but I had no real way of planning around.
To get ourselves a treat.
Before we get into it, a fundamental resource to this whole process has been the Accio Quote website, that does a fantastic job of collating together a bunch of comments and statements by J.K. Rowling, and then linking to the various interviews that they are from. And it's really useful because there are thousands and thousands of them, and it would be almost impossible otherwise to really pass through them or to get what I needed. So, huge shout out to the fans writing that site for making it easier for me to criticise this franchise and J.K. Rowling. So there is not going to really be a hard theme here. Like I said, this is mostly just individual lines that I saw, thought about a lot, and didn't know what to do with them except that I desperately wanted to share them with you at some point. And I know what you're thinking. Who did I get in to read these out? Who could really do J.K. Rowling such justice over all of them? And well, there was only truly one person that I could turn to for this. One other person who gives off vibes that are perfect for such a reading. J.K. Rowling herself. And then I realised there was no way in hell I was ever going to get J.K. Rowling, so instead I got another person who is very famous for criticising J.K. Rowling to read them. Shaun, from the YouTube channel Shaun. It's not quite the same, I'll concede, but I mean it's still pretty damn good, right? So the first quote I want to discuss is this one here in response to the question of why Harry didn't notice the leprechaun gold disappearing in the Goblet of Fire on her jkrowling.com FAQ.
I smiled rather ruefully to myself when I did this. Harry doesn't worry about money because he's got enough of it. Ron, on the other hand, is poor, and he cannot imagine how it must be not to notice a pocket full of gold disappearing.
Now, this is interesting to me because it got me thinking about how Harry wasn't really a rich kid at all. Like, he had come into wealth recently, but until that point he had lived in a cupboard for 11 years. So I don't know why it makes sense to make this distinction between Ron and Harry. I do, however, like the description of Ron as Ron, on the other hand, is poor. I don't know why, that just really stuck with me as being like, yeah, that is basically the Ron characterization for a lot of the things that he does. Like, a lot of his story arcs and the Weasley arcs in general just boil down to, and Ron is, of course, poor. The next quote I want to discuss is this one from the CBC News World interview in 2000 in response to the interviewer asking about Hermione and her ties to house elf rights.
Well, she's fun to write because Hermione, with the best of intentions, becomes quite self-righteous. She develops her political conscience. My heart is completely with her, but my brain tells me, which is a growing up thing, that in fact she blunders towards the very people she's trying to help. She offends them.
This one ties into, I think, explicitly the spew stuff, and us seeing it in this weird way that JK views Hermione as sort of herself before she learned to be more, well, JK considers it grown up. I would more call it jaded and cynical. Like, the house elves are basically brainwashed Stockholm Syndrome slaves, who can be free workers who get paid and off days, but still love work, but it would offend them too much to be given rights. It's such a weird dichotomy of trying to put in the message that sometimes the world doesn't work the way you think it should, and Hermione's overall story outside the books is learning to just accept the place of the house elves as a whole bottom rung in the labour market. Our next quote is from the exact same interview, and involves J.K. Rowling responding to a question about whether she likes writing evil characters.
I loved writing Dumbledore, and Dumbledore is the epitome of goodness.
This evokes a lot of what I see from J.K. Rowling, which is that she does view Dumbledore in this inherently good light. Like, even when he is flawed and has done bad things, he is still the epitome of goodness, which seems contradictory at best. Like, we know a lot of the bad things that Dumbledore has done, stuff that someone who was a better person might never have gotten involved with in the first place. And so I guess what I am stuck trying to figure out is how those align with each other. Those different interpretations of Dumbledore with the idea that she has of him. Because I truly think Dumbledore is a bad guy who has done a lot of terrible and misguided things, and if he just owned up to that, things would have gone so much better for everyone. Which isn't a bad narrative to have, but to just write him off as ultimately the good guy fails to really open that door, or even consider that door in the first place. Like, there's a lot of build-up towards us as an audience thinking of Dumbledore as this complicated person who's neither good nor bad, and maybe did screw up a lot, and that maybe we shouldn't idolize him. But then J.K. Rowling says a lot of things and does a lot of things that are designed to make us idolize him from the point of view of the children who do that. Next up, we have a piece from the book Conversations with J.K. Rowling, a 160-page interview kind of book from 2001 that covers a lot of her intentions with the writing of the world and is certainly an eye-opener with regards to how she sees everything, but is generally not worth the reading. It is like mostly stuff about her mixed up with the world itself, and I would not be surprised if I was the first person to mention it in any Harry Potter video because of how rare it is to see it being brought up.
Professor Lupin is a damaged person, literally and metaphorically. His being a werewolf is really a metaphor for people's reaction to illness and disability.
This does fall into a lot of the ways that people feel about werewolves especially, with regards to what they are meant to be, and whether that portrayal is misguided and does a disservice to those groups. I don't think that it necessarily does in the context alone of Remus Lupin. I think that it makes sense for him, but the problem is when the other characters are also introduced that share that trait which has been used as a metaphor. In this case, werewolfism. I know there is a proper word for werewolfism, but I refuse to use it because it's funnier to call it werewolfism, I don't know. When we see that people like Fenris and the other werewolves who mostly sided with Voldemort exist, we get a sense that the metaphor for illness and disability doesn't hold up as well as it used to. Like, is the implication that if we don't help them enough, then they will be convinced to join the fascist dude by a guy who deliberately infects children? Is that the lesson of this metaphor? Because if so, it's not very well put in the books or the films. Like, maybe illness, mental illness, or physical, and disabilities shouldn't be tied to that. Now, this is all I really wanted to talk about here. I know that makes this quite a short break, but that's a good break, as most of the other quotes I was able to shove into the chapters or to reference in some way. In a lot of cases, these were just the ones that, to me, most asserted the ideas that I repeated in this video essay, and really confirmed some of the notions that we see about her writing. And I don't think this whole critique would be full without having included these 4 quotes in it somewhere, because they do really give a sense of how J.K. Rowling sees her characters and how she goes into putting them onto paper. And on that note of writing characters, here is the full quote, including interviewer interjections, about how she herself views her writing.
When it comes to writing books, I operate to a different set of rules. In fact, I write what I want to write. Because of the nature of the discussion we're having, I have to analyse these rules, but when I'm writing, I do not sit down and think of it like, there's my line and here's the moral lessons we are going to teach our children.
As I said, I think that does really solidify this insight that we have into how she views not just the nature of writing, but her role in it, and the way that an author interacts with their own work. Ultimately, at some point in the process, it is important to consider what message you are sending, what moral has been delivered by the narrative that will be read by children and young people who are often the most influenced by such stories. Anyways, that was the little quote break I wanted to do. It's now time to move on to the technically final chapter, and it is a doozy as we talk about The Cursed Child, that play that should never have existed.
J.K. Rowling continues her story on stage, where the magic is real.
Flipendo! Venite! Tarantelendra!
So The Cursed Child is one of those things that came out and was very complicated in where it sat within the Harry Potter fandom. A lot of people don't even think it's canonical and refuse to accept its place in the story, but the original narrative for it was written by J.K. Rowling, and she managed the creative team for it as well, and it's the only thing about the future of the Harry Potter universe after the original series that at least explicitly has her involvement in it, and is not just written by people who possibly never met her, like Wizards Unite. Admittedly, it does involve time travel and alternate timelines that more showcase to us what would happen if events changed, but there are still a lot of elements in here that are relevant to any consideration of the Harry Potter universe. And, I mean, Rowling wrote it, so that's good enough for me to judge it as a part of all of this. So, what is the plot of this play, you might very well be asking? And, well, I wanted to watch it with my friends to sort of share out the burden, but unfortunately it became very hard for me to do that because I just could not find it online. I couldn't find a copy of the play online anywhere, and I wasn't going to pay for it, but I even couldn't find, a pirated version, so I just had to read the entire 250-page screenplay by myself, which was very not fun. Here's what I took away from it all. All the characters that we know are of course older now, and they have kids and stuff. Those kids go off to Hogwarts. Also, Ron is lame now, in that there is literally a stage note about him performing a dad joke that reads, "His hand is empty. It's a lame trick. Everyone enjoys its lameness." This had me straight up laughing for a few minutes, just the idea that someone wrote this down in, the screenplay, and then an actor had to read this and be like, I guess that's a direction for me, and for the people that we have to try and portray this as being so lame, and that, everyone's enjoying the lameness of it. Weird things like that aside, there is also this real sense of worry by Albus that he might end up in Slytherin, because Slytherin is bad and evil, and there hasn't been a dark wizard who wasn't in Slytherin, which is more sort of just this rhetoric that has spread that clearly isn't true, about how Slytherin is just sort of a shit place that encourages its students to be shit people, which isn't really healthy schooling environment, and I can totally understand why students wouldn't want to be part of that house. Also, when I say Albus here, this isn't Albus Dumbledore, it's Albus Potter, Harry Potter's son.
I should clear that up just so we didn't think, why is Albus Dumbledore back around and why is he worried about going to school? And is this like a old story? No, it's in the future, remember? Anyway, then Albus does end up being in Slytherin because I guess if you engage in such blatant foreshadowing, you have to pay it off. But it's totally fine because he befriends Scorpius Malfoy on the train, a kid who has been haunted by the rumour that his parents couldn't have children, so they use a time turner to go back and have his mum sleep with Voldemort because... I don't know. And then people start mocking Albus because he sucks at magic, calling him a squib and not a real Potter because he is in Slytherin, and that all just happens, I guess, because we never really dealt with all the magical racism. Like, they didn't really challenge it, and that's pretty obvious in this scene that it is still around, alive, and very healthy. And there is even a scene when Albus is in second year where Harry tells him that if he made a few more friends, he might be okay with school if he's been bullied. I think Harry might be a bad father. Like, his kid is 13 years old and is dealing with a massive amount of pressure of being put in the evil house when he is from the hero family, and Harry's offering very poor advice that doesn't seem to really challenge the core issues of bullying, rather just saying, make more friends and that'll hopefully let you ignore the bullying to a stronger degree. Because, realistically, Harry didn't get much bullying from, like, the majority of students. He just got bullying from, like, a specific few, specifically Draco Malfoy. And on the note of Draco Malfoy, forget everything that I just said, because the next line of this play tells us that Draco Malfoy has a ponytail now. Just imagine that Draco Malfoy with a ponytail. Oh, and he's also asking Harry to do something about the Voldemort rumours around his son by releasing an official statement from the Ministry clearing up that all the Time Turners got destroyed. And the entire situation is clearly just falsehoods being spread to try and hurt his family and his kids specifically, making their life harder at school, which Draco doesn't want to have happen. Is the whole point here that Malfoy is a better father than Harry? Like, legitimately, that seems to be the point of all of this currently. Oh, and then Scorpius' mum dies. Yeah, this play really, like, rushes through the first, like, 4 or 5 years of stuff and doesn't give you time to, like, really mull the things over. Basically, the vibe here is that Albus and Scorpius have a really fucking hard time, are not helped by the adults much in any shape or form, and certainly are not helped by the unfixed attitude towards Slytherin from, well, the previous books, that they're all bad people and the people in them are destined to be evil, or at least are probably going to turn out to be evil, even though, like, I think the end of the last series was, like, the proof that, like, even Slytherins can help, although a lot of Slytherins did actually go and join the dark side, so maybe the proof is that, like, some Slytherins are good people, but, like, most of them are bad. Like, a few good apples, and it's like a rotten barrel. Anyway, the play does not spend time thinking about that, because we skip forward through a bunch of stuff that just sort of tells us that someone called Theodore Nott is making time turners, gets arrested by magic cop Harry, the werewolves went underground according to Hermione, which makes me think that, maybe they really didn't do shit to fix the Ministry, and also that Amos, you know, Cedric Diggory's dad, is still pissed that his son got killed by Voldemort because of the whole Goblet of Fire thing. This is all sort of building up to the big point, which is that Albus is going to do something to try and make all of this right. But there is one thing I want to talk about before that, which is that Ron gives all the Potter kids a little gift before they go back to Hogwarts for the 4th year, and for Albus, the little gift is a love potion. Now, I don't know about this at all as a gift for a child, especially when we consider that Ron was drugged with one when he was in Hogwarts. Like, maybe don't give the date rape potion to the kid who's lonely. Like, that seems like a recipe for disaster. Anyway, Albus figures out that he can use the time turner to go back in time and save Cedric, which leads to this fucking insane scene on the Hogwarts train where they try and escape it by climbing on the roof. Only the trolley witch apparently teleports to the top of the train to stop them, and we get this scene that I have to read in its entirety because otherwise you might not believe me that it happens. Trolley witch. People don't know much about me. They buy my cauldron cakes, but they never really notice me. I don't remember the last time someone asked my name. Albus, what is your name? Drollywitch, I've forgotten. All I can tell you is that when the Hogwarts Express first came to be, Ottiline Gambol, no idea who that is, herself offered me this job. Scorpius, that's 190 years. You've been doing this job for 190 years? Trollywitch, these hands have made over 6 million pumpkin pasties. I've got quite good at them. But what people haven't noticed about my pumpkin pasties is how easily they transform into something else. She picks up a pumpkin pasty. She throws it like a grenade. It explodes. And you won't believe what I can do with my chocolate frogs. Never have I let anyone off this train before they reach their destination. Some have tried. Sirius Black and his cronies, Fred and George Weasley, all have failed because this train, it doesn't like people getting off it. The Trolley Witch's hands transfigure into very sharp spikes. She smiles. So please retake your seats for the remainder of the journey. And then this scene directly leads into another insane scene about St. Oswald's home for old witches and wizards, which is described as being as wonderful as you might hope. Walker frames are conjured into life, knitting wool is enchanted into chaos, and male nurses are made to tango. Which is where they are meeting Amos Diggory to get his information on the Time Turner, and they then get helped by Delphi Diggory, who gives off the vibes of someone who is way too helpful and friendly, which then leads to this other insane scene. Yes, there is not a single scene in this entire play that isn't a little bit mad, where they pretend to be Harry, Hermione and Ron to get into the Ministry of Magic, but unfortunately, they run into the actual Harry and Hermione, so Albus as Ron has to do something to distract her, and we get this. Hermione. Ron? Albus/Ron. Surprise! Hermione. What are you doing here? Albus/Ron. Does a man need an excuse to see his wife? He kisses Hermione firmly. Now, that is a 14-year-old child, and I get that he is trying to pull off this disguise, but what the fuck? He didn't even hesitate on that shit. Oh, but it gets weirder because that then directly goes into this scene. Albus/Ron. I'm not blocking anything. She again makes for the door. He blocks her again. Hermione. You are. Let me into my room, Ron. Hermione tries to dodge past him. Albus/Ron. Let's have another baby. Hermione. What? Albus/Ron. Or if not another baby, a holiday. I want a baby or a holiday, and I'm going to insist on it. Shall we talk about it later, honey? Maybe with a drink in the leaky cauldron. Hermione thinks. She stares at him suspiciously, and then looks again at her door. She relents. I just couldn't at this point. I still can't. What is going on? Anyway, let's skip ahead. Our next major scene is them trying to find out where the Time Turner is, and its location is hidden by a book with riddles, one of which is, the second is the less fair of those who walk on two legs, grubby, hairy, a disease of the egg, which they figure out means men, and are you good, J.K. Rowling? I guess we all found out very quickly how not good she was, but I mean, damn, the signs really were there, huh? So you might be wondering, how do they plan to save Cedric? Do they rescue him from the clutches of Voldemort or something? And the answer is that they make sure Cedric never wins the Triwizard Tournament, so he doesn't end up in the graveyard. Honestly, a pretty solid choice, and certainly something that can in no way, shape or form backfire.
Like, Cedric dying really isn't that essential to anything, apart from giving Harry a bunch of trauma and setting up the Ministry's investigation in the 5th book. Which actually I guess is kind of important, but look, the kid doesn't have to die, right? There is also a whole scene before we get to this where the script makes up a lot of weird romantic tension between Albus and Delphi, which Scorpius notices and gets jealous, and she even leaves by gently kissing Albus on both cheeks. But like, she's 22, and he's 14. I would probably try and not lean into this as a plot point. I don't know, there's been way too much underage boys doing any kissing with older women so far. I just like there to be less of it. Oh, and the centaurs turn up again briefly to be all imperious and assholish to Harry for intruding on their land without asking because he's looking for his son. But like, I don't know, it makes it out to be like the centaurs are like being dicks here, but he could have tried asking them. The centaurs sort of do have a point here, but when has Harry Potter ever been that considerate of those races, you know? So, fool on me for expecting better from this franchise. But so the plan all works. They go back and stop Cedric from winning the first task, and then come back into the future, and Harry decides the best course of action to helping his son is to forbid him from spending time around Scorpius, his only and best friend, because, as we said, I think Harry is just a really bad father regardless of the timeline, I guess. And as you might have guessed from that clue, yes, this is an alternate future, where Ron is now married to Padme Patil for reasons. Like, all we really get from that is this sense that Ron is the bossed-about husband and that he was better off with Hermione, which sort of feels like a message to all the people who thought maybe they shouldn't get together to back the fuck up, because Ron's meant to be with Hermione, okay? That's the commitment that this franchise has made, and it's one of the few ones that it really wants to stick with. Although, I guess that point could really be expanded to this whole play, and it could really be seen just like that. As in, it's justifying the choices that J.K. Rowling made in her narrative by proving that it would have gone worse if things had gone differently. And in this timeline, Hermione ends up becoming Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher for reasons. Okay, I'm starting to suspect that maybe they just had ideas on a dartboard and threw darts to choose how things would turn out, because none of this is like makes sense. Like, how is Cedric failing the first task going to lead to Ron ending up with Padme Patil and Hermione becoming a bitter Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher? Like, what's the connective thread there? Did Cedric passing the first task make Ron and Hermione get together? Is that what they're trying to say? But then, big twist, as we discover that the history books didn't change enough, and Cedric still died. And then this whole thing goes completely bananas when they do finally make sure Cedric is saved, and we find out that saving Cedric leads to Harry dying, Dolores being the headmistress, and that they're in the middle of Voldemort Day. Now, I'm sure that you are probably wondering how the hell saving Cedric led to this future happening, and well, trust me, it just keeps getting more and more mad the further you dig into it. Scorpius is now a celebrated student because Voldemort won and established the whole blood supremacy thing that he wanted. He gets called the Scorpion King by people. The Winter Ball is now the Blood Ball. Mudbloods get tortured in the dungeons of Hogwarts by students. Fascist banners fly everywhere. Wizards blowing up bridges to see how many Muggles they can kill. Death camps. Oh, and Cedric Diggory became a Death Eater and killed Neville, meaning that Nagini survived. And Voldemort didn't die. What's that, you say? I must be misreading it somehow? No. Oh, no. It's far more stupid than just that. See, we learned this fact from Severus Snape, who in this world is still pretending to be a bad guy, while he secretly helps out the secret anti-Voldemort rebellion that has kept going. Which feels like it's really trying to sell the whole Snape was actually an amazing dude, even though he just had like one or two redeeming things that he did. Like, I don't know. Snape was a terrible guy who was abusive and did kill people, And I don't know if him loving Lily Potter enough to get tricked by Dumbledore into being helpful is, like, that much of a redemption arc. And boy, does the cursed child really try and hammer home how much of an awesome guy Snape is. He gets described as every inch a hero, the light in the darkness. Like, we get it, J.K. Rowling. You had a soft spot for this character who started out as the worst teacher and continued to be the worst teacher at Hogwarts. But all of this entire bit, which is just like Snape propaganda, tells us nothing about why Cedric became a Death Eater. Like, seriously, we're meant to believe that he is a chill dude, a good guy at Hufflepuff, and what? He takes losing the Triwizard Tournament so badly that he joins the Nazis and murders people? 'Cause, like, if that's the case, that means Cedric was actually a fucking terrible person. And JK needed that to be true, so we could feel okay about him dying. But anyway is really the definition of the cursed child, is plot point. But anyway, this happens now. But anyway, this happens. Scorpius fixes all of this, and lets Cedric die, and everything goes back to normal. But then big twist number 2, as Delphi reveals herself to have secretly been an evil person all along. Who could have seen that coming? And not just that, but she was tricking everyone the whole time into thinking she was a Diggory, and using Amos. And she also has a line about how male children are surprisingly pliant, which is how she tricked them. Which, I didn't need to hear that. Before we move on with the plot of this, I just want to quickly say, what? Did Delphi, not Diggory, pretending to be a Diggory and tricking people into feeling bad about Cedric Diggory, know that Cedric Diggory being saved was going to lead to Voldemort winning? Like, how did she know that that was the key event that was going to be the big deal? Like, did she know that Cedric was secretly, like, just one step away from becoming a Nazi, like one bad day away from becoming a terrible person, and that, like, he would kill Neville Longbottom and that would help save Voldemort? Or was she just, like, guessworking this whole thing? But anyway, she takes the Time Turner and is going to go and do some evil stuff, because she's evil now. And Ron talks about how he saw Albus with Delphi, and mentions how it looked like he got an older girlfriend, and how she looked cracking. And what is the fucking deal with this play, and having underage boys with older women be played as jokes, or just not considered as incredibly creepy and weird? She is 22, he is 14. Ron, what are you fucking doing, you damn muppet? Don't comment on how she looks very attractive. Tell someone about what is definitely a very, very bad relationship if that's what you think it is. And this is also when we find out that Delphi is the daughter of Voldemort. That, unlike Scorpius, who everyone thought was Voldemort's child, she really is Voldemort's child. Which kind of confirms what we heard earlier from Albus, where he says that it's impossible for Scorpius to be Voldemort's child because he was too kind. Like Voldemort has some sort of evil gene, like his dick produces bad person juice, because his only child Delphi is evil and his not child Scorpius is a good person. Is that the moral? But anyway, all the big name characters are working together to figure out how they can stop Delphi, who has hidden herself in time. With even Draco siding with them in this note from the play, that I consider to be the second funniest line yet. Draco walks up to the stage and stands beside Ginny. This is almost a Spartacus moment. I hate this play, but it's also very stupid in a kinda comedic way. I guess you could say it's lame, and everyone seemed to enjoy its lameness. But finally, we also see Harry get some closure from talking to the Dumbledore portrait, although it's closure that we need to take with a grain of salt, because these portraits are not meant to be even close to the people they were in real life. But Harry tells the Dumbledore portrait off for leaving him alone with the Dursleys for all those years, and that he suffered without thinking anyone would care at all because of Dumbledore being a bad guy who couldn't love people just because he thought he would hurt them. We also see Harry dealing with the trauma of being alive while tons of other people died to fight Voldemort. I'm not opposed to any of this. Honestly, this is sort of where I'm like, oh, if this is definitely canon, then this is kind of a good piece of development to put in. Like, yeah, Harry should be mad at Dumbledore after the excitement of Hogwarts and being a magical child died down, and he should be dealing with a lot of trauma from the fact that tons and tons of people died while he's the hero child that lived. But also, because the Cursed Child is what it is, a poorly written mess for the most part that doesn't really match how J.K. Rowling wrote Harry and Dumbledore in the past, or talked about them in interviews, I get the feeling that maybe this is one of the things that people don't consider canon a lot. It's kinda difficult with this play. The same is true for Draco, because it really does try to sell this idea that Draco became a better man, really taking the hard lessons to heart, and trying to become better. And I think that's good to show, that he would be redeemed like this, and that love in this case was a powerful tool for making someone reconsider what they owe to their family and to their shitty father. It's a good message, and it's a shame that it's tied up in all this other crap, and honestly unnecessary stuff with Voldemort's daughter and time travel and Albus Potter kissing Hermione while pretending to be Ron. Or, in the biggest crap fest of the whole play, the way they tried to resolve the Delphi going back in time to the night the Potters got killed to save her dad from dying, which is that Albus and Scorpius realise that Harry still has the blanket that his mother wrapped him in the night she died, and that the love potion that Albus was given by Ron exploded all over it when Albus threw the blanket at it, and that love potions have pearl dust in them, and that if you wrote a message in Demiguise, it would be invisible until it reacted with that pearl dust, so they can leave a secret message on the blanket for Harry in the future. Like I said, the dumbest plot point. I've heard of Deus Ex Machina before, but this is taking it to an extreme. But as Scorpius says at the end of that scene, time to steal some wands and get potioning. So they potion, and then they beat Delphi by all working together, because that's how the good guys do things. Love and friendship versus being alone and angry and hateful. Oh, and Harry watches his family get murdered again, and has to let it happen so the timeline goes back to the way it's meant to be. But that's that. Everything is solved, they go to the happy ending. Scorpius asks out Ron and Hermione's daughter, who says no to him, but he makes it clear that won't stop him, and then he thinks that she pities him enough for it to work out in the end for him. And then they make a joke about the new potions teacher, and how she's an older woman, so maybe Albus will go for her. Haha. Please stop. Please. And that's the play. Which leaves us with the question, what did we learn from all this? Well, we learned some things that you would feel like are big deals, like Voldemort's daughter, but in reality, the only true lessons here were that Harry needs to be a better father, Cedric Diggory was a real jerk who deserved to die, and that house elves and goblins and muggles are all completely irrelevant and don't even appear. But we also don't really learn anything new about Slytherin or dark wizards that seem like the obvious lessons from this play. Albus being afraid of being a Slytherin is a key component of the early stuff, and yet the only place this goes is when we find out that in an alternate timeline where he is a Gryffindor, that Harry still sucks as a father. Like, the message isn't one of we need to do some serious work to improve this house, and maybe that starts by changing what this house is about, like maybe not using the name of noted racist and pureblood supremacist Salazar. It's that no matter what house you belong to, Harry is a shit dad who has some serious problems with his younger son. And on the Dark Wizard stuff, introducing Delphi as Voldemort's daughter, especially in a story that is all about fathers and their offsprings in developing relationships, it would have made some sense to give her some of that too with her own father. Maybe some realizations about how she's been chasing this stupid dead guy searching for meaning in all the wrong places, but nope. Her ending is that she's a bad person who doesn't get redeemed and gets shipped off to Azkaban. That's Harry Potter, alright. The bad guys are bad guys, and don't think about it further than that. Honestly, it's kind of really shit, and I get why a lot of people don't consider it part of the universe, and think of it as just a fanfic that happens to have been created by the author and refined with her involvement, which admittedly does scupper the whole fanfic argument, like it's bad writing in her universe by her. Let's not pretend it's otherwise, because we shouldn't need to let her off the hook for anything. Maybe that's the lesson here? Or maybe the lesson here was that they were very, very happy to write some really creepy romantic relations between the main characters. Like Albus's whole older women thing, and Scorpius's
persistent romance thing, which is always a creepy line to do. Like, the lesson is that those are okay? As bad as anything, I guess. Actually, no. I'm not quite done yet. I've got one more damn point. Why the hell does this not go with the route of Albus and Scorpius being in love? I assumed that was where it was building to, with Scorpius focusing on Albus as the one thing that keeps him safe from the Dementors, and them both being super obsessed with one another to a kind of unhealthy degree. But no, just some good friends, I guess. I don't know, it really felt like a missed opportunity to put another gay person into this franchise, because as we've covered, it's a very sparse selection already, and they could do with ramping it up a little bit. Like, maybe have more than just 2 confirmed gay people. So, that's the video. And this is truly the final, real chapter. This is the one where I finally pull together 100,000 words of Harry Potter lore, commentary, and theory crafting into a single big point that will make you nod your head and realise how truly smart I am. But the truth is that I don't think I have got a clear individual conclusion for all of this. Ultimately, there is a lot of ways to look at this and to think about it, and I guess the first one would be that I don't necessarily believe that anything I've said here about me clearly being very much against Harry Potter as a franchise, against the world-building failure that it represents, against the lackadaisical writing that it also involves, means you can't enjoy it still. If anything, my criticisms are stuff that you should be able to take in, process, and give you a better understanding of where your enjoyment comes from. There is no shame in admitting that something you like is poorly made, or made by bad people, or lacks a clear, continuous message. The representation of groups like the Goblins, the House Elf, the Muggles, all of those should be things that you can recognise as being true issues, and they do represent flaws in the way that the universe is crafted. Flaws that don't seem to be getting fixed or addressed as it goes on, and as new additions are placed on top of the pre-existing foundations. I think a great first step to media literacy is being able to take criticism and not immediately respond to it, with defensive arguments that don't deal with the analysis, instead just trying to circumvent it and attack the person saying it. And I think that one of the big things I learned from all of this was that there is a good reason that the Harry Potter universe can't do sympathetic villains. There is a reason why it needs to stick with these cartoonishly over-the-top monsters, and that's because it makes the heroes seem like good guys regardless of what they are implicitly involved in supporting. Sure, our protagonists are okay with slavery and racial hierarchies and poverty and a system that is causing untold suffering through just its existence, but at least they are not the literal Nazis on the other side, who are okay with all of that too, but want to make it worse. It's that sort of villain decision that allows them to keep things the way that it is, because it does point to change as something that is clearly worse. Change in the Harry Potter universe comes branded with the face of authoritarian fascism, so the status quo looks positively delightful by comparison. This does fall apart quite a bit when they introduce sympathetic villains who make good points, like Constance Pickering from Wizards Unite, who is a little bit of a darling in this video essay. She isn't a Nazi allegory, she isn't trying to establish any dictatorship or start a global war. She's just seeing the way that the Statute of Secrecy is hurting Muggles and Wizards, and she wants to change that. So she goes about it in a way that causes a bit of harm, but nowhere near as much harm as the maintained system is doing. And our heroes, Hermione and Harry, have to contend with that. They have to try and argue their way through that, and they do it by saying that change is scary and that it could be worse. The status quo is still maintained in this case, but it's maintained in a way where it doesn't feel anywhere near as right for it to be so. The heroes didn't take any of what Constance Pickering said and make concessions to try and improve the world. They just pointed at how things being the way they are, even if it's causing suffering, is still safer than trying to make things better. So I can kind of see why they would want to stick with the villainous villains, because the world does not support having heroes when the villains are making statements that kind of seem pretty on point. But beyond that, there is the other big question here of, do I think that any of what I've discussed makes J.K. Rowling a bad person or a bad writer? And the answer to that is maybe yeah, no. I think that J.K. Rowling is someone with complex political views that seems to severely misunderstand concepts that she puts into her own world that are portrayed as being kind of bad, but then also portrayed as being kind of good, depending on which character is engaged in doing it. There is also plenty of casual racism, ableism and sexism that is peppered throughout the franchise, and that does seem to reflect an author who has some of those aspects herself that she has not really been introspective about, especially when it comes to writing cultures where talking with and interviewing members of it would have helped with avoiding backlash, and avoiding appropriation and insensitivity. As to her being a bad person, I think that how we feel about J.K. Rowling can be considered in some ways separate to the world she created, but ultimately they are both reflections of one another. She wrote this world, she wrote the characters, she gave them voices and crafted the narratives they would tell. In turn, we can see parts of her in that life that she gave birth to, that she nurtured into being a big, healthy $40 billion baby. But another element to that question is that this is not just about J.K. Rowling. It is a lot about her, but ultimately it's also a shot at Warner Bros., the company that is making all this stuff and is involved in greenlighting the additional things that JK didn't write herself. They are as much to blame as she is for the Wizarding World universe being the way that it is. She might have built the shaky foundations that don't really support additional construction, but they are the ones ignoring the warning signs and building that apartment block to house all the new characters on it anyways. So I'm not saying that either one of these lets each other off the hook. There's no big villain here. They both just kinda suck. Unless the real big villain is... I don't know, what's a good one for leftist video essays? It's capitalism. The big villain's capitalism. I also want to make it clear here about something that might come up in comments, which is why I didn't focus on J.K. Rowling's habit of making mistakes around dates or historical facts, i.e. when she contradicts herself consistently. And the main reason is that this isn't CinemaSins. I don't particularly care for any of these issues because they tell us nothing about the story or the narrative or the author, or what we should think about it as an audience. The what of a problem is nowhere near as fascinating as the why and how. And for us to get both of those, we need to accept that whatever an author writes is true. I could just say that house elves are slaves is bad, and including it is bad, but that doesn't help us understand why it's bad in the franchise, nor does it tell us what we're supposed to feel about it. You can include slave races as long as you just work around them in a way that's smart and is telling a proper moral, or considering the moral of the good guys that you're writing. In much the same way, I don't really believe there is a point to questioning the existence of evil or bad people / things happening. I get that those occur to cause a story to happen. Yes, the Harry Potter universe would be a nicer place if Voldemort didn't exist, but it would also be very boring. It's far more interesting in a video essay to talk about how what Voldemort wants and what the status quo in the books ends up being are very similar, and it questions the way that bad things are sometimes not given a payoff or are incorporated into the good ending without really explaining why. So that is, I think, a big motivation behind a lot of this, a big cause behind how I've tried to approach this franchise, and ultimately whether I've succeeded in doing so is really down to you, the viewer, to decide. I've done my best, but maybe my best isn't good enough, and you don't feel convinced by what I've said. If you asked me, honestly, whether I thought Harry Potter was good or bad, I would say it's bad. I do think that a lot of people have found solace in it. I think a lot of people who dreamed of being taken away to a magical place where they were special did connect with a story that gave them that fantasy, but I don't believe that such a connection makes something good. Being emotionally appealing is a shortcut that a lot of our franchises use as well, Not looking explicitly at Twilight right now, but I'm definitely vibing in that sort of direction. And it does often mean that bloated and confusing stories with strange morals and plenty of forgettable moments are able to become very popular. I think that J.K. Rowling does a good job at utilising certain words to describe characters and give them personality in a way that really does stick with you. I also think that the films helped a lot in solidifying Harry Potter in the memories of people, but if there was one lesson to take away from this entire damn video essay, it would be that the series is far from perfect and has weaknesses and flaws. Flaws that have become, if anything, more obvious with the later work. J.K. Rowling could honestly do with a really determined and aggressive editor, which is another thing that I've learned from reading The Ink Black Heart, which if you haven't read it, don't read it, it's not good. It's 1,200 pages of, honestly, trash that could have been cut down to like 300, and that would have helped it a lot. So what is the solution then? I've raised a lot of problems here, but I haven't provided many answers. And I think that the solution is very obvious. Put me in control. Much like we did with handing Minecraft over to Hatsune Miku, let's sign Harry Potter and the Wizarding World over to me. That's a solution. I don't hear you coming up with any. Yeah? Nothing at all? But, fine. I get it. A random trans person getting that much power, unlikely. So, some alternative suggestions as solutions would be putting more effort into the world building going forward as a necessity, and also making some changes to the status quo that last permanently and have a big enough impact that it moves the narrative along, addressing the problems that don't seem to be going anywhere. As I've mentioned already in this video essay, I don't see that happening under the stewardship of J.K. Rowling or Warner Bros., because that would require admitting that the evil of the Wizarding World is rooted in more than just the corruption and dark wizards, that even our protagonists are helping to make things worse for a lot of people. It threatens the nice, healthy blandness they have right now that lets them keep pumping out stuff that is just going through the same motions over and over. Like Hogwarts Legacy with its Goblin and Dark Wizard villains. Oh, we've never seen that before, am I right? Are they at least going to make the goblins sympathetic? Ranrock is a wizard-hating goblin who kidnaps children? I guess not, never mind. And on that note, here is the point in a video where I get to make wild promises about what I will do next, depending on how well this current one does in the algorithm. So, let's see. If this breaks 100,000 views, I'll make a deep lore analysis of everything Pokemon related, and I mean everything. All 30 or so years of the franchise, going from games to anime to random side games to random manga to whatever, movies and shit. If we get 500,000, I'll analyse everything Twilight related. And seeing as I've got very mixed feeling about that franchise, I love it, but I also hate it, I assume that would be quite interesting to watch. And it was interesting that it was, for a brief period of time, like the most popular thing on the airwaves. Like, Twilight was everywhere. And if we break 1 million views, I'll pirate Hogwarts Legacy and make a side video analysing it through these eyes that have read too much Harry Potter lore, and so hopefully can do a good job of interpreting its story. Okay, stupid promises time is over now, which makes this as good a spot as any to thank people here. Both you in the audience for watching this whole long-ass video, and also to the various creators who voiced lines and did quotes and saved me having to do all this by myself. I also want to thank the one person who helped me with the economic side of things to a much more intense degree, Alexandria at FuckTheGeese on Twitter. They were a big aid to helping me understand something that I'm not very good with, and that really made that chapter much easier to write. Thanks also goes out to the people on my Patreon, whose names should be running on the screen right now. These videos would be impossible to make without their support, and that makes this all really cool. If you do want to see any videos about Pokemon or Twilight or whatever, then supporting me on Patreon is actually a really good idea, because that would help me do this much more, and focus on it instead of focusing on my university degree and my job that I'm going to be getting. because I'm finishing up my study, and so I'm moving into actually having to search for a job and getting a full-time job next year, which is going to make it harder to make videos. So helping me to financially support me in doing this is actually going to be the best way to see these videos more frequently, at least. If you do want to support me like that, my link should be in the description box below this video. And while you're down there, if you want to support me in less financial ways, you can give this video a like, share, or even a comment. All of it is supposedly helpful to making YouTube like the video. Other than that, there isn't much more to say here than thank God this is over, and I hope you have a great day. Hey, you know the video is over, right? Like, this is done. It's been almost 10 hours. You can go now. We're finished with Harry Potter. I've done the end. I did the goodbyes. We did a little cool thing that sort of said, wrapped up all the thoughts and everything from another much more famous and better bunch of creators than me. That's it. It's over. I don't need to talk about Harry Potter anymore. You don't need to listen about Harry Potter anymore. You may be wondering why I've put this into the video at all then, if I don't want you to be listening to this. And the answer is simply, I wanted to see who would stick around. Because that's insane. You're insane. What are you doing here? Like, you can go. You don't have to be around anymore. It's been a wild ride, and this has deeply impacted, I think, me, and I think my Twitter, and my friends, and my family, and everything about my YouTube channel. And at this point, it should be very clear that I'm stalling in an attempt to make this 10 hours long. And I think I've just succeeded. Ha! Gotcha.